It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday after Christmas special. That's right.
Hell yeah.
It's Boxing Day, everybody. Happy Boxing Day, fellow Canadians.
Is this our last show of the year, Sitch? This is
our last show of the year. That's right.
Holy shit.
Wait a minute. Is it? No. It depends if we do a show on Tuesday or not, right?
Oh, I guess that'll be the last show of the year. We should do like a end of the year top 10 or something. Top 10 stupidest things Scott Adams has said.
No, the top 10 like worst, woke neo-Marxian nonsense. Okay, come on.
Top 10 cuckings of Jack Murphy.
There you go.
What do you think?
It's so funny today. I guess you didn't listen to Scott Adams today because you never, you're so triggered by him now. But
I did actually. I did listen to Scott Adams. Yeah.
It's so funny because whenever he talks about COVID stuff, his audience they just get so triggered. They they just can't handle it that he's not like completely on their side being super anti-vax, and they just get so mad.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that that kind of audience is drawn to Scott Adams? Seems bizarre to me.
Not really. What do you mean? This makes perfect sense, unless you're being sarcastic. But.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little. I mean, it's the extreme element of the audience, but right. Let's get into this video. What do we care about Scott Adams for? What's going on here?
So yeah, it's funny actually. Adam sent me the link like 30 minutes before the stream started.
Yeah,
it's crazy. This never happens before.
And Sitch jumped in 30 minutes before the stream began. And
all we did was talk about how bad the Matrix movie was.
So we might talk a little bit more about the Matrix 4, and I have on my list to talk about the cucking of Jack Murphy, which I think people want us to talk about. People want us to talk about the Rugged Man blow up, so maybe we'll watch that little clip and do a reaction to that.
I actually never I was gonna watch that whole thing, and then I never finished it. I should get back to that.
But we could react to the Jack Murphy cuck clip, which is everyone has. Do
you know the background? I don't know anything about Jack Murphy at all.
I know some from just reading on the thing, and I did read the article, and I'm like, this is so fucking. It just seemed like massive copium to me. I was like, oh, this is not like an a tale of masculine empowerment to me. It was like, ugh. But I don't know. You probably didn't read the article. Sitch is hyper anti-cuck. So.
Oh my God, so anti-cuck.
We kind of both are, but Sitch is like next level, like nuclear.
It's a psychological illness that should be cured. Okay.
Like if you're, I mean, I'm not into that stuff.
You know what? There was cucking in the Matrix. That's part of why I didn't like it.
Was there?
Neo is literally being cucked in the Matrix. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, by a guy named Chad.
By a guy named Chad. Literally, it's so literally okay. Literally, Neo is like the virgin beta male meme comic.
Yes,
and he's being cucked by a guy named Chad, who's like looks like the Chad,
who's got like 3 kids.
Was that intentional? Trinity. That had to be intentional.
Totally.
Oh no. What are they thinking?
It's sad. It's sad.
I'm telling you, there's some weird shit with cucking that appeals specifically to like the female aesthetic. I don't know what it is, right? It just feels like when I watch this
argument, we've had this argument.
I know, but it feels like when I watch a show or a movie that has cucking in it, it also feels like not just that, but like their other elements are very specifically designed for women. And I'm just like, I don't get this.
Women want to be fought over by men the same way men want to be fought over by women. It's not a mystery.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being fought over and being cucked, right? These are very different things.
Right. All right, let's get into this video. What do you say?
You don't want to talk about cucking.
I just know there's always new people. Welcome, new people. You have
to fight your father, so you can't be cucked by him.
Listen, we can get 5 minutes into this video. We can go off on cucking for 35 minutes if you want.
Okay. JMac for $100. Thank you so much, Daddy JMac. That's right. Our second father, JMac. Says, sitting here helping my daughter put together a Pikachu model with perfect background noise. Happy Boxing Day to all. Well, I'm sorry your daughter had to hear all this talk about that.
I know. I feel bad now. But yes, Merry Xmas, Jay. Thank you for the super chat.
Xmas. Thank you so much. Pika! Okay, let's get into this video. This is a super interesting conversation between Jordan Peterson, Johnathan Haidt, and Steven Pinker. And Adam, I think, actually... So here's the question. Here's the question, chat. You have to ask yourself. Is Adam going to be the Jordan Peterson Defense Force, or is he going to side with his philosophical, sociological daddy, Johnathan Haidt?
So we did...
What do you guys think?
We covered this video on my channel, like when it first came out, but really... We didn't go through it all the way.
You got it. You talked about it for you watched like 5 minutes of the video.
Yeah, we watched 5 minutes of the video, but people were definitely not happy with my responses.
Right. Well, this is what's interesting about this is that I think you and I have very, very different reactions to those conversations.
Right. So if after the show, if you want to watch the supplemental version, I actually, in that clip, bring up a previous interaction of Jordan Peterson and Johnathan Haidt from a Canadian television show where they have some back and forth. Johnathan Haidt is on a book tour for The Righteous Mind. He's talking about moral foundations theory, and Jordan Peterson kind of claps back at Johnathan Haidt and says, you got this all wrong. It's not taste buds, it's personalities. And they kind of go at it a little bit on the show. And I feel like this is like a finishing of that argument that never really took place on the show. So,
right.
But obviously I am a huge moral foundations person. This show was super interesting to me because for the first time I realized, okay, Jordan Peterson hasn't read The Righteous Mind, which is pretty funny that Jordan Peterson's work is so, true. I feel like it's true.
I don't know if that's true.
Really?
No, I don't. So I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has.
So guys in the chat, this is a question going forward. Let's watch very closely here. Has Jordan Peterson read The Righteous Mind? I feel like the answer is no, but maybe I am incorrect. My take of this is, Jordan Peterson is inviting on Steven Pinker and Johnathan Haidt to help Jordan Peterson iron out some of his ideas. And Johnathan Haidt is not playing around. He's basically he's telling Jordan Peterson that he doesn't think his ideas are very based in science or factual reality and stuff like that. That's what I'm sensing. But
all right, let's.
Sitch is like, no comment.
Basing your understanding of the world on data rather than journalism. The problem with journalism being that it is a highly non-random sample of the worst things that have happened in any given period. It is an availability machine in the...
That's a fantastic point that I never thought of before. Steven, this is what you're so hard on Steven Pinker.
We did none of Steven Pinker in the video on my channel. I was like, I know. Fuck Steven Pinker. This is fun.
He has so many brilliant points, and I'm just like, fuck this guy. No, you're so wrong. Okay, he just explained that history and current events is based on journalism, and journalism is not based on like an actual selection of what's happening or a random selection. It's based very specifically on it bleeds, it leads. Okay. So our entire concept of the world and of history is based off of this false perception of like badness.
Think of the journalism on January 6th and just imagine history for a moment.
Exactly. Yeah. Or of anything of Trump's presidency, of Biden's presidency, of anything.
We have to bring up the clip of Steven Pinker and his wife dancing on election night when Biden is elected, because it might be one of the cringiest things on the internet.
Watching old people dance is pretty
Have
cringy.
You seen it?
I have not seen
it. Have you
no.
seen it? Oh,
no.
My God.
Is it as cringy? So did you see, this was so cringy. I couldn't believe this. Listen, you guys, you follow us, you know that me and Adam, both like #1 Kyle Rittenhouse fans, defenders. Okay. But that CPAC thing where he came out to like fireworks and like everyone going, it's Kyle Rittenhouse.
I did see that. Yeah.
Oh my God. I was like, cannot fucking fathom that this is happening.
You
This is
didn't
so
like that?
pathetic. No, it's so lame.
We've been Kyle
so
Rittenhouse
lame.
supporters for so long. It's a little painful to see him turn into Sean Hannity, isn't it?
I was like, what? I was like, wait a minute. I was like, this is a kid who I think was acted very heroically in many ways. He's not like a fucking Lady Gaga. I don't want any political pundit. I don't want any person in Kyle Rittenhouse's shoes to come out to like fireworks and a DJ and people dancing. It's just weird. It's just weird.
How are you going to react, Sitch, when Kyle Rittenhouse grows the Jonathan Stossel mustache? I'm just curious.
No.
I'm curious.
No, see, this is the question you should have asked me. How are you going to react, Sitch, when Kyle Rittenhouse supports Donald Trump running in 2024?
Oh, he's going to be on the campaign trail with him. Are you kidding?
I know. Nah, by 2024, no one's gonna remember or care about him anymore.
Sitch and I are going to be fighting behind the scenes. He's going to be like, "Man, Adam, we have to delete some of these Kyle Rittenhouse videos. We have to get rid of.
No,
we have to erase this history."
No. I'm not a partisan hack. I don't care. I don't care what his politics are. He was completely justified in what happened and what he did.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Sense of Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman's availability heuristic, namely our sense of risk and danger and prevalence is driven by anecdotes and images and narratives that are available in memory. Whereas since a lot of good things are either things that don't happen, like a country at peace or a city that has not been attacked by terrorists, which almost by definition are not news, or are things that build up incrementally, a few percentage points a year and then compound, like the decline of extreme poverty, we can be unaware, we can be out to lunch about what's happening in the world if we base our view on the news. If instead we base our view on data, then not only do we see that many, although not all things, have gotten better, not linearly, not without setbacks and reversals, but in general, a lot better. And it also, paradoxically, because as I've
see, that's why I don't understand why you're sleeping on Steven Pinker here, Adam. Okay, he's like the perfect antidote to the commies and the monarchists and the neo-reactionaries and all these people that are like, guys, we're living in the worst time ever. We're one step away from society collapsing into becoming, a Fallout game. We need to go back to communism / monarchy / whatever, utopian retarded system I'm advocating for. And he's like, listen, you guys are basing your reality on the news. The news is designed to make you afraid and hate everything. If you actually look at the data, everyone's doing way better than they've ever been doing in the history of human progress.
Well, go back to Steven Pinker's timeline, his Twitter timeline from when Trump was president, and tell me about judging things on the data. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Like the TDS rolling off of this guy is, I think, what hurts his argument here.
Listen, everyone has their blind spots.
I know,
everyone
it's so true.
has their elephants. No one is the perfect human being. Okay,
it's so true.
Come on,
it's true.
Listen,
You're
Johnathan Haidt's not perfect, okay?
Johnathan Haidt has TDS too.
Perfect.
What are you talking about?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So you can't just dismiss someone because of, they have some bad takes you don't like.
No, I completely understand.
Right.
I do. And yeah, no, this is a good take. I just wish Steven Pinker would look in the mirror while he's saying it.
Also cheaply put, progressives hate progress. But the best possible case for progress, that is for striving for more progress in the future, for being a true progressive, is, again, not to have some kind of foolish hope, but to look at the fact that progress has taken place in the past. And that means, why should it stop now?
Oh, no.
But
his intro is so cool.
Yeah.
I just don't know if we're going to get copyrighted on it.
Oh, just skip it. Yeah.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased today to have with me speaking Dr. Steven Pinker and Dr. Johnathan Haidt. Dr. Pinker is an experimental psychologist.
What's
That's
that?
how you know he's based. Pinker's even at the beach. Okay. That's how you know he's based.
I don't know if he's really at the beach.
He's real. Listen, Steven Pinker is obviously using the power of positivity to levitate his own body and float above a beach walk somewhere and stream from it.
Every single one of these that Jordan Peterson does, he always mentions how he just read the person's book, except for Johnathan Haidt. I'm telling
because
you.
it's an old book. What do you mean?
There's an underlying...
It's a book from years ago. He's not going to say, I just read your book from years ago today.
There's an underlying grudge fest going on here that Sitch is just completely oblivious to.
Okay, listen.
These
guys,
two are frenemies. These people don't like each other. Sitch.
Okay, so at the end of this stream, I'm going to put up a poll.
Yeah, put up the poll.
It's going to say, does Jordan Peterson and Johnathan Haidt like hate each other or whatever Adam wants to word it? Okay. We'll see. Because I think Adam's totally hallucinating here.
You think I'm reading into it?
I think you're reading way too into something. Yes.
He hasn't even read his book. I can't go to the description. I'm curious if the description is even if his book is even in the description.
My God.
Johnathan Haidt just so shuts Jordan Peterson down in this.
No,
so
my God, stop.
So badly.
Johnathan Haidt is a social psychologist. He's the author of The Righteous Mind, The Coddling the American Mind. His next book, 3 Stories About Capitalism, is expected by 2022.
Oh, I can't wait for that book. I can't wait. It's
gonna be a great book. Yeah.
That's when all the bread tubers are fully going to embrace that Johnathan Haidt is a neo-Nazi.
I know. It'll be fun.
It's like, oh my God, he's in favor of capitalism.
I know.
Conducts research in visual cognition, psycholinguistics, and social relations. He grew up in Montreal and earned his BA from McGill and his PhD from Harvard. Currently, Johnstone Professor of Psychology at Harvard. He has also taught at Stanford and MIT. He's won numerous prizes for his...
What's up? Come on. What's his...
Look, he's floating.
He is.
He's so positive that he's so uplifting that he's literally uplifted himself off the ground. Adam.
Don't step back. You're going to fall off that cliff. Is he talking about Haidt or Pinker?
He's talking about Pinker, I guess.
I thought he was talking about Haidt.
Maybe talking about Haidt.
Malika Peterson doesn't know who to switch the camera to.
Research, his teaching, and his books, including The Language Instinct, How the Mind Works, The Blank Slate, The Better Angels of Our Nature, The Sense of Style.
He switched from the first one was Coddling.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
What are you talking about?
You're saying Pinker wasn't a Harvard and Stanford professor at some point?
He said Coddling of the American Mind. He switched people here.
No.
In Montreal and earned his BA after Johnathan Haidt. Dr. Pinker is an experimental psychologist who conducts research in visual cognition, psycholinguistics, and social relations. He grew up in Montreal and earned his BA from McGill and his PhD from Harvard.
Did you say you're right? I thought I heard.
Maybe you're right.
I heard you're right there.
Maybe you're a little right. Listen.
Currently,
Listen.
I got to take these wins when I can get them, guys.
Listen, Malika messed up the camera. Whoever's running the camera was fucked up. Maybe it's just the Zoom fucked it up. Okay.
Stone Professor of Psychology at Harvard. He has also taught at Stanford and MIT. He's won numerous prizes for his research, his teaching, and his books, including The Language Instinct, How the Mind Works, The Blank Slate, The Better Angels of Our Nature, The Sense of Style, and Enlightenment Now. He's an elected member of the National Academy of Sciences, a two-time Pulitzer Prize finalist, a Humanist of the Year, a recipient of 9 honorary doctorates, and one of Foreign Policy's World Top 100 Public Intellectuals, and Time's 100 Most Influential People in the World.
How would you like to be doing a podcast right next to Steven Pinker? It's like,
yeah, geez, God.
Bio goes on and on. John's just sitting there going, "What the fuck? What
Time 100 Most Influential People." Damn.
Right. I know.
World today. He writes frequently for the New York Times, The Guardian, and other publications. He's publishing his 12th book, September 28th, 21 this year, September 28th. It's called Rationality, What It Is, Why It Seems Scarce, and Why It Matters.
Wow. I haven't read that book. Amazing.
Get on it.
Dr. Johnathan Haidt is a social psychologist at NYU's Stern School of Business. His research examines the intuitive foundations of morality and how morality varies across cultures.
Look, it's like he's coming to him for the first time.
That headset, he looks like he's a phone operator.
I know. What do you mean? No, he looks like he's a pilot. What are the guys in the tower who talk to the pilots? He looks like he's an air traffic controller. We need to reach out to John, get his style a little better.
Including the cultures of American.
Does he match his shirt to his room? I'm not 100% certain.
I'm going to be on with Peterson. Give me the shirt that matches my wall.
You know how I always tell everyone I'm 20%
blend
soy.
in here.
This is going a little. This is like maybe 40%.
I don't think it was
Progressive
intentional. Okay.
Conservatives and libertarians. Haidt wrote The Happiness Hypothesis, Finding Modern Truth in Ancient Wisdom. The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion. And The Coddling of the American Mind, How Good Intentions and Bad Ideas Are Setting Up a Generation for Failure. He co-authored that with Greg Lukianoff. The last two books each became NY Times bestsellers. At NYU Stern, he's applying his research on moral psychology to business ethics, asking how companies can structure and run themselves in ways that will be resistant to ethical failures.
See, this is why I think Jordan Peterson and Haidt are really competitors, because all of Jordan's work relates to values and ethics, and all of Haidt's work relates to values and ethics, but they're going in completely different directions. So I think that's where the rivalry comes from.
They're approaching the subject in very different ways. That's why I don't see it as a rivalry.
Right. Yeah, one of the reasons why I became fascinated with Jordan Peterson is because I felt like Jordan Peterson was introducing the public to a lot of Haidt's ideas, but doing it in a way that the public was more receptive to than the way that Johnathan Haidt had done it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's, I mean, when I started doing YouTube, that's one of the things I was doing YouTube for, is because I thought, oh, right, there's this amazing way to look at morality. And so many people are so befuddled by morality that it just seemed like a good, like, strong way to understand it and to study it. And I've always been fascinated with morality myself my entire life, but I don't think I've really had the right tools to look at it objectively, rationally, until Johnathan Haidt came along. I don't know if you feel that way. I mean, I've just always been fascinated by morality. Like, I took ethics courses and philosophy courses that revolved around ethics when I was in college. I've just always been fascinated by morality.
I mean, I was never fascinated by morality. I always thought of it through the lens of psychology, and I never thought of it through this lens of morality. I always thought, like, why do I do what I do, and why do people do what they do? Which, I mean, that's basically the question you're asking, just in a slightly different way. And I think that's why he is appealing to me as well so much.
Yeah, he does link it to psychology.
He's also the founder of heteroxacademy.org, a collaboration among 2,500 professors working to increase viewpoint diversity and freedom of inquiry in universities. He has a forthcoming book, 3 Stories About Capitalism, The Moral Psychology of Economic Life, expected to release in 2022. Thanks, gentlemen, very much for agreeing to talk to me and to each other today. Looking forward to a wide-ranging and intense conversation. So,
look at that intensity there, man. That's intensity. That's screaming intensity.
Johnathan, we haven't talked for about 2 years, I guess.
That's right.
I've always been a great fan of your research, especially research on disgust and other moral sentiments. I'm kind of wondering what you've been up to recently. So
notice he didn't say anything about how he's read his book. He said, I've read your
fan
papers.
Of your research. Okay.
He read his paper on Disgust 1,000 years ago. Okay. He never read the book.
The Righteous Mind is old. When did that come out?
2012.
Okay. So he said 2 years. So
that's
it's been
2012 is the year that Neo came, or the year that Morpheus came to me and said, Adam, Adam, wake up, get out of here.
You could take this red pill and stop liking TYT.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, okay.
Exactly. Get out of your progressive bubble.
Well, maybe you can start us off.
Sure. So after I moved to Stern in 2011, I'd been at the University of Virginia. I got interested in how moral psychology doesn't just explain why our politics is so messed up. It also explains a lot of conflicts about economics and business. And so I saw left and right unable to understand each other's views of business and capitalism. And I thought I'd write a book on it. And I got a book contract in 2014. And I went off to Asia to do research for the book. And I came back and I was all ready to write when the universities blew up at Halloween 2015. And I had just co-founded Heterodox Academy. And then I got hijacked into a lot of, the Coddling the American Mind stuff. And that basically occupied me for 3 or 4 years. The capitalism book was due in 2017, and finally I have a sabbatical. I've got to write it. If I don't write it now, I don't know when I ever will. But it's basically about how to think about economics in a way that gets you out of the moralism. Maybe a theme that I'll explore today is how moralism messes everything up, at least about trying to figure out what's going on or trying to do research.
What do you mean by moralism?
See, look, he already is saying, oh, look at him stepping on my toes.
Well, no, he wants him to define what he means. That's a good question. What does he mean by moralism?
Sitch, we are supposed to be reading intentions into these conversations. Our job is to read these minds here.
I see. Listen, the entire reason I was like, listen, it's the day after Christmas. We shouldn't watch some horrible, woke, cringe Marxist video. Okay. It's the day after Christmas. We should give everyone a break. We should watch something that's actually good. Something that's enjoyable, that's interesting, that's a good conversation starter. And I'm like, no, this fight's here. You gotta read into it. It's a battle of wits and death and blood beneath the surface. You just don't say it. There
is a status competition going on here. When we get to the end, guys, you're all gonna see. Like Haidt completely just disses Jordan Peterson.
Oh my God.
You don't remember? You don't remember?
You're crazy. You're crazy. This doesn't happen.
Jordan Peterson's like, maybe we could talk again. And Haidt's like, yeah, call me in 3 or 4 years.
He's just joking because they hadn't talked for 2 years, apparently. So that's the joke.
Is it a joke?
Yeah. How's that a diss?
Maybe it's a joke. Maybe
it's more like, oh, talk to me sooner, Jordan Peterson. I love you so much.
Okay, we'll see.
See, yeah, you're wrong. You're totally wrong about this.
Moralism is if you look at things in a framework not of true versus false, but of right versus wrong, bad versus good. Once you put on that frame, Tyler Cowen has a quote somewhere in a TED Talk. He says, we think in stories, but as soon as you put a good-evil story, as soon as you interpret things in terms of a good-evil story, your IQ drops by 10 to 15 points. And I think that's right.
It seems like kind of like a case of overgeneralized.
That's such a great point. And this is so much the problem with politics and economics is that you look at the bread tube, look at like the communists and you're like, how can we possibly think that going to this insane socialist economic system, whatever function, it's always failed in the past, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, because it's not about facts. It's not about data. It's about good versus evil.
Yep. It's about greedy capitalists versus poor people.
Right. And as soon as you make that distinction in your mind, you say, my side, the thing I want is the side of morality. And the other side is the side of immorality, evilness. Then your brain's totally going to that overdrive mode to just, I have to justify my side's existence because we're good.
Yeah.
As opposed to saying, let me find out what is true.
Yeah, they're not searching for truth. I'm curious. Do you think Lance has 15 IQ points to spare? Because that's a lot of IQ points, man. That takes you from an even 100 down to like 85.
Does that put you in imbecile range or whatever? What was
in range of it, definitely. Yes. 5 points away.
The question is, does Hassan have 15 IQ points?
Oh my God. Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse.
Yeah.
At least Hassan is funny. I think Lance tries to be funny, but I don't think Lance is very funny.
I guess that's why Hassan is more popular than Lance.
Yeah. So you missed it already. Notice Sitch is trying to pause at the perfect opportunity to just skate by all of Jordan Peterson's underhanded snipes at
snipes? There were no snipes. What are you talking about?
Underhanded snipes at Johnathan Haidt.
What are you crazy? There's no snipes.
the man most known for toxic masculinity, Jordan Peterson,
Oh my God.
decides to
listen
have
this guy.
Johnathan Haidt with his lavender shirt in his lavender room.
Hi, John, but when we talk, I want you to put your lavender shirt on in your lavender room, okay?
Come on, I need you to help me clean up my reputation, John.
At least he's got a clean room. Look at that. Or wait, no, he looks like he's in like a hotel or something, maybe. No,
I think that's a room in his house. I do, because
I mean, he's got like a little mini fridge right there, like you'd see in a hotel.
This is like his office.
Oh, maybe he's got. I don't know.
He does this room in every single thing.
Oh,
so,
okay,
yeah.
okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Haidt. I didn't mean to insult your room.
You're so bad.
Store. As soon as you interpret things in terms of a good evil,
John's got thick skin. Okay, John is not going to get upset about any of this.
That's
shit.
right. The coddling of the American mind.
Yeah, exactly. He knows what's up.
Right.
story, your IQ drops by 10 to 15 points. And I think that's right.
It seems like kind of like a case of overgeneralization.
Overgeneralization, Sitch. Did he not just say, look at the look on Johnathan Haidt's face right now?
He says it seems like a case of overgeneralization.
Yeah,
he's not talking about Haidt. He's talking about the phenomenon Haidt is describing.
Look at that look on Haidt's face. Haidt is like,
God.
I can't believe you just said that, Jordan.
He can't. You literally a half second.
You're
has
accusing
passed.
me of overgeneralization.
Johnathan Haidt cannot even perceive the words out of Jordan Peterson's mouth yet. Okay.
Let's see if Sitch is right. If he's talking about the phenomenon and didn't just accuse Johnathan of overgeneralization.
In some sense, right? Want to discuss a narrow issue, assuming consensus on everything you're not talking about. And then if you transfer that into, let's say, a mutual elaboration of both your characters on the scale of good and evil, all it does is make things exceedingly complex. That never works in a marital argument, for example.
For example, that's right.
Right. We had a rule in our...
See, he's not he's talking about the exact same thing. He's not disagreeing with Haidt at all.
Okay. You could be right. Well, the conflict that I see here is Jordan Peterson's bread and butter is relating these broad narrative stories, archetypal stories, through psychology. And a lot of these stories definitely embody the good and evil stuff that Johnathan Haidt is saying is not necessarily good. So there is a little bit of a conflict between their individual philosophies.
Well, I don't know if they agree with that because, or I don't know if Jordan Peterson agree with that because I would say the stories, when we talk about like narrative stories that have influenced humans for generations,
right?
They very often are framed in a good versus evil setup, but that's because it appeals to human nature, and that's kind of what gets people to pay attention. And so Haidt's saying, when you, if you're seeking truth, okay, and you add in a good versus evil narrative to your truth-seeking mechanism, then obviously it's going to lower your IQ. Obviously, it's going to dissuade you from trying to understand what is true because no one is going to want to side with the quote evil.
Yeah, exactly. And they could be right. So then you're fucked.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think Jordan Peterson would disagree with that at all.
Right. Yeah, he would argue in the archetypal stories, they're constructed where the truth is always the good side and the untruth is always the evil side.
I don't know if he would say always, or he would just argue that humans have taken what the knowledge that they think is true over generations, and they've constructed the archetypal story where they make that truth the good side.
Right. Yeah. No.
Not that it necessarily always holds up, because obviously there are things from archetypal stories that have not held up over the years.
Yeah. Yeah. Flat Earth didn't make it. So obviously. Sure. Swimming off the edge of the earth would be considered the evil side of that story, but didn't hold up over time. Yeah.
Our relationship, my wife and I, that we would try to argue about the narrowest possible thing in the given argument, right? To stop it from expanding ever outward and potentially turning into a characterological attack.
Yeah. That's a good...
That is the best relationship advice you've ever heard in your entire fucking life. Okay. if you're arguing with a family member, significant other, loved one, both of you have to have in your mind that you want to make the argument about the narrowest possible thing ever. Because, especially in long-term relationships, there's always this tendency for people to make the argument about like, you always do X, or you always do Y, or this is so, this relates to something, you did a month ago. Like it always expands far beyond whatever the scope of the little incident is.
Yeah.
And see, that's part of why, and that's not the whole reason. But I think that's part of why when people get into relationships like early, there's not these big arguments, and then they become big arguments because it's like there's always a continual unresolved character issue that just keeps rearing its head in a relationship again and again and again and again and again and again, and that kind of like starts to build on people and weigh on them.
Yeah, this is why women make the best archaeologists, right? Because they're always digging up old shit.
There you go.
Good way. That's good. Sounds like a good rule, because at a certain point, arguments become all-out war, where the goal is not you lose all touch with truth, and your goal is to win. And strangely, you win in ways that alienate the very person you're trying to persuade, because so much of our argumentative ability is actually intended for an audience. We're really, really good at making our case, even though it often doesn't persuade the other person, but because we evolved for moral grandstanding in very intense social groups. And that's a little foreshadowing of how I hope we'll talk about social media.
Isn't
so interesting?
We're both trying to pause. Isn't YouTube like the perfect avenue for moral grandstanding? I kind of feel like it is.
Well, Twitter is the perfect avenue for moral grandstanding.
Yeah. Short and sweet. You can get in and out. Yeah.
Right. No, but there's two fantastic pieces of wisdom. Okay, right there. And the first is that, yes, when you're arguing with loved ones, you have to be careful, because when people argue, their instinct is to try to defeat the other person and win the argument, which should not be your goal if it's a person you love.
Oh, totally. Yeah. No. Yeah. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to come to some compromise.
Well, and I think Jordan Peterson has said this in another video we watched in the past, where he said, if you're arguing with your spouse, you don't want to defeat them because you have to live with them.
Yeah.
You want to live with a defeated foe,
Yeah.
And so it's very important to keep that in your mind, because emotionally, your elephant is trying to make you win the argument.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to keep reining your elephant back and say, no, it's about finding out what is true, finding out what the issue is.
My wife constantly accuses me of the amygdala hijack. That's when she steps in and just like, your amygdala hijack is coming.
Your wife sounds like a very intelligent lady.
She's way smarter than me. It's as soon as I hear that, I'm like, I mean, when it kicks in, you're out of control. You can't control that shit.
So are you saying that like next time we're having a conversation and I feel like you're out of control, I'm going to say, Adam, your amygdala hijacking.
It's different with us though, because we actually profit from my amygdala hijacks in ways that my relationship, doesn't.
That's true. That's
it's all downside in a relationship to have an amygdala hijack. On the internet, it's all upside. That's basically
true. Right.
It's basically great. Yeah.
And the second thing that's really interesting what he said, which I never thought of, was the reason we argue the way we argue is because we evolved to be in this like tribal group setting where we were arguing publicly in front of like our neighbors.
Totally.
And we're not trying to convince necessarily the person we're arguing with. We're trying to convince the people watching.
Right. We're trying to convince him to join our lynch mob and take care of this problem. Right.
That's so interesting. I mean, it makes so much sense when you conceptualize arguments that way. You go, oh shit.
This is why moral foundation theory is just so fascinating to me, because so many of these moral intuitions are designed to send signals to others to join us in some sort of struggle or conflict. Which, I mean, virtue signaling is sort of overused now, but that's exactly what it is. It's like, I'm the virtuous one, join me. Let's take care of business. We need to do something here. Let's all join together. Yeah.
John Smith. Hey, John. for $5 says Adam finally ditches the black shirt and replaces it with this.
I know.
What are you? I didn't look until she said that. What is this shirt you're wearing?
You don't like this shirt?
I can't tell there's all sorts of explosions.
No,
stuff. Is there a Sitch in there?
It's
What's
like
happening?
it's all people. It's all cool stuff.
Is there a Sitch in there?
Well,
I feel like there's an
sort of
unlicensed Sitch in there.
There's this character looks a little like
Yes.
Sitch. This is the same artist that did Pepe, but I can't remember his name.
I can see the Pepe, yeah.
There's no Pepe in here.
Isn't there one on your sleeve?
That artist got super bent out that the far right appropriated the Pepe. The Pepes,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Like he
He's a
killed
soy
off
boy.
Pepe in his comic, but
Yeah.
what's the matter? This shirt is great when you're on LSD, man.
That's an unlicensed Sitch. Okay, I'll not stand
right
for
here.
this. Yeah, look at that.
I don't know. I wonder if I'll see if I can bring the artwork up so you guys can check it out. But this shirt's amazing. Are you kidding me? What
It's
the
very
fuck?
loud.
John, what the hell?
The Butter Ample for $20 says, can't watch live. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to see our two dads fighting. Yes, thank you, Butter. That is what we are watching today.
You don't care when we post. Neither Sitch and I don't care when we post clips of us fighting. Like it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's like better for the show. But I got to admit, I did listen back to the one clip where we were fighting over the which is more important in the slurs, and there was a tad of like okay, they should just get married now. There was a tad of like the old married couple fighting, and I was like, okay,
listen. I'm
We have to
obviously the
avoid
husband
that.
in the relationship, Adam.
we have
Okay,
to avoid that.
Okay.
No, I felt more like the husband in the relationship because I was like, baby, why are you so angry at me? I
Because
definitely,
you're stupid.
I
'Cause
definitely,
you're stupid and wrong. That's why.
you
You're
went,
irrational.
yeah, no, you were the irrational.
Okay. Sure. The cyborg, formerly known as Hassan's stepsister. That's right. Hassan's stepsister ripped off her mask and turned out to be a cyborg the whole time. I knew it. Says, I don't know what to say since I'm no longer stuck in the washing machine, but I will say, S-class is the best class.
Yes.
And JMac for $20. Thanks again for another $20. JMac says, I use AirPods when I listen to you foul-mouthed scallywags. Okay, there we go. I'm glad. Your daughter doesn't have to hear all about the cucking conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to curse as much on the show coming in the new year. It might be my fuck that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny when Scott Adams does when he asks his audience for permission to curse. I just think,
okay if I curse?
you know what that makes me think?
Tell your children to leave the room. I'm about to say some naughty language, okay?
What a cuck! He can't even curse. He has to ask his audience for permission to curse on his own show.
It's good persuasion because it's like really setting up that like what's about to happen is important. Okay, it's like a big deal.
Oh, you think it's just a
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know who's listening. What little child is listening to Scott Adams and is not bored out of their mind?
Oh, of course.
I mean, come on.
That's what I was. That's why I'm always thinking, what's he talking about? Nobody. Come on, kids don't listen to your show, Scott.
Well, I'm assuming he's thinking like parents are listening to it like out loud on the phone, and the kid's just nearby preparing breakfast or something. I don't know.
Yeah. No.
You see that as, go ahead, Dr. Pinker.
Well, I'm going to add something to John's point. Having looked at data on violence on historic scales in my previous book, Better Angels of Our Nature, I have a somewhat cheeky paragraph that says the world has far too much morality, by which I meant far too much moralization, alluding to the fact that history's greatest bloodbaths were not caused by greedy dictators feathering their own nest, accumulating palaces and harems. They were moralistic crusades.
Yeah.
They were people committing violence because it was not only permitted but obligatory in service of a higher cause. A lot of bloodthirsty dictators were ascetics, and they were not motivated by greed. They were motivated by what, in their own eyes, was morality, which we could call moralization. It doesn't mean we should also all be amoral psychopaths. There is such a thing as morality, but moralization, the psychology of the moral sense, which John has done so much to illuminate, can be a source of immorality judged objectively.
Okay, I'm gonna Google cheeky paragraph Steve Pinker too much morality. There we go.
So, Stephen, in your book, Enlightenment Now and other works, you've been tarred and feathered, so to speak, as an optimist. I mean, you make the case that things are improving, and there's a number of public intellectuals who make the same sort of argument. Bjorn Lomborg, for example, and Matt Ridley, Marian Tupy, all have detailed ways that the world has improved dramatically especially over the last 30 years, but certainly over the last 150. And yet we seem to be polarizing terribly at the moment. And so what do you think is driving that, given that, arguably things are better than they have been?
Yeah, I tend to try to squirm out of the optimist pigeonhole, because I'm not arguing for looking on the bright side and seeing the glass is half full, but rather just basing your understanding of the world on data rather than journalism. The problem with journalism being that it is a highly non-random sample of the worst things that have happened in any given period. It is an availability machine in the sense of Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman's availability heuristic, namely our sense of risk and danger and prevalence is driven by anecdotes and images and narratives that are available in memory. Whereas since a lot of good things are either things that don't happen, like a country at peace or a city that has not been attacked by terrorists, which almost by definition are not news, or are things that build up incrementally, a few percentage points a year and then compound, like the decline of extreme poverty, we can be unaware, we could be out to lunch about what's happening in the world if we base our view on the news. If instead we base our view on data, then not only do we see that many, although not all things, have gotten better, not linearly, not without setbacks and reversals, but in general, a lot better. And it also, paradoxically, because as I've also cheekily put it, progressives hate progress. But the best possible case for progress, that is for striving for more progress in the future, for being a true progressive, is again, not to have some kind of foolish hope, but to look at the fact that progress has taken place in the past. And that means, why should it stop now? We know that it's...
What does he mean by that? Progressives hate progress.
He means that they're not allowed to bitch anymore once progress is made. Like their whole identity comes from the fact that they see the world as needing to be improved. So as soon as progress happens, they're like, oh, that doesn't count. There's so much left to do. So you have to
right. So so it's completely true. They have to continually downplay any progress society makes because their whole job, or grift, if you want to phrase it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and is to promote this progress. And we see this so much. This is why all these institutions, all these firms that are dedicated to creating racial equality in the country, of course, are going to hyperfixate on the fact that there's all these racial problems in our country that are not getting better. Because it's literally their job to do that.
Yeah, I use this to our advantage in the Big Joel debate when I asked him about what he would like the Republican Party to do about gay marriage and gay rights and stuff. And he was like, I want them to hate gays, basically, is what he said.
It's an interesting tweet from Steven Pinker from 2018.
Oh, you're looking back.
Well, I just Googled progressives hate progress, and it's all like Steven Pinker stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because he's the only one that really he's the only one that frame it this way.
Of course,
this is a great way to
would
frame
never
it.
frame it this way. Makes it seem like morons.
That's such a good no, but I mean, it's such a good like framing. Like the right should really pick this up. Progressives hate progress. It says another example of how progressive hate progress, preferring the worse the better. And it's a Cato. He actually linked a Cato Institute article.
Wow.
And it's all about how the leftists are trying to muddy the waters on falling global poverty. And it's all about how global poverty is getting way, way, way better, and people are getting way richer. And yet on the left, they're continually downplaying efforts that have, specifically leftists, are downplaying how capitalism has really pushed people out of poverty over the last 100 years or so.
We're going to solve climate change, and they're still going to be bitching about it like 100 years from now. 100 years from now. Everyone's going to be like, it's paradise. What are you talking about? No, the end is coming.
Well, that's what's funny, because like I was actually thinking about this the other day, that we have people on both the left and the right who are kind of, I think, engaged in this utopianistic thinking of wanting the world to be vastly different. And if we had this vastly different system, we'd live in this perfect utopia where everything would be better. And I was just thinking about like all these people are going to be just as unhappy now. They'd be just as unhappy under their quote, utopian systems of government as they are now, because it's their personality types that make them unhappy.
Yeah,
it's the personality types that make them think there's some better way. Either if you're on the left, the better way is in this future that's never existed, and if you're on the right, it's this past that never existed. And those people will always continually look in those directions for something better.
Yep, they will.
And I think that's one of Scott Adams's brilliant lines, is that people can't really get a sense of how things are. They can just have a sense of the direction they think things are going.
When we have the Star Trek replicators and you basically can do whatever you want, there's no limitations on human ingenuity or imagination. They're going to be like, those people are happier than us. They're happier than us. They have more happiness.
Right. I mean, listen, when we have that future, there's going to be a big pushback. I mean, we hear this from, Sargon a lot. The big pushback is, we were happier when we were, there's too many people that aren't working, right? People were happier when they had this sense of purpose to work. And there's some truth to that.
Why don't we
I think we can manage both. I think we can find purpose in the Star Trek replicated future.
We just have the naked and afraid island. We just dump them off. We're like, okay, you want to struggle? Here. Look, an island full of dangerous, poisonous snakes.
Well, you're right. And you know what? And that's kind of interesting thing, because that's always what happens in Star Trek, is that the people that want to experience that, they go off and try to colonize the planet, which is the naked and afraid.
They go where the struggle is. I keep looking I've watched this documentary on the moon a long time ago, and I can't find it anywhere now, but it's about how America kind of gave up on colonizing the moon, and they interview a bunch of people who want to go live on the moon. As harsh as it is, there are people who are like, yeah, sign me up. I'll go fucking live there. Well, I want to conquer this.
Right. And it's a good thing that we have people like that.
Yeah.
Kind of push the boundaries of society outward and forward.
Their attitude is basically, my life sucks here. Like, I can't imagine my life being worse than it is now. Hell yeah.
That's like an extreme version of, the immigrant mentality, the immigrant personality type. Like my life sucks here, or it could be better elsewhere. So let me leave everything behind and go somewhere completely different.
Yeah. That's the American spirit right there. We've been brain draining the rest of the world for people that have that spirit. They've been contributing to our gene pool, and that's one of the reasons why I think America's is as amazing as it is.
And I don't know, people, I mean, obviously there's like a cultural and psychological aspect to that, but I just like people that are worried that we'll lose these personality types in the future. I think a lot of this stuff is just biological. I don't think we're going to lose any of this stuff going forward in the future.
Yeah.
I think these are personality types that are pretty hardwired into individuals.
Yeah, I think they're as hardwired as like male and female. I think personality types are churned out. It would be interesting to study the numbers on them, but I wonder, because there's a mechanism for there being males and females in roughly equal numbers. Sometimes I wonder if there's a mechanism that churns out personality types in equal numbers of certain personality types. Like there's a certain amount of openness to new experience. You got to have that.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. There's so much interesting stuff. This is another thing that really kills me about the sociology departments being taken over by these critical race theorists. There's so many interesting things to study in sociology, in behavioral psychology, in social psychology, that the smart people are just not going to be attracted to those departments because you've got so many of these fucking racist idiots in there. It's just a toxic environment to try to develop something. Like as soon as you come out with some experiment like that, they're going to accuse you of biological determinism and make like a big fucking hubbub about it. You're like, no, I'm curious about this one. No, they're going to turn it into a big racist thing. And like we're marching in the wrong direction. We should be figuring this shit out. It's good versus evil as opposed to true. Yes. True. Yeah.
So
It's so sad. It's so sad. We could be doing, I mean, I'm sure we have a lot of people in college who listen to the show that I'm sure would love to be working on these kinds of problems, but it just
I'm telling you, listen, here's your prediction. Once gene editing becomes like a big thing 50 years from now, none of these biological topics will be taboo because everything can be changed. That's the only reason it's taboo, because you can't do anything about it.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, as soon as you can fix it.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, what? As soon as the IVF doctor comes out and asks you, would you like your son to be gay or straight? Like, people are gonna lose their fucking minds. People are gonna lose their fucking minds.
Well, the crazy thing is going to be, because at first what will happen, here's the progression of events. First, what will happen is they'll fix, disease, like, birth defects and diseases and congenital, your son has, a high chance of getting cancer in their life or whatever. They'll fix all that stuff, and that will be all pretty uncontroversial. The issue will then be, then they'll start raising people's IQ.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start to get into like weird territory because, everyone's like, okay, make everyone smarter. That doesn't really seem to be bad. What's going to start to get really crazy is when they can start changing people's personalities. Because then it's like, wait a minute. Then you get into like the dangerous territory of like, oh, are we going to live in the brave new world where you create like a class of placid people or not?
I don't think this is 50 years away either, because they already have how this is technologically possible laid out, because they can they can create stem cells from skin cells, and then they turn those stem cells into basically like a zygote, and then they can impregnate with someone else. They can create like 96 different embryos for each human being. And then they do gene testing on all of those embryos. So they aren't actually like creating the genes. They're basically just producing a vast number of embryos. And then
and then selecting from them.
Picking from them. Yeah.
No, that's a different, that process obviously will happen way sooner because it's way easier.
That's 5-10 years away, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. I'm thinking more like the kind of gene editing where you could literally,
just design.
You don't even have to do it to a baby. You can do it to people that are, living right now.
Yeah, you give a list of description and they cook up the genome for exactly what you want.
But that's what's going to be crazy.
That is a long ways away.
With gene editing, I wouldn't be surprised if they could inject you with something that would increase your intelligence now. Like, it doesn't have to be like a baby or anything.
That would be very traumatic, I think. I'm always curious what makes intelligence, because I think I have a very good memory, and I think so much of it is just from me having a good memory.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's a lot of it is memory. So a lot of it is just how quickly you can put things together in your mind. So in general. So
if I'm able to hold 40, 50 recent things that I've heard in my, like, it's not even really short-term memory. It's like long-term, but not super long-term memory. If I'm able to hold those things, I have the capacity to mix and match among those 40 or 50 different ideas. Well, someone who doesn't have that. I mean, that's the essence of creativity there.
You have to remember, though, when you say hold things in your memory, a lot of, like, when you're talking about like this mid-grade memory stuff, people remember it. It's just you have to kind of
access it.
They have problems accessing it.
Yeah.
Okay? You have to remind them of something that makes them go, oh, I know what you're talking about. And so it's really, when you talk about memory, now some of it is when you're talking about long-term memory, some things are just fucking lost forever. But when you're talking about what you're talking about, it's more like just people's ability to access the information quickly.
Yeah.
Possible. So that's the.
Do you think that it's a reasonable thing to do from a rational perspective to compare the present to the past rather than to? I mean, there is a tendency to compare the present to a utopian future, and I mean that's kind of a cognitive heuristic because we're always looking for ways to make things better, and I suppose that's that tendency taken to its extreme. But it does seem to me that some of the decrying of the current situation is a consequence of comparing it to hypothetical utopia instead of actual, other countries or other times.
Yeah, utopia is a deeply dangerous concept because people imagine a world without any problems. And since people disagree with each other, that means that in order to have complete harmony and agreement, you've got to get rid of all those nuisances, those people who are not on board with your plans for utopia, which is, of course, why it's been the utopians that have been the most genocidal regimes in history. Yeah.
So I have a kind of a religious...
Don't tell Vosh. Don't tell Vosh that.
Is it this video or is it a different video where they talk about the derivation of the term utopia?
I'm not sure. It's been a while since I watched this, so.
Because like I'm trying to remember, utopia comes from. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Utopia was coined in 1516 from ancient Greek by the Englishman Sir Thomas More, from the Latin text utopia, and it literally translates as no place. And it was a fictional society that couldn't exist. So the utopia literally means no place.
Sweet. No place.
That's
like
very,
home.
but see, that's what's kind of hilarious is that everyone's seeking for a utopia. That's the word itself means it can't exist and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Maybe someday. I don't know. I'm kind of a utopian. I mean, I'm a practical utopian though.
The thing is,
you're
even
not. I mean, you don't think we'll ever reach utopia?
Oh, I don't know, but well, maybe, but people won't perceive it as utopia.
Oh, that's
ever.
True. Yeah,
that's the issue.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's
you still get the complainers.
Well, no, like we could be transported to a future where it is the perfect, what we would consider like perfect future. There's no crime, no poverty, no war. Everyone has everything they want.
Yep.
Everyone is a magic, creative, 200 IQ snowflake that's settling planets or creating art. And it's still people in that society are still going to feel like there are all these problems because that's what drives you to do things.
Yep.
So you kind of need to have that. You can't have, if you have that perfectly, like when I was younger, I thought like the height of being a human was to be like the Zen Buddhist monk. Mm-hmm. Okay. But then later I started to be like, is it though? Is that really it? Because if you just sit here and you can sit in a perfect state of just Zen all the time, maybe that's good for, that's good for you, I guess. But is that good for the world? Is that good for anyone else? I mean, if every human just sat around and was Zen,
no, you're a loser.
Die. Yeah, we'd all just die off because we'd have no desire to do anything. We'd be in a perfect state of bliss.
Like those monks that climbed up the pole and had like 7 guys working to put food and water and take shit down the pole. It's like you're making an awful lot of work for a lot of other people.
Right. Yeah, so I don't know. So I've kind of vastly changed my opinion on like enlightenment and that kind of like the Eastern idea of what enlightenment is.
Yeah.
This question to ask about that. This is something I've been thinking about lately. In Christianity, broadly speaking, you could make the case from a psychological perspective that utopia is.
Why are you laughing?
Oh my God.
Why are you laughing?
Oh my God. It's just hilarious because.
Why are you laughing?
Because Steven Pinker's an anti-theist. He's one of the biggest like anti-religious people out there. And it's Jordan Peterson is like on a mission. I don't think the Sam Harris talk is dropped yet. Like supposedly he had a talk with Sam Harris that actually went pretty well.
Oh, that's good.
I don't think it's dropped yet, but I mean, all the talks he did with Sam Harris were basically trying to just, tell Sam Harris what he's trying to do is impossible. Now he's bringing this up with Pinker, and I feel like it's the same thing. He's like, God, you got to stop going so hard at Christianity, Pinker. Get over it. I mean, this is where I totally agree with Jordan Peterson 100%. Like I'm against anti-theists. I don't think Johnathan Haidt is an anti-theist, but Steven Pinker's definitely an anti-theist. And just for those of you new, when I say anti-theist, I make a distinction. I myself am an atheist. Sitch is not an atheist. He's a theist. But atheists don't believe in God, but anti-theists do have what I conceive of as a religion. They think the world would be a better place without religion. That's the axiomatic belief that they hold. They think religion causes all this pain and suffering in the world. And I mean, yeah, religion has caused a lot of conflict in the past. and still even today causes quite a bit of conflict. But to say that like getting rid of religion is going to get rid of conflict, conflict exists. Conflict exists in the animal world. Do they have religion? I'm under the impression that they don't. Okay, like religion is a way that people unify. But as soon as you take the religion away, they start unifying around other things like MAGA and climate change and fucking vaccines. Like, we unite around so many different things. Religion is just one of them.
I think the very kind of like basic bitch level idea about religion is the one that we probably had for many years, which is that, religion is this mechanism of control that kind of controls people and gets them to do things. And that's where you kind of think, we've had all these horrible wars that have been fought in the name of religion. And if we just get rid of religion, people won't fight these wars. But the sort of more enlightened view is to realize, well, not really, that all these instincts of warfare are all basically ingrained in humans. And humans use religion as a tool to motivate other people to go to war. And the issue is, if you remove religion from the picture, the instincts still exist, and humans will just use different tools to motivate the same behavior, and which is what we've seen. You have all these, horrible, tragedies committed by communism and even Nazism to some degree that don't really, map onto religion. And as they were talking about earlier in the conversation, it's based off of this sort of utopian idea of, I can build this magical utopian society. And so I'm justified in doing whatever terrible thing it takes because consequentialism.
Yeah. I think Christianity, just as a religious system, as a religious philosophy, gets so many things right that I just think going after Christianity is insane for the anti-theists. The one thing, like the central premise of Christianity seems to build on the idea of forgiveness, and people unable to forgive other people is such a pervasive problem in so many people's lives. It just sends them down this dark path of just retribution. A lot of the critical race theory, I think, you can trace back to just not being able to forgive and forget. So that's why I think Christianity helps society. But go ahead.
Well, I think that falls exactly into what I'm saying, is that people, when like the anti-theists go after religion, they're not going after religion. They're going after generally what they consider right-wing repressive ideology.
Right.
That infringes on people's freedom or liberty or whatever. Which kind of seems quaint nowadays, but it wasn't quaint maybe 10 or 15 years ago. And so, but the thing is that when we talk about with Christianity can map on very easily onto either a kind of more quote unquote like hippy dippy left-wing forgiving model and a more right-wing strict socially conservative model. It can map onto either of those things. And that's part of what makes, Christianity and other religions continue onward into the future, kind of like astrology. As long as it's vague enough that people can kind of read into whatever they want, or broad enough that they can cherry pick whatever they want from it, these ideas, these ways of thinking will continue onward. And so with Christianity, it's like they're really not fighting Christianity. They're just fighting the side of right-wing social conservatism. And they've kind of mapped it onto the religion, which is just an excuse people use to justify their moral intuitions.
Yeah, I agree. But I think there used to be, and I remember when I was reading like George Lakoff, who is someone who's extremely on the left, he made an argument that there really was two brands of Christianity. There was a left-wing brand of Christianity and a right-wing brand of Christianity. Obviously, he would argue for his left-wing brand of Christianity because he wanted to bring in all the aspects of Christianity that are about, giving and taking care of the poor and all the stuff that the left people want to do. But this was 10, 15 years ago. And now I really feel like a lot of people who might have embraced Christianity on the left are just not really even looking into Christianity because they just perceive of Christianity as something right-wingers do and left-wingers. Right. There's nothing in Christianity for left-wingers, which I think is ultimately, bad for society.
Well, no, I agree with you. I think the reason for that is because, people on the left are generally more, they're not going to rely on history as an authority on anything.
Not. Yeah.
Where people on the right do the opposite. They will always want to rely on history or tradition. Yeah, tradition and precedent for justification. Yeah. And so it's more likely that you'll have people on the right who will try to use Christianity or any religion to justify something going forward, which is an intuition that people on the left would not really care about anyway whatsoever. So when it comes to politics, a lot of the left-wing Christians, they could still be around. They're just not, it's not vocal because they're not using necessarily their religion to try to enforce or create a behavior because they know it's not persuasive to their own side.
I love how I have all the moral foundation questionnaire charts like in the show at all times, ready at any moment for a conversation like this, because it's funny. I think about this because this does map onto the moral intuitions in the fact that you can see right here, progressives and libertarians, they score abysmally on loyalty, and conservatives score much higher on loyalty.
Right.
And the even respect for tradition, you can trace back to some kind of loyal intuition. Like loyalty to your past. Yeah. That's
very true. And I never conceptualized it until just now, but that is a good way to think of it. Yeah. Loyalty is a respect for tradition in a sense. Yeah.
And they have absolutely zero.
Right. That's fascinating. That's interesting.
Like, fuck that.
That's what's to me, this is what's so interesting about, human psychology is that, especially looking at it this way, is that there's all these little things you would never realized like that they're paired together. Like you wouldn't necessarily realize that the respect for tradition is paired in with loyalty. You say, oh shit. And it's kind of like, I think that a lot of, like when you look at evolution, you have a lot of weird stuff that doesn't really make sense. Like it just works enough to get by.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like with a lot, I wonder how much of like human personalities are based off of these like strange pairings of traits that just kind of genetically got coded together for random reasons. And they still worked enough to get by. And so
cultural evolution is the most fascinating thing to me because we've offloaded so much of what we are as a species to this cultural level that's not being transmitted in our genes at all. Like the beaver, when the beaver passes down its genes, it passes down how to make and build dams, encoded in the genetic code of the beaver. That's not taught. A beaver, a beaver can be separated from its family and will still participate in the same behavior because it's coded in the genes. Human beings don't have that. We have we have these moral intuitions basically that are coded into our genes, but then we construct a pattern of living that's 100% cultural, like from language to behaviors to interactions. All that is completely fascinating to me.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Permanently forestalled into the future in the name of the afterlife or of heaven or something like that. So it's abstracted up into something that's then put in a distant place. And I'm wondering to some degree if that's not a consequence of attempts to remove the danger from assumptions of potential utopias here and now. Because I'd like to look at religious thinking from an evolutionary perspective or a biological perspective. And it's very curious to me that the idea of the utopia, let's say, would be forestalled in that way. What, any thoughts about that? No, it's a strange question.
Well,
So this is actually a very interesting question. And I think I'd actually disagree with Jordan Peterson here. And when
you're not allowed to do that.
I would agree with the first part, which is that he's saying that the concept of a utopian society, even though it's dangerous, is also useful to some extent because people have to keep, it has to be aspirational. People have to keep trying to improve society or change society to reach the goal. So I agree with that part.
It's archetypal.
Right. But then, so he's saying that did Christianity sort of wisely take this concept of utopia and sort of remove it from human beings' abilities to get to? Like it's still there, you're still striving for it, but you can't necessarily create it. God will create it sometime in the future. But that's the part, like, I think that's a good idea. I don't think Christianity necessarily does or did that, because it seems like a lot of Christianity's ideas about creating the end times where Jesus comes back and everything's amazing is sort of through enforcement of proselytization. It's sort of like, well, once everyone in the world believes in Jesus, then the good stuff will happen. That seems like that's kind of, I don't know if that's ever explicitly in Christianity, but it seems kind of like an implicit undertone, not necessarily today, but like back in the past when proselytizing was like a huge deal.
Christianity does encourage you to be selfless, which I think is a major component to morality.
Right, but the question is, does Christianity effectively does Christianity effectively keep the concept of utopia, something to strive for, but sort of offload it away from group behavior so people don't strive for it in negative ways that are destructive to society? And I don't think it does do that.
You're striving for it in such a different way, though, because as a Christian, and I grew up Christian, so I mean I feel like I'm competent on the philosophy.
Sure.
Your whole attitude is really that this world is a test, and that you're going to be rewarded in the next life. You're not struggling to make utopia here. You know that's impossible, but you behaving in a way that's good and righteous will allow you to achieve your reward in the next life.
I see. So, that's interesting. So under that framework, now, if that's the framework that most Christians have, that's a good framework, because, and Jordan Peterson would say, if people are seeking not to create a utopian society, but are seeking to simply become a better person so that when they die, they reach the utopian society, that will then create implicitly sort of create the better
utopia
society.
Here. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, because you have a bunch of people acting better. And that's true. That's a very interesting way of looking at it. If that's the way, I don't know if I'd agree with that's the way it's sort of like manifested throughout human history, but that would be a very positive way for it to manifest.
You're basically being tested,
right,
for your participation in utopia.
And it's funny because it's very, and we've talked about this, it's very the opposite of Judaism, because Judaism is all about, there isn't really an afterlife that's focused on. It's all about fixing the world now.
Bummer.
And so,
Bummer.
right, it's kind of strange. It's funny because people would say, oh, it's better to fix the world now than to just say that the world is doomed. But there could be this offset factor that's being discussed, like, well, maybe it's actually better to think the world is doomed in some weird way, as long as you're still motivated to better yourself, because that's really all that matters.
So many people for so much of history led just completely terrible, tragic lives.
Right.
That I think it gave them some measure of hope to continue on, to think, okay, well, everything will be set right in the next life. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. That's why it's persuasive.
Now in our modern day societies, we're like, no, fuck you. We're going to set it right in this life. Like, we need justice now. That's what we need. Yeah. Before they were like, nah, we're never going to get justice. There's kings and queens running around raping everyone. Come on.
It's interesting because I never thought about it till I've thought about this before. And this is Jordan Peterson's talked about this. Christianity is a very individualistic focused religion, because it's about your individual salvation. It's not really about like a group achieving salvation. And I think that's part of why the socialists are very anti-Christian.
Oh, that's
specifically
interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective.
Because Christianity does map onto liberalism very, very closely.
Yeah.
And I think that's also why, and I didn't think about it until just now, I think that's also why when I was reading Evola, I think that's why Evola was very anti-Christianity, is not only does he view it as like a victim religion that's come out of the evil Judaism, but that also because it's very individualistic and he wants things to be very like societally oriented.
We have to fight after this video about the collectivist thing, because so many of the comments were like, well, I'm saying Marxism is not collectivist. What a moron. And I have to at least get my argument out.
We have to fight because everyone agreed with me. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I understand. Listen, you and I are both attracted to things that are counterintuitive.
I thought you were going to say we're both attractive, which is true.
We're both attractive and attracted to things that are counterintuitive but true. That's like that is the fucking catnip for Sitch and Adam, okay?
Right.
Something that other people are going to go, that's ridiculous, but they're totally wrong, because I think we get a lot of joy out of people being smug and wrong. I think that's something we enjoy a lot.
That's true. We do enjoy that. Yes.
So I have to let my cat out. So let's play a little of the video here.
Ideas about heaven that seem to be not universal, but there are features of heaven that seem to recur. Maybe we'll get into this later if we talk about psychedelics, but there are certain visions of heaven and hell. And so the idea of heaven, which often seems so perfectly beautiful, the idea of it's perfectly beautiful, but it's got its weird political problems. And these people, that just doesn't make any cognitive sense. Better to have it all be good and perfect and pure, and hell be all, perfectly terrible. I don't know what was motivating the early Christians. I have no insights into that, but
I don't know what he's really referencing here, because I don't know. Listen, Christianity, I thought heaven was supposed to be perfect and pure, that all the political issues of heaven were worked out, back when Satan rebelled and got thrown out, before Earth existed.
They dealt with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Something that, a way that I do psychology, and actually, Jordan, I know that you do too, because when we first met, you and I first met when I had my first job interview at Harvard in 1994, and you were the only person on the faculty then that I connected with. But we both thought,
see, look at that, bro. They had a bromance sprouting back to 1994, Adam. Okay.
Guess what movies? Oh man, 1994 was the year for movies. It was like Pulp Fiction, Shawshank Redemption.
Oh my God.
A million movies that were totally game-changing came out in 1994.
So I typed in 1994 movies. It says popular movies: The Professional, which was a good movie; Legends of Fall, which I've never seen, and something that looks like a porn comedy called Chrome. So I don't know why Google is organizing the movies in this.
We all know why Google is giving you those search results, Sitch. Don't act.
I don't think so. We also have Speed, which I don't like. The Mask. Okay, The Mask is good. Page Master. There you go. 1994, Adam. The year of Page Master. Now that was a good movie.
Oh yeah.
The Macaulay Culkin movie. He's in the library and they go through the books.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, you're right. Wait, this year is insane. Okay.
I know it is.
This okay. These movies all came out in 94 or 95.
Natural Born Killers.
Natural Born Killers, Usual Suspects, Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah. Pulp Fiction.
Stargate. Pulp Fiction. Forrest Gump. Interview with a Vampire.
Yeah.
Ed Wood. This is this year was
Stargate.
Insane. Oh my God.
The Crow.
This was The Mask. This was the year for movies. Holy shit.
I know, it's off the charts. Ed Wood.
Crazy.
Clerks.
Oh my God.
What didn't come out in The Usual Suspects?
Ace Ventura 1. This is insane.
Yeah, I know. It's like 1994. 80% of the movies that you think of as
1994
game changers came out.
The Ref, that movie's hilarious.
1994. Yeah.
Time Cop. I like that movie.
Oh yeah.
Jesus. Oh wait, here's a bad one. Star Trek Generations. There you go. We actually had a bad movie come out.
What?
In 1994. Star Trek Generations.
That was the launch of Impreg. The
Junior. That's right. That's right. The movie Junior. The beginning. The
first male pregnancy.
Yes. Was 1994. There you go.
And Johnathan Haidt was meeting at Harvard
with Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson was working at Harvard, and Johnathan Haidt was coming there as just a wee lad trying to get a job.
bonded over an interest in Jung. And while I don't embrace
and while Jordan, I think you're insane with your love of Jung. Well, I don't agree with any of that bonkers Jung shit you're talking about.
Stop it. The Lion King came out in 1984. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
True Lies.
I'm telling you. True Lies? Holy shit. That movie's amazing.
Here's another great one. The live action Street Fighter movie.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that.
The live action Flintstones. Okay, listen, there's some bad movies that came out in 1994.
Can you drink in movie theaters in Florida? I bet you can now,
No,
right? Oh, you can't?
I've never been into a movie theater you can drink.
Really? Oh, that sucks.
Okay, let me fix this. I've never been in a movie theater where I've seen the movie theater sell booze.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so maybe you can. I don't know, but
I saw Pulp Fiction in New Orleans, and I was in a movie theater where we were drinking. And famously in the first scene, they're talking about how you can't drink in a movie theater in America. Right. And we're all drinking. We're like laughing our asses off. Yeah, well, anywhere else in America. New Orleans, obviously, plays by its own rules.
That's right.
The movie theater was literally called Movie Pitchers because they sold pitchers of beer. Yeah.
Okay, of course this is in Louisiana.
I know. Jeez. It was so great. It was so great. That was so hilarious. I'll never forget that moment because the whole theater just erupted in laughter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some of the more fanciful elements of Jung, but the
look, how are you seriously, Sitch?
Wait.
How are you not noticing this?
Wait.
How are you not noticing this? Johnathan Haidt is struggling to say, like, he doesn't want to just come out and say, "You're crazy, Jordan."
Now listen, he said let's go back.
First met when I had my first job interview at Harvard in 1994, and you were the only person on the faculty then that I connected with. But we both bonded over an interest in Jung, and while I don't embrace some of the more fanciful elements of Jung,
okay, so he said, okay, so he's saying we bonded over a shared love of Jung, and you believe some of the things that I think are wacko with Jung. But I still love Jung and I still love you. Okay, that's what he's saying, Adam.
Finally, we agree. Okay, because that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Look,
but
someone is the rationalist here, and someone is the idealist.
Yeah, right. But listen, and together they'll combine a great synthesis that will create something beautiful. Okay?
I agree. 3 years from now, when Johnathan Haidt actually goes back on his podcast.
3 years from now, when Johnathan Haidt and Jordan Peterson have MPreg babies, they'll be the ultimate enlightened centrist individuals.
I would love to see a sit down between Jordan Peterson and Johnathan Haidt, like he did with Sam Harris. The only problem is Johnathan Haidt is not a egomaniacal clout chaser like Sam Harris.
Wow.
So it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
What do you mean? They talk all the time.
No, they don't. I think Johnathan Haidt, those of you might not know, but Johnathan Haidt used to have a really kind of radical moral foundations theory course that he taught. And he got accused of homophobia for showing some of the video experimentation that he did on Disgust, where they were talking about homosexual relationships and stuff like that, and asking probing moral questions about it. And ever since then, his class has become completely boring and uneventful because he doesn't want to go through another like 3-week ordeal where he might lose his job at NYU, the most, woke fucking school on the planet. It kind of sucks. It really kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
he should just go balls to the wall, man. He should make it like the craziest questions ever.
Well, if he is willing to modify his behavior, his class curriculum, because he doesn't want to deal with that nonsense anymore, he's not going to go and have a really, hard edge talk with Jordan Peterson about this stuff. Like he's skirting the line just having this talk with Jordan Peterson at all.
Well, I don't think it's hard edge because they're like Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson don't know each other. Like they didn't know each other before, Jordan Peterson became a public figure. But Jordan Peterson and Johnathan Haidt have been like friends, or at least friendly with each other since 1994.
Exactly.
So I don't think they would have a super. I don't think they'd ever have a super contentious conversation.
Not contentious. I mean, the subject matter is contentious for the like snowflakes out there who can't stand them talking about moral foundations theory in this kind of, scientific way. All these guys are on the hit list for talking about just sex and gender differences.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So listen, Jordan Peterson, Johnathan Haidt, Steven Pinker, if you're listening, you guys gotta have like more. I want a weekly podcast.
I know. That would be awesome.
I want the three of you. Oh my God. Could you imagine the dream podcast? These three guys every week, or at least once a month. Okay. They're busy gentlemen. At least once a month, you guys can get together and have a podcast.
You don't have to do. It doesn't have to be a long-term commitment. Do the thing that Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris did. They committed to 2 nights, back to back, 2 weeks apart, which is perfect for, thinking about the ideas that you're putting forward, and best bringing back your best argument against or for those ideas.
No, I want a monthly podcast.
Okay, that's never going to happen.
I will pay for that. I will be your number one signed up patron. Okay, Johnathan Haidt, Jordan Peterson, Steven Pinker podcast. I'm on board with it.
I mean, Jordan Peterson, I think, is charging like $100,000 for one night. I mean, I don't know how much your Patreon.
They would make a shit ton off this podcast. You kidding me?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I agree.
Archetypes. The idea that there are images that occur to people around the world because they come out of our evolutionary past. Something about our minds readily imagines them because of something was adaptive long ago. And so that's what got me into the study of disgust and Puritan pollution, was when I started reading ethnographies and seeing that all these cultures that never had any communication, many of them are island nations in the Pacific, they all had some similar ideas about purity and pollution. And so I would guess similarly with heaven and hell.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to me that if earthbound utopias present a continual...
So he didn't address Jordan Peterson's point at all, by the way, which was... did Christianity successfully offload the idea of utopia by keeping it in people's mind, but not making it something you seek out? He didn't address that at all. Why did he dodge that, Adam? Why did your boy
dodged it because he didn't want to get in trouble?
Oh, okay.
Haidt is not speaking. Haidt is worried about being canceled.
I see.
Yeah.
I don't say that answer would necessarily cancel.
Political danger in the way that we've been discussing, that one way out of that might be to permanently forestall it. Because, and we also talked archetypally already, because you guys...
See, Pearson's bringing it right back. He's like, let me rephrase my question.
Good for him. Good for him.
No, this could be... I think it's wrong to sometimes assume intentions, because like there are times when we're talking and I'll say something and then you say something completely different, or I'll say something completely different. And we're not like trying to hide our thoughts. No. We have some concept that we think is like, that's in our brain and we just want to get out there, necessarily.
And you and I often have very different ways of looking at the same thing, which is what's interesting. Right. So
I just don't want to ascribe negative intention here.
No, we're joking around about all that stuff, obviously. Yes. Don't give us a bunch of comments about how we hate Jordan Peterson or hate John. We love both of these guys. I do think Haidt is a little more, he has a little more trepidation around saying spicy things. And they're not even really spicy things. They're true things that the left considers too hot for TV, which is just ridiculous. So, and Jordan Peterson doesn't care about that stuff as much. So, but I do also think that Jordan Peterson, he has a competitive moral framework that he wants Haidt and Pinker's feedback on. And he's not, in this talk, he's not really getting the kind of feedback that he would like. But he's not really asking good questions for feedback on his framework. I'm not sure that I could describe Jordan Peterson's thinking on values. I mean, I do, maybe I can though, because I do understand like true enough and metaphorical truth and his understanding of how true statements are tested through an evolutionary process. That I think is that is in league with Johnathan Haidt's work.
Mm-hmm.
But he does venture out into these other archetypal ideas that I don't think are in league with Johnathan Haidt's work. And I think that's where they clash in this mostly.
Right.
Mentioned the fact that it's easy for political discussions to degenerate into something like an archetypal struggle between good and evil, right? It's that base level category that seems to emerge and confuse things when they need to be more specified and precise.
Jordan, you're supposing that there is some sort of an evolutionary system, that there has been enough competition between cultures that the ones that were utopian didn't win out, or you're assuming that somebody
Did he wait a minute?
This
Did he
is
say it was
brilliant.
an level? Did he say it was an evolutionary process, or I thought he just said that it's just something Christianity did? Wait, let me go back.
nations in the Pacific or
Bound utopias.
all had some similar ideas about purity and pollution. And so I would guess similarly with heaven and hell.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to me that if
So do you understand the distinction that's going on here? That Jordan Peterson is advocating for a system where utopian ideas have been filtered out through an evolutionary process.
Well, I missed the evolutionary process. That's why I went
Okay.
back. So let me hear what he says first.
Okay, no pausing.
earthbound utopias present a continual political danger in the way that we've been discussing, that one way out of that might be to permanently forestall it. Because, and we also talked archetypally already, because you guys mentioned the fact that it's easy for political discussions to degenerate into something like an archetypal struggle between good and evil, right? It's that base level category that seems to emerge and confuse things when they need to be more specified and precise.
Jordan,
See, that's why I'm confused. He doesn't say anything about an evolutionary process at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why
He
is that
does
being
though.
added?
He says that it's been filtered out. It's implied.
He's saying
he says the utopian philosophy would be filtered out.
Yeah, but he's saying that we have a religion. He's asking, has Christianity or any religion done this, created this process?
Mhm.
Maybe there is an evolution angle implicit, but I'm missing it. I don't really see it.
Let's hear Haidt's response.
You're supposing that there is some sort of an evolutionary system, that there has been enough competition between cultures that the ones that were utopian didn't win out, or you're assuming that somebody had access to enough data of world historical societies to realize that utopias tend to end in bloodshed. And guess what? Here we are in 2100, and while a few social scientists know it, most people are still, or many people are still utopian. So I think I would not look for some adaptive thing like, oh, the Christians were very wise in putting utopia impossibly far in the future because they knew that if they put it in the present, it'll be terrible. No, I doubt that.
I wouldn't think they knew.
Okay, so you understand the differentiation of the argument. I guess Peterson is saying that Christianity is better because utopia is in another world or far in the future. So
Yeah.
He's saying, but so many people are utopians, but I don't think everyone is utopian.
No, not everyone is, but it's still a dangerous thing. People are saying in the chat that he said it not necessarily there, but when he first brought up this subject, he talked about it.
Okay.
Being a cultural or some sort of evolved process. So, which would make sense, I guess, is what he's saying, that not enough. Well, I don't know. Is that true? Not enough cultures have clashed. I mean, Christianity had to clash with, all the pagan religions of Northern Europe.
If you're
right?
interested, and if people in the chat are interested, the book "Why We Need Religion" by Stephen A. Asma goes through all of the evolutionary benefits of not just Christianity, goes through the evolutionary benefits of Buddhism. But when he does go through Christianity, there's so many evolutionary benefits that seem like just psychologically healthy ways to live.
Yeah, but the question is that just like luck, or was that an evolved process over the years?
I think it's an evolved process. I think it's totally an evolved process, but I don't think it takes place
Well,
at the level of well, it does. It takes place at the level of culture and at the level of the individual, but I don't think it has anything to do with the utopian connection that
right.
Peterson's making.
Well, I guess, yeah, maybe it doesn't, but I guess it definitely is an evolved process, because especially that when you realize or think about that Christianity is an off sect of Judaism, which existed for thousands of years before. And I'm sure there were many various sects of Judaism that were, quote, left or right wing for thousands and thousands of years. And this is just some offshoot of that. So it is an evolved working process based off of, previous religion.
He, in the book, Why We Need Religion, he tells this gut-wrenching story about how when he is a professor, he's basically an anti-theist, Steven Pinker type, and he comes in and he's giving his lecture just how religion's terrible and all this shit. And some kid comes up to him after class and tells him this horrific story about how his brother was murdered and how he doesn't think him and his sister would be alive today if it wasn't for Christianity, because his mom basically completely fell apart. Like she wasn't taking care of them. She wasn't feeding them. She lost her job. She was sleeping all day, total shutdown over this just terrible injustice that took place in her life. And it wasn't until she latched on to Christianity, and it was like a night and day thing. She started going to church, and she realized that she would see his brother again in the next life, and that she would finally get justice, and finally pulled her life together. And you look at that and you're like, that is like the most obvious evolutionary adaptation ever, right? This woman goes from having 3 kids to basically in a situation where she could lose all 3 kids, but religion comes in and saves the day, and she saves 2 of them. How's that not fucking evolutionarily advantageous? It also makes the anti-theists just come off as the anti-theists claim to be fighting for, the dispossessed, the downtrodden. Religion oppresses the gays and this and that. Yet you would take someone's psychological health away from them just so you can own the conservatives? Come on.
Well, and I think that's a big problem with the deconstruct everything mentality. That is, obviously a big basis of all left wing, not just leftist, but left wing thought. And there are obviously things that do need to be deconstructed, but there's always a danger of deconstructing too much, and not replacing it with anything, because it's always easier to tear down. This includes concepts. It's always easier to tear down buildings, people, and concepts than it is to build any of these things back up.
Yeah.
And I think that's why there's a lot of the meaning crisis that we have, is because we've deconstructed so much and we haven't really constructed anything to fill the void. Now people are turning to more extreme, often outdated models of meaning, because that's, those are the things that haven't been deconstructed yet.
Philosophy. I famously, when I started YouTube, I was not into philosophy. I thought philosophy was a bunch of hooey. I've over my time on YouTube, I've gained so much more respect for philosophy, because even if you don't understand it, you're acting out a philosophy, some sort of, you're taking in certain implicit axioms that you accept as true. And a lot of that makes up how you behave in the world, whether you know it or not. And so many people don't know it, but I think knowing it, you're going to live a better life if you do understand why you're being motivated to do the types of things that you're doing, and participate in the kinds of communities you're participating in.
Sure, but I don't really think philosophy is going to give you that answer, though.
Maybe we're just disagreeing over the term philosophy.
Well, I think philosophy is useful in terms of if people are trying to make a conscious effort to be consistent or clear or logical in their thinking. It can be very useful, even useful for people trying to learn this, to say, okay, here's a term to describe a way of thinking or a moral set of principles you're trying to follow. To have terms and labels for all these things makes it far more grounded for people to follow and to do. But as we talked about, I don't think I think a lot of people, finding philosophies is ad hoc or post hoc. It's all, after the fact. They're sort of finding philosophies that map onto the personalities or the things they really want to do.
There is a huge component of that where people are still being driven by their moral intuitions, but they're post hoc rationalizing.
I think that completely overrides philosophy.
That's not the type of philosophy I'm talking about.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Obviously, if you're just acting out your moral intuitions, your gut intuitions, and then pulling philosophy along to prove everyone. I mean, the presuppositionalists are the best example of this. Like they're so, and even the moral intuition that they're grounded in is consistency. They want you to maintain consistency because they know we all have a moral intuition that we want to be consistent because it shows us to be truthful, good cooperation partners. Like some people would rather die than be inconsistent. So they use some philosophical framework to say that if you don't believe in Jesus and God, then you're morally inconsistent and therefore so they're basically just using philosophy to pin some
that's the Darth
label
Dawkins
on
model.
You. Yeah, exactly. So, and the consistency, sure, consistency is good, but there are times when consistency is not good. Like the sunk cost fallacy is completely based around our need to be consistent when sometimes, you need to cut your losses and run in the other direction. So you'll be inconsistent, but it'll be a better survival advantage. So, but I guess, I mean, what kind of definition are you using for philosophy? I'm using like a way to conceptualize the world and behavior and life and that kind of
I'm
thing.
thinking more like, when someone comes on there like, Adam, I'm a postmodern neo-realist, factual integrationist. And it's like, what does that mean? It's like, well, that means I believe blah, 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 blah.
Post-structural fictionalist. I think that's what Doomer said.
I mean, like Doomer comes on and says, I'm a post-structural fictionalist, wanka, wanka, wanka. And you're like, oh, okay. That's what I'm thinking you're talking about when you say philosophy.
Well, aside from the completely smug and cringy terms, I mean, when Doomer explained his philosophy to me, I thought, okay, well, that's actually closer to where I am. I mean, they do have these really super.
I like to rag on Doomer. No, the post-structural fictionalist or whatever nonsense it is.
Yeah.
I'm glad there's a term for it.
But most people will never have. Most people will be that way, but not know what the term is.
Right. I'm just saying. My only point is, I'm glad that philosophy exists, that these terms exist. Because it's easier to convey that information to people when there's a term about, a shorthanded term explaining what it is. All I'm saying is I don't think people are like blank slates and then they find the philosophy that makes the most logical sense and then they follow that for their, like, that's what guides their life. I think people have the moral foundations kind of baked into them, or moral intuitions kind of baked into them, and then they just find a philosophy that already matches where they are.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was saying.
Well, the usefulness of philosophy, though, is to be able to communicate those differences and study them in a coherent way, which I think I never really had a lot of respect for, but now I do have much more respect for. Mostly, I didn't have a lot of respect for it because I viewed it the same way that you did, that it was just a bunch of fucking fedora tippers trying to outdo one another on the internet.
Okay.
I'm serious.
I don't imagine it's anything that was planned. It just strikes me that the idea is so prevalent, that utopian thinking is so prevalent, that it might be necessary to develop a psychological mechanism to make its existence safe. I was thinking in some sense
that would be some sort of cultural adaptation, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know if Haidt disagrees with this, but
the same thing about ideas of God.
The utopian thing does seem very baked into people's behavior. I don't think that's a cultural adaptation. I think that is just kind of a biological thing.
Do you know the experiment? And I'm probably going to get this wrong, but the idea will be correct, where they take a bunch of chimpanzees and they put them in like a habitat, and there's like a chair, and the first chimpanzee to get on the chair, they like douse him with water. So it's like very uncomfortable for him. And after that, like no one will go near the chair, but they pull out one chimpanzee and put a new one in. And the new one won't go near the chair because everyone in the room tells them. But they can do this until all the chimpanzees are gone. Like nobody knows what happens when you get on the chair, but no one will go on the chair, right?
Yes. Yeah, I have. Yes, I do not.
Okay.
And wasn't it also like if I thought there was some element where if chimpanzees who didn't experience it tried to get on the chair, the other chimpanzees would like physically and violently try to prevent them from getting on the chair.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So there's a situation like that that I feel has happened through most of my life with things like communism and socialism. Everyone's saying, "No, don't go near the chair, you crazy fucking chimp. Get away from the chair." Right? But I feel like that's kind of worn off a bit. And what he's talking about with the utopian thing, I mean, this is exactly what he's talking about.
That's actually a great comparison because and we've talked about this. This is the problem with crying sheep or crying wolf, I mean. Is that there's that chair, there's the communist chair, and that chair is very dangerous, and you don't want to sit in that chair. When you sit in that chair, tens of millions of people starve and die.
Right. Okay? Yeah.
But the issue is that then a bunch of somewhat dishonest people and somewhat delusional people will then try to take that chair and put it under every other chair that people are sitting in already to try to get them not to sit in the chair.
That's CRT in a nutshell right there. They changed all the chairs out.
Right. So that's what they're doing is that people like, so with CRT, like this is a good example. CRT is like you have a bunch of liberals about to sit down in the chair that says colorblind liberal society. And they're trying to say, no, that's the racist chair. Look. And the CRT people, they put a little like a kid drawn like paper sign over the chair that says racism, like crayon, and they taped it on the chair. And the liberals like, oh, I don't want to sit in the racist chair. Oh, I was so close. Thank you for warning me.
Are there any other chairs available here?
And then you have like the people like me and Adam, and we like look and we're like, wait a minute. And we like lift up this sign. We say, wait a minute. Somebody taped the racist inside the chair. The chair's not actually racist, guys. Listen, look, they tricked us. And they're already too late. They're gone.
They're like, sitting in the communist chair. They're across the room. Well, no, no.
The CRT people have brought out like the new chairs. They're like, these are the chairs. These are the really non-racist chairs. And it says like taped on with a little kid drawing. It says non-racist chair.
But you lift it up and it says communism.
It says commie underneath. They're like, no, what are you doing?
Oh my God. This is the best example. It simplifies it so much for all the CRT people.
I know.
It's like, it's just a chair.
Right. But that was exactly true and that's where the problem with that is because the right did the opposite where they tried to take everything like, any social any welfare program, and they're like, no, that's the communist chair, look, and they taped the communist sign on it. And they
put on the liberal chair, the other people put racist, they put communist, they took the racists off and put communist on that chair.
They put communism all over the liberal chairs. And then the problem is then people get tired because like, wait a minute, you've been warning my parents for 20 30 40 years to not sit in that chair because it's a commie chair. And they finally look under the sticker and they see it's not the commie chair. Right. So they kind of just, unfortunately, they kind of push off in their mind. And whenever anyone says something's a commie chair, their brain just kind of tunes it out.
They're like, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. Yeah. So Jordan Peterson basically wants to build some adaptation like that. He wants to build the utopia chair where people get sprayed.
Yes,
but you got to build that thing.
He's saying Christianity does that. It's the claim. Christianity has successfully done that. Yes, which I don't know if it has.
Yeah,
but
maybe
because, and I don't know what you guys think about this, but it seems to me that it's possible that if there isn't a place in society for something like an ultimate value, then that degenerates down to the political level and starts to contaminate it. So if there is such a thing as a religious instinct, let's say, if it doesn't find its proper place that in abstraction, then you elevate other elements of society to the same level, and then that becomes dangerous.
See, I think both Steven Pinker and Johnathan Haidt heard that as Grandpa talking about how God is the highest value, and that's what he's like.
But that's not what he's
Jesus
saying,
smuggling here.
That's
No,
not what
I
he's saying,
understand
though.
that. I
Yeah.
understand that, but I think that that's what they heard.
He's saying there's a religious instinct, which I imagine they both agree with.
Haidt agrees
That-
with. I don't think Pinker
You don't think
agrees
Pinker
with. I
does?
think
Oh, okay.
Pinker strikes back against that in his response here. We'll find out in a second. But
And all he's saying is that if people are following this religious instinct, and there is this instinct for utopianism, that the religion or the moral philosophy that guides humans will have to somehow figure out a way to have the idea of utopia still be something to strive after, but without being dangerous.
yes,
So
I fully believe that people have a highest value that you can pragmatically call their religion. Like if someone is, has a YouTube channel ragging on religion night and day, they are doing that because they believe the world would be a better place without religion, and that is what's animating their behavior. A lot of religious people, they want to convert you to Christianity because they think Christianity is the best philosophy, and that animates their behavior. A lot of people
but you're kind of
political.
redefining the term religion, I think, in this example.
Yeah, I said practically.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I mean, Vosh is socialism is his religion, is it not?
Right. Well, no, making money and increasing his status.
Capitalism. Are you...
Capitalism and climbing the hierarchy is his religion. Okay,
Right.
Let's be real.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But in the same way that a pastor's religion is Christianity, but we all know we all know where the mega church bucks are going.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what you elevate. If what you're elevating is human well-being, people should be.
See, I told you. He's like, my religion is human well-being. Jordan Peterson, don't you understand?
Healthy and happy and long-lived and educated and safe. That doesn't seem like such a bad moral value to elevate, and it's certainly better than some arbitrary stipulation from some scripture or creed that you can't justify to people who don't believe it antecedently. I mean, the problem with utopia is, among the problems, and I'm not sure, by the way, I'm the least qualified person on earth to talk about Christian theology or eschatology, but it seems to me there's also the notion of the second coming. There's end times, there's heaven on earth. There are notions of utopia that are seem to me not necessarily postponed indefinitely.
Yeah, I totally agree. And there's a lot of religious sects that believe the end of times is like we're living in the end of times. Like a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, here's my question for you, Adam, and for the other Christians in the audience is that because it feels like I know that the evangelicals still talk about it, but it seems like a lot of mainstream Christianity, at least what kind of dissipates to me, doesn't focus on like the second coming so much or the end times. Now, is that true? Did your Christian upbringing focus on that a lot?
Depends upon the sect. And my Christian upbringing did focus on it a lot.
It did.
A lot, yeah.
So to be clear,
yeah.
Not focused on like being a better person so that you go to heaven, but focusing on the fact that like Jesus is going to come back and all, the end times are going to happen and
yeah.
That was focused on a lot.
Jesus comes back and he puts all these evil people around us on the hot poker and we get to enjoy. Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good seeing all these people on the hot poker. Just think of all the people you hate that you want to see on the hot poker.
So you're saying that a lot of this was talked. So this would completely go against everything Jordan Peterson's saying.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
This is why I'm saying there's two aspects to religion. There is the, creating in groups and out groups, and the out group is going to get it. And there is the in group is like, we have to be nice to one another. I mean, that all religions are kind of parochial that way.
Yeah, I guess it's what you said. It depends on the sex, because there's a lot of people in the chat saying yes and a lot of people in the chat saying no. So yeah, I guess it's I'm just curious as to which sect is like more prominent in American society.
Yeah.
Because it seems now, again, this could be a distortion, but from mainstream depictions of Christianity, it seems like the concept of like the second coming was a lot more prominent decades ago and is less prominent now. But maybe that's not the case.
No. Come on.
That's not the case.
That's the whole idea behind Christianity is the second coming.
Right.
Like that's a chief animating philosophy of Christianity is the second coming.
Yeah. There you go. All those reverse cowgirl sex.
What?
Sects.
What does that mean?
Yeah, because it reverses.
You don't have a. I mean, first of all, Jews don't believe that Jesus was the first coming. You're still waiting for the. You're waiting for the.
Well,
first
I don't
coming,
really
right?
follow Judaism, so when you say we or you,
Well, I was
really
under the impression Jewish people believe
Jewish people do
the
not
whole
believe
idea
that,
behind the Messiah coming is the Jewish idea.
Yes, it is, and Jews do not. Yeah, Jews believe. Well, it's weird because like there was kind of this idea that the Messiah would come back and make the world better. But I think kind of what happened, because in at least in my upbringing with Judaism, that is like never talked about ever. It's never talked about, and I think. And I'd be curious to other Jews, maybe Jews that went to more like conservative sects, if they talked about this or not. I think that like that becoming Christianity kind of like stole the concept from Jews, and they don't want to talk about it anymore because they're like, oh, that's a Christian thing now.
They're asking me in the chat if I'm Catholic or Protestant. I'm Protestant. Southern Baptist, I believe, is Protestant. So, but I was raised Southern Baptist. Yeah, hellfire and brimstone. Just oh god, that stuff. That's my.
Sitch is lying about what? I'm talking about I don't know what. I
lying
don't talk
about
about my
upbringing.
experience. As my experience is what like they didn't talk about this being Jews. I don't know what other Jews.
Come
talk
on,
about.
man. This is his lived experience. You can't be lying
It's
about
just
your
my
lived experience. You can't be lying.
But no, I am
about
curious
your lived
if other
experience.
other Jewish sects talked about this, the Messiah, because you're right, that was a Jewish concept originally.
Well, I don't. I'm not sure about Catholics, but I don't think Catholics focus on the second coming as much. So, but I don't know. I was raised Protestant.
There you go.
The problem with Utopia, of course, is that it.
Tinker here does nail it because there is lots of utopian thinking in Christianity. I don't know. It's kind of crazy to think that there's not. The whole idea behind heaven is utopia. They always talk about living apart from God is what hell really is, like being out of the utopia.
It ignores the inherent trade-offs in the human condition, such as that if you can't have complete freedom and complete well-being because people will choose to do things that screw up their lives. So unless you have a totalitarian nanny state, you give people freedom, they're going to do things that will lead to some bad outcomes. We're not all identical, and therefore anything that carries out the vision of some of us is going to be inimical to others. And so that's why a liberal democracy is basically a means for resolving disagreements, not a vision of what life ought to be. There's an inherent trade-off between equality of outcome and equality.
Yeah, so that's a good point. That's James Lindsay always says that. Yep. Liberalism isn't meant to give you your life meaning. It's just it's a system to allow you to choose and find meaning for yourself.
Yeah, it's a system to resolve conflict, which is something that we all deal with. Conflict is a regular part of life. If you don't have a good system to deal with it, life falls apart.
That's what's interesting because you have all these people that want to replace liberalism with some moral system. And so they complain that liberalism doesn't have necessarily a moral component. It does, obviously, because the moral component is that the individual is the most important metric. But that, as you said, it's mostly a conflict, or at least the way it functions is a conflict resolution. I guess moral isn't the meaning. It has morality, but doesn't have necessarily meaning baked into it.
Yeah.
And so they want to replace it with all these systems that have moral meaning baked into them. And then they complain that liberalism doesn't have that. And you're like, well, it's not supposed to. It's a conflict resolution mechanism.
Yeah.
It's a way we can get along without nuking each other, basically.
What do you mean by meaning? Because moral meaning doesn't really work for me. Like I conceptualize moral in this very technical way that I mean you do to a certain extent as well, but meaning I think is the real thing that people are missing. Like they want something that gives them a reason to get out of bed in the morning. Right.
Yeah, but see so there's a reason like when people So like if you said like, hey, Sitch, did you like The Matrix? And I
Mhm.
say, what do I say? Do I say, no, I didn't like The Matrix? Or do I say, no, The Matrix sucks?
Mhm.
Okay, I say The Matrix sucks.
Yeah.
So I like when people have a tendency to ascribe their preferences as having a value judgment already in them. So I'm already value. So
That's
because I'm
good.
not like there's
That's
ego there
good.
because
That's
I'm not
good.
saying
That is
I-
good.
by me saying The Matrix sucks, I'm saying that The Matrix is objectively bad
Yeah.
on some level.
You're creating a
Okay.
moral component to it. You are. You're saying not
Exactly.
only do I think The Matrix is bad, you are obligated to think it's bad.
Right. I'm saying not only do I think The Matrix is bad, The Matrix is bad. And if you don't also think it's bad, then
You're
you
a
have a
bad
problem.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you. Okay. So yeah, we do this so often, and we always ascribe these moral components to basically everything we do.
Yeah.
And so obviously I would say that when something is important is providing meaning to people's life. This is like this could be one of the animating factors for their life. Now, something that important, they're going to ascribe a moral function to it. They're going to say, if you or your society is pushing you towards whatever I think is the meaning of life, then it's a moral society. If it's pushing you away from what I think is the meaning of life, it's an immoral society.
Yeah.
And so a lot of things like communism or fascism, they have the moral component of meaning baked into it. They already have a meaning, with communism, it's we all have to work. The meaning of life is to create a perfectly equal society.
Yeah. Utopia
Okay.
is the meaning.
Right. Right. And with fascism, it's the meaning of life is to create utopia via, going back to our roots or killing the Jews or whatever.
To live and die for my fellow
right.
my fellow nationalists.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so they complain because liberalism doesn't have necessarily the meaning, a motivating meaning, like end game of there's no end game to liberalism, right?
No.
It just is a system.
Yeah.
And so it's funny because often when people argue against liberalism, they try to use it as like a fault, when what Jordan Peterson's been talking about this whole time, you say, no, that's a good thing. You don't want your you don't want your societal system to have necessarily a utopian goal in it, because that always leads down bad paths.
Yeah, you're not going to get everyone on the same page with the same utopia either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because everyone has different visions of utopia and different ways to get there. And so that's why liberalism just functions as the conflict resolution method or system.
Wolfsbane for $4.99 says, "Hey Adam, what's the difference between Southern Baptists and Black Southern Baptists? I grew up BSB and didn't get much of the fire and brimstone." It could be the church that you went to. I mean, different churches obviously have different valences. It could be me. Like, I was just totally obsessed with Revelations and like the end of the world and stuff like that. So, it might be, and also different areas of the country. So, I mean, it could not be a pervasive thing, but I remember that we had some special guest speakers that spoke at my church that were very much about like end of days, and just the church filled up, just packed full of people. They were doing like 3-4 shows a day. It was so good.
Right.
So
right.
that really got a lot of people interested, and I think that sent people down that path. But I mean, I must have been 10 years old at the time. I think it was like in 4th or 5th grade. So very different environment, no social media, no like internet, no.
Yeah, of course.
None of that kind of stuff.
JMac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, asking permission to curse reminds me of when MTIs would be screaming in your face and then tone change and ask very nicely, "Is it okay if I touch you?"
I know. It's so out of place. Exactly. J-Mac gets
That's
it. He totally
hilarious.
gets it.
I didn't even think about that. That's super funny.
He's like, "I'm so angry I want to throw something. Is it okay if I throw something, honey?
Right.
Do you care if I throw this this thing?" It's like, well, what's the point of even throwing it now?
That's funny. Diogenes for $20 says, "Hey y'all, thoughts on transhumanism? And take your time, not only because I'm fascinated by the subject, but because it'll be very important in the near future. Also get Isaac Arthur on. Also read all tomorrow's."
We should do a full stream on transhumanism.
On transhumanism. Yeah, I know Adam is like super duper into transhumanism.
I've read all of Ray Kurzweil's books. Yeah. I've read tons of stuff on transhumanism, and I'm like a believer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like, it's just obviously where we're going to go. I've never really thought or cared about it because I'm like, well, I just think that's just obviously the direction humans will go. I don't know.
I just
don't even focus on it.
I think it's crazy in science fiction movies that they have any biological organism ever get out of a spaceship, because that just seems completely ridiculous to me. Like, obviously they're going to be robots. If we ever have contact with
but it's a movie that has to have it's not going to be very interesting. There's more stakes if it's a person than a robot.
No, I understand. I completely understand. Yeah. But it's still, you're like, not really.
So I do think a lot of, like, right now we think of transhumanism as like, giving yourself robot parts. I do think a lot of transhumanism isn't going to be that. It's going to be genetic, biological manipulation.
Yeah, they'll be both, definitely.
Yeah, they'll be both, but I think I think biological stuff will always end up being mostly superior to robotic stuff until it gets so advanced that they can like transfer your brain and your consciousness into shit.
Yeah.
A-Rog for $50. Thank you so much, A-Rog. Says conflict is created by an ideology that demands adherence and conformity. Religion is just one potential version of that. There are many others. True.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's most ideologies, unfortunately. But yeah, that's very true. Stacking Damage for $20 says fandoms are just tiny, stupid religions. Glad A-Team and S-Class are nothing like that. Thanks for the stream, guys. Thank you, Stacking Damage.
That is not untrue.
It's not untrue.
Quality opportunity or rights. And since we're not all clones, that means that if you just allow people to achieve the most they can, some people will achieve more than others. And there is that trade-off if you don't want to have extremes of inequality. Added to the inevitability that whatever your vision of utopia is going to be, not everyone's going to agree with you. And in order to carry out a scheme that is perfectly laid out on paper, how do you deal with the people who don't get with the program? If you sincerely believe that the people who disagree with you are the only thing standing between the current world and a world that will be infinitely good forever, then you're justified in doing anything possible there to eliminate the ultimate evil, namely your enemies.
Exactly. Well, that's why it seems to be such a hazard, right? Because
Yep.
Utopia, if utopia is perfect and it can be attained, then any means are acceptable to bring it about. And that I can't think of a more profound moral hazard than that.
Yeah, we're all kind of channeling Isaiah Berlin here, but they're good arguments.
Okay. So
I'd like to wait.
Go ahead,
if you don't mind, Jordan.
John,
I'd like to take what Steve just said, which is so sensible. It makes perfect sense. Yes, we need a liberal democracy for all these reasons. But yet somehow it doesn't seem to inspire people the way that a God does. And yes, we could elevate human well-being. Let's all have a religion around human well-being, and we'll do whatever it takes to advance human well-being. Well, I get invited to speak at Christian colleges and Christian associations and podcasts sometimes because even though I'm a center-left atheist Jew, when they read The Righteous Mind, they find it useful and they see that I don't have
based
the usual academic contempt for religion. I actually think religion, at least in the United States, religion on net is a very good thing. And so when I speak to Christian audiences, I often start off by saying, we actually agree on something extremely important, which is that there is a God-shaped hole in everyone's heart. And Pascal didn't say exactly that, but he said something more or less to that effect. And I say, yeah, there is a God-shaped hole in our heart. We just disagree on how it got there. And you think it's there because we long for God and God exists and God fills it. I think I'm a naturalist. I think we evolved to be religious. And I tell that story in The Righteous Mind, how we evolved for sacredness and gods and how gods have evolved culturally. And so I think central to our conversation here, or rather we're having this academic conversation in the context of a country going insane with bad religions. And by bad religions, what I mean is people have found something that fits the hole. And so it's deeply satisfying, but it makes them behave in ways that are incredibly destructive to a liberal democracy. Whereas the older religions at least went through a process of evolution, especially those that made it in a free country like America. They tend to be kind of nice, and so I would bring that perspective.
Okay, so I want to.
That's interesting. Okay, so basically we live in a time of cults right now. We have a bunch of competing cults.
We do, yeah, new religions. Yeah.
We have the woke cults. We got the Trump cults. We have the monarchy cult now. We have all these cults.
I know.
Maybe we should talk about this. So CT is the best gift giver to ever gift gifts.
Oh yeah.
In the history of time.
Lord Sitch.
So CT for Christmas has gotten both me and Adam lordships.
Yes.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. S-Class and A-Team, you are officially under the command of Lord Sitch
and Lord
Adam. Yes.
I guess they sell plots, like 1 by 1 foot plots of land in Scotland, and CT has bought both of us right next to each other. I hope we don't go. I hope we don't start a blood feud over the border.
Yeah, I said I was gonna visit your plot and I was gonna conquer it.
Oh my God! Oh my God! You could so easy. Oh,
so
if you put a Sitch flag in there, I'd have to fly all the way to Scotland to fucking burn that flag.
Oh my God! Can you imagine if I flew to Scotland and put a little Sitch flag on your plot?
On my plot. God damn it! No.
Oh my God! That would be the best thing ever.
No, that would be the worst thing ever. What are you doing?
God. We have to do that immediately. Let me. We should put up real quickly a picture.
I know. I was looking for it.
Yeah.
I was looking for it.
Oh, that's why I couldn't see it. It was an Adobe. It's an Adobe file. Wait a minute. Let me open it. I'll take a screenshot and I'll send it to you.
So you don't sense a little bit of disappointment in Jordan Peterson over how Haidt has completely laid out the naturalistic view of religion here?
Well, I mean, we haven't heard Jordan Peterson's. I stopped it before we got Jordan Peterson's answer.
I know,
but because we had to talk about this lordship. This is more important. Okay. Here, I just sent it to you, so you can put it up. Me and Adam are officially Lords of Glencoe. That's right, Lords of Glencoe. Here's what it says. Whereas Highland titles have set out part of the estate known as Glencloe Woods, Highland Scotland as a scheme of souvenir plots and has caused a common form of conveyance to be prepared. Highland titles has agreed with the Lord for the sale of 1 square foot of Glencoe Wood, Keel Hill, for the purpose of identification. And then it tells us the name of the number of the plot. So there you go. So there it is. Me and Adam are officially Lords of Glencoe.
Look at that. We're neighbors Scotland. Now.
So
we're both Scottish lords and neighbors.
Right.
How
so
cool
there you go,
is
guys.
That?
It's official. CT got this for us because she's amazing. And me and Adam are officially lords. You have to refer to us as my lord from now on.
Yes.
Okay.
We like anyone a lot of bowing and scraping too. A lot of groveling at our heels.
Anyone that says Sitch and Adam without saying my lord Sitch or my lord Adam will be banned immediately from the chat. Banned, excommunicated from the lands of Sitch and Adam.
I do not condone any of this elitist behavior, but you can tell Sitch is loving it.
Last week or whenever the monarch conversation was, I really didn't buy into monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden
but
didn't
now you're feeling
me.
it.
But now that I am an actual monarch, now that I'm a lord, I think this monarchy thing, I think there's a lot to it. I think maybe we should maybe we're too hasty to dismiss monarchy, Adam.
Yeah, lordship. That sounds like that would go good in my Tinder profile.
Now that I'm a lord, I don't know. It all makes sense to me. I feel really different about it.
Here, I'm changing your PSA Sitch to Lord PSA Sitch for you.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is. My lords.
There you go.
Listen, I'm serious. I'm kicking everyone. Everyone that doesn't say Lord, I'm kicking you right now. Okay.
Oh
You're all
my
going to be
God.
banned from the chat.
See, I told you, Aiden. Look at this. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it took no time at all. He's literally been a lord for 2 days. He's already fucking banning people from the chat. Look at this.
There we go.
Look at this. Terrible.
That's right.
Oh,
What
it
the
is,
fuck? I
it
love
is
Monarchy
after
now.
Christmas. Now we can take Doomer's wrench.
That's right. Doomer, where are you? I want to take your wrench away. Doomer said something. Oh no, it's because I went on the Discord and Doomer's name is like fuck Sitch or something. So I'm like, that's it. I'll take your wrench away.
Holy shit. Really? Hilarious.
I was like, how dare you? How dare he?
You can't go too. Doomer is officially my sidekick. You can't go.
Okay.
You can't go too crazy. There's a hierarchy of sidekicks here. So you got.
There you go. Look, thank you, John. John Smith gets the gold
Respect.
star.
Well, what
She
did
says,
John
Lord
Smith say?
Senpai Sitch. Okay.
Oh, look
there
at
it is.
that. There we
All
go.
of you have to refer to me as Lord Senpai Sitch.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Malared.
You should screenshot that. Getting any deference from John Smith is definitely, I mean, that's an achievement.
There you go. No, what are you talking about? She loves me. She just hates you because you suck.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah.
She's
didn't
like
know this?
she's the reverse Doomer.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow, fascinating.
No, see, Doomer has the exact same feelings that John Smith does. Doomer is just a little tsundere about it. He just hides it. He just hides his feelings. He hides his feelings behind 20 levels of irony and sarcasm.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good.
You should see the love letters he DMs me. Oh my God, they're so sweet.
As men, we all have to be very good at hiding our feelings.
That's true.
That's just how society works, guys.
Oh, we're so oppressed.
Sorry.
A comment on that. I mean, one of the things I've been struck by talking to Lomberg and Ridley and Marian Tupy about the idea of human well-being, which is obviously something that anyone sensible would support, is that it is very, very difficult to make it inspiring. And I think there are probably two reasons for that. One is this God-shaped hole that John was talking about seems to perhaps indicates that that ideal that you mentioned, Stephen, needs to be embodied in something like a personality for it to fit properly, rather than for it to be an abstract idea that might be more motivating for people who are highly rational and intellectual. And so,
look at that. The reaction shot is hilarious.
Oh, I missed it. I wasn't looking.
They're like, this Peterson guy.
Wait, let me go back.
He's back to the personalities.
For it to fit properly, rather than for it to be an abstract idea that might be more motivating for people who are highly rational and intellectual.
People are going to think that I disagree with Peterson here just because I'm quipping about how these two hyper, naturalist, rationalist, materialist, whatever you want to call them, are completely unaffected by the argument that Jordan Peterson is making. But I 100% agree with Jordan Peterson. And I, even Sitch and I on this show have talked many times about how we need a unifying narrative that all Americans can buy into, that doesn't people can believe in without walking away feeling like, half the country feels like shit. I just think part of the problem is we're constructing these competing narratives, and part of the appeal of the narrative, part of the appeal of the critical race theory narrative, is that the conservatives walk away feeling like shit. That's the whole purpose of their narrative.
Yes, right.
Which is it's sad. It's fucking sad.
It's sad because it seems like baked into human behavior is not just is this idea that we're going to organize by shitting on someone else.
I know.
That's the main principle. There has to be some villain that we can shit on somewhere, and we want to make them feel bad.
Yeah.
And so I am a little sus of these philosophies that claim to not have that, like CRT, when it's very obviously it does.
Yeah. Yeah. It's sad.
And so
there's the reaction.
So it isn't obvious to me how an ideal of, say, incremental progress towards well-being, which might be regarded as a prime Enlightenment sentiment, can be fashioned in some sense so that it fulfills the psychological requirements that Johnathan was describing.
See, we can do this, Sitch. We know how to make this sexy. I feel like
how we make
they're
this
just
sexy.
not thinking about it enough. Incremental change.
Make it sexy.
Yeah, we'll
Take your shirt off.
I mean, we can find out a way.
Rub the nips.
What are the increments? I mean,
Lick
is
the
it
tomboy abs.
I don't understand. I grew increments, you know, first base, second base, third base. I can work with increments.
That's right. Listen.
Incremental change is good.
Listen, guys. Listen, fellas, okay? When you're with your ladies, okay, or your men, you don't just run straight to home base. You
Yes.
gotta incrementally work your way up there. It's so much
Incrementalism
better,
is
right?
fun. Yeah.
You got to just kind of drag. I was actually thinking about this kind of funny in a completely different context. I was thinking of, you know, how like on Netflix, they just kind of like vomit an entire season of The Witcher out.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of contrasting that to like when Game of Thrones was really popular before it ended and it was like a tragedy. How much hype was generated every week by like the next episode of Game of Thrones.
That's incrementalism right there.
Right. And I was thinking like, oh, you know, when you have these shows that come out all at once, even if you like it, like on one hand, you and we like it because like, yay, we can just watch it whenever we want. We can binge watch it. We can kind of gorge ourselves on watching the show. But then even though you don't really like it, I think you actually feel better about it. You actually appreciate it more when it's like every week and you actually have to like carve out time to watch it when it comes out. Like, and you actually have to make this effort. Like, oh, I like it because it hypes you up. You're like, oh, I'm getting hyped up. You know, there's no hype kind of when like a show just vomits its entire thing on you at once.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's your incrementalism. It's way sexier.
Yeah, we gotta just figure. It's a problem to be solved, but the creative types, the writer types, the narrative types are the ones to be solving it. Yeah, we just need to start our own religion.
So I have another, if I can allude to another cheeky passage toward the end of Enlightenment now, I say, well, do we need to have men in colored shirts saluting posters of John Stuart Mill and secular humanist preachers rolling back their eyes and pounding a copy of Spinoza's Ethics on the pulpit?
Hear, hear.
So, well,
I think you kind of do, honestly.
You do. I know. That's why I'm like,
do.
you're making fun of Jordan, but Jordan is completely right here.
I think he's totally well. He's not making fun of him. He's asking, do we need this or not? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, but I think to him the answer is no. I think Steven Pinker is using Steven Pinker's implicit attitude here is basically saying, of course we don't. That's what the dumb religious people do. He's like, we're above that. We're the academics. Come on. We're the technocrats. We don't need that. Yeah, but the question is,
if you're going to build a society around this, there's always going to be there's always going to be those people that need that or that appeals to them for whatever reason.
Yeah, but Steven Pinker believes in a world where those people we can educate those people out of that desire.
That's not real.
Yeah, of course. Real. It's a fantasy world. He's the utopian. Like, come on, what are we talking about here? We're the pragmatists.
We do. Yeah. But on the other hand,
he said maybe we do. See, there you go. Maybe we do, Adam.
Stuart Mill and
listen to what he and I want to point out what he says right after the maybe we do. I believe it's something to the effect of maybe we do. I, for one, don't think we do.
Okay, maybe you're right.
And secular humanist preachers rolling back their eyes and pounding a copy of Spinoza's Ethics on the pulpit.
Hear, hear.
So, well, maybe we do. Yeah. But on the other hand, and I find there's some irony in here, me defending the plasticity of human belief and values, given that I'm a pretty staunch advocate of the concept of human nature. But what fills that God-shaped hole is it's pretty variable. I mean, it was certainly, there's nothing in human nature that says that it had to be filled with the notion that if you accept that, a guy who was.
So what happened is super, super interesting, because you might have missed it.
He changed the topic.
No, he didn't change the topic. So Steven Pinker is very well known for writing his book, The Blank Slate.
Yes.
Which is all about how humans are not a blank slate.
Right.
And how a lot of this stuff is hardwired into us. So he doesn't, and maybe this is his anti-theism. I haven't read enough of his work to know this. So he gets into this weird spot where he doesn't want it seems like, Steven Pinker doesn't want there to be a God-shaped hole ingrained in people because he doesn't want people to have religion.
He doesn't want it filled with God.
Right. But as he's making the argument, he realizes that this would go counter to one of his most famously public beliefs that humans are not blank slates.
Right.
So that there is some hole there. So now he's trying to sort of weave away without contradicting himself about how there's a God-shaped hole in people, but maybe it's not a God-shaped hole. Maybe it's just a meaning-shaped hole. I assume that's the direction he's going.
And well, no, he's thinking you can fill it with like Enlightenment rationalism, which
Right.
I don't think you can.
Well, but maybe, well, no, you could, but
If you made it
still
sexy.
Right. And when you say sexy, was that it still has, there's like, I think he uses the examples, people wearing colorful shirts looking at Stuart Mill posters or banging their, philosophy books on the table. Those aesthetics, I think, are baked into those personalities or those people. And I think you could replace that quote God-shaped hole with anything, but it's still going to be like the way it will manifest will always be this kind of religious fervor. That's just the way it's always going to manifest. Doesn't matter what you put there.
Right. So much of that religious fervor is caught up in the fact that we're right and they're wrong, though.
Right. And but this is John McWhorter's position, and that's why he talks about woke being the new religion.
Yeah.
And it is
specifically.
It is filling that God-shaped hole, and it is completely manifesting in a very religious fashion, even if they're not aware of it.
Nailed to a cross 2,000 years ago, died for your sins, and the foremost of which was when Adam and Eve, ate from the fruit of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. I mean, that's not an intuitive idea. That was an idea that we had to have acquired. We also know that despite the prevalence of religion, fruit of a guy who was that God-shaped hole is it's pretty variable. I mean, it was certainly, there's nothing in human nature that says that it had to be filled with the notion that if you accept that a guy who was nailed to a cross 2,000 years ago died for your sins, and the foremost of which was when Adam and Eve ate from the fruit of
the variability is the social constructionist model.
Well,
the fruit of the tree.
Right. We agree. The variability is that we can create different social constructs to fill that hole.
Sure. But well, let me let him continue.
Knowledge. I mean, that's not an intuitive idea. That was an idea that we had to have acquired. We also know that despite the prevalence of religious belief, there's an awful lot of.
Okay, so because I would kind of disagree with him here, and I don't know. I feel like I don't remember if Peterson pushes back here, because if you look at something like the Garden of Eden, like the specific. Actually, I don't even know if I'd agree with that. I think the Garden of Eden story is very intuitive. Now, maybe I'm just committing a post hoc rationalization here. So let me know. But because if you look at the Garden of Eden story, is like this is a metaphor for growing up, right? You're a child. You're under the care of a parent. You don't have responsibilities. Unless you're living in poverty, your parents are giving you things. So you're like in your garden of paradise. You're not working to get things. You're just given them by your parents. And then what happens in the Garden of Eden story? You start to rebel against your parents, right? God tells them not to eat from the tree. They do anyway. This is perfectly matches onto how when kids start becoming teenagers, they rebel against their parents.
They do.
And this is totally biological, totally because it's that animal instinct that you want to go out and start your own tribe somewhere else. Okay. And you want to rebel and be in a way that the way that you kind of define yourself as being an adult is by the fact that you don't have to listen to what the other adults tell you have to do.
Exactly.
And that's what the Garden of Eden is. So they go off and they do the thing God tells them not to do. And what is it? They realize that they're naked. Okay. And what is the perfect metaphor for going through puberty, but then to suddenly become attracted to the, opposite or same sex and realize the power or attractiveness of your nudity.
Yeah.
And then they go off and they fuck, and then God kicks them out. And what happens when God kicks them out of?
I don't remember the fucking
no, they don't
part
fuck,
in the.
Right. I'd say it's implied, but God kicks them out of the forest of Eden, the Garden of Eden. And what does God say? He says, okay, women, your punishment is adulthood. You're now going to have to give birth, and it's going to be painful. Okay.
Yeah.
And men, what is your punishment? Your punishment is adulthood. You're going to have to go get a fucking job and provide for your family.
Yeah.
And so to me, I would completely push back and say, like, the entire Garden of Eden story is 1000%, in my opinion, intuitive.
I agree.
Completely intuitive.
I totally agree. That's why it's stuck around.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you could make the argument that the intuitive aspect is not that, but the idea that the sin of Adam is then passed down through all human beings for all history until Jesus dies for our sins. And maybe that's what he's referring to. I don't know. But
Yeah.
and even that, I would still say that's intuitive, because people look around at the world as being harsh and bad. And if God is good, then they say, well, why would a good God subject us to this harshness? And so it does make sense, I think, intuitively, to then say, oh, we must have committed some sin, for this is punishment for something.
Progressives hate the original sin aspect of it, but I fully believe the original sin gets the human psychology right. I think that we're definitely predisposed to be selfish, greedy bastards, and that like culture is what changes us.
There's two sides of that. I agree with you completely. That's correct. The flip side problem is that the concept of original sin is so often used to weaponize, to subjugate and torture and kill other people.
Oh yeah, because they're sinners and it gives you an out. Yeah, that's
right.
true.
They are different from us. They are the original sinners. I mean, this was a lot of, the justification for slavery was like, oh, black people are the descendants of Ham or something, marked by God for looking at Noah when he was naked.
Yeah, I don't condone that shit.
Right. No, but so I'm saying, like, so that's the problem. All these concepts, they have good attributes and then they have negative attributes, because people always take them to the extreme, levels.
Trade-offs. It's all about the trade-offs.
The world's population that does not believe in any deity. The population of China, for example, a large proportion of the.
Look at him simping for China here. Wow.
I don't think he's simping for China.
He's like, there's a large population that doesn't believe in God, and they have no guilty feelings when they commit genocide against other people. It's like, is that a good thing? I don't know. I don't know that it is.
Monkey Man 04 for $5 says, I am not worthy, my Lord Sitch.
Oh my God.
Thank you. There you go. That's exactly the way it should be. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Look at this. Thank you. I see all the lords in chat. Thank
Sitch.
you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, have you ever heard, this thing called humility? Have you ever heard about Sitch is like, what's that?
What? Humility?
Population
I don't know what you're talking about.
In the United States, millennials and Gen Zs have some vague notion of spiritual but not religious, but they're falling in droves away from specific
from formal religions, but that makes them more vulnerable to these new political religions.
Well, indeed. No,
look at that, Sitch. Look at Haidt clapping in here. Like, yeah, Pinker, wake up.
And I agree, but the thing is that those aren't specifically.
I mean, Pinker's aware. He's up on the woke issue. I mean,
he is up on the woke issue, but Pinker played such a giant role in the rise of the anti-theists and the Four Horsemen and Sam Harris and that entire crowd that it would be painful for him to say, oh, I was partially responsible for all of this woke stuff because I'm the one that took away the thing that was working. He would never be able to say that. Johnathan Haidt, there's videos of Haidt going after Sam Harris, listen, you're being a maniac, Sam Harris. What you're doing is going to end up in a catastrophe. And years later, guess who was right? Was it Sam Harris? No, it was Johnathan Haidt.
Right. No, I agree to that to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't throw the blame at the foot of like the Dawkins or the Pinkers even the anti-theists of the world, because we've talked about this a million times.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun to talk about and think that all these philosophizers and ideologues are really what's pushing the culture, but at the end of the day, it's really material conditions. Okay, and we had in the 60s. Because of the war in Vietnam and because of the civil rights movement, we had an entire generation lose faith in all its institutions and in its government and in its history and in its country. And that's what kind of bred the hippie movement, which is what allowed a lot of the leftism, neo-Marxism to start to seep into the country. And that was all for material conditions, some conditions that were completely justified to be upset about, like, being drafted and shit like that, and black people being subjugated. And when you look at the resurgence of that now again today, I would think it's more of the material conditions of you had a lot of these people kind of in colleges banging away at this for a long periods of time. And finally now when the housing crash happened and people lost faith in their American institutions on both the left and the right, this allowed the infiltrators to suddenly grab those little hooks, all those little hooks, the people that now that people have lost faith in America, now they're looking for something else to have faith in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those material conditions were far more reliable, or not reliable, far more the purpose, the reason why we have woke shit now and neo-Marxism now, as opposed to, well, all the anti-theists trying to get people to throw away God.
When I'm talking about material conditions, I'm talking about economic conditions. I'm talking about economic strife. Are you
That's what I'm saying. The
that
housing crash was the material condition.
Are you saying that economic strife has led to wokeism? Because I don't know that I buy into that. Because
I'm saying that the housing crash, the material condition of the housing crash,
uh-huh.
and then the fact that that the system was A, never fixed,
uh-huh.
and then B, that nobody ever got in trouble. No one was ever really arrested or blamed for the housing crash, even though we knew that it was these dirty, corrupt, Wall Street banks. That's what got people to lose faith in America, in the idea of America.
Were there material conditions notably?
Okay, when I use the term material condition, I just mean like there was a physical condition that motivated behavior. That's all I'm saying.
I think technically, and the only reason I'm making this distinction is because the distinction that I normally make, I think what you're saying falls on the philosophy line. I say people's behavior can be animated by either philosophy or material conditions. And when I'm talking about material conditions, I'm really talking about economic conditions, like how much power they have in their daily lives because of their economic conditions.
Yeah, but I don't understand what the disagreement is, because I think we're saying the same thing. You're just using different words. Because I'm saying that the material condition of the housing crash.
I don't necessarily know that you can trace the housing crash. I perceive of wokeness as like these luxury beliefs that people who have excellent material conditions are really using as a way to view their material conditions as lesser than they really are, which is antithetical, I think, to what you're saying. You're basically saying that their material conditions were made substantially less, and therefore they turned to wokeism to.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
we're just using the term material. We're using the term material conditions
differently. Yeah, that's why
yes.
I wanted to.
Yeah, I just mean there are physical conditions that happen to people, and then that changes their behavior, their philosophy, because of a physical change in the world that impacted them. Usually something economic or something that's not
totally.
Non-political. Physical change occurs to them.
Right. This is like even in the police reform movement, they're conceptualizing their material conditions in a certain way. Like police, they see all police as racist, just wanting to do harm to black people, right? That's the conditions on the ground. Like if that was the case and those material conditions were true, which I doubt that they are, or definitely not to the extent they're claiming them to be, that would be a much different situation. Like voting would probably really escalate. Those people would be like,
sure,
they would have a much bigger grief. But also, I mean, the idea that this is a true state of the world, even if it isn't true, can also affect your psychology. But it's not. It's like the difference is the philosophy versus the actual conditions.
The only thing I wanted, the base point here that I think you agree with is that I think too often people talk about philosophical or cultural changes as if like there's a thought leader somewhere who is, or a school of thought that is kind of like changing everyone's mind.
Yes.
And that the ideology, just changes everyone's mind. And I don't think that's really the way it works. I think what happens is that there's always these ideologues on all ends of the extreme spectrums that are always trying to pull and suck more people into their ideology. And as long as the material conditions are stable, people are kind of resistant to the more extreme ideologies.
I
and
agree.
It's only once the material conditions deteriorate,
I got you.
Whether those material conditions be economic or simply even the philosophical material conditions, even though it seems like contradictory, of the environment deteriorate, then suddenly people start getting sucked into these extreme avenues that always existed but just were never popular.
And I do wonder about that often, because the turn to capitalism could be related to people not having the same kind of economic opportunities that they once had. Like if you're if the material conditions decline to the point where people are having trouble finding jobs or paying their rent or even finding places to live, like how bad it gets really relates to the kind of environment that fosters something like a belief that capitalism is evil. What you're also talking about, the person coming along, and this is the idea of manufacturing consent that people on the left are always talking about, which I don't. There is a certain amount of that does happen, but the material conditions are definitely like the base below that.
Yeah, those people exist. I'm just saying that it's wrong to think like, oh, I think it's wrong to think like, oh, once the right person comes along, they'll change everyone's mind. I'm like, well, it's a combination of the right person is always there. It's just the material conditions change to allow them to become the right person.
Up. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, to rise their voice to rise up. Like Jordan Peterson has always been around, but just once the conditions kind of created the situation where what he was saying became more important, more relevant, suddenly he gains, fame.
Yeah.
Specifically, they're not literally religious in the sense that they think it's the supernatural or theological. They're crummy moral systems. And so it does leave open the possibility of having a not so crummy moral system.
But the essential element, I think, is that it unites a group against other groups.
Yeah.
So human well-being wouldn't do it, but fighting white supremacy or fighting CRT or the communists or the fascists or whatever. So I think you can't just put anything in there. I'm a Durkheimian, and so I think a good religion, anything that's going to fit in the whole, and by good, I don't mean good for society, I just mean something that'll make a good fit, is going to have to be one that has a group bonding function for us to come together to fight something else.
So let me ask you about that. So you just made the case, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, or we seem to agree on the case that because of this absence of a higher value, whatever it happens to be, that's fallen down into the political domain, and then the quasi-religious impulses that are infiltrating the political domain tend to pit one side against another. So you get a good versus evil narrative emerge. But the problem with the good versus evil narrative is that the evil is embodied in some other group and the good is embodied in your group. So one of the things I've been thinking through is that, in sophisticated literature, you don't have good guys and bad guys. You have good guys and bad guys in the same soul. And
that's the Solzhenitsyn quote. Yes.
Right. Exactly. And you see that in sophisticated literature. Everyone knows that. So here's a thought. So if you don't have a abstract religious system that insists that the dividing line between good and evil is to be fought inside your own soul, so to speak, then it degenerates one step into a battle between good and evil in the outside world, with evil being conveniently located somewhere else. So, one of the things I think that Christianity did bring the world, and it had its roots in Jewish thinking as well, was that the greatest of evils was to be found within, not without. And maybe that's one way of protecting society from this schismatic tendency that we see reemerging. Let me give you an example, okay? Yeah. I'll just go through this very quickly. So, in the book of Genesis, in the story of Adam and Eve, you have evil located as a snake, right? So it's a predator. It's the predator in the garden, and predatory snakes were hell on primates. So there's plenty of evolutionary reason for that.
There you go. I didn't even think about that. There you go. There's your instinct.
Same with the fall of man.
Right.
Falling probably killed more of our primate.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, the fall, literally, because monkeys would fall out of trees. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
It's been killing our kind for millennia.
Well, and also, holy shit, this is I can't believe I never conceptualized this. This is so obvious now. Okay. Maybe that's part of like, so if you're a monkey or some kinds of monkeys, and you're worried about predators, you escape to the trees. The trees are safety and the ground is danger level.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So literally man's fall is just nostalgia. It's man falling from the treetops to live on the ground with all the dangerous things.
Yeah.
And that's why, oh my God, and heaven is up because we want to go back to the treetops. We don't want to go back to being monkeys again.
This is why my phantom monkey tail goes crazy whenever I'm high up on a building. It's like
it's hilarious.
It's like I have a third arm that's reaching out to grab onto something.
We have like a genetic nostalgia that we've all been seeking up. You know, we think heaven's above us, but it's really just a natural instinct to want to be up in the treetops again.
Safety and security. Safety is up, danger is down. Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
That's every primate history.
Oh my God. I am like, this is why I want there to be aliens. Okay. Imagine if we found intelligent life somewhere and they evolved from like mole creatures.
Yeah, I know. It's
where
completely reversed. I was thinking
it's completely
the same
reversed.
Thing.
And I'm very curious. Like, how interesting would that be if that society, like all their conceptions of heaven are like underneath them and all the bad stuff is above them? How insane would that be?
We have to get down to the utopia.
Yeah.
Exactly. We have
if
to
we
get
could
away
just
from
drill
this.
past the core, we can finally get to utopia.
Yeah, exactly.
That's hilarious.
But then you can imagine, so there's an insistence in Judeo-Christian thinking that the snake in the garden is Satan, which is a very odd idea. I tried to think that through. I thought, okay, snake as predator, other person as predator, group as predator, soul, inside your soul as predator. It's increasing psychologization of the idea of predator because, you know, when we were animals, like other animals, we were preyed upon by straightforward predators and then by other people and then by other individuals. But then we figured out that that battle was within. And if it isn't occurring within, then is it necessary that it is transferred to something that's occurring without?
I really like your point about how believing in a...
What's the brow? What's the brow?
He's so struggling. He's like, I gotta say something nice here, but I'm lost. I'm lost with where this conversation is going. I mean, do you disagree? I mean, what's Jordan really fishing for here?
Well, let's go back. I was typing something, so I wasn't super.
What?
Sorry.
You're super chatting now?
No. I was trying to keep. I was like, we got to put the monkey heaven as a clip. So I was writing the time code.
You're doing CT's job now. Come on.
Yeah, I was like, okay, let's try to make it better. Let's go back.
Original.
Necessary, and it's in snake as predator. So there's an insistence in Judeo-Christian thinking that the snake in the garden is Satan, which is a very odd idea. I tried to think that through. I thought, okay, snake as predator, other person as predator, group as predator, soul, inside your soul as predator. It's increasing psychologization of the idea of predator because, you know, when we were animals, like other animals, we were preyed upon by straightforward predators and then by other people and then by other individuals. But then we figured out that that battle was within. And if it isn't occurring within, then is it necessary that it is transferred to something that's occurring without?
Okay. So I understand what you're saying.
I really like your point about...
What's the question? I understand what you're saying. He's saying that because
he's saying that moving the struggle to within the individual was a better way of conceptualizing the struggle. Right.
And
but
what he's saying before,
okay,
right. And what he's saying before that is saying that the concept of viewing others as sinful, like as inherently evil, okay, as like being satanic forces, is that this is based off of the predator prey evolved function.
Sitch is struggling.
And no, I'm just trying to think of how to word this. It evolved from the predator prey way that humans would look at things. So we look at the snake as the predator. And so therefore, when we become a little bit more evolved, we start to assign like a moral, spiritual value to the predator. The predator is no longer like necessarily just a mindless animal. Like it's now some inherently evil force. And now there's an inherently evil force. So then it's very easy
Within
for humans
us.
to project that. Yes. But now it's very easy for humans to project that onto other humans.
Sure.
And say, oh, that tribe on the other side of the valley that's fucking with us, they are, you know, they're the prey, they're the predators. They're the inherently sinful, evil creature. And so Jordan's saying it's better that we have now sort of conceptualized that struggle as being a struggle within, to realize that we all have the predator mentality within us, as opposed to just projecting onto everyone around us that are our enemies.
Yeah. It's impossible for it to be within us.
Right.
I still don't understand why he's bringing it up in the context of this conversation, but I mean,
well, I think because he keeps trying to bring it back to the fact, he's trying to focus the conversation on the fact that religion, and specifically Christianity, has sort of taken a lot of these, has taken the role of what you were saying, this kind of like offloading productive behaviors onto culture, and that religion has served this function.
Right. And getting rid of it is getting rid of all those positive behaviors that we still want in a society that we need to put in there somewhere, but how do we do it? Now it's a big mystery.
Well, this is a very interesting conversation because this is the close, because like when I listened to this before, I kind of just lit like I was doing other things. This is the first time I've listened to it.
You're doing other things
closely.
now.
No, but I mean, like, this is the closest I've ever listened to this conversation. And it's interesting because it's a great conversation, but also if you listen very closely, you realize, as is true with many conversations, or maybe all conversations, each person has coming to this conversation with
different
a point
goals
they want to make that's different.
Giantly different goals.
Right.
Yeah.
So when each person talks, they're not just responding to the other person. They keep trying to bring it to whatever their directional point is.
There's like push and pull going on in this conversation.
It's interesting. It's just a conversation.
All these guys perceive of themselves as equal in status, definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
Tim the Ancient for $20 says, I'm a Christian and I really appreciate it when skeptics like yourself approach it with fairness and not hostility. Also, people in Christian circles are all convinced Jordan Peterson is on the verge of converting. What you say, guys. So me and Adam have had this debate.
Yes.
Or did we agree? Well, oh yeah, no, because Adam says that he thinks Jordan Peterson is a secret atheist, and I said I think Jordan Peterson is a secret New Ager. So I think that's where we ended the conversation.
I used to believe that Jordan Peterson was a secret atheist, and then he had his health issues. And I now think those health issues have really brought him back to the believer side. And I do think, I do think Jordan Peterson at any moment could drop a video titled Jesus is Lord.
Yeah. Well, I think Jordan Peterson always believed in something intangible or etherical, because like the way he would talk about certain concepts and connections throughout human history, it just seemed like he had a very spiritual way of talking about them. So I think he always believed in something. I don't necessarily know if it was Christianity, but I think you could be right with the hell stuff. Maybe he's found Jesus. We'll see.
We have had a discussion too. I can't remember if it was on the other show where we were talking about this, but one of the appeals that I think Jordan Peterson has is Jordan Peterson really talks in a materialist, naturalist framework that a lot of religious people don't like. They're against
not that they don't like, they
materialism.
just don't do intuitively.
Well, I think they're against materialism. They view materialism as anti-God, anti-miracle. They really see it as something benevolent, or not benevolent, but something caustic to their ideology. They're really against it. I mean, I've seen them really tear into people for being materialists.
I guess you're right. And so it's interesting because what they're doing is, since they're against materialism, when they're preaching or persuading, they're not doing it in materialistic terms whatsoever.
No.
So if you're a materialistic person, you find
you
what they're
notice
saying
it.
completely unpersuasive.
Right. So, and I made this case with Jordan Peterson that Jordan Peterson, well, I don't believe Jordan Peterson is a materialist. I believe Jordan Peterson believes in the supernatural. He's always very careful to articulate things in a way that is persuasive to materialists that I don't think people who aren't materialists perceive as much. But I perceive it. I'm sure you
Right.
perceive it too, Sitch.
Yes. Yes. Well, we're like dirty materialists for the most part.
We are,
so.
yeah, exactly. So, but when Jordan Peterson in this talk, I mean, he's getting close to the line here for me a little bit. And I think even in the other talk where we had on my channel, where I was just, I mean, people in the comments were like, Adam is anti-Jordan Peterson now.
I know.
They thought I was
Why being so
completely-
hard on the guy?
Well, I'm glad we had that talk over there first, because now I at least know to be somewhat sensitive to that. Because, I mean, in all respect to the super chatter who said, you know, I believe religion. I think it's insane that anti-theists don't believe religion serves some sort of beneficial function in society, because it wouldn't be here if it didn't. Like,
Right.
their position is completely contradictory to their position on evolution. Like, evolution serves a purpose, otherwise the behavior or adaptation no longer exists. Evolution is vicious in weeding out behaviors
they
that
could
are
make
not
the
useful.
argument that because humans have, like, a lot of humans haven't evolved to live in society we live in for the last 10,000 years.
Mhm.
So they can make the argument that, yeah, like religion was evolved because it was useful to humans when we were hunter-gatherers for a million years, but that's not useful anymore.
They do make that argument, and I think
Okay,
that
so I'm saying,
argument
but
is
it's not like
ridiculous.
a contradictory. I disagree with that argument, but I'm
Yeah.
saying it's not an unscientific or contradictory argument against evolution.
Well, if you want to make that argument, you have to go to Stephen Asma's book, and you have to refute all the things all the arguments that he makes in that book for how religion helps us in all these different ways. I mean, you need to go through and start refuting some of those arguments if you want to make the argument that we no longer need it. If that's the thing, like, if you want to make the argument that the woman, I told the story of the woman who her son was murdered and her two kids thought, you know, our mom's falling apart, we're
Right,
all going
right.
to die here. If you want to make the argument that religion is no longer useful in that situation, I think that's a tough argument to make.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
Yeah.
One Quim for $50. Thank you so much, One Quim. Says, sorry for sounding like a broken record, but Isaac Arthur has a series called Post-Scarcity Civilizations, where he talks about practicalities of achieving post-scarcity and thoughts on living in such a society. Yeah, I haven't listened to the post-scarcity ones. I've only been listening to like the alien the Fermi paradox ones, which I like a lot. So yeah, I'll check his content's really good.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Isaac Arthur. Yeah, I would highly recommend it.
Great stuff. I rang the bell. I swear.
I don't ring anyone's bell, but that's
Oh,
fine.
really?
Except for yours, Adam. Oh yeah.
Why, thank you.
Sword and Scale for $20 says, is Sitch hideously grotesque? Why is he hidden in his Midwestern lair? Why do you think I'm from the Midwest? That's interesting.
Sitch is famously Florida man. So
Yes, I'm also famously beautiful. That's the thing.
yeah.
If I come on camera, everyone will know how beautiful I am.
Yeah.
And then they won't
terrible.
take me seriously because they'll think I'm just like a dumb hunk of meat.
'Cause
So
the
all
email
essentially
box
objectify
will
me.
fill up. It'll be like
Yes.
a huge headache for
Right.
all of us.
You'll all just start objectifying me, thinking I'm just too smart. I'm too beautiful to be intelligent and smart. Okay.
I mean,
This soundbite is going to come back to haunt me one day. Just watch.
people being anonymous on the internet seems like more the norm than not being anonymous. But I must admit, the reason that because I used to be anonymous too, the reason that I went on camera was because I wanted to talk to more people. And it's difficult.
More serious people.
Yeah, it's difficult to reach out and
Sure.
and say, hey, you want to have a
when you're a
conversation?
cartoon character.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, I've talked to like Warren Mosler, and it would be difficult to do that if I was fully
Yes.
anonymous. I mean, even just having the name. I mean, when I reach out to people, I usually use my real name. So
I don't have a Midwestern accent. A Midwestern accent is like, don't you know?
is
Right?
that Canadian?
Or is that no, like from Fargo?
I'm from Nova Scotia.
From like Fargo, like you could put him in the wood chipper,
I'm from Nova Scotia.
right? That's Midwestern.
Drinking my Moosehead beer.
I have a non-distinct metropolitan accent, basically.
Non-distinct.
Thank you, Aiden Paladin says himbo Sitch. True. Very true.
I have seen Sitch's mortal form. Yes. He's like a cross between like Brad Pitt and Ryan Gosling.
See, we're going to hype this up so much that I can never have a face reveal because it's so hyped.
I know. He's like a cross between, he's like 7 foot tall and a cross between Ryan Gosling and Brad Pitt. Yeah. Rippling washboard abs. I could only tell because he was wearing this super tight pink tank top.
There's an argument in the Discord we'll talk about later about whether Ryan Reynolds is attractive or not.
Oh, I
Apparently,
know.
straight men think he's attractive, and women and non-gay and gay men think he's not attractive, which is interesting. But
really,
we'll talk about that later.
Oh.
At least that's the theory.
How leaving an original.
You think he's attractive?
I think he's attractive. Yeah, but I
caught you. It was a trap. We knew you were gay, Adam. Got him.
You just said gay men don't think he's attractive.
I know it was a trick. I tricked you.
Now you know I'm not
I always
gay.
knew you were gay.
No, I'm the opposite.
How dare you say a man's attractive? Gay.
Oh, okay, I got you. That's how you tricked me. That's how you tricked me. Have you seen Ryan Reynolds' girlfriend? That's how I know he's attractive.
No, who's he dating?
I don't know, but she's you don't
hot. Even know. You're just guessing.
You know she's hot. Come on.
Let's see.
Ryan Reynolds dating like a 4. Come on, let's be realistic.
Well, he did marry Scarlett Johansson.
Well, there you have it. What? Fuck off already. Of course.
And Blake Lively. I don't know who that is.
Blake Lively, really?
She's hot. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, she is. Hold on. We're having a very we need to
yeah, what?
we're both looking up Blake Lively.
I'll look at the chat calling you gay.
Oh, funny. Come on, we're having a very intellectual discussion here. We can't devolve.
I think that our intellectual conversation was ruined by me going gay.
We can't devolve into. We can't fall down into the profane here.
Sin
that it is transferred to something that's occurring without.
See, and he has this mic drop thing at the end that he does. He's kind of like Johnathan Haidt's supposed to go, aha, but Johnathan Haidt's like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Battle was within.
Stop rewinding it.
And if it isn't occurring within, then
stop rewinding it.
I want to see the mic drop.
We've heard this like 6 times already.
Necessary
so
that
boring.
It is transferred to something that's occurring without.
Look at this.
Mic drop.
Like mic drop. Now watch the response here. Oh my God, it's so good.
Not very convinced of the mic drop. Yes.
He's like, what the fuck, Jordan? I told you.
I think we're reading into this too much. I think he's just like, yeah.
Haidt is like, listen, Jordan.
I told you this too much.
No more doing LSD before our time.
We're reading into this too much. We're being too unkind.
Right now, Johnathan Haidt is like, okay, I gotta find something in here that I can grab onto. Here it goes. Don't pause it, okay? Let Johnathan speak.
Yes.
I really like your point about how believing in original sin or that the battle is within makes you less susceptible to a simplistic we're good, they're evil narrative. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of Amanda Ripley, who wrote this amazing essay called Complicating the Narrative. And it's about how journalists, reporters, if don't report like, well, this side says this and this side says that, don't just report the two sides. That simplifies the narrative in a sense. Rather, show splits within each side and show that the story is really complicated. And that kind of stops people in their rush to judgment and mob action and makes them think, which of course is what great literature does too. And that also helps explain what I think is particularly attractive to me in Christianity, or at least in some of the Christians that I know, is that they really make a virtue of humility in a way that.
Thank you, Sitch. You need to learn how to make a virtue of humility, for heaven's sakes.
He hasn't disagreed with what he didn't disagree with anything Peterson said at all.
No, of course.
Yeah, okay. Totally. You're making it like he's like, oh, fuck you, Jordan. But no, he agrees completely.
No, it's good. Good stuff.
Well, Jews, at least American Jews, don't seem to.
Wait, what did he just say?
Did you get that? Listen, this
stops people in their rush to judge.
Guys, This is the perfect metaphor for the show right here.
Let's see. Wait.
Listen, you got 18 Christians over here. You got S-class Jews. here's how.
You're just jealous you're not the chosen people, okay?
See, humility on the 18.
S-class stands for chosen, okay? If you think about it, an S is just two C's, okay?
Oh my God. You're totally making Jonathan's point here.
Judgment and mob action and makes them think, which of course is what great literature does too. And that also helps explain what I think is particularly attractive to me in Christianity, or at least in some of the Christians that I know, is that they really make a virtue of humility in a way that, well, Jews don't, at least American Jews don't seem to.
Lord Sitch, will
That's
you
true.
respond, Lord Sitch? Lord Sitch, may we trouble you for a little, just a tiny little response?
Listen, it's good to be the king. What can I say?
That's hilarious.
That's interesting.
But-
Actually, I think there's actually an interesting reason for that, which is here, and actually maybe this completely explains woke stuff too.
Mhm.
Why, if your philosophy is one based on victimization,
Mhm.
why would you it can't also be
Oh,
based
you
on
can't be
humility, right?
humble. Yeah,
You
of
can't
course.
be humble. You can only be humble
That's
if you view
awesome.
that you have power.
That's awesome.
Okay.
That is so awesome. That is so true. That is so true. Yes. If you're literally the victim, humility is tough to find.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can see why lots of I mean, I don't know every person's Jewish experience. I can see why lots of Jews, if there's an over focus on the Holocaust, there's no room for humility because you
Yes.
cast yourself as a
Yeah.
victim.
Yes. Of
Now,
course.
My temple was super hippy dippy, new agey,
Mm-hmm.
because that's my mom. It's just like she's imparted it all to me, and so they had all the be humble and grateful for all the little things in your life that you overlook, blah 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 blah. So that wasn't really my experience, but I can maybe understand how that could be other Jewish people's experience.
Yeah. Relating it to feeling victimized, I think is brilliant. That's totally right on the money. I never thought of it that way. But yeah, if you do see yourself as oppressed, humility is going to be hard to come by.
Yeah,
Yeah. The smug and oppressed.
that's smug and oppressed. That's perfect.
That nothing
perfect.
describes the woke better than smug.
The smug and oppressed, right?
The idea that we are all flawed, don't be so sure of yourself, judge not lest ye be judged. I sometimes join a group of evangelical preachers, actually brought together by Johnathan Haidt, another Jewish atheist, but with a bunch of interesting people like Pete Wehner, David Brooks, and some actual ministers as well. But I just love the virtues there of humility, grace, forgiveness, and these are virtues that have just been completely drained away from modern society.
I think you see the struggle for morality within in the Jewish tradition and the prophetic tradition, with the insistence that people have deviated away from the path of God and have to be called back to it. So at least the precursors to that idea are there in broad form, and importantly,
Right, that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, the idea that there's a struggle between our better angels and our inner demons, between good and evil within us, is an important idea. It doesn't have to come from the parable of the snake in the Garden of Eden. The problem there is that if it is, it's just
You love
a parable.
it, don't you?
There you go. He's like, listen, it doesn't have to come from religion, guys. Listen, I swear.
I know.
It doesn't have to come from religion. From something else, I promise. Anything else, not religion.
This is why I was capping on Pinker in this whole conversation. He's like,
It's funny.
he's completely he's religion policing this whole conversation.
Right.
It's like, can't we have listen, isn't Pinker a psychologist? I believe he is. We can't have a conversation about the good of the psychological good of religion, the evolutionary history of religion, without Pinker chiming in every 5 minutes to tell us how, but we don't need it anymore, guys. It's like, come on, get with the program, Grandpa. Anti-theism is over. Take that fedora off.
And people who raised in the Christian tradition, or who just don't believe it or can't slide onto it, can reject it. But it's not that abstruse a notion. It appears also in Freud's contrast between the id and the superego. It appears in evolutionary psychology in terms of the particular drives and motives that served us well in an anarchic society. You see it in cartoons with the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. I think if we think it's a good idea, we have to articulate why it's a good idea and express it in a way that anyone can accept it, regardless of the tradition they happen to have been brought up in. And in terms of the Jewish notion of humility, I'm sorry, but I have to tell a Jewish joke, which is that on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur, the rabbi and the cantor are standing in front of the ark, the open ark with the Torah scrolls. The cantor falls to his knees and says, "Lord, I am nothing." The rabbi, seeing him, falls to his knees, says, "Lord, I am nothing." In the back of the row of the synagogue, there's the lowly janitor, overcome with emotion. He falls to his knees and says, "Lord, I am nothing." And the rabbi says to the cantor, "Look who thinks he's nothing." So that's humility within the Jewish tradition.
Yeah, right.
That's pretty funny.
I don't get this joke. What is he saying?
He's saying that, okay, the rabbi and the cantor are both falling in front of the Ark of the Covenant, and they're saying, "Lord, I am nothing." You know, they're professing their humility, their humbleness. And then a janitor does the same thing as them, and they're like dismissive of like, "This guy thinks he's, nothing. Like, we're the real nothing."
Okay.
It's funny because that's even in the New Testament when Jesus is like talking about how there's all these people who they go on the streets to profess their beliefs, so that's like they're all virtue signaling. Basically, Jesus has a whole thing about how virtue signaling is bullshit, and that if you really believe in God, you're going to go in your closet and pray. You don't need to go virtue signal on the crowded street corner and tell everyone how religious you are, because then your goal isn't really God. Your goal is really just to show off to other people.
Yeah.
Which is why I've always thought the war on Christmas shit is hilarious, because Jesus is literally saying, "Stop showing off." But whatever,
Stop virtue signaling.
Yeah, stop virtue signaling. Right.
Yeah, I agree.
When I was reading Enlightenment Now, and
when I was reading your book instead of Johnathan Haidt's book, Stephen.
Stop.
He never says that about Johnathan
Jordan
Haidt's
Peterson
book.
has read. I could have swore we've seen a talk where he specifically directly references Righteous Mind and says that he's read it.
We know right now that Peterson has read Enlightenment Now, Steven Pinker's book. The Righteous Mind isn't even on Jordan Peterson's reading list.
Well, that's insane.
That's insane.
He should do that. He should fix that.
Well, that's because he has a competing model of moral thought.
I don't think he does, though.
I think he does. I think these guys are in competition, secret competition.
Okay.
I was struck by this, and I guess this is something that's always struck me, is that there's a power in mimicry and imitation that's attenuated in rational reasoning. And so I've been thinking again about Christianity from a psychological perspective, and I thought, well, one way you could characterize it is that it's a very long discussion about what constitutes the human ideal. And I've been thinking about what unites people, and you might say, well, that beliefs unite them, but I think it's the shared pursuit of an ideal that unites people, rather than beliefs about the state of the world per se. And so when I was reading Enlightenment Now, and when I read works of other rational Enlightenment types, I
agree with that completely. Do you disagree with that? That what unites people is not a belief in what the world is, but a belief in what the world should be.
Both unite people, but yes.
I think it's more the latter. More people are united by what they think the world should be. That seems to be the most important thing, not what it is.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, the whole idea behind morality is to bind people in a group to achieve goals. And that goal, the central goal, would be the world that we're working towards.
Look, what is the name of this stream? Jordan Peterson titled this stream Enlightenment and the Righteous Mind. Okay.
Did he really?
I'm telling you, he's read it. He's read it. He's read it.
It's on his reading list, but Haidt doesn't even have one book. I mean, he didn't even throw him a bone with Happiness Hypothesis. I mean, it's noticeable. Like, how is the Righteous Mind not under neuroscience?
That's true. That's true.
He's got religion and religious history. How is the Righteous Mind not under?
You should ask him. Like, Jordan, what are you doing? Got to put Haidt up on there. Come on.
Yeah,
it's this inability to inspire that torments me, because I appreciate the utility of the arguments and the power of the technology that's associated with rational thinking and all of that. But things seem to be disintegrating politically around us despite that rationality. And it isn't clear to me that it's sufficient force to hold back the tide. I mean, look what happened to Dawkins recently with the humanists, for example, which was quite shocking to me, and I suspect to him as well.
Me too, yeah.
So he's asking them. He's kind of challenging them. Maybe not. Maybe he's challenging Pinker more than Haidt, saying that I don't think rationality alone is strong enough to fight back the tides of shitty human behavior.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if you read The Righteous Mind? Because Haidt has a whole chapter on that.
Right.
No, it is a challenge of how to engage people's, how to get their blood pumping, their adrenaline going. It's a dangerous thing if it can be commandeered by demagogues.
Notice this immediately. He's like, I got to throw this in here.
Commandeered by demagogues.
This is very much the gun control position here with religion right here. It's the exact same position.
And by rabble rousers. I think it is worth it, and I think we don't know enough about this process to look at cases in which there have been constructive moral and social movements that have managed to get to engage people's emotions. Perhaps the civil rights movement in its heyday of Martin Luther King, when John F. Kennedy got a lot of people to join young people to join the Peace Corps. The founding of the United Nations was a source of great hope. I mean, the United Nations has its own pathologies, but in its time, even in things like there's a kind of pseudo-religion to some TED Talks where you've got a techno-optimist who proposes some way of dealing with climate change, with malaria, with parasitic disease. And in the room, you can feel that kind of elevation, that awe. I think we have to work toward not just engaging any old fervor, but to figure out how we marry that fervor to the causes that generally deserve it.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
well,
going to play the skeptic. I'm going to play the skeptic here, because my new theme that I'm thinking through is unmoralize everything. That moralism, moral judgment. As I said, it's just it makes it difficult to find the truth, and
this is a difficult thought, because intuitively and emotionally, I want to completely jump on board what Haidt's saying. I want to unmoralize everything. I want to be cold, hard, look at the facts and data. We're all going to be Vulcans. Okay. But then you hear what Pinker said. He's like, how people are almost creating cults around TED Talks based around clearing parasites out of water. And on one hand, I think that's silly, and I wish people didn't do that. But on the other hand, I think, wait a minute. If people didn't do that, they wouldn't be motivated to go and do those changes in the world.
Yeah.
And so this idea about, like, I want to remove the moralization from everything, I agree with it conceptually, but then I think that removes like 99% of people's motivation to do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's so crazy, because so much of that comes back to, what are you motivating people to do? Are you motivating them to, surreptitiously get critical race theory into every single grade school classroom? Like, what are you motivating them to do, right?
Right, but that's the thing. I think moralization is one of the primary motivators of behavior.
No, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So to remove it from a topic, while that might make you think of the topic more clear, I don't think people are going to be excited to necessarily do whatever the quote positive change is that you want then.
But there are certain vocations that I think moral, you have to take the moralization out of. Journalism, science.
Oh, no, I agree. Yes, I agree. Complete 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the workaround is our workaround. Our moralization is to find what is true. Okay. That's the motivating moralization for us.
It's a different, and it's Haidt doesn't even define it as a moral intuition. It's curiosity.
Right.
It's a completely different emotion driving science.
It's not just curiosity, because there has to be a moral weight given to the idea of looking at things objectively in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be a decision.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's part of why we're so disgusted with CRT. CRT rejects that there is any morality in trying to be objective.
Don't you think curiosity drives science, though, to some extent?
No, it does. It does. But I'm saying curiosity alone isn't enough. It has to be curiosity combined with a moral principle of caring about truth and objectivity.
Yeah.
Because you can be very curious and not care about what is true, and you can go down all sorts of paths.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I could believe that the earth is flat and space is fake. And that will satiate my curiosity forever, because there's a million people that have a million different crazy stories about that.
Sure. Yeah. Next thing you know, you're doing a Rubik's Cube inside a pentagram.
Exactly. Exactly.
And so constructive moral and social movements, well, we're all supposed to think, well, social movements are great. And the civil rights movement, the women's rights movement, gay liberation, all the incredible rights movements of the last 50 or 60 years. But that's in part because we look back at the ones that were successful and that were really deeply right about righting injustices. And now when I look at social activism on campus and among young people, I think I have a much greater appreciation for how hard it is to change institutions, especially complicated institutions that are generally trying to be open and humane anyway. And I look at the policies that many young people are pressing universities to adopt or pressing companies to adopt. And what I see happening is unmoored moralism, trying to change institutions without understanding them. And I'm beginning to think that social activism may on net be a negative thing to the extent that now it is governed more by the social dynamics of social media and self-presentation than by any real study of a problem and an attempt to come up with something that would work.
True.
So,
well, that's blindness, isn't it?
That is so true. Oh my God.
The book that I want Haidt to read is that pro-felicity book, because Haidt is completely freaking out about social media in a way that book just completely changed a lot of my fear calculus on social media. I don't fear social media in the same way Haidt does, and I think a lot of it has to do with that book.
Anyway, do you disagree with what he just said, though? Because I don't.
No, everything he said is completely valid. Yes,
right.
I agree. Yeah.
Right. And it seemed like he was sort of making the pro-felicity argument.
Yes. Yeah. He's saying social activism is a form of pro-felicity. Yeah.
Right. Where everyone's on the street corner trying to show how moral they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
How virtuous they are.
I completely agree.
I hope maybe he'll bring this up in his capitalist book. I would actually be super curious, because he's saying that there's like a survivor's bias for social movements because we only remember the good ones.
Yeah. We don't remember alcohol prohibition.
Right. That's the only one that gets brought up because it was enshrined in law. So it's kind of hard to forget.
Yep.
But so I don't know the answer to that. There could be dozens, of social movements that were very widespread that are all fucking terrible and stupid. And we just don't talk about them or remember them because they failed or were deemed to be shitty. And I'd be curious if you stack those, what the numbers would be. Like how many of these widespread social movements are bad versus how many of them are actually good.
I love that he just comes right out and says, I think activism is probably a net loss for us.
I think social justice is a net loss right now. Yeah.
I know.
That's
so great.
I mean, blindness? What do you mean? They're blind to what they're blind about?
Yes, exactly. It's ignorance of it.
Yeah.
Well, if you put someone on the spot and you ask them if they could run a nuclear power plant, they'll say no. But if you ask them what should be done about the entire world's electrical grid, they'll tell you the answer. Mm-hmm. And that's a good example of not decomposing the problem down into units that could actually be addressed intelligently. But so you're noticing this activism, and you're doubtful about its utility. And your solution, and we can talk about this more, is to take the moral fervor out of it. So I was thinking recently about Jean Piaget's argument, his final stage of cognitive.
That's also impossible. I think it's literally impossible to take the moral questions out of this social activism. That's a dream.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. I mean, you could start conceptualizing it more as sports, which I think would be healthier.
Sure, I guess.
I mean, sports, it's not life or death with sports. You never. I
just don't think I don't think you could convince people to ever do that.
Right. They like the fact that it's life or death. Those are the most extreme stakes, which makes it. I mean, think how much more people would be into sports if you actually killed the losing team.
Yeah, or if whichever team lost, 100 random people from that city had to be sacrificed. Then you'd care. If you're really interested in sports,
people would be super focused on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Ouch.
Hardly anybody knows this, but it was the messianic stage.
Well, I've never heard about this.
Absolutely. There's many things about Piaget that people haven't heard about. That
messianic.
His goal was to unite.
This part is so interesting. I actually went through the messianic stage. How about you, Sitch?
I don't know what the messianic stage is.
When you think that you're the Messiah, you're the actual chosen one. Oh, wait, you do that every week on the show.
I was going to say, you think I went through this? I'm there, buddy.
You're still going through it.
I'm right there,
religion
buddy.
and sense.
Oh.
Yes, Piaget is a very strange character, and all you hear about is the rational stage theory. But anyways, the last stage was the messianic, and he identified that as a stage in late adolescence. Not everyone reached it, but that it involved a world change.
Only the cool people reach it.
True.
only the egomaniacal jackasses.
Only my lords like ourselves.
I know. Which
the messianic stage.
Which I am dead serious. I was definitely that egomaniacal jackass when I was 20 years old. So
we saw you had Jesus hair.
I think you could make an argument that Vosh is actually in the messianic stage right now.
Oh, God, 100%.
Which makes it even more fascinating to think about what he's talking about. We might have to do some digging into this Piaget messianic stage.
95% of all political commentators are in the messianic stage.
No,
okay,
I think
permanently.
So. I think so. Candace Owens, you could make an argument that she thinks she's in the messianic stage.
Tim Pool, they all are. Come on, let's be real.
Yeah.
Changing fervor, and he identified that as part of what catalyzed identity. And so we're seeing that these students, they come to university, they want to catalyze their identity in a profound way and orient themselves. And what seems to happen is the activist types tap into that and offer them a solution. And the solution seems dangerous, but it doesn't look like the intelligent people are offering anything that's useful as an alternative, because they're not getting anywhere with it. And so we have to ask ourselves exactly why that is. And part of it is the lack of romance, I think. When Orwell wrote about the Nazis in the 1930s, he was very careful to highlight their dramatic use of ritual and the romantic attraction. Now, of course, he was absolutely opposed to everything they were doing, as anyone rightly should be, but Orwell was very wise and about human nature in general.
That was Jordan Peterson. I wish Haidt was on the screen at the same time. That was Jordan Peterson reacting to the look on Haidt's face. Because Haidt right now is like, God, Jordan Peterson, everyone at NYU is trying to accuse me of being a Nazi. Why are you putting me in a conversation with Jordan Peterson and literally bringing up the Nazis? Like, Jordan, Sitch and I, we look out for each other on the show. Like, we know what can be misconstrued and usually step in, and it's funny.
Right. But what he's saying though is a good point.
Oh, it's totally true. Yeah, of course. It's a
great
point.
These extreme ideologies have quote unquote sexy aesthetics for certain people.
Fuck yeah. Of course.
That sucker them into following.
Yeah. It's true.
And you all want to wear your little
And-
matching uniforms and your shiny boots and, parade around the
Mhm.
square,
Yeah,
chopping the heads off non-believers. It's a fun romp.
it is. It's a hell of a hangover.
There's a drama in what's being offered to adolescents that the rational approach doesn't seem to engender. And I don't know how to solve that problem. I think it's a terrible problem. But
How do we solve that problem, Sitch? I mean, it is a fascinating problem.
Well, it's interesting because it seemed like the way that problem was solved to some extent is by casting it as like, oh, conformists are like your parents. If you want to be a cool rebel, you have to be not conformist. You have to rebel. But then that just leads to the pendulums, goes too far in that direction. And now we have all this rebelling has basically led to conforming again, only conforming around socialism.
Massive conforming. Yeah. That's a tough problem.
And now monarchism. Okay. So it's funny.
Well,
It's like, this is why I don't think you can escape the pendulum, because it's always going in the opposite of one direction will end up creating the very thing it's running away from in the future.
this is why the neo-reactionaries are so against fandom, because fandom is sort of a workaround. I think people they can find that fervor and meaning in fandom, but it's completely repulsive to the neo-reactionary types because consumerism,
really,
consumerism seems so profane to them that it just like it their moral sensibilities just rebel at the idea that someone can be like motivated by Star Wars.
Right. Well, they kind of, I'm assuming, now I haven't read a lot of mole bugs, but I'm assuming it's sort of viewed the same way the commies view it, as like, this is what's lulling the people to sleep. The consumerism, the materialism, they're pulling the wool over your eyes, making you fall asleep here and not care about what's really important.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
what's
that's the
really
argument.
important to them. That's the thing though.
Right.
I'm like, fuck you. This is really important to them. Let them have their Star Wars or 40K, whatever fandom they're into. I mean, if you can find fervor and meaning in life in some cultural aspect that you get like a social kick out of it because other people are into it, you can debate the ideas being thrown around in it. I think it's actually good. I think fandoms are great.
Sure. Yeah, as long as all these things are good, as long as it's not a detriment to you being able to exist healthily and successfully in society.
Well, obviously, yeah.
That's the only, as long as you can exhibit that, sure. That's sort of what we're seeing, because we're sort of seeing like, because of the internet, people can just fraction off into these little groups, these little fandoms where everyone talks about whatever they want to talk about.
Yeah. And if they find meaning doing that, what's the rub? What's the big deal?
Well, I think people would say, well, they should find meaning in like something that matters, right? They should find meaning in creating a better society, going to the moon, going to Mars, blah, 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 which on one hand I'd agree with, but on the other hand, it's like, well, I don't think you can construct a society where everyone's going to find meaning by doing something, quote unquote, necessarily productive for everyone else.
See, I think
that's kind of a pipe dream.
I think they are finding meaning in something that matters, and we've lost how much it matters, and that what matters is just interacting with other people in a positive way.
No. Well, you're looking at it as individual perspective, which I agree with. It does matter. So if we're in an argument about who's going to win in a fantasy fight between Goku and Superman,
it's still constructive.
Yeah, even though it's not constructive in a broader sense to society, it's still constructive to us because we're gaining some enjoyment or something from the conversation. It's still still animating us. Okay. Yeah, and I agree with all that. I'm just saying, I think the people that criticize the fandoms, they're not looking at it from an individual perspective, which again makes sense with the neo-reactionaries because they're anti-individualist. They're looking at it from the group perspective.
Right.
And they're saying you arguing about Superman versus Goku doesn't provide, beyond the fact that it gives you individual purpose or energy, which makes you happier in society, it doesn't actually change society for the better. You're not building a new road. You're not building a new light bulb, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And so that's why they view it as like bad.
Well, they're the ones that want to change society.
Right. Of course.
Not everyone has that goal to change society.
Right. And so I was just saying is that on one hand, I can sort of agree with the logic there that it would be nice if every person's animating force, their energy was making our society a better place constructively. I just don't think that's something that I don't think that's a real goal. I don't think it will ever be there. And I think it's fine that you're going to have all these people that they're going to have their own animating energies that are, what some of us might consider pointless or useless. And that's fine, because there's always going to be the people that are going to be animated by making society a better place.
The problem I have with the terminology of better place is because
we all disagree on what that means.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Everyone's working on making the world a different place, not necessarily a better place by their perspective. Right. You can, and I don't want to go full extreme here, because you can argue there are certain things that we would all consider making the world a better place if we're working on a cure for cancer, okay, or heart disease, or trying to reduce traffic accidents. There's all kinds of ways that we would all fundamentally agree are making the world a better place.
So that's what I'm saying. They can make an argument that people shouldn't be wasting their time on fandoms. People shouldn't be wasting their time on what season of JoJo is the best. All that energy should be invested in finding the cure for cancer.
Yeah.
And I understand the argument. I don't think that's feasible. I don't think we'll ever be in a situation where that ever is a feasible thing.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to mediate between Jordan, what you've been saying, and what John offered, and I do tend to agree with John. I was trying to make some concessions toward the possibility that you can best energize people by somehow co-opting this fervor. Mm-hmm. But I think it's probably an open question: how much can you engage people without the trappings of religion or pseudo-religion? Can you engender a problem-solving mindset as opposed to a struggle mindset?
That's right.
And before we write people off and saying no, they can't. No one likes solving problems. It's too boring. It doesn't get the heart pounding. They've got to wear colored shirts. They've got to salute something. They've got to bow down.
I don't know what he means by problem solving, because I would say, I'm assuming he's using the term different than I am using the term, because I would say that's what struggle is. Struggle is a problem solving mechanism that you're just adding a lot of emotional weight to.
True. Yeah.
That's all it is, right?
Yeah. Problem solving plus stakes.
Right. And I mean, to say humans are bored by problem solving, I'd say it's completely contradictory.
No.
I mean, humans,
is
the exact opposite. Humans love solving problems. It gives you a little shot of dopamine. Yeah. That's what video games are.
Yeah, that's what puzzles are. That's what all games are. Yes.
Right. I don't think people are bored by that at all.
No.
Down. We have, we did eliminate smallpox. We've drastically reduced the amount of warfare, partly because of John and Yoko and Peter, Paul and Mary, but also because of much more practical treaties and organizations. We've drastically reduced extreme poverty, not because of the teachings of the Hebrew prophets or Jesus, but because of China and Indonesia and India adopting capitalism to tie into the theme of John's impending book. So there is a tendency, there's a vulnerability in people to want to belong to transcendent movements involving some kind of conflict. On the other hand, we haven't done so bad at combating disease and poverty and war with a more technocratic problem-solving mindset. So maybe Jonathan's right that we ought to just minimize these dangerous passions and treat more things as problems to be solved.
Well, my concern, I agree with your description of what came before, but my concern is that the universe is different after 2012 than it was before 2009, that the fundamental nature of society was rewired by everyone going on to social media, especially Facebook and Twitter, but all the other platforms as well. And so whatever was possible, whatever the arrangements were before, some of that is still valid today, but a lot of it isn't, and we often don't know what parts. And so whether you're talking about how we mobilize to solve problems, so just to take one example, activist movements generally had adults in them. they had adults, and then young people would come into them as well. And there were multiple generations of knowledge about how things work and how they want to change. But now that everyone is connected to everyone, and things go at many times the speed, I think you can have a groundswell for a reform of a system that gets pushed through within days or weeks, just by people with very little input from adults. And that's why I think we see over and over again demands, just speaking from the area I know best on campus, demands at dozens and hundreds of schools year after year for things that make race relations and inclusion and diversity worse. So I'm just concerned, and this is just one little example, but in so many ways, I think the 2010s were weird because life after 2012 is just fundamentally different from life before 2009.
Well, do you think?
I mean, I agree with that completely. I think it's a very poignant point, is that maybe the reason a lot of our social movements seem fucked up now is that back in the day, if you wanted to have a wide-scale social movement, you had to have adults be involved. Mm-hmm. Adults had to coordinate and organize and everything. But now, because of the ease of communication, because of social media, because any person can reach out and interact with a million other people, you don't need adults. So you can have a bunch of bratty, snot-nosed kids saying a bunch of stupid, immature, untested, childish ideas, and a bunch of other immature, childish children can, woke children in this example, can agree with that idea, and they can all coalesce around this, and they can become a movement of childish ideas that was never possible before.
Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing it happen. Mm-hmm. Well, and also there's like a crisis of authority, because sooner or later you hit some institution, some body where someone is supposed to have authority, and they just basically bend over and bow down to the idiocy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They submit to the mob.
They do, yeah.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, although, I mean, I see that happening, and there has been a change toward intolerance and struggle as opposed to problem solving in the last few years. On the other hand, the demands are being accepted by baby boomers, by the deans and the provosts. And if you rewind the tape back to
look, he's basically saying what I was saying. These baby boomers are fucking up.
Right.
When we were college students, there was an awful lot of inanity and extremism and repression of speech. E.O. Wilson and Dick Herrnstein and Tom Bouchard and many others were canceled. There were posters. I have one from 1984, a talk for E.O. Wilson, Bring Noisemakers. And now the student activists of when we were students are now the deans and the provosts who are happily ratifying these extreme demands. At the same time, and we all know this from our students, this is not a uniformly woke.
Do you think that's what the culprit is here? That all the annoying extremist kids from the 60s are now the ones running the colleges, and so that's why they're giving over the demands? Because I don't agree with that, actually.
Oh, you don't agree with it?
I think maybe teachers. I think there are teachers and faculty members like that, but I don't think the administrators are those people. I think the administrators are the money people who don't give a fuck about any of this stuff.
So you think it's being driven by money and not like, I tried to do this when I was in college and they said no to me. Yeah. And now they're trying to do the same thing and I'm going to say yes to them because fuck this.
Well, college has become this massive money-making institution, and it wasn't necessarily 40, 50 years ago.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And so, I think that this motivation of money, like, I don't know what because we went to college at very different times.
Yeah.
And I had a weird experience in college where going to college, I had all my teachers and my parents were like, oh, they're not going to fuck around with you in college. Like, you're going to get your thrown out on your ass. They're going to be super tough and blah, 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 blah. And I went to college, and some of the teachers were definitely like that. They had no nonsense. It's not like high school because they don't have to, they just kick you out. Mm-hmm. It's not like in high school where the teacher has to actually deal with you. And so that was true from the teacher's perspective. But from the administrator's perspective, if I ever had to deal with an administrator, it was the exact opposite. They were super deferential, I found, to me. And it felt like I remember thinking this, being like, I'm being treated like a customer, not a student.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that that motivates a lot of the behaviors of why a lot of these college administrations are bowing down to students, because they think of them as customers. And they're like, well, the customer's always right.
No, I agree there. But
No, so I was
didn't
curious if like
interact.
your experience of college was the same or not.
I mean, I had maybe like 3 interactions with administrators, and just
Mhm.
I mean, well, I'm curious, what do you mean by interactions with administrators?
Well, I know
Because-
you have to talk to your counselor. You have to talk to some administrator somewhere about some issue. I don't know.
Sure.
There's some issue, you know, like there's some issue with your credits, or, you know, something has to be.
I
dealt with.
remember I had one talk with a counselor when I first got in about what I was going to take the first semester. And
Mhm.
after that, I figured it out. I was like, okay, well, I know how to do this. I'll just continue
Right.
to do it. And I had one talk with a counselor about meeting my requirements for graduation. And like they basically went through all my records and just ticked boxes and figured out what I had left to take. And those are like my two, like, I'm not even, was there a third interaction with an administrator? I mean, I went through the Learning Disability Center when they did all the tests on me for dyslexia. I mean, you could count that. I guess I will count that. So,
Mhm.
and they were very helpful. Yeah. They were
Yeah, I'm just wondering
extremely
if like
helpful.
20 years ago,
Mhm.
administrators in colleges
They would have
didn't
been
have
like,
this.
you got a learning disability, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, like they didn't have like this customer attitude. Like they had like a more like they had more of an attitude of like, you're a student sort of thing, as opposed to you're a customer. That's the only thing I'm curious if that has just been my experience, or if there's been a change or something over time.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that administrators have kind of taken over college, and there's the customer aspect of it. But
Mhm.
yeah,
I also
know.
think a lot of the wokeness and the deferential to wokeness is that I think a lot of boomers have this idea,
Mhm.
and maybe this is sort of related to what Pinker's saying,
Mhm.
is that a lot of boomers have this idea that like, oh, when they were kids, they were arguing for civil rights and these like morally correct positions. And it was the old people then that were fighting it. And the old people couldn't understand or see why the kids were correct or why civil rights was correct, because they were all stuck in their ways. Okay.
Mhm.
And I think since they grew up with that being their experience, their childhood, now when they're adults and kids are telling them that they're wrong, they're like, oh shit, am I doing the same thing? Am I the adult, you know, from when I was a kid?
That
Am
I
I the
can
one stuck
definitely
in my
see.
ways
Yeah,
now?
I can.
And I
That I
think,
can definitely see
right.
happening.
And I think there's sort of, I think they have this, I think a lot of mainstream liberals have this fear that, oh, I just can't see why the wokies are correct, you know, because I think a lot of mainstream liberals have an emotional sense that they're hiding,
Mhm.
that they understand that this woke shit is wrong, but they don't necessarily know why it's wrong, and it's because they don't understand that it's neo-Marxism and not liberalism. But since they don't know why, since they can sense that something is wrong, but they don't know how to vocalize it, I think that makes them believe that they're just the stuffy old man or woman of their youth, and that's why that's why they're so deferential to the young, because they say, oh, you know, they're probably right. They're probably right, like I was right when I was their age.
Yeah, I think that is happening. The whole trans movement, they used the argument that, you know, people were wrong about the gay rights movement, which I think those administrators would definitely take to heart. They'd be like, the gay rights movement, that's the movement we were working on.
Right.
Yeah, they see it as an
Right.
extension of civil rights in many ways.
Exactly. Right. When it's not.
They also agree with the administrators on the correctness of it because of this woke stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's so many reasons for them to agree with administrators. So I don't necessarily know what Steven Pinker's getting at here.
The right, or people like James Lindsay and Chris Rufo, I think what would be really effective is they really have to connect the idea that wokeism is anti-liberal. I think that's really how you move the pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
Because then the liberals, who are mainstream liberals, would be like, wait a minute, it's anti-liberal. Because suddenly they're like, well, what does that mean? I'm a liberal. How's that? It's against me? I don't understand.
How can you conceptualize something that, I mean, they're pitching the anti-SJWs as being against trans rights, and I don't know how you could pitch being against trans rights as anti-liberal. It seems like, or being for trans rights as being anti-liberal. The other position seems obviously anti-liberal.
Well, it's because it's not because what does trans rights mean? That's the problem. That's a very
society has to accept that there is no gender binary. Sitch, I don't know what's complicated about this. Society is oppressive, okay?
Right, but it's funny because
push me into a box, like.
But see, this is why this is interesting. This is where you're talking about counterintuitive things that are true. Okay,
yes.
Because at first you'd say, "Oh, the trans movement is the height of liberalism because it's all about individualism," right?
Hell
you're saying,
yeah.
Don't put me into the box of man or woman, right?
I want to choose.
Wrong. It's the opposite. It's literally the opposite.
Really? What, I'm
Yes.
wrong? Impossible. I've never been wrong before.
Now I want to be clear here, not people with gender dysphoria. So that's their own category. But people that don't have gender dysphoria, who want to be non-binary or trans or whatever. Because what they're doing is the opposite of individualism. What they're doing is saying, okay, I think that to be a man or a woman means you have to have all these stereotypical categories or markers of what it means to be a man or woman.
And if I don't have them, then I'm not a man or woman. It's
since
the
I don't
ultimate
have
conformity.
those, right? Since I don't have those stereotypes of man or woman, I'm not a man or a woman. Okay. And so they look at the gender, they look at kind of like if you were to take male and female traits and put them on a bimodal spectrum, they say, okay, we want to take this spectrum and cut every chunk of it possible into like 1,000 different genders. And so that's why I'm saying it's the opposite of liberalism, is because instead of saying, oh, I'm a man or a woman, but that doesn't mean anything. You shouldn't judge me by my maleness or femaleness. What they say is, no. I want you to judge me because I want to place myself in a gender box that I want you to judge me based around what that box placement is.
Sad. Very sad.
And that's the key difference, because the individual says, the liberal says, judge me by the content of my character. And the socialist, the wokist, the groupist says, judge me by my group classification.
Judge me by the content of my wardrobe.
Exactly.
Generation. There are an awful lot of students who are intimidated into silence, and they think, gee, I must be the only sane person. Everyone else is crazy. And an awful lot of people are all thinking that. So I do agree that there is a problem of just mature judgment, but it isn't completely a cohort effect.
Yeah,
and a lot
exactly.
of inanity in our generation.
But that's my point, is that it's not a cohort effect. It's a change in dynamics. So it used to be that there would be some activists, but other people could still have a conversation, or they could still have they could still play a role. You're right that the people giving into the demands are people from the previous generation who were at least that generation earlier, but they're not happily giving in. I've spoken to many leaders in the academic world. They all hate it. They feel stuck. They feel pressured. They don't know what to do. And now it's the same thing. People leading nonprofits, especially progressive nonprofits or companies. So it's not that young people are woke, it's that the dynamics have changed so that the woke among the young now have such power to intimidate others into silence. And this is what we see in universities, that students are not afraid of their professors, they're afraid of a subset of students. And the professors are not afraid of anyone except this subset of students. And the presidents, well, they have donors and other people to please, but the dynamics of social media allows a small group to weaponize their moralism and to intimidate others into silence. And this is happening in so many institutions, not everywhere, but it is happening. And so what we need to do is not change a generation. What we need to do is change the dynamics so that bad ideas don't dominate and intimidate.
So why do you single out 2012?
So 2009 is when Facebook added the like button and Twitter added the retweet button. And before then, social media was not particularly polarizing. People would put up a Friendster page or a MySpace page or a Facebook page with what they liked, and here's who I am, not polarizing at all. And then in 2009, you get the like button and then the retweet button, and then Twitter and Facebook copy each other very quickly. So now both platforms have both like and retweet. Now both platforms have huge amounts of information about engagement. And now they can algorithmicize all the feeds. And so as it's more engaging, this is the 2 or 3 years where at least adolescents,
Be right back.
since I have data or data from national surveys showing this is the 2 years when adolescents go from mostly not being on these platforms every day to now teen social life is mostly conducted on various platforms.
So do you think that's...
Well, and also it's not just the algorithm. There's definitely a factor, but I would think the bigger factor would just be once you add likes and retweets to your like Facebook or your tweets, you can clearly see, you get like that, you get that response back, you get that chemical response back when someone likes something and says, oh, I did good, I accomplished something. You have your little mini orgasm. You go, oh, somebody liked my tweet. Oh, somebody liked my picture. Because before that, it would be like, oh, you put your picture on Facebook and like, people will leave comments or they didn't. But oftentimes, unless you were like, or a popular person already, people are not looking at Facebook. No one cares. You don't give a fuck unless you're directing them to look at it specifically. Like, oh, look at my picture. Look at my vacation pictures, right? Which nobody really wants to look at. Ivan Petretsku for $20. Thank you, Ivan. Says utopia can only be achieved when Sitch and Adam undergo the sacred marriage into a perfect hermaphroditic being. That's true. That's true. Since Adam isn't here, I'm going to say that we're going to do that. Okay, everybody, that's going to happen. That's going to be a 2022 goal, and Adam is going to agree to it. Silence is consent.
I agree to nothing.
Apparently, we're going to merge together to become the perfect hermaphroditic being.
I agree to absolutely nothing.
I say.
Ever.
I say. Okay.
What do you mean? We're becoming, Sitch and Adam are becoming one?
Yeah.
One human being?
No, we're both male, so we wouldn't be hermaphroditic. We'd just be male, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Just think of that.
Squeeze Louise for $50. Thanks so much. Says, can't stay, but Merry Christmas, Adam, and Happy Chinese Food Day, Sitch. Thanks for all the great content all year. Oh, Mary, not Mary. Holy shit. He put Mary with an A. Thank you, Squeeze Louise.
Hilarious.
Thank you. Yes. Happy Chinese Food Day. That's
Did you
right.
get some Chinese food yesterday?
Of course. Of course. It's tradition. Food. Well, you're not supposed to do that. You're actually Christian.
I got Chinese food today.
Oh, okay.
But yesterday it was kind of strange because my wife and I did not plan for Christmas at all. Like we were going out to dinner with family on Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Just so none of us had to clean house or whatever. It was great. There was like 10 of us. It was a fun night. But then we came to the realization, wait a second, we didn't get anything for Christmas dinner. What the fuck?
Quicker to the Chinese restaurant.
There was plenty of stuff in there, so I just ended up making stuff. But it was kind of funny.
Diogenes for $20 says, don't worry, Lord Friended. The A-Clan will annihilate the sneaky-ass bastards who try to spoil our free soil. Also, I'm Scottish and black, so obviously I should be next in line to be clan leader. A-Clan rules the land.
Wow. Well, that's cool.
There you go. Black and Scottish. Wow.
Yeah.
That's like the dream combo, right? That's the twofer.
We're Scottish lords, right?
We're Scottish lords. Yes.
Look at that.
Literature Devil. Hey, Literature Devil for $2 says, I just sent out the digital copy of Dr. Alpha. Awesome. There you go.
Sweet.
Check it out. Literature Devil has a Dr. Alpha. His comic is available right now. Digital copy.
Yes.
Check it out.
Sweet. Awesome.
Sword and Scale for $20 says, Lord Sitch is so much better than that other guy. I'm just saying this so that you read my super chat. Well, thank you. Yes, this is true. Lord Sitch is superior to this A-team peasant.
Just call me that other guy.
That other individual. Arcane Sunset for $20 says, I just want to say that in Fairy Tale, S-Class is canonically better than A-Class, thus the best class. Thank you. Sitch and Adam have a Merry Christmas, my friend.
Why, thank you. I did have a Merry Christmas.
Danimal the Bruce for $20 says, for actual Midwest accents, you should watch our podcast with Kava, 3 Homos, and a Pussy. There you go. Nice plug. Danimal and Kava, they do a podcast, and they all have Midwestern accents, apparently.
Danimal is super smart. He always leaves very thoughtful and insightful comments on our videos, and Kava's videos are amazing. She's got like great videos, so I'll have to check out their podcast.
John Smith for $5 says Haidt is just an awkward nerd. Stop reading into it, Adam. Also, when are you getting on FNT? Lord S class is the best class.
There were comments in the comment section last time because Sitch didn't want me. Sitch cut off the FNT drama, and everyone got super mad at you.
What's the FNT drama? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Friday Night Tights is the show. You were like, no, let's move on. I don't want to hear the drama.
I
Everyone
don't
was like,
care. Oh my God.
It was, I mean, I remember one comment was like, I feel bad because I really want to hear the drama, but I shouldn't want to hear it. It's like, yeah. Haidt being a nerd. Yeah, I totally agree on Haidt being a nerd.
Right.
Yeah. Haidt is a giant nerd. That's what's endearing about it.
Yeah, that's why we love him. But when are you going to be? You got to be on Friday Night Tights.
I don't know that the drama is I don't know that I ever will be on Friday Night Tights. I was supposed to.
Are you creating conflict?
Should I go into the drama or no?
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, don't do it. Okay.
Maybe
wait
later.
a second. I got nothing but love for Friday Night Tights, just so you guys know. Okay. There's
gotcha.
no hate here. I think Friday Night Tights is a great show. I would love to go on Friday Night Tights. I was invited on Friday Night Tights. It didn't end up happening, but you know, maybe it'll happen. Maybe I'm skeptical it will happen, but
listen, Adam loves Friday Night Tights. Friday Night Tights looks like his cousin. Okay. He has an affinity for Friday Night Tights.
That's not true. That's not true. But the joke is everyone on YouTube looks like somebody I know. Yeah.
Yes.
Lance looks like my cousin. Tim Pool looks like my dad when he was like 20. So,
okay. Everyone's okay. Can you tell the drama? Everyone's like, without it being like a 10-minute story.
You just don't want to hear that much. What if the drama's good? What if I have you on?
Okay, tell us the drama. Because I think you told it to me, and I was like, "Oh, this is very uninteresting."
This is very anticlimactic. Yeah, exactly.
I know.
So I was supposed to go on Friday Night Tights, and they last minute asked me if I could postpone and go on another time, and wanted to reschedule with me. And obviously, I said, "Oh yeah, fine, no problem." Yeah. I attempted to reschedule with them and didn't get any response from them on rescheduling. Ethan Van Sciver, who I'm friends with, and Ethan invites me on his show all the time. I have done live streams with Ethan. Ethan got in sort of a falling out with one of the guys on Friday Night Tights, Heels versus Babyface. Who I watch Heels versus Babyface's videos. I like his videos as well. I love Gary to death. Gary is like my spirit animal. Like, he's the nicest guy in the world. And I think he was like incarcerated for drug use at one time or something. So yeah, Gary's fucking amazing. Like, yeah. So I mean, I would love to go on the show, but I wonder, and nobody's ever verified this or not, if the falling out with Ethan Van Sciver sort of affected me. Like, they were like, oh, he's friends with Ethan, and if he comes on the show, he might make trouble for us, which would never happen in a million years. Okay. Ethan can fucking take care of himself now. I don't need to like.
You should. Anytime, I'd be good content. You should make all the trouble you want.
Well, okay, if that's if that's what's going to happen, but I always thought it was funny that they were inviting me on Friday Night Tights, because I don't think of myself as like a big YouTuber or anything. I do this show with Sitch, and I do a live stream on my channel on Thursday, which is like not near as popular, but I don't make regular videos. I mean, I used to make regular videos, but I don't know. Maybe
they just love your content, Ad.
It was odd to me that they even invited me on, but
I see.
I love the show, and I like all those content creators.
Listen,
so
Adam, you deserve to be on Friday Night Tights.
Friday Night Tights.
How dare those bastards not have my boy?
I tried to get. I went on the kill stream, and I tried to get Sitch to go on the kill stream with me, but he wouldn't go. And one of the reasons I went on the kill stream was just because it was an opportunity to hang out with Dick Masterson at Dick Masterson does a show from his place in Los Angeles, and I thought, oh, that's fucking cool as hell. So,
right.
But yeah, no, I'm open to going on Friday Night Tights if if they will still have me. I don't know. Ethan
There you go.
might have ruined it for me.
If you still have me. Anthony Lipkit for 2021. Thank you. Look at that. For 2021, for the end of the year. Says, Happy Boxing Day. Sitch knows what the greater good for society is. For the greater good. That's true. I do. I know exactly what's for. The greater good.
Really?
We have to kill those damned mimes. Okay.
See, that's my contention over the collectivism argument right there. The
Listen,
greater good.
Adam, when you're what's the word, horticultist? When you're a flower cutting lady, okay, who cuts your brilliant flowers, that lets your town win the best town of the year award for 10 years running, and she tries to leave, you have to kill her because she's going to spread her evil flower secrets with the rest of the country.
You don't want another city getting that flower lady. Yeah.
Right. For the greater good.
It is.
She has to die. Yeah.
That's the World's End, right?
No. The other one.
You just made it up. No, it is the World's End. What are you talking about?
No.
That's
the other
totally
one.
The World's End.
Hot Fuzz.
Oh, it is Hot Fuzz. You're right.
Hot Fuzz is the greater good. Yeah. Yes.
So are you characterizing that as a positive feedback loop, essentially? The like buttons with the algorithms?
Yes, exactly. It's a feedback loop, and it's also the most powerful, not Pavlovian, it's just behaviorist conditioning mechanism ever. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Operant, yes. I haven't taught Psych 101 in 10 years. But, if you think about it, many people have seen that video of B.F. Skinner training a pigeon to turn in a circle by just reinforcing slightly more counterclockwise behaviors in the video. And if you think about it, as soon as someone gets on social media and they post something, now people are giving them little reinforcements. And it's within seconds. I mean, you post something and then sometimes you check within a minute, what did people think about it? And so we have, so this is why, these are ideas that I developed with Tobias Rose Stockwell. We had an article in The Atlantic on why everything's going, why democracy is going haywire or something like that.
The positive feedback loop idea is really interesting too, because a lot of psychopathologies are positive feedback loops. So if you get depressed and you start isolating yourself because you're depressed, you get more depressed. If you drink alcohol and go into withdrawal and then drink to cure that, you become alcoholic. If you are agoraphobic and you avoid, you get more afraid. Like a lot of psychopathological processes are positive feedback loops. And so the combination of the algorithm with we don't know what these technologies are doing to us. We don't have a clue. We have no sense
we have some
whatsoever.
clues, and it's pretty much all bad. So yes, we get that feedback loop that now you can have the echo chambers and bubbles. If you're prone to extremist politics on either side, because based on what you like or what YouTube videos you watch, that sucks you down into more extreme ones and into a community. So the algorithms are doing two things. They're picking our friends because they say you should meet this person because people meet him. So the algorithms are making our friends different from what they used to be, and the algorithms are making what we watch and consume different. And in some ways that's good because it's things that we enjoy. But one of the problems for a liberal democracy, as the founding fathers knew, is factionalism. People become so focused on defeating the other side, they lose sight, they lose concern for the common good.
Well, you might also think that it would be necessary, like if you go to public.
That's 100% true. That's where we're seeing so much. Where it's funny because people are posting this with the vaccine stuff, like how when Trump was president, there's all these people on the left that were like, I don't trust any vaccine that's made under Donald Trump. They're going to rush it. It's going to be bad. And then the second Joe Biden becomes president, even though it's the same vaccine mandated under Trump and everything, suddenly it's flip-flops. Suddenly they're all like, oh, the vaccine's the best thing ever. It's a total savior. And suddenly it's like people on the right that are like, I don't trust the vaccine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so this factionalism definitely just promotes or motivates so much of our behavior so completely.
Yeah, it doesn't motivate my behavior, but we're not trapped in it. It is it's so easy to get trapped in it, though. I think a lot of people do. It's sad. It's really sad.
Oh, and it's so funny because we had kind of famously, I think, said, I haven't really heard anyone else say this, that I bet Trump is upset because his greatest accomplishment, what he thinks would be his greatest accomplishment, was the quick rollout of the vaccine, and he can't tote that as a victory because of sort of the way the politics have lined up around the vaccine issue, and how he must be very upset by this. And then there was that, I don't know if you saw that interview with Candace Owens and Trump, and he's like trying to do exactly that. He's trying to crow on his fast rollout of the vaccine and how well done it was. And then Candace Owens is kind of spitting out into like interesting damage control territory, because at least on the internet, I don't know about the mainstream, but at least on the internet, like a lot of the anti-vax stuff is coming from the right specifically. And so a lot of people feel like betrayed that Trump was so pro-vaccine.
Yeah, it's bizarre too, because his official position is, you know, he's against the mandate, but he's not against the vaccine. And they view any talking of the vaccine in any kind of positive light as being forcing you to fucking get the vaccine. It's like, geez, get over it already.
Isn't that very interesting that there's like this, that the emotion about the vaccine is so strong that there is that overlap, that it doesn't matter how many times you say, I'm not for the mandate. You know, I mean, you see this with Scott Adams every day. It doesn't matter how many times he says he's against the mandate. It doesn't matter how many times Trump says he's against the mandate. Just saying, for a lot, now that's enough for some people, but for some people, just saying anything positive about the vaccine is enough to really trigger that like emotional response of anger and distrust.
Yeah, I mean, people are not going to be receptive to any of the facts. I mean, there are tons of facts in favor of the vaccine. Like 99% of the people showing up in the hospital with COVID are unvaccinated people. I mean, that's just a fact. That's just a fact.
I don't know if it's that high, but I know it's way more.
No, it is. It is
99%. I thought it was like, okay.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's just, no.
I'll be right back.
All right. I'll watch Jordan Peterson here thinking, oh no, I'll read some super chats. Oh no, wait, I can't do that. Here, I'll watch Jordan Peterson.
Like school. You go to school with 30 people who are basically randomly selected from the population. And so then you have to
maybe in Canada,
modify.
Okay.
Well, in Canada, you have to modify your behavior to take into account a broad range of people, and you didn't pick them. Whereas online, if you're starting to only aggregate with people who think the way that your interest indicates you think, then is it possible that you start to lose touch cognitively with the broader culture and you don't even know what it is anymore?
Yes.
And
that's right. And that's why I'm particularly concerned about Gen Z, because the mental health data shows that their mental health plummeted beginning around 2012, whereas the millennials, they didn't get social media until they were in college or after college. And I think that if you're exposed to a broad range of ideas and books and people, you have a chance to get your mind broadened when you're young. But if you think about the river of inputs coming into people's eyes and ears, when we were all growing up, we watched way too much television, but television was made by older people. It was made by people who were not children. And so we at least, from watching Bugs Bunny, you're at least exposed to opera and you're exposed to certain cultural themes and you even have a sense of the 1940s, let's say.
We're going to have to rewind this for Sitch, because this is like Sitch's favorite part here. The fact that so much of content is being created by children for children, which is a super interesting aspect. I mean, if you're going to go into the like Lord of the Flies aspect of social media, I think that is actually pretty fascinating. I was such a different person when I was in my 20s, and I'm maybe this is uncharacteristic of most people, but being able to go back and like look at myself somewhat objectively, I guess everyone does that. Everyone looks at themselves differently when they're at different ages. It's funny though, the amount of difference that you see, it's funny to think about, are you going to see that amount of difference in how you are right now, 10, 20 years down the road? Maybe. That's a little scary to think about.
But once everyone got onto social media all the time, now the river of inputs, so much of it was created in the last week or two by people your age. And so there's just not much room for people in this post-war, in the after times, let's say, after the social media world, there's not much room for kids to learn anything about the 20th century or communism or Nazism or great literature. So much input is jammed up with trivia, ephemera, and to the extent that there's political content, it's not broadening your mind, it's turning you into the kind of factionalist that the founding fathers feared. So that's my most pessimistic take. That yes, Steve is right. We had incredible progress up until 2009, but in the world after 2012, I think
Are you back?
So look, it's perfect. We had incredible progress until the housing crash. Adam, he thinks it's social media, but I think it's social media on top of the housing crash.
You put so much emphasis on the housing crash.
Because I'm telling you,
that's such a part of.
I'm telling you, it broke people's perceptions of America.
Yeah, I don't know that a lot of the wokesters even really know about the housing crash. It was so long ago. I mean, it was 2008.
They don't need to know about that.
They're moving on to other things now.
That's not what's relevant. What's relevant is that people lost faith in the narrative of their country.
And that didn't happen in like Vietnam?
Of course
that didn't happen in Watergate?
Yeah, of course it did.
How is the housing crash any different than all of that stuff?
It's not at all different. That's what I'm saying, is that with Vietnam, people lost faith in the narrative of their story. And that's why a new narrative was created. And that's why a lot of the hippie stuff comes from.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, so with the housing crash, people lost faith in their institutions and in the American story. And they were looking for something. And what did we see? We saw wokeism, or the early days of wokeism, which was Occupy Wall Street. And then we had the Tea Party. These were the two narratives that have sprung forth from the housing crash. And Tea Party has now manifested and evolved into Trumpism, and the Occupy Wall Street has now evolved and manifested into wokeism. So how can you say it's not from the housing crash?
Occupy Wall Street is what has become wokeism?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
No, I totally agree.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I put so much emphasis on the housing crash, because
right.
to me, you can see a very direct lines.
Yeah, the housing crash gave them their foot in the door. Definitely.
Right.
Yes. But I think there was a conflict in that foot in the door between the people who really were under economically oppressive conditions and the people who were not so much under economically depressed conditions, but really just wanted to move an ideology called critical theory into the public space. And I actually think the people who were under economically dire straits lost to the people who were more middle class, more upper class even.
Right. No, I don't disagree with that at all.
Okay. So,
and it's also possible that there are people who the housing crash affected psychologically or emotionally in terms of the narrative, even if they didn't have a significant financial repercussion, they still felt like they still understood that there was some problem with our society. There was some corruption in our society that had never been, and then worse than it happening was that it was never solved. That we turned to Obama, and he was supposed to be our quote unquote white knight, excuse the language, and nothing was actually solved. He turned out to just be a dirty neoliberal shill and, change nothing.
Yeah. That destroyed a lot of people. It did.
Right.
So do you want to comment? Because we're past the part where he talks about kids making content for kids. And I know that you.
Yeah, no, that's but that goes exactly with what he's saying with kids are creating the social movements now for themselves. It's the same thing. Kids are creating entertainment for themselves. I think that's such a profound realization of part of why things are going off in the direction that they're going. And I wonder if that's part of why we're sort of have so much nostalgia bait right now. Is that since a lot of media is children creating media for children, do you think that's fueling the nostalgia bait at all? I mean, I know the nostalgia bait was happening before social media, really.
How are you defining nostalgia bait? Isn't nostalgia bait for the people who are old enough to remember the nostalgia?
No, right. Like that everything is based off of, well, I know what you're saying. Okay.
I do not feel nostalgia. When I see something old, I
Right.
think tired old shit.
I know
Yeah.
nostalgia is something people are sort of born having a sense of.
Right.
Okay.
And I
Right.
mine's at 0. Like
Yeah,
I don't.
you have 0. Okay.
I walk into this old movie and I think, why are we watching this again? Star
Right.
Wars? What the fuck? Get over.
I think I have a normal amount of nostalgia rate, unlike Adam, who apparently has 0.
You're gonna watch The Matrix again? I watched that movie like
Right.
9 times in the theater. Fucking
Well-
get over it.
I was thinking about this yesterday because we sort of have like we live in this nostalgic world where like our media is there's no new ideas. You know, so I thought about this after watching the terrible Matrix sequel,
Mhm.
or as much as the Matrix sequels I could get through because I couldn't finish it because it was so awful.
Yeah.
And how, you know, and this is a common criticism. We live in a society where so much of our media is just recycled. Everything has to be, there's no new IP that's really popular. Everything's based off of pre-existing intellectual properties.
Mhm.
They're just kind of recycled, and everything's a reboot or a remake or a remastering, and we're sort of just cycling and cycling and cycling and cycling and cycling. And I was wondering if that also connects to the fact that it seems like it's way more acceptable for adults to act like children nowadays.
Mhm.
And to me, one of the great signifiers of this was Pokemon Go. Because I was thinking like, okay, when I was a kid, Pokemon was like lame nerd shit. And if you admitted to liking Pokemon, people made fun of you.
That's hilarious.
And then when I was older, I saw people who were just like in college, all driving around with their Pokemon Go on their phones. And like Pokemon Go was the cool thing to do. And then you said even your wife was like really into this. And it's just,
Yes.
it's interesting to me that there's been like this acceptance now for adults to sort of engage in this, what we would have considered childish behavior 20 years ago, 30
Yeah.
years ago. And it just seems like there is this sort of like nostalgia. And I'm wondering if is that related to the nostalgia? There's like this nostalgia wave that's washing over people that's making them want to be more childlike in an aspect.
That's an interesting aspect of it because I never considered that people of past generations might have felt some nostalgia for some game or childlike thing that they engaged in, but not wanted to indulge that nostalgia because they're like childish things. I'm an adult now. I don't want to distinguish those feelings. You could be very right that people are permitted to indulge those feelings so much more these days, which kind of makes it acceptable. But and indulge them in a group sort of unifying way too.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
And well, it was interesting because I was starting to think of that in terms of like political philosophies, because it's kind of interesting because I was thinking this applies to communism, but I was thinking this applies more to monarchism, because I was thinking like when people are nostalgic, I don't think it's necessarily that they're remembering. The reason people I think are nostalgic, including myself, is it's not necessarily like, oh, something was necessarily better when you were a kid. Because very often, I think if you're critical, you can go back to things you enjoyed as a child and realize they suck when you're an adult. I think people are generally nostalgic for a sense of the world they had when they were younger, which is generally when you're younger, things are more simple. You don't necessarily have all the concerns of the world that you do when you're an adult. You have parents that have kind of responsibility over you.
Things are better when you're a kid. No doubt.
Well, it depends. Like, some people have terrible childhoods, so I don't want to say that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I guess you're right. Yeah.
But when you're a kid, it's not necessarily that things are better, but things are more simple. You have a very simple view of the world and your place in it. Things are not very complicated generally when you're a kid. And even when you're a kid and you think things are complicated, now as an adult, you look back at the things you thought were complicated and realize how ridiculous you were being as a child, thinking these were complicated things. And I think that's generally what drives nostalgia, is that sense of simplicity, the sense of being taken care of. That it's not people wanting to go back and enjoy the things, people wanting to go back and be in that mental state that they were when they were younger.
Well, this is exactly my feeling on nostalgia now. I mean, because I was thinking about it, and I said that I don't feel it. I guess what what you're saying kind of makes me think I do feel it, but I feel it in a different way, because I do go places that I feel like nostalgic being in that place. Like I remember being here when I was 20, or I remember, this place or that place. If I go to my old high school, I think, oh my God, like I'm swimming in nostalgia if I'm in my old high school. I don't feel it when I watch like an old movie or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe. And so I was sort of relating that to political philosophies and communism and monarchism. And it's more apparent in monarchism because I'm like, monarchism is the ultimate form of nostalgia, basically. If you think about it, it's the ultimate.
Those people didn't live through that stuff.
No,
though.
I know, but it's
like
still
utopianism,
like
but
right. But it's both. It's like this ultimate sense of like, let me go back in time to when things were better. And I was sort of wondering, like, does that also fit into the childlike framework? Because as you said, it seems like a lot of people on the neo-reactionary side are very anti-consumerism. And they kind of view it as like childish and childlike. But then I was like, well, wait a minute. Isn't this appeal to monarchy the ultimate infantilization of yourself? Because you're basically saying, listen, I don't want to be in a liberal society where I have control over my life and responsibility over my life. I want like a monarch to have the ultimate responsibility over the direction of the country.
Yeah.
Not me. I want there to be a daddy monarch, a daddy and mommy monarch to kind of like run everything and to take care of me.
You didn't get enough punches in the neo-reactionary monarchy
well,
debate.
But
I can
am I
see
being?
now
Do you
like...
agree? Am I being fair? Is there this sense of like immaturity in the appeal to monarchism?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be so immature that you don't know how the world works. I mean, there's that. I feel bad because Aiden's in the chat, and
I know I'm
like totally.
I'm making little snipes at Aiden.
You're ripping on the monarchists here. You got to read a couple of these $20 super chats because people are super, and it's like I don't know, Sitch. Do you want to like really? Do you want to like piss our entire audience off, or I mean, like maybe we should.
Okay, the majority of our audience is not at the monarchy. I just like the tease to Aiden, but
there's two $20 super chats here that want to argue with us about the vaccine. So
stacking damage. Oh, the vaccine stuff. Stacking damage for $20 says unless people can actually be useful to society, because the definition of useful is ever changing. The shark nerd is suddenly very useful when Jaws attacks. Shipping fandoms are a virtual test of human relationships, etc. I mean, that's true. Also, capitalism has provided a lot of utility and money to be made off of fandoms that would never existed beforehand. So,
but the church is how people used to make money. I don't know. It's like,
there you go.
Come on now. Like none of these institutions exist. Like all institutions need some source of resources to actually function and maintain themselves over time. So. I guess I just don't feel the consumer aspect of fandom doesn't bother me.
Right.
I have a reverence for consumerism that I don't think many people possess, but most of it's because everyone knows my favorite book, Why Nations Fail. Like Why Nations Fail makes an amazing argument for how consumerism led to more individual freedom than anything else. And once you realize that, once you have that epiphany, you're like, fuck yeah, fashion. Let's fucking make the world a fashionable place.
Kubomi for $20 says many university administrators got humanities degrees which don't have any real world job opportunities and where the teaching positions are oversaturated. I think they bend that way ideologically, not just profit incentive. Yeah, I think that's, well, I guess I don't know about administrators. I think that's definitely true of teachers, but you could be right. There is a lot of these degrees that just do not create jobs except for continuing the cycle of creating those degrees. And so, maybe that's where a lot of administrators are coming from. That's very possible. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, and smartphones. That's right. Kids on their damn smartphones. They're
Johnathan Haidt completely agrees that smartphones are a big part of the problem.
It's funny because like the charging port on my phone has been basically, I don't know what happened. I guess just over time it's just been broken or corroded. So it'd be like when I try to charge my phone, I'd have to like angle the charger in just the right way, and I had to like futz with it for like 5 minutes to get it to charge.
Poor
And
thing.
I really was feeling like the Jordan Peterson like tool obstacle every time I would do this. I'm like, my phone is no longer a tool. Every time I have to charge it, it becomes this horrible obstacle. And then I went out and I bought one of those wireless chargers where you just put the phone on it. And it's just like,
great.
oh,
They're so
my God.
great.
Like, I know, I just feel like there was so much stress and worry in my life. Like, oh my God, it's going to be so difficult to charge my phone. Is this going to be the day where I can't charge my phone anymore? Like, I had so much worry about that. And now I'm just like, oh,
you just set it down on the charger.
Put it down on the little charger.
It's heaven.
Yeah. Oh, God, it's amazing. Electric Elephant for 20 Aussie bucks says, Christianity is equals misread Judaism. Satan equals judging angel not fallen. Messiah equals Nazarene. Holy man who doesn't cut hair like Samson. There you go. Not Nazarite like Jesus. Sheol is not the same as torture, place of sleep until Messiah makes heaven on earth and raises the dead. I don't know if I'd say it's a misread. I think it's just like a different interpretation of a lot of, I mean, obviously Christianity is a different interpretation of a lot of aspects of Judaism. So,
of course.
Yeah. I mean, that was interesting. Like the concept of Satan is from Judaism, except that it wasn't a evil angel. It was an angel who places things in the ways of humans at God's behest for whatever reason. So stacking damage for $20 says the 99% unvaccinated hospitals meme ranged from January to August of 2021. January, February, March, April, no vaccines for general public. Vaccinated is only counted at 2 weeks after the second dose, so that study is terribly unbalanced. There you go.
So he's saying that the study is bad.
Yes, he's casting doubt on the 99%
right
number, which I thought it was like 75-25, but I didn't, like, I just heard this in like a report somewhere like a million years ago.
Okay.
So I didn't think it was as high as 99, but 75-25 still pretty good. Dash the Simple for $20 says, Adam, there are 3,000 people who have been hospitalized in Massachusetts alone, where there are 76% of the population is vaxxed. Plus, a few months ago, Israel was still having a COVID spike while having 60% of their population vaxxed. Well, that doesn't really...
Yeah, it doesn't really say.
Address
anything.
Specifically what Adam was saying about what is the actual ratio.
Yeah, because you want to know if
Right.
25% of the people are showing up in the hospital and they're vaxxed and they're still sick enough to actually show up in the hospital, that's a problem. But my information is totally anecdotal.
But if 75% of the people showing up are unvaxxed, that definitely means the vaccine's obviously having like an effect on people.
If 75% of the people showing up are unvaccinated, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, me saying that is based on anecdotal stuff, just from a friend that works at the hospital. So,
oh my God, Tale of Twin Rabbit. Oh my God, it's everyone's favorite. Tale of Twin Rabbit. Holy we have an e-celebrity. Thank you so much. We have an e-celebrity here. Thank you so much. Our favorite Detective Tales, Tale of Twin Rabbit for $5 says, I'm sorry. I'm just confused, I guess. I thought we were here to talk about justice. And here we are talking about Pokemon Go.
Hilarious.
There it is. Thank you.
Our institutions, the institutions of liberal democracy are in such danger that it's quite possible that the future will not be like the past. I don't know what's going to happen, but I now see that as a possibility that I didn't see 5 years ago.
Where's my Tim Pool beanie? I got to put the Tim Pool beanie on Haidt now. So I think this is just a miscalculation of social media. And I also think that it's a little bit of TDS. I think Haidt buys into the January 6th destroying the world narrative. We're on the verge of fascism and all that. Don't you think that plays into the whole, like,
I mean, it sure doesn't help, right?
Yeah, totally.
I'm sure it didn't help. I don't think he's as a doomsayer as some of the people are, but
Haidt is as doomsay as Tim Pool is easily.
You think he is? You think he is? Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I told you before, me and Reed and Ice Wonder went and saw Haidt speak, and he was kind of really black-pilled, like in private. Reed and I were looking at each other, going, "Yeah, yeah."
That's funny. That's funny.
We were like, but
maybe he is. Maybe he is.
Well, like I said, Haidt lives in New York City, which I got to tell you, I mean, I live in Los Angeles, and it hasn't been that bad all through, the George Floyd riots and all that kind of stuff. New York during a pandemic? I mean, I'm a little terrified of that.
That's true. That's true.
Like,
That's
I don't necessarily know. In Los Angeles, you're completely spread out. In New York, you're like on top of one another. You can't get away from the city in New York. Yeah. I don't know. He seemed pretty black-pilled, so.
And what do you see as the danger at the moment?
So the danger, I think, is that a secular liberal democracy is a miraculous thing, but a fragile thing. And we briefly thought in the 1990s, with the fall of the Berlin Wall, that this was the end of history. Liberal democracy had won. Eventually, North Korea, Iran. Well, everybody's going to be a liberal democracy. Once they get a little richer, they'll want that. But now it's clear that the founders were right that a diverse democracy, a democracy per se, is very difficult, very fragile, and as Madison said, as violent in their deaths as they are short-lived in their lives. And so the 20th century, we had all kinds of centripetal pressures, including especially World War II, binding us together. We had briefly a centripetal media system where we all got the same news. So we had the high point of professional journalism. It wasn't that way before the 1920s, and it isn't that way after 2012. So there was this period where the institutions that grounded us to truth, or rather gave us a process by which we could make progress towards truth and weed out terrible ideas, that, it turns out, was just a temporary thing. And I see it fading away. And this is, so Jonathan Rauch has a book coming out in a week or two called The Constitution of Knowledge. Steve is going to cover a lot of this in his book on rationality. So let me kick it over to Steve. Steve, what do you see? Do you see that things are changing in the last 10 years or so in ways that are a danger to a liberal democracy such as ours?
I just want to point out all of those things that he mentioned, holding society together, none of them were religion. So, and Jordan Peterson's argument throughout this whole thing is that it's we're missing the religion, and religion is what was holding us together. So just take that to heart.
Some of them are, although in the last 10 years, globally, we've seen extreme poverty continue to decline. We've seen war decline after the blip from the Syrian civil war, which temporarily reversed the trend.
Well, wait, here's a question. Because Jordan Peterson's saying, he's sort of conceptualizing it like the religion is holding people together because the religion has all these positive moral ideas in them that people need kind of the religious reason to follow. Okay. But I'm also wondering if it's less that and more just that if everyone was basically Christian, there was an easy in-group for people to map onto.
Yeah.
So they'd say like, oh, we all might have our disagreements, but at the end of the day, we're all some form of Christian, right?
There is validity there, I believe. Yes,
right.
Definitely.
Now that wasn't a perfect in-group mapping, because obviously like a big thing the KKK was against was they were against Catholics. So, I mean, obviously there's still people, quibbling over the various sects. But I wouldn't be surprised if that created a grander unity than we have now.
Yeah.
We've seen movements like the legalization of gay marriage in the United States, the restrictions in the application of the death penalty. So there are a lot of these long-term movements that are continuing. And you also got to remember that in the 60s and 70s, for one thing, domestically, there were weekly bombings and riots with police shooting, a dozen rioters a night. The Weathermen, the Black Liberation Armies, Symbionese Liberation Army.
I'm getting all of that too. Oh yeah, things are materially things are continuing to get better. I give you all of.
Thank you, Steven Pinker. See, he's like, Haidt, listen. In the 70s, all those protests, all these Black Lives Matter protests you're worried about now, they were like 20 times worse than the 70s. Okay.
Yeah.
There were wide scale race riots. I remember my parents saying that there were days they'd skip of school because they'd be afraid that there was going to be a race riot at school.
Yeah.
Which,
This is why I really
Right.
don't like the end of the world stuff.
right.
It's funny
Right.
that I was so obsessed with it when I was in my 20s, and now like I don't
Really?
like this
That's
stuff.
interesting.
Yeah.
That.
And if you listen back, I mean, I've been watching the Apple TV series 1971, the year that music
Oh.
changed everything.
Oh, cool.
Highly recommended.
Okay.
It's a reminder of a lot of the political inanity of our generation and our older brothers and sisters
Yeah.
who were Maoists, who were Marxists, who were violent insurrectionists, and not just in rhetoric, but there really was a lot of violence. There were bombings. There were judges whose heads were blown off.
Oh my God.
It was a pretty ugly time.
God, she was
And
crazy.
Even in terms of, it's certainly true that there is no.
I think that's also like, could you imagine how crazier things would have been in the 60s if social media was around then? Because then all these crazy things that kids are doing would then be posted and then copied, and because people would be like have this entirely new motivation for engaging in these really bad behaviors.
Yeah. That is the ability to copy the strategy so effectively is a product of the digital age that didn't exist back then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, to me, that's good evidence that we're nowhere near as bad as it was in the 60s.
Yeah, it is, because it should be a million
It should
times
be like
worse.
10 times
Yeah.
worse because of social media.
Yeah.
Overall progressive force toward liberal democracy, and there's absolutely been a recession in the last decade in countries like Hungary and Turkey and the United States and Russia. On the other hand, if you look at the graph of number of democracies scaled by how democratic or how autocratic they are, we've backslid maybe to 2010. We have to remember that in the 1970s, there were only 33 democracies on Earth. Half of Europe was behind the Iron Curtain.
Wow.
Spain and Portugal were literally fascist dictatorships. All of Latin America, juntas, banana republics, military governments. Taiwan was a military dictatorship. South Korea was a military dictatorship. There has been some backsliding, but not back to the 1970s. So it's sort of premature to abandon the liberal democratic ideal. I agree that it has to be, that there is some, it's not so fragile that we have gone all the way back to the 1970s.
That's kind of crazy to think about. That only, what do you say, in the 70s, only 33 countries in the entire world were democracies.
Yeah.
And now we're at, according to the internet, we're at 167 countries.
Yeah, what happened? The monarchists were winning. What happened?
What happened, Aiden? Huh? You got pwned. That's what happened.
Why
People
are
were
you
like,
so
"Fuck
mean
this."
to Aiden?
I'm just
Jeez.
saying what you were implying. Okay?
No, that's not
You were
what I was
hiding it
implying.
in subterfuge, and I was just gonna go right out there with it. I'm gonna wave it in everyone's face. Okay.
Are
I
you
ain't a pussy.
pro-democracy?
I'm not anymore. I was pro-democracy, but ever since I've become a lord, I've now become pro-monarch. Yes.
That's so funny.
I completely agree with Aiden. I have been raised from birth with the mighty king's craft to know exactly how to rule my single square foot of Scottish land, okay?
You better hope the peasants don't revolt. If I get to Scotland and there's a fucking anthill on my land,
I'm gonna fly to Scotland and I'm gonna start a peasants revolt on Adam's 1 square foot of land.
I don't think you can even stand on 1 square foot of land without invading my airspace.
Look, they're peasants. We can make it. Okay, we'll make it work somehow.
How do we? Are we?
We'll stack them up.
What's the access road like? I'm curious. How do I get to my plot of land? What if I want to be buried on my plot of land? Do I have to be
Ooh, there you
buried
go.
vertically?
Well, they'll just have to puree your body so you fit in a 1 square foot box.
That's a good idea. I can get
Yeah.
cremated and put a little coffin.
There you go. I like it.
Mini coffin.
A little coffin with a crown like etched on it.
Sorry, honey. You and I cannot be buried together. I'm being buried next to Sitch, my internet friend.
You mean Lord Sitch?
Yes,
I will be
Lord
buried
Sitch.
with the peasants like you, dear wife.
Listen,
Not a
dear,
commoner.
listen, dear wife. We're royalty now, so we can't be hanging out with the riffraff. We have to be buried in Scotland,
That's right.
the land of lords. Yeah, should be good. She'll like that a lot. That will definitely not get me. That will definitely not get me closer to an amygdala hijack.
'70s, and there are some built-in advantages, like people want to live there. That's where people who vote with their feet end up. We know from, I mean, and John, I know you covered this in your book on happiness, but people in liberal democracies are happier. And together with material affluence, which of course liberal democracies are very good at delivering, the second, as I recall, contributor to happiness is a sense of freedom. So people, there is at least pushing in the direction of liberal democracy against, agreed, the tribalist and authoritarian and magical thinking. There is people's desire for prosperity and freedom, at least for themselves, and pushing back against the kind of the positive feedback loops, the vortexes of misinformation and fake news and so on. There is the fact that reality is that which doesn't go away when you stop believing in it. That and Johnathan Haidt is clear in his book, which just recently came out, which I admire as much as you do, that that there are some, that because reality is still there, there's always a resource to that the constitution of knowledge, what he called liberal science, always has behind it. That in the end, you can't wish away reality for long.
See, and I wonder if one of the differences between now and the 1970s, I mean, because I often think about now compared to 1972, which was not exactly a banner year. That was the year of the oil crisis. I mean, it seems
73. Yeah.
73. Yeah, 73. It seems that there were terrible things going on in the world at that time that people were concerned about. And they seem equally concerned now and equally divisive, but the terrible things aren't going on. I mean, the Vietnam War was raging, the Cold War was raging. We were concerned about running out of oil, and that turned out to be, a non-starter.
Overpopulation.
But yes, I mean,
extinction.
Yes. So, and a lot of those things didn't manifest themselves, but certainly the Cold War was absolutely real, and it was raging away in Vietnam, among other places, and so people were very bent out of shape about that, and rightly so. And now there seems to be an equal amount of being bent out of shape, but the contributing factors seem even far less obvious than they were in the 1970s. And so that seems to be the mediating factor between the position you've staked out in this discussion, Stephen, and the one that you're describing, Johnathan, is that, it's not worse than it was in the 70s, except there's no reason for it now. Yeah.
No, I totally accept Steve's points about progress and about how there are many people, particularly as he says, progressives who don't want to acknowledge that there's been progress. I don't deny any of that. I feel like we're just in the first stages of this new way of living, in which we won't be able to find truth. The processes that let us find truth have decayed in ways that might make the future different from the past. And so if you look at what is happening in journalism, and many people now, not just people on the right, but centrists and others are saying the New York Times is just not as reliable as it used to be, since it's committed itself. I heard a discussion, I think Andrew Sullivan said something like there was a memo went around that we need to make race part of every story.
Is the New York Times not as reliable as it used to be, or is it simply that now that you have all this access to information, you can become aware that it was never as reliable as it used to be?
That is the big question right there.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people would argue that it never really was reliable. So
right, I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't either. I don't know that we can know the answer to that question.
Right. I mean, it definitely, because right now it seems like maybe not just that it's not as reliable, but it does seem like the adherence to liberal values is slipping, and that's the real issue.
We've had difficulty uncovering truth for our entire history of our civilization. I mean,
Right.
this is not a new problem. So
Right.
I feel like Haidt's doom and gloom is a little excessive here because he's close to academia and he's seeing it screw up the
Right. Well, that's the
institution of
thing is
academia.
that, and as Pinker's about to get into when he talks about like, well, journalism has had lots of worse problems in the past than it did now.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. It's from Haidt's personal experience. I mean, since a lot of this rot is manifested in
he's living in it.
his backyard, academia, it's like this is part of probably what's motivating him to have such pessimistic thoughts about the future. Yeah.
It's sad. It really is.
It is sad.
Yeah.
It's sad.
The New York Times has this dual telos, all the truth that's fit to print, or is it all the truth that fits our narrative we print? I mean, those are not the same. That's incoherence, and that's basically what's happened in some of the social sciences as well. And so you have to either have the whole institution committed to this.
See, that's another thing right there. Think of what he just said. He's like, this is going on in the social sciences, and remember what I said earlier about how, man, there's a lot of really interesting things that could be going on in the social sciences that really aren't, because you have a new league of like Catholicism going on in the social sciences, where we have these accepted axioms of critical theory that you cannot challenge or be against, when the whole point of science is to challenge those perceived truths, to falsify them. Yeah.
Right.
Which you're running into huge trouble.
Really, really difficult thing, which is advancing towards truth, disposing of falsehoods, using only imperfect, flawed, motivated individuals as the units, and creating a process that nonetheless gets you closer to truth. And we've done it in universities, we've done it in juries, in the court system, the legal system, and we've done it in high quality journalism. And now
we need a truth. We need that truth, but we also need the truth that unites us, right? I mean,
what's the truth that unites us?
Well,
we just went full Sam Harris.
I know. I was about to say.
Yeah.
We just found the Sam Harris conversation.
I know.
Because Haidt's like, listen, we need objective truth. And then Jordan Peterson's like, well, we need truth that unites us. It's like, oh, no.
We need narrative truth. Yeah. We need true enough. We need metaphorical truth.
Oh, no.
Haidt is not ready to have this conversation, though. I've made like 3 videos on this at least. You haven't made any videos on this.
On what?
On the different truth, the metaphorical truth versus.
I haven't. Yeah.
I have much more respect for it than you do. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I have respect for it. I thought the conversation was silly because you need both.
You do, yeah, and you need to be able to
yeah.
distinguish between the two, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was silly because I thought, and I think Peter Jordan was kind of doing this intentionally to create the conversation, because I think the way to work around the contentious conversation with Sam Harris was just to say like, oh yes, Sam, I completely agree that we need to have a very concrete idea of objective truth.
Mm-hmm.
But we also need this other thing that I'm calling metaphorical truth, which we've sort of dubbed as like wisdom or narrative truth or whatever you want to call it.
There's a yin and yang between both of those truths that you just can't get rid of one or the other. But it's interesting that you say that, because I do think Jordan made that conversation way more contentious than it needed to be, just to fucking signal boost his message. Which was kind of brilliant, but go ahead.
I don't think it was that. I don't think it was like that way. I don't think he was being intentionally difficult in the conversation for like selfish reasons. I think he was. I think he had an interesting idea about whether objective truth is more important than narrative truth, and he was playing with this idea, because this is how he thinks about everything. He has an idea and then he kind of plays with it.
Yeah,
and he plays with it by having conversation with someone,
with other people. Yeah, he plays with it in front of other people.
Right. And he's like, exactly. He plays with it. He has a shiny new toy, which is this narrative truth.
You mind if I play with my thing in front of you?
Right. Mind if I play with myself? Will you help me play with myself in front of this audience? So Jordan Peterson says, Sam, I've been trying to play with myself. about narrative truth. And I want you to help me play with myself in front of all these people. And Sam's like, listen, Jordan, I'm not going to play with yourself. I'm not going to help you play with yourself. I want to play with myself. Okay. So let's both play with ourselves in front of this audience and we'll see who finishes first.
That's basically that's the first podcast between Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson in a nutshell.
There you go.
And guess what? None of them finished.
No.
They didn't.
And guess what? Everyone at the end of that conversation was blue balls, including the audience.
Totally. Neither one of them finished. They had to have a second conversation where they finished.
Right. Humpty Moo for 50 pounds. Thank you so much, Humpty. Says, I enjoy the channel and the challenge to the audience. I often watch things I don't want to watch. I hope you want to watch us. I don't want to. I see something and think this goes completely against what I think. I force click and learn something. You guys do that within the channel really well. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. Yeah.
Try. It's
tough. It is tough. And I mean, I've forced myself over the years to listen to stuff that I just cannot stomach. And it's like Jordan Peterson's right when he says life is suffering, because you can't grow unless you're willing to do that, unless you're willing to step outside of your comfort zone. Yeah, you really can't. It really is about fucking trying to improve yourself. So thanks. What's up?
I'm waiting for you to press the button.
I'm trying to make sense of all the arguments that you're putting forward. I mean, one of the things that's happening, you pointed out, is that we're factionalizing, and each faction has its own representation of reality.
Right.
And back in the heyday of journalism, and it wasn't just journalism, because there was all sorts of central institutions that people trusted fundamentally.
Right.
And so those institutions were oriented towards the truth in principle, but they also united people. And so now you could say that one of the consequences of this remarkable technology that's put us all online is that, and this is part of what's undermining journalism.
It's kind of interesting too, because we've done a complete 180, because it used to be the right was the guardians of the institutions, because the institutions were built on tradition.
Yep.
And it was the left that was trying to deconstruct all the institutions. And now it's like the mainstream left has control of all the institutions. The right is completely cynical and doesn't trust any of the institutions.
Yeah, it's true.
And neither does the far left, because the far left is still deconstructing, which is what they always did. Mm-hmm. So it's very bizarre, the world we're in right now. I don't think it would be easily predictable.
This is why everyone hates centrists, because the centrists are the only ones protecting the institutions now. They're like, oh shit, they're hanging on by a thread, but these goddamn centrists coming in here protecting the institutions.
That is, everything is fragmented into 1,000 narratives or 10,000 narratives, and they all find their own community. And so it seems that the problem of truth has two elements then. What's the truth, and how is it that we share that across ourselves so that we can be united as a country or a state or whatever level of community you choose?
Okay, I would just be wary of saying the truth that unites us, as if we all need to believe one truth. I would rather say, if there is a possibility of finding truth, then at least we can have our disagreements within some realm of sanity, where we might actually resolve problems or fix problems or make these massive advances on social problems. Once the ability to find any kind of truth goes away, then it's not that we're not, we can't unite around.
I agree with what Haidt's saying, but that's not addressing the issue.
No, and
Peterson's bringing up.
He did just go straight to Sam Harris truth. He's saying basically truth is objective fact, and that he's not acknowledging that there are crazy truths that people engage in and give meaning to their lives.
He's focusing on, because Peterson was talking about sort of the corruption of the institutions, and so he's sort of Haidt's sort of framing
that makes
this
sense.
Right, and Haidt's kind of framing this in terms of, well, we need a truth-seeking apparatus that we all agree with, which I completely 100% am on board.
I do agree. Yeah,
but that doesn't address the underlying issue that Peterson's getting at, which is that even if you have a sense-making apparatus or a conflict resolution system like liberalism to some extent, that's not necessarily going to provide the meaning or shared culture or shared in-group that everyone can identify around.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
that's the question that needs to be kind of solved in our modern times.
A shared truth of like, you know, Florida is a state is not as good as a shared truth of like, you and I are going to live together in heaven after we both die. Like,
Right.
there are
Well,
some truths that are much more powerful for people.
you want to, there needs to be, I guess the issue is he wants there to be a shared moral truth. You know, as he said, that it's things that unify people are not so much a shared belief of what is, but a shared belief of what the ideal world is. So there needs to be a shared ideal, and there was for a time a shared ideal version of what it means to be American and what the American way of life is. And we kind of lost that, unfortunately.
But don't you think so much of our conflict is over a contentious, contradictory understanding of the world we actually live in? I feel like that is so much more central to the conflict now, because you have people on the left that are like, well, climate change is going to kill us all in 12 years. And you have, you know, people on the right that just,
right.
It's
I
completely
agree
different
with you.
worlds.
I agree with you completely, but I think that comes secondary.
Mm-hmm.
I think people's tribe is informing their facts of their world rather than their facts informing their tribe.
No, I completely agree.
Right. So that's what so to me, that's how I would still categorize it. Like, people's ideals of what they want from the world is more important than the way they view the world, because the way they view the world is sort of based after the fact on the presuppositions of how they think the world should be.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my estimation.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Around something. So, you know, if you think about when 9/11 happened, within a week, you know, there was common agreement about what had happened. Planes were sent by Al-Qaeda whenever we figured that out. And there were conspiracy theories that it was an inside job by Israelis, but those were fringe freak theories. Nobody really believed them. And you know, America came together and supported a response.
That's true. If there was some 9/11 like event in America, there would be, can you imagine, like, how quickly would it become politicized and there'd be 2 movies instantly propped up about what happened? I don't even know if we could have a shared narrative like we did with 9/11.
I watched the movie Don't Look Up, and that's the concept behind Don't Look Up, which is
right.
It is fascinating. The movie was not well done. Not as well done as the idea deserved, to be honest with you.
Right. Yeah.
It's a tough movie. You should watch it. I'd love to talk about that movie.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, of course, George W. Bush abused that and took us into Iraq on false premises. We came apart. But if 9/11 were to happen tomorrow, do you think that we would have a shared understanding of what happened? I don't. And in fact, it kind of did. You know, we had the pandemic a year and a half ago, and it could have been a way to bring us together to solve this massive problem that we all faced. But in America, at least, we quickly split into crazy factions. Yeah.
I don't know if the pandemic is a good comparison, because like 9/11 is a very easy narrative story that very easily maps into like the way humans evolved to react to things. Okay. You had an enemy tribe attacks us, right? Very simple. And so like the responses that are like, oh, we unify, we attack the enemy tribe. It's very simplistic. And it kind of like just perfectly hits our monkey brain. But the pandemic is way more like
nebulous. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like this invisible thing that makes you sick. And then part of the response to dealing with it is like, we're going to curtail your liberties. So then all the people that care about that are start to get up in arms. And then of course they're going to start to want to argue whether it's true or not, whether the curtailing of liberties is actually effective or not, you know, and then the people that don't care about liberties are going to start arguing the other direction because they don't give a shit about liberty. So like, I don't think 9/11 is exactly a good comparison to COVID.
The Trump did try to turn the pandemic into 9/11 though, because you got to admit he tried the China virus thing like a bunch. He was like, I'm blaming this on China. Let's all unite against China. China's the real enemy here.
There you go. See,
and it might have worked if we weren't in this critical race theory moment. It might have actually worked, because I mean there was there was some uniting against, the Middle East type scenario going on during 9/11.
Well, that's kind of a mixed bag, because on one hand you'd say, okay, if America united against China in response to COVID, then we would be more united. But there's a real we don't want to be in open war with China.
I'm not saying it's a good idea.
Yeah, like there's a lot of bad things that could really come off of being in an open war with China, where you caused COVID and it's your fault. I don't know how that would play out. It could go in either direction.
George Bush literally used 9/11 to drive us into a war in the Middle East.
Yeah, exactly.
The population was so thirsty for revenge that he's like,
Yes.
well, Iraq didn't really do anything, but hey, maybe we could dive in there for. I don't even really know why we went into Iraq.
Because they had weapons of mass destruction.
No, that was the cover story.
Yeah, I know. Why couldn't I always love the Lewis Black skit where he's like, I don't understand. My government doesn't give a fuck about me anymore. Why couldn't they just lie about finding weapons of mass destruction? Why couldn't they just photoshopped a nuclear missile onto the back of a camel? I would have been totally happy. I would have been fine. We defeated the bad guys. Go America. But no, they couldn't even lie to me.
Yeah, too much social media out there.
See, this is why I'm sort of very suspicious of a lot of these super grand conspiracy narratives, because there's a lot of times where the government fucks up in very public ways. And I'm like, well, if these conspiracies are true, if the government can just create these whole cloth conspiracies and
they would do it more.
They would do it more. And that was always one of my big arguments against 9/11 being an inside job, was like, okay, you're telling me that the Bush administration, which couldn't even lie about finding nukes in Iraq, which I don't see how that would be that difficult to do, right?
Yeah. You just fly one over there and bring it back.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like they couldn't even lie about that to completely justify the war and solidify George W. Bush's legacy and his power. But they could do this very complicated 9/11 terrorist plot and never be caught for doing it. And then blow up the buildings with bombs and shit. It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
They're either super competent or they're not. And I do not see super competency from our government.
The world is completely incompetent on all things.
It's what it seems like. It's just what it seems like.
Yeah, well, I should say, crazy conspiracy theories on the right, the left wasn't conspiracy theories, but the left was the woke problem, where certain things, certain things couldn't be said, and and especially the one of the worst things that the institution.
Woke stuff is based on a conspiracy theory.
I know, it totally is
based on a conspiracy theory that all white people are racist.
Yeah, that's a conspiracy.
In their minds.
This is the woke Haidt stuff I'm telling you about.
Right. No, I mean, he's right. He's right. That's a problem. I think you could classify wokeness as a conspiracy theory.
I think you could too. Yeah.
Right.
Institutions that are tasked with creating knowledge. One of the worst things they did was they said, no, you can't get together at church. No, you can't get together at a Trump rally. Oh, but Black Lives Matter protests? Yes, go ahead. And so so the right was already so skeptical. And once the epidemiological community did that as a community, they put out a statement, boom, no more trust in the establishment. And that has killed a lot of people, because if not for that, there would be a lot less skepticism about vaccines.
First of all, I completely agree with him in terms of that was one of the most shocking and disgusting displays.
I don't even remember it.
Of the corruption of our institutions.
Did they really come out with some paper that said?
Well, yeah, there was. Well, you had all the news, and it was one doctor organization. So I don't know how important they are in the grand scheme of things. But there was some organization of doctors that tried to make the excuse that the Black Lives Matter protests were fine in terms of the spread of COVID.
What?
And I think basically what they argued was that
oh my
God. When you read it, it was very obvious that whoever runs this organization of quote doctors is 100% woke, because they're using all the woke language, and they're basically saying that the struggle for racial justice is basically more important than COVID because so many Black people are dying in America, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, that definitely happened, and it was disgusting to me. And I think that was a real blow to a lot of our institutions, is just this especially with the media. Because if you remember, and this was what's so crazy about the Black Lives Matter stuff, was that right before George Floyd, there were all these protests, anti-lockdown, anti-quarantine protests.
Mhm.
And the media narrative every time was, look at all of these assholes coming out to protest, congregating in a big group, spreading the virus to each other.
Mhm.
And the right would say, first, well, they'd either say the virus isn't real, or they'd say it doesn't matter because we're all outside and, it doesn't spread outside, blah, 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 blah. Like they give the excuses, the outside excuse.
Mhm.
And then as soon as George Floyd dies and as soon as the Black Lives Matter protests start,
this was
just
this was the rallies for Trump becoming president you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then as soon as George Floyd happens, and as soon as Black Lives Matter happens, all those arguments that the left was making against the anti-COVID protests go out the fucking window.
Oh my God.
And they start picking up all the excuses that the anti-COVID people were using, or the anti-quarantine people were using, saying, oh, it's all outside, it's fine, it's not going to spread. Look, people are wearing masks as they congregate and burn down buildings. Like, and it's so, to me, that's just like the clearest indication that again, the truth doesn't really matter. That people just adopt whatever excuse they need to sort of generalize where they want to go.
Science is the first thing that
rationalized
is tossed out the window in all these things. So they there's a double incentive for them not wanting Trump to have rallies, because they didn't want him to win the presidential election. They were like, oh, thank goodness. There's the perfect thing, this COVID. Nobody ever wants to go to a Biden rally. So let's just pretend like COVID is.
You're right. They
way.
did tie that in with Trump running for president again. Yeah, I forgot that aspect of it.
They were like, "Oh, it's so insensitive of Trump to get all these people together at these rallies."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, that's very true. But I was going to say is that while I think that what he's talking about definitely happened, I'm not sure that was. I don't believe that like that incident happened and then that's what made the right skeptical about COVID stuff. Because I don't think that's the way anyone, I think very rarely do facts, and we've been talking about this whole time, I think very rarely do actual facts and things that happen are like what determines people's behavior. I think a lot of people on the right were already against the COVID quarantine stuff because it was this infringement on liberty and all these things that the left doesn't necessarily care about often. And so that's why they were sort of against the science and not trusting the institutions.
Yeah.
I don't think this was like the thing that changed everyone's mind.
Yeah, I don't think they trusted the news media. I mean, you had Trump running around for 4 years talking about fake news. None of the right trusted the news media anyway. Like this happened way before Haidt is saying it happened.
Right. I think this was basically just like the confirmation that they could point to and say, see, we were right.
Yeah. Well, and it's something that Haidt can point to and say woke is a bunch of bullshit. And it's like it's so obvious now.
It's interesting because I feel like he's falling into the trap that he tries to avoid with his elephant rider. Because he's like, oh, the trap with the elephant rider is that people are trying to convince other people's riders when they should be trying to convince their elephant. I feel like he's kind of doing the same thing here. He thinks people made some sort of like logical rider decision. Like, well, like the media was saying, my institutions were saying one thing and now they're saying the other. So I'm logically not going to trust them anymore.
This is the biggest problem on the left, is the left really believes people are rational. And I'm like, oh no, that's not true.
Yeah, but Haidt is like the guy on that, so it's kind of interesting to see even him fall into that.
He slips all the time.
Yeah,
Haidt slips all the time. He does. He's only human. Okay.
Of course.
I completely agree with John, and that's one of my favorite examples. The other one, of course, being that that if you discuss the possibility that SARS-CoV-2 originated from a lab leak in Wuhan, that shows that you're a racist.
You're a racist, right?
Right. And so that was censored and inhibited until it just burst out about a month ago. But completely agree.
I will say, I think Scott Adams has the best argument for why it's a lab leak.
What is it? I don't know what it is.
If you look at how like authoritarian China is and was with the lockdowns and how crazy they were.
Oh, they knew ahead of time.
Well, no, not that. But how crazy China was with the lockdowns. Okay. I mean, this is not a free country. that if China, the government of China, honestly believed that a wet market created a global pandemic that caused 2 years of strife for the entire fucking world, is there any chance in hell that the authoritarian government of China would continue to allow wet markets to exist?
Ooh, that's a great point. That is a great point.
Yeah, because I think the answer is no.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think people are kind of blind to that because we're looking at it from like the American perspective. We're like, I don't know, say we had, I'm sure we have some equivalent to wet markets or something like that.
Yeah.
If some global pandemic started in America,
Right.
from that, people would be complaining, like it'd be like a big issue.
Oh,
We go back
totally.
and forth on it. I'm not sure it'd ever really be solved. But in China, they just say, nope, no
Yep.
wet markets.
Wet market over. Yeah.
Right. And the fact that they haven't done that makes me very
That
much
is a
lean
great
in
point.
the lab leak
Yeah.
position.
Agreeing with John that our institutions for finding the truth constantly need defense. They go against a lot of features of human nature. And then I just want to caution against thinking that it was that much better in the past. I mean, one of my favorite quotes is that the best explanation for the good old days is a bad memory. And this includes, by the way, the New York Times. And there is a sort of subversive book by Ashley Rinsberg, came out a couple of weeks ago, called The Gray Lady Winked, going over the history of the New York Times coverage of world events, which forget all the news that's fit to print. They downplayed the Holodomor, the terror famine in Ukraine under Stalin. Their Berlin chief during the 1930s was a Nazi who constantly apologized for the Nazi regime. The coverage of Fidel Castro in the 50s amplified the strength of the guerrilla movement. The weakness of the Ngo Diem regime in South Vietnam, leading to the CIA-inspired coup, may have been inflated by New York Times coverage. There's actually a history of activism.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that.
Oh my God, I have to read this book. The Gray Lady Winked. The Gray Lady Winked, how the New York Times misreporting, distortions, and fabrications radically altered history. Oh my God.
Well, and what I want you to read it and report back to me, because what would be the interesting,
This is awesome.
the interesting distinction will be, okay, I would imagine it'd be easy for anyone to go back in history and you can find any op-ed, because the New York Times prints so much shit, any op-ed supporting any terrible position in the past. And the thing would be not to just find examples of op-eds, supporting the Nazis or the communists or whatever, but to see, is there like a trend in those directions that are actually affecting the country? Because that's the real question.
Right. Look at you already simping for the New York Times. I can't believe this.
I'm just thinking in terms of like
simp class.
You have to be careful of the confirmation bias. Because I'm like, yeah, you could very easily look into any publication's history.
Sure.
You could very easily look at any publication's history and find like an article from the 30s or 40s or 50s that had some bad take. The question is this the narrative the paper was pushing overall? Is this the tone of the paper at the time? That'd be the more pertinent information.
Listen, I'm reading this book because I fucking hate the New York Times. I fucking hate them with a passion. All I see in the New York Times is lies. They've turned half my family into woke morons. Okay? They turned my best friend Isaac into a fucking zombie. Okay? Well, the New York Times sucks.
I'm definitely more inclined to believe that the New York Times, that the reason we're seeing the New York Times be wrong now is just because we have access to information we didn't have before.
Right.
I'm definitely believe that's true.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to where their political narrative has been throughout our history.
Well, I'll report back, definitely.
Right.
I'm sure they probably had Hitler run an op-ed. It's fucking...
King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus, for $50. Thank you so much, Dingus. Says, Merry Christmas, gents. May all of 2022 be full of gender swap art, dead poppers, and an army of enlightened centrist simps showering you with money. Thank you so much, Dingus.
Well, I like that last part, but
the art. You don't like the gender swap art?
Sometimes it gets a little weird.
I don't know if you saw Zofrats drew some very racy. Very racy picture. We'll have to show at some point.
I see.
May get the stream taken down. Adam may have to censor
I
it.
see like my DMs filling up, and I'm too terrified to even click on them, to be honest with you.
One Abaddon for $22.22 says consistency on both sides has been declining for a while now, but the left is just so blatant about it. But see, that's what I'm
Yes.
wondering. I'm wondering if consistency has always been this terrible. You just didn't we just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have access to information, like all the information in the world at the internet that shows us, oh, we can go back like 10 years and see
Right.
that you're being a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the Voshes of the world to say, I never
Right.
said that, but now you can go back to your Twitter and go, look, it's right there, motherfucker. You didn't
Right.
say it.
You know, the New York Times, I'm not contending that the New York Times hasn't become activist. They definitely have. What I'm wondering is, has the New York Times always been activist or not? That's what I'm
Yes.
questioning. I don't know the answer to that.
They have. You were just in the bubble.
Yeah, that's what I'm more inclined to believe things have been basically the same and I was just in the bubble. That's where my bias leads me to believe.
Half of Isaac's arguments against anything I say are, it's in the New York Times. That's like his response to everything. It's in the New York Times. It's in the Atlantic.
Right.
It has to be true. It's like, what? Oh my God. There's so much schlock in the New York Times.
And it's another way of looking at it. Again, I don't want to be to take on the optimist role too thoroughly, because I agree with John. A lot has gone wrong in the last few years. Again, the constant vulnerability of the institutions of liberal democracy and truth-seeking.
Yeah.
But where was I going with this?
The best explanation is a bad memory.
Yes, right.
Look at that. He primed himself.
And the problem with an aphorism is that it makes you forget what the original point was.
But it was a good aphorism.
But it's a good aphorism.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were talking about the New York Times and about the fact that it's never been what it was, and you walk through that and the fragment.
Oh yes, here's one. Okay, now here it was. Okay, and one.
See, this is how you know this is a good, friendly conversation. Someone forgets their point, and instead of immediately jumping in to say, well, I want to talk about this, they're all trying to help him remember. what
And
he was gonna
changing it.
Yes. There you go. Bro talk.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's a note of hope, that is, that it will inevitably get better, but rather it's pointing a way to what we ought to do if we want it to get better, which we may or may not succeed at.
Right.
Which is that every new medium opens up a kind of a wild west of apocrypha, of a carnival of nonsense. This happened with the
printing press.
The printing press, and with the mass production of newspapers and pamphlets and radio. There was massive plagiarism. Newspapers in the 19th century reported the discoveries of sea monsters and miracles and revivals of the dead and all kinds of nonsense.
See, we're complaining now. Can you imagine? It's like 1920 and you open your daily newspaper or your local newspaper, and it's like, Loch Ness Monster seen off the coast of your city. Be careful, folks, when you go in the ocean.
Yeah.
Or it's like local woman brought back to life by local priest. Read page 3 for more information. Like, it just seems like there's so much crazy shit going on back then. That's why I don't think things have really changed that much.
Yeah, I agree.
Or I think there was possibly a golden age, a small window, a golden age of news, where the news was a nonprofit,
Truthful
public service.
I agree.
From I don't know when that was, maybe the 40s to the 70s. And then as soon as it became profitable, that all kind of went in the trash.
Yeah, when it became like a gold rush, a get rich quick cable news environment, then things started getting wacky.
But see, maybe because even while there was supposedly, now again, this is supposedly a golden age of TV news, where it was not for profit, and things seemed to be more true. The newspapers were still always for profit, and maybe people's goodwill towards the news from TV was kind of incorrectly also being misplaced onto newspapers.
Yeah, but the poor profit model in newspapers were from classified ads. Like this has been well documented. So it was the loss of the classified departments that made the newspaper unviable.
Really?
Yeah, because like 90. What here? Me and my 90%. Most of the money came in from classified ads. Yeah.
Right.
And from local ads. And as soon as newspapers didn't have that available to them anymore, then all of a sudden,
Because of the internet, basically. It took over all classified ad stuff. Ad space. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Crazy. You've probably never taken out a classified ad, have you?
No. What, are you kidding me? For what?
Yeah. I've had to take out a classified ad.
Oh, really?
It's like, yeah. That was
did my lord need a personal ball washer
for the classified ad?
Yes.
No.
Oh, what did you need?
The personal, that would be funny. Hey, I'm looking for a chick to come wash my balls. What do you say? By the way, I'm a Scottish lord. Here, call this number.
Well, if you write it like that, I don't think you're gonna get many hits. You got to be a little more formal about it, okay?
It's
gonna be like, Darth official Lord Strange requires.
I was into
professional ball washer.
That's awesome. I was into buying and selling cars when I was a kid, so I took out classified ads to sell cars.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Not as exciting as ball washer, but I'll take it.
And it took a while for it to settle into norms that would allow people got fed up with the nonsense. They did gravitate to the more reliable sources.
So yeah, I do think that's happening now. I think people are fed up with the nonsense. The New York Times is in a situation where they're like, we can pull a fast one here and get Trump out of office, but this model isn't sustainable forever. So I think they have to clean up their act, otherwise people are going to rebel.
But it took a while for those norms and fact-checking mechanisms to be implemented. And online, we have seen the social media companies belatedly try to keep people out of those positive feedback loops, those rabbit holes. And we've seen, and this is a point that Johnathan Haidt and I independently made in our books, that online media can actually implement a regime of fact-checking and truth-seeking. We see it in the contrast between the social media like Twitter and Facebook with the likes and the retweets, which seem to bring out the worst, and something like Wikipedia, which despite its early rough years...
Look at that. He just called Wikipedia wonderful. It doesn't get more blue-pilled than that.
Well, listen, let me defend Wikipedia for a second. I'm very hard on Wikipedia because of it all started with their shitty Gamergate article. Basically, it made me lose faith in Wikipedia.
Yeah.
But I will say, for as fucked as Wikipedia could be, I'm kind of impressed by how not fucked it is on many topics.
Oh, I know. It is.
On at least like non-politically controversial topics. I'm impressed.
Let me just check the Wikipedia article on Impreg. And see if it's any
yes. I think part of the issue, part of the problem with Wikipedia, I don't know if they've changed this, and this is the problem with Gamergate, is that the rule used to be that you'd have to get information from newspaper articles. And so if you have a bunch of biased newspaper articles, you're going to create a biased Wikipedia article.
True. Yeah.
And so that was always the problem with like a lot of Wikipedia stuff on political current events information is that,
they work together though with the people. There's a Comicsgate Wikipedia page that the Comicsgate really wants to get changed, taken down. I did a live stream with a girl who actually came up with a new Wikipedia page that was like Comicsgate present day, and the people who are squatting on the Comicsgate Wikipedia page would not let this other new Wikipedia page publish. Yeah. So it is a huge, there are certain pages that people are definitely squatting on to like fuck with other people online.
Oh, no. Like, yeah, there's, I mean, that's why I stopped giving money to Wikipedia. There's a lot of woke assholes that have totally sunk their fangs into the moderation of Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And that was the issue with Gamergate, is that I was always arguing, okay, why can't you just make the Gamergate article on Wikipedia neutral? You just
Unbiased.
say this side believes this and this side believes this. Okay,
Yeah.
you don't, that's all you have to say, and I'm totally fine. And they refused to do that. They didn't want to do that because the mods were so horribly woke and so horribly biased. And then the problem is, because the rules were basically like you need to have an article to back up any source. Well, the only people writing articles about Gamergate were fucking woke publications or Breitbart. And now Breitbart is not considered a reliable source by Wikipedia or most people. And so there was no article you could draw to have like a counterfactual argument on Gamergate. It's a big problem.
I know, it's a giant problem. I don't think I've ever read the Gamergate one. I just looked up the Comicsgate one. Comicsgate is a right-wing campaign in opposition to diversity and progressivism in North American superhero comic book industry. Its proponents target the creators hired and characters depicting and the stories told, and maintain that these elements have led to a decline in both quality and sales.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
the name is derived from Gamergate, a similar movement related to video games. Its members present it as a consumer protest, primarily advocating their views on social media. Some have unproduced books intent on reflecting the group's values. It is part of the alt-right movement, has been described by commentators as a harassment campaign, which targets women, people of color, and LGBT folk in the comic book industry. Mm-hmm. It has been blamed by critics for the vigilantism of one store and threats of violence. Yeah, all these links are just complete garbage articles on different woke fucking websites.
Well, and here's what's crazy too. So
oh my God.
I checked the Gamergate article like, I don't know, 6 months ago. I forget why. There's some reason. And I remember looking and saying, oh, it actually looks better than it used to be.
Really?
And I checked it now and it's like 1,000 times worse than it used
It says Gamergate and in parentheses harassment campaign.
Yes. If you look up Gamergate on Wikipedia,
fuck?
It literally says parentheses harassment campaign. And I'm very curious when that was added because I don't remember that being there like at the beginning of the year this year.
This article is extended, confirmed, protected.
Yes.
Which means we're here to fuck with you as hard as we possibly can.
Well, it's funny because if you look at the talk discussion section, where you can sort of see like the moderators arguing about how to do the article, it says at the bottom, it says harassment campaign, ?
No way.
The person says, was this not an internet movement which grew more complex over time? And then someone says, we go by what reliable sources say. Reliable sources say it was a harassment campaign. If you can provide any reliable source that says contrary, please bring it to our attention. We've had extensive discussions about this, and there's a moratorium on it now. Please come back in the future after you've read those discussions and the moratorium has expired.
Oh, how long's the moratorium for? Like 10 years?
I don't fucking know. But see, that's exactly what I was saying, is that they have this bullshit kind of system where it's like, unless you can have a newspaper article from the New York Times, saying that Gamergate wasn't a harassment campaign, they will not even discuss it.
And Zoe Quinn, she just trots over to the New York Times and sucks some reporter's dick, and the next thing you know, they got a fucking article.
Though this is kind of bullshit too, because if I read the beginning of the Wikipedia, it says Gamergate was an online harassment campaign initially conducted through the hashtag Gamergate that promoted sexism, anti-progressivism, and video games. Now, this is crazy because this article is 1,000 times worse than it was, I swear, like a year ago. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Who made it worse? Read that first paragraph.
But there's no.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
There's no source for any of this though.
Oh yeah, there is none. Holy shit.
There's no source at all. It's
holy cow, what's going on?
This whole introduction is no source.
I wonder if they locked it because they're working on the Gamergate movie.
I wonder actually if it was, remember a few months ago, there was this push to label everything, like to sort of reimagine Gamergate as the starting of everything bad with Trump. So maybe that was the time period that they changed the Gamergate article.
Maybe Lance locked this before he released his pathetic Gamergate video that did absolutely no business.
Maybe. Let me just finish. This is so crazy.
Yeah, read it. It's hilarious.
This is insane. Beginning in August of 2014, it targeted women in the video game industry, notably game developers like Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu, and feminist media critic Anita Sarkeesian. I like how those three women had very little to do with the video game industry.
Yeah, so, nothing. Basically nothing.
Yes. The harassment campaign included doxing, threats of rape, and death threats. Gamergate is viewed as a right-wing backlash against progressivism. No source. Gamergate proponents, Gamergaters, have stated that they were a social movement, but they had no leaders or manifesto, and statements claiming to represent Gamergate have been inconsistent or unfounded. So look, listen to how fucking disgustingly bullshit this is. Okay. It says, instead of saying Gamergate proponents state they are X, all they do is say Gamergate proponents, they claim that there's no leader or manifesto, but all their statements are contradictory. So since the people involved in the movement don't have a consistent statement, we're going to use the narrative that the people against them have. Okay?
Yeah, ridiculous.
How insane is that? The people in the movement are not agreeing with each other, so let's fucking not listen to how they describe themselves at all.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, who was really in, like, the Gamergate people didn't have like a movement or leadership or anything like that.
No, that was part of the problem. They didn't have any of that.
Yeah,
it failed the same reason Occupy Wall Street failed, because it's too amorphous.
You should just relabel your video the Gamergate Manifesto, and then you can be like, "Oh, Wikipedia, look, this video says it's the Gamergate Manifesto."
But this is why this is so dumb, because all anyone has to do is they have to write a pro or somewhat pro Gamergate article, which I'm sure exists somewhere out there, that some mainstream publication puts out, and suddenly, does Wikipedia have to open the subject now?
They won't do it.
Like, Gamergaters falsely accused Zoe Quinn of an unethical relationship with journalist Nathan Grayson, and more generally claimed there was an unethical collusion between the press, feminists, progressives, and social critics. So that wasn't a claim. That actually proved to be true, actually.
Yeah, wasn't there like a sex for article thing going on?
No, there was that part was probably not true.
Oh, really?
What turned out to be true, and it's funny because I think Ezra Klein was involved with this.
What?
To some capacity. What turned out to be true was that there was an email list that most of the big games journalists were all on, of some kind of email list and discussion group. And someone leaked it, and they found that like all these journalists, games journalists, and also site owners for video game websites were sort of colluding on how to handle the Zoe Quinn story and whether to quash it or not. And you definitely saw all the feminists basically bullying the games journalists and the video game site owners into preventing anyone from talking about the Zoe Quinn drama when it happened. So that was like literally proven true, and this article is pretending like it wasn't proven true.
Crazy.
These claims were widely dismissed as trivial, conspiracy theories, groundless, or unrelated to actual issues of ethics of gaming. This is insane. This article.
Great.
Okay.
No dropped frames. Yeah, I think it was OBS because my speed test turned out great. So
yeah.
All right, guys, we're back.
OBS. Is it better?
Oh, how are you looking on your end?
Well, I don't know, because on my end it was. Oh, okay. This is weird. Now the stream seems to have caught up instantly.
Yeah, because I restarted OBS. OBS crashed on my computer, guys. Let's get back into this video. What do you want to? I think we might have missed all that Gamergate stuff. Unfortunately.
Well, I guess we'll find out whether we missed all the Gamergate stuff. Yeah. So it's unfortunate, but
sweet.
We'll cover it.
Sorry, guys.
Sure.
We all have to concede it's really, really good. It's better than the alternatives. They do it because their rules of engagement were different in a way that, since it's a confounded experiment, we don't know what was the secret sauce, but some of them were the principles of commitment to objectivity, viewpoint neutrality, the mechanisms of peer correction under the but not devolving into flame wars, although it does happen in the Wikipedia talk pages. But somehow they managed to land on a set of rules that brought out a more rational side.
That's what got us going on Wikipedia right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We were like, let's give the most extreme example of Wikipedia misbehaving.
Yes.
Which
that I know.
I use Wikipedia, obviously. Hopefully people don't get as heated over, Russian history, but maybe they do. I don't know. Impossible to tell, right?
We always got to check the
The
sources.
question is, how do we isolate what they did right and apply it elsewhere?
Right. Well, it's nonprofit, and it actually brings people together for different viewpoints. There's an article that came out 2 or 3 years ago showing that articles about politics and social science that had a political diversity in the authors were rated as higher quality than those that had less.
True.
So viewpoint diversity is
rewarded.
Just invite some conservative gamergators to contribute to the article, guys.
See, I don't want to alert Haidt to this because he's already so doom-pilled as it is.
Oh, I know.
Look, Haidt. Wikipedia is fucked too. Look at this article.
I know. This is the one thing that he's actually optimistic about.
I know. I feel bad.
We got to keep it a secret from him.
Yes.
We don't want little Timmy to
Nobody tweet Johnathan Haidt or Steven Pinker and be like, Wikipedia is doomed. Look at the Gamergate article. Okay.
We don't want him to have nightmares.
No.
That's right. It's one of the essential features for a species that is so committed to confirmation bias and to finding whatever supports my side or what I've said publicly. So yes, Wikipedia hit on it found a way to harness viewpoint diversity to create a better product. And so yes, I think we should put John Stuart Mill up on a pedestal and we should bow down to him and we should have a new religion. We'll call it millionism or millenarianism or no, I don't know what, but something.
So I guess I wonder if those modifying technologies will be able to emerge in the new environment because things change so fast. I don't know if we can evolve corrective mechanisms faster than we evolve new disruptive mechanisms.
Yeah.
So we have no idea what to do with Twitter, for example, and no idea what effect it has. We don't have any idea, I don't think, what it does to people's communication when you truncate it to 280 characters. Like, does that increase the probability of manifesting anger, for example? Has anybody studied that?
Oh, yes. There's a lot of research on that. I mean, bad is stronger than good as a general principle. There's a wonderful book by Roy Baumeister and John Tierney. And so bad spreads more than good. And especially if you strip away context and intent and everything else, you're just asking for trouble. And so Twitter is probably the worst form of communication ever devised if the goal is to actually have conversations. Now, it's great for certain things. It's great for finding things to read. But to call Twitter a communication platform or a public square, anything like that, while it serves that function, it serves it about as badly as could be.
This I just feel like is a little bit of boomer speak. I honestly
It's so true though. We talking about like the degradation of journalism in the stream.
I have fun on Twitter,
listen,
okay? I like joking on Twitter and making fun of people on Twitter. Okay?
Listen.
That's my pleasure.
Everyone here knows, okay, that a big component. So we have to be careful not to fall into the univariate explanations. There's always multivariate explanations for something. And we all know one of the variants, one of the explanations here, one of the variables here about why journalism is dying is because of Twitter. Is because all the journalists are all on Twitter all the fucking time and they think Twitter is real life. And this is leading them down these insane pathways of thinking.
I like Twitter. You guys are a bunch of doomers.
How about this? We can still have Twitter, but journalists are all banned from the platform.
Oh my God. That would be awesome.
They can't even look at it. They're not allowed to look at it.
Some people do take Twitter just way too seriously, I guess.
Well, the problem is there is a very natural, understandable tendency that if people are in a group setting they spend a lot of time in a group setting, they start to believe that group setting is indicative of the behavior of the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay,
totally.
Which is very not true.
Yeah,
because you obviously have selection bias on who you select to hang out with or interact with.
Yeah.
And so if you have all the journalists are all basically created this echo chamber or this selection bias mechanism of being on Twitter, and Twitter itself is not indicative of the normal population of how people think or perceive things, because Twitter is very overly woke, way more than the actual population of the country. That's going to make journalists think and fall into that trap of human thinking that the rest of the country must be woke too. Not only journalists, but I think corporations. I think this is where they get a lot of their shit too. They say, because there used to be this way of thinking where a corporation would say, oh, for every person that writes you a letter complaining about something, there's 1,000 people that didn't write that letter that had that same feeling, the same thought.
True. Yeah.
And so they would think that like each letter, even though it's a single letter, it would be indicative of a larger
like 10,000
population.
people. Yeah.
Right. And I think the problem is that corporations have sort of used that same logic when it comes to social media,
Which is not the case. No.
where it's actually the opposite. Where they think, oh, for every person that tweets us on Twitter about we're not woke enough, there's like 10,000 people that also agree.
Right.
Okay. The problem is it's the exact opposite, because Twitter is a selection mechanism that already, first of all, biases and selects for overly woke people on average. On top of that, and then on top of that, they neglect to think that people that are more often than not to talk to a brand on Twitter are people who are talking to the brand to complain.
Yeah.
Like, it's very rare that someone's like, oh, I really like my toothpaste. Let me go on Twitter and tell, thank the corporate bot how much I like their toothpaste, right? No one does that. They only go on Twitter and complain to the brand if, the toothpaste sucks, or if they're not woke enough, or X, Y, Z. So I think this is motivating a lot of bad corporate behavior.
Yeah, I do think it's turning corporations are trying to figure it out, and they're going off of a bad model.
They're going off a cliff, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm sure what I sometimes say when I'm asked about the future here is I say, I believe Steve Pinker is right that in 50 or 100 years, things will be better. 5 or 10, probably worse, or at least may well be worse. But yeah, in the long run, we're likely to figure this out.
Worse how?
I don't know.
Okay, so we're going to say goodbye to Dr. Pinker at the moment. Thank you very much for agreeing to talk with us today. I appreciate that. And best of luck with your new book. Hopefully we'll talk to you again in the fall when it comes out. Very good to see you.
Nice to see you, John.
Steve.
Nice to see you, Jordan.
You too.
Bye.
Get lost.
So let's start by talking a little bit more about the righteous mind.
Okay.
And I'd like to know more about your conceptualization of religious instinct, religious impulse, something like that. So,
See, obviously he's read the book, Adam.
You
He's like,
don't
let's talk
ask,
about your book.
Okay. I knew you were going to say that. You don't ask that question if you've actually read the book. It's fully, that question is fully, he articulates the answer to that question over 200 pages.
Yeah, but that's what this is a way of saying, I want to talk about your book and your ideas in the book. Okay, that's what this is, conversation.
That I have not read.
No.
that I skimmed the Wikipedia page of before.
Okay, there you go. He skimmed. At least he read the Wikipedia article
before I had this conversation.
Jordan Peterson was very nice. He's like, I'm going to write my book. There's 12 rules. You don't actually have to read the book. Just here's the 12 rules. You just got to know the rules. And then Haidt over here, he didn't give me any fucking footnotes. I want the crib notes so I could just read the 12 rules of Haidtism. Okay.
The crib notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you view that, and why is it that you've been asked to talk to gatherings of religious people, for example?
Look, he said that earlier in the conversation. Like, he's totally winging it here. He's so winging it here. He is.
Stop being mean. Stop being so mean to my man.
See, but Haidt knows.
My man. We are the IDF JDP. Okay, we're the Internet Defense Force for Jordan Peterson. And
I know.
How you're gonna have to turn your badge in. Okay.
I'm defending Jordan Peterson from himself now. Listen, you got to clean up your room, Jordan. Get out there and read that book.
I'm pretty sure he's read the book. Okay.
I doubt it's doubtful. I'm gonna ask my buddy Akira to message him and ask.
You're
him.
the Don. Can you ask Jordan Peterson if he's read Haidt's book?
He'll respond to Akira. He loves Akira.
Okay.
We need to have Akira on the show. Akira.
We do.
Where's the Akira symbol? Put the Akira
I feel
symbol
bad.
up.
I'm pretty sure Jordan Peterson shaved his beard because of me.
No way.
Because
Why?
remember, there was that time where he started to rock that like the beard thing.
Yeah.
Remember that? He started to go, and I kind of like made fun of it in a video that I'm pretty sure he retweeted, and then he shaved it shortly after.
You made fun of him in that video?
I lightly mocked the beard.
What'd you say?
I said he should shave it because he looks like Father Comstock from BioShock Infinite.
Oh, really?
And he did. I felt bad. I was like, that was just a joke.
He
Jordan.
retweeted that video like 3 times. You know, he watched it. That's a
I know,
video that is like why Jordan Peterson's not a member of the alt-right.
No, it was not that one. It was the
Oh.
There was a video where NBC or someone did a complete.
Oh, I
hit-piece
remember
lie.
that one. Yeah.
Yes, lie about him, and I kind of went in over why it was a lie.
Yeah.
I always feel bad. I'm like, I didn't mean it, Jordan. You could have a beard. I was just joking.
I like the beard. I think he looks better with the beard. You should have went in the other direction.
There you go.
How
You should have
dare
gone full
you.
Santa.
How dare you? At least you're gonna get the bad comments now. I'm
go.
in good graces.
There you go.
So the story that I tell in The Righteous Mind,
Which you haven't read.
Well, okay, you know
Is
what?
that-
The chat is right. This is just my ego talking. I had no power or sway over this. It's just a coincidence that he retweeted my video and then shaved the beard. Okay, assuage my conscience.
I do feel a little
Absolve
bit
me
of
of my
humble
sins.
bragging is going on here.
Absolve me of my sins here.
I
Listen,
do feel a little
listen.
bit of
You shut the fuck up, Adam. Okay?
humble bragging.
Shut the fuck up. Don't bring that up.
Did I tell you about the time? Jordan Peterson hasn't left a comment on any of your videos, right?
I don't remember. I don't know.
I remember. He hasn't.
Okay.
Okay. let
Okay.
me skip to the
I don't
chase
know.
for you.
Adam is saying, he's like, Jordan Peterson left a comment on my video, Sitch.
He
So I'm
did.
really sure. Yeah.
My
There you go.
my communism video making fun of Richard Wolff and using Jordan Peterson to do it is over 1 million views. And
There you
Jordan
go.
Peterson left a comment.
Look at this guy.
Not only that, Jordan.
My Jordan Peterson video has over 1 million views and a comment from Jordan Peterson, Sitch. Okay.
You know what the comment is? You know what the comment is? Oh,
Hey,
it's-
great job, Adam. I really love you.
No,
Come
no,
marry my daughter.
Sitch, you're fucking hilarious, Sitch. That's so good. I wish that was the comment. That would be hilarious. I'd be like,
What was
that's
the comment?
that's based. He's like, please come marry my daughter. Wow. No,
What's the comment?
so the video is basically making fun of Richard Wolff, who we love to make fun of on the show.
Yes.
We've made fun of Richard Wolff
Yes.
a bunch of times. But Jordan Peterson actually fucking pokes fun at Richard Wolff in the comment. He says, if Richard Wolff wants my response, he can read it in the beginning of Gulag Archipelago. Like, go fuck
Nice.
yourself.
Nice.
It's so good. It's so good. Because the video, it was a response video because I think Richard Wolff made a video about like Jordan Peterson, how he wanted to debate Jordan Peterson. And I was like, okay, Jordan Peterson's not going to debate you, but here, I'll give you a response video. You fucking commie.
Adam had dinner with Jordan Peterson. Yeah, that's probably. I had dinner with Jordan Peterson. So there you go.
Literally, Sitch has had dinner with Jordan Peterson in the way that Adam has dinner with everyone. Like he went to a show. I don't know.
Yes,
You
I
might
did.
have had dinner before the show.
I did go to a show. And it's funny because I saw Dave Rubin outside and I thought about talking to him and I was like, ooh, I don't know. What if he's watched some of my material where I just shit on him relentlessly?
Yeah. You got to watch out about Dave Rubin. He's got a heavy-handed block
I don't
finger.
know.
Is he still in Los Angeles? I don't know. I think he is. Fun stuff. though.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 200 knock-knocks. Thank you. Says, all the major Wikipedia contributors I know gave up years ago. It's been taken over by toxic bureaucrats. You can't really trust anything that's on there anymore. It's either paid brand management or crazies, and there's no lag anymore. Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting. There you
Thanks.
go. There you
Twitter
go.
is that?
Oh, wait a minute. Jordan Peterson actually did leave a comment on one of my videos. I was searching for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No way. No.
Yeah, it was on the NBC one.
Really?
Yeah, it says a woo woo with a woo face. So there you go.
Oh,
See, you got some fucking snarky comment. I got a Jordan Peterson woo woo.
You're so full of shit.
What are you talking about?
You just went full metaphorical truth on us.
No. It says it. It's right there. Look, it's
Full
right there. Okay, I'll
metaphorical
send you a
truth.
screenshot. I'll send you a screenshot.
Sure,
Okay.
you will. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for that. I'm gonna stay up all night waiting for your screenshot.
I just sent it to you, Adam. Okay, I want you to put it up.
I'm gonna be waiting. I'm waiting right here for that screenshot.
I want the chat to know I sent Adam a screenshot of Jordan Peterson saying a woo woo in a comment section under one of my videos, and Adam is pretending like I didn't, so he doesn't have to put it up and prove that I'm right.
There's no screenshot here.
Okay, there is a screenshot. It's a fact. Adam's covering it up. He's lying. He's lying to you all.
Listen, dude.
Demand Adam put up the screenshot.
Oh my God, there's no screenshot to put up.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this liar.
You become a lord, and this is look. Absolute power does corrupt. Absolutely, that didn't take long at all. You're already in the royal family, and now you're already making demands that can't even be met.
Why do you think I was so? Why do you think I've been so worrying about monarchy? I knew it from my own experience.
I know how it is. Get a little taste of that power. Next thing you know, you're like, ha ha ha.
Is that human products of multi-level selection, which means that for the most part, if you read Richard Dawkins, for the most part,
it's taken us 6 hours to get through half this video.
Yeah, I know, right? We'll finish it. Though.
You think we're gonna finish this video?
Yeah, we'll just shut up a little bit.
Shut up a little bit.
Yeah, shut up a little bit.
Okay, we're gonna have to shut up
we got
a lot.
We got at least 5 more hours, Adam, before we have to shut the stream off. I think we can cover 1 hour and 5 hours, right?
Maybe. Here, let's try.
We'll see.
This is the part that I have the most to say about, though.
Oh no! Listen.
Selfish
If we don't finish it,
create their.
If we don't finish it, we'll finish it on Tuesday. Okay. How about that?
We'll finish it. I think we'll finish it.
We'll see.
Survival machines.
So for those of you just tuning in, they threw out Steven Pinker. He was really dead weight in this conversation.
No,
anyway.
Stop.
And Johnathan Haidt is stepping up. So it's officially one-on-one now. This is where Jordan Peterson is really going to corner Haidt and say, listen, Haidt, you and I have been in competition over this moral systems thing. And I want you to bow down. He's like, I got 2 million followers on Twitter, dude. You need to understand the way of the Jordan Peterson. And Haidt is like, not so much, buddy. It's like, go fish. Half of his responses are go fish.
Animals or plants, and those survival machines compete with other survival machines, and that's what we all know, sort of textbook Darwinian evolution. But while I love Dawkins' writing, I love The Selfish Gene, he for some reason says that plants and animals are the vehicles that the selfish genes travel on, but groups are not. He just says groups can't be. He just rules that out, if I remember correctly. And for most species, that works great. But for bees, for example, it obviously doesn't work. For bees, it's obvious that the unit isn't the individual bee. It's the hive where the queen is the ovary. And the argument that I make in The Righteous Mind is that humans show signs of some group level selection. That is, we're primates. We're like chimpanzees and bonobos in a lot of ways. But we have this ability to lose ourselves in something larger, to become completely unselfish, to sacrifice for the group. That is unlike any other animal that is not genetically shared genes with all the other animals in its group. And so drawing on research on early human origins, and especially the period around from like 1 million years ago to 200,000 years ago, it appears that we did live in groups that competed with other groups for territory over all sorts of things, and that often wiped out or killed other groups. And so I think there was some degree of group level selection. We are everyone here on Earth now our genes are not a cross section of the genes that were on this earth 100,000 or 200,000 years ago, most groups left no trace, and other groups went on to spectacular success. So the way you see this is not by having an argument about altruism, which is where the argument is usually done. Steve Pinker and I actually, Steve disagrees with me on this. Steve doesn't think that group selection played any role. But I think if you look at groupishness or tribalism, why are we so tribal? Why do we love to paint our faces and band together and drink together and do all this stuff for sports? Why do we have these tribal responses? And I talk about my response on 9/11, on September 11th. I had this deep urge to display an American flag. Like, where did that come from? It was almost like a Jungian sort of like thing welling up from my collective unconscious. It was weird, but I had a real urge to display an American flag. But as a professor, I couldn't really do that because people would think I was a Republican. So it's a solution I came up with.
He's so based.
Isn't that so sad? Gee.
It's totally sad.
In 2001, he couldn't put an American flag up because in 2001, he thinks his fellow professors would have been like, "Oh, he's Republican, he got the American flag." That's so pathetic.
What a bunch of losers. What a bunch of anti-American losers.
Well, it's interesting too. If that's true, that shows how woke the professors were before the rest of the country was woke. Yeah, 20 years ago. Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, he's in the social psychology department where.
Well, that's true. Maybe that, because I honestly, I would be shocked if in 2001, like professors were not putting up American flags in most institutions. I'd be very shocked if that wasn't the case. Everyone and their mother had those little flags you put on the car window.
Yeah.
If you remember that.
Yeah.
Even I remember even my parents went out and bought a flag
for September 11th
after 9/11.
I don't think I ever did the flag thing after 9/11, but I did enjoy seeing it around. I did enjoy seeing
it was everywhere. Flags were everywhere. So I'd be very surprised if this is accurate.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Jordan's just soaking
I came up with
it's one way of mark.
Oh, well, Jordan's about to accidentally sync his thesis statement here, but there you go.
Do you think Jordan would say this if he'd actually read the book? I don't think he would.
Would think I was a Republican. So it's a solution I came up with.
Well, it's one way of marking yourself as not a terrorist.
Is
that's true though. I don't disagree with that at all.
Oh, you think he's?
Do you disagree with
sinking his thesis?
Well, no, because Haidt is saying.
No, I understand, but it could be a dual. Okay. It's a dual thing. I mean,
yes. Jordan Peterson isn't attempting to sink his thesis.
Right. No.
But Haidt kind of interprets it as if he's sinking his thesis.
Right. No, I'm with you.
So basically, for the chat, what's happening is Haidt's trying to say that that evolution occurs on a group level in humans, and not just on an individual level. Okay. So he's saying that
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't.
Well, so basically, what he's saying is that he's saying that there is a group choosing mechanism for evolutionary traits in human beings.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Not just an individual choice selection mechanism. And so he talks about this group desire to bring a flag in after 9/11, but Peterson has already just provided a very individualistic level explanation for why an individual would want that, which is that you want to signal to the rest of the group that you're on their side.
Right. Don't kill me. I'm not one of them.
Right.
It's funny that they could have had a really interesting conversation about group level selection and didn't. Steven Pinker wrote an article on edge.org that is the one article people have sent me like a 1,000 times. Mm-hmm. To argue against moral foundations theory because they're anti-theists. They don't want to see any value in religion whatsoever. So they're vehemently against moral foundations theory, and they think moral foundations theory hinges on group selection. It really doesn't. So they always send me this edge.org article that Steven Pinker wrote, how group selection is a bunch of nonsense. So
Pinker doesn't agree with group selection.
No, Pinker doesn't agree with group selection. Yeah. Haidt is a group selectionist. David Sloan Wilson is a group selectionist. I believe E.O. Wilson is a group selectionist. I am a group level selectionist. I don't find Steven Pinker's arguments convincing.
Well, to me, this feels like word thinking. Okay. It feels like Sitch's law.
Oh, what word thinking is Scott Adams is not even in this conversation. I mean,
Well, no, but I feel like it, because when you, okay, if you have an animal that lives in a group, right? And it evolves all these traits that make it good for cooperating in the group. Can you really make a distinction between individual level selection and group level selection?
well, that is the argument right there. That's
Right,
the
but that's what
case.
to me, this seems like a silly distinction to try and make.
But it depends upon how defined the borders are of the group. And we're literally in a situation where we've created a world with nations, clearly defined borders, clearly defined rules about interacting with other groups. It's like, it's the perfect environment for group selection. What are we even talking? Like, it just seems ridiculous.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't think there's a difference. Group selection and individual selection are the same thing. I don't see how they're different from each other.
Well, I mean, they are different in that, you know, a group in like a honeybee situation is different organisms are serving different characteristics of an individual. Like the evolution in hymenopteric species are taking place at the level of the hive, not at the level of the individual.
Right.
So it's a completely different situation.
No, yeah, I'm not. I think comparing it to bees,
Like a herd of cows and a hive of bees are two completely different types of groups. The herd of cows is a group of individuals that may happen to be going in the same direction. You know, they may benefit from some sort of herd dynamics as individuals, but you don't see them working together in the way that, like, here, I'll hold guard while you guys eat grass over there, or, you know, you be the reproductive vessel of the entire group and I will be the worker. You don't see that in the cows.
So this article says group selection refers to pressures that lead to group adaptations and more altruistic traits, where individual selection refers to pressures that lead to individual adaptations and more selfish traits.
Yes.
And I guess my argument is, if you have animals that live in a group, it is selfish for them, in a sense, to do what the group wants and even maybe be altruistic to what the group wants.
Right.
Because that would also help their own survival. So that's what I'm saying. To me, this distinction is like, it seems like a distinction without a difference.
Well, I mean, Dawkins' argument rests on like us making a mistake. Dawkins builds an argument on the fact that selflessness would evolve because mathematically, if we can die saving 3 brothers, more of our genetic material will go into the future than if all 3 brothers die and we live. So he starts there, making a completely genetic argument in the book, The Selfish Gene, and then says, like, when we do altruistic things, like when we die for our band of soldiers in a war who we share no genetic material with whatsoever, we're making a mistake. You know, we're perceiving of ourselves as kin to those people, but we're not really. This is the difference between kin selection and like straight morality, where we're literally dying for people we have no evolutionary relation to whatsoever.
Yeah, but does Haidt disagree with that conceptualization? Because I agree with that. I agree with that completely. I wouldn't label it a mistake, but I would agree that that's what's happening.
Yes.
Okay. So what does Haidt say?
Well, Haidt says that obviously group level selection is an adaptation above kin level selection. That the whole idea behind forming these gigantic societies has led us to have some group unifying adaptations, which the moral foundations are. Yeah,
but this to me again seems like a difference of distinction, because
I would love if you dive into it and gave me an honest critique, because I haven't read The Selfish
Gene, so I'm not familiar with this. But
There's another book by David Sloan Wilson where David Sloan Wilson literally lays out like a bunch of experiments that he's done with water skippers and lays out the case for group selection mathematically. And the math is so far beyond me. Yeah. So water skippers, the male water skippers have two forms of reproduction. There's like the nice, gentlemanly water skipper, and there's basically like the rapist who goes around raping everybody. Right. And he had a graduate student that put these together in groups and basically developed a group that was, produced the most number of offspring to resources over some other group. And like he basically shows group level selection mathematically.
I assume the rapers did not win that contest.
No, they did not. Yeah. The females are so terrorized that they have very few offspring.
Right. No, but what I was going to say is, it seems like, because I agree sort of with Dawkins. I mean, my theory is that all morality is based from, it is based off of, because evolution always builds on something that exists already. And so I think all of our concepts of morality are based off of the original morality, which is to take care of your own young.
Kin selection, yeah.
Yes, which is kin selection. So if Dawkins is saying that like this kind of group dying for the group is sort of like the way humans have sort of built upon kin selection, I would completely agree with that 100%. It sounds like the only difference is that Dawkins is like saying that this is a mistake, and Haidt is saying, no, this is like
an adaptation.
Evolved enough to be its own adaptation.
Yes,
right.
It is. Listen, some nations never form a cohesive military where people are willing to die for something called the nation. Like people in general are willing to die for their family. Like that is innate in a lot of people.
Right.
But that level of adaptation where people are willing to, die for their country. I mean, it completely seems like group level adaptation to me. I read a lot of stuff. I've read a lot of stuff. I haven't read anything recently, but every time you read the arguments for and against group selection, they all have a really good argument. So it's like, it's difficult. It's difficult to point to one thing and say, well, that's the reason I'm a group selectionist, or that's the reason why I'm against group selection.
Right.
So,
and also, I'm saying,
it can happen. Listen, it doesn't have. The species can. This is why David Sloan Wilson says multi-level selection is the best way to look at it, because there are certain situations where the evolutionary pressures are on the group, and there are some situations where the evolutionary pressures are within the group. So you're really like ping-ponging back and forth between group selection and individual selection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Martin, not a terrorist, what?
Fly a flag. I mean, if you imagine that your group is attacked, the first thing that's relevant is who's with you and who isn't. And I mean, that was made public politically by Bush, right? If you're not with us, you're against us. And so that might be part of an atavistic attempt to say, look, guys, I'm definitely on your side. I'm not trying to put it down.
Yeah. Well, okay. But but you're suggesting an individually adaptive reason for flying a flag, but you wouldn't need that if we didn't have the groupish tribal thing of let's kill people who aren't going along with us. So anyway, to bring this back to religion, my point is that we evolved in this dynamics of group versus group. And here I follow David Sloan Wilson, in saying, conflict within conflict at any level brings about cooperation at the next level down. And so we come together to compete, we cooperate intensely in order to compete with other groups. And that would be a hallmark of a long period of intergroup competition, which shaped which genes have come down to us today. So anyway, we didn't evolve for big gods. We didn't evolve for Yahweh and Allah. We evolved for little gods and sprites and the god of this river and this tree, and we evolved to worship our ancestors, and we evolved just this really intense spirituality that manifests in a magical world. We have all of these beliefs that don't track reality, but they do serve a Durkheimian function. That is, they do serve, I believe, not to help us understand the world, but to bond together with others so that we can survive in this world in conflict and competition with other groups. That's the Durkheimian story. And in The Righteous Mind, I was so pleased that I could integrate two of my heroes in the social sciences, which are Durkheim and Darwin. They actually fit together perfectly on the subject of multi-level selection and even on ideas of sacredness and groups coming together. So that's the approach I developed to religion. The Righteous Mind, I originally thought I'd write about politics, but the subtitle is Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion, because they're largely the same thing psychologically.
So that idea of the sacred, so, I mean, in order...
See, that, I think, what is a little offensive to Jordan Peterson, because earlier, if you remember, Jordan Peterson was talking about religion being above politics, and part of the problem being is that our religious instincts have been taken away from us by, I think he would probably say communist, socialists, and are being replaced by politics. And he said politics are more like a lower level. You agree?
Say it again.
He's saying that our religious, Jordan Peterson is making the argument that we have these religious instincts that we're being satisfied by religion,
Right.
and the dirty postmodern neo-Marxists came in and ruined all that.
Yes, right. Yeah, they took that away.
And instead of having religion to focus those instincts, now we're forced to focus those instincts
On
in
politics.
the political realm.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Haidt is coming in here and saying, nah, we're just, politics and religion are kind of the same. So I think to Peterson, Peterson is thinking right now, like, that's not really how he conceptualizes it.
It's very hard to tell because there's a problem that we always run into, which is that we make the causation correlation argument. Because we definitely have seen a decline in religion. So it'd be very easy to jump to that conclusion and say, oh, well, all those instincts have sort of mapped onto politics. But I don't know if that's necessarily true, because I don't know if religion has declined that much in America to explain the hyper partisanship that now exists. I don't think religion has declined enough to that point to show that.
Right.
And we also have to contend with all the other variables, which we talked about, which is the news media, which is now profit driven, which is driven on making money through outrage. So our news media is literally designed to make us more partisan.
I know.
Make us more tribal.
I think that's probably the more of a source than the loss of religion.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting article I remember reading a while ago that talked about how in the 70s, well, actually, I didn't know this. Apparently, when, I don't know if it was senators or representatives, or maybe both. Apparently, when some branch of Congress would vote on legislation, that vote was not made public on who voted for what.
Really? Holy shit.
And so that allowed a lot of
God.
like backroom wheeling and dealing and compromising.
Totally.
And then in the 70s, they sort of, I believe it was 70s, they changed it. So now all your elected officials' voting record was public, which on one hand, we all intuitively say, oh, that's good.
That's better. Yeah.
But then on the other hand, it's like, well, wait a minute. Because now you suddenly made it so that their vote is a form of virtue
signaling. I know.
Right.
Oh my
And so
God, it's
maybe
so crazy.
So maybe that has a lot to do with the partisanship that we're seeing too. So that's what I'm saying. We have to be careful not to fall into the kind of univariate trap of thinking. I mean, I'm sure the religious thing is an element to it, but it's just one of many elements.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on that because in one hand, I want to see what the politician is voting on to be an informed voter. And at the other hand, I'm really more interested in the results than what the individual is voting on.
Right.
So,
right. So it's kind of like, what do you do in this scenario?
I feel like maybe going back to the way it was might be better.
I don't know, because I remember when I read that, I'm like, that's very persuasive. But I know if I've ever brought this up with most people, they get very angry.
Yeah.
They're like, no, I should know what my representative is doing. I'm like, listen, I completely emotionally agree with that concept.
Yeah.
But maybe that doesn't make sense.
Maybe it doesn't.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
We might ask, what are the preconditions for being able to live peacefully with other people? Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that, well, if we're all law-abiding, for example, then we all embody the body of the law. And so what that means is that we're imitating something. Mm-hmm. We're all imitating the same thing. Mm-hmm. And that's what makes us the same. And that's why I commented earlier in our conversation that maybe what unites people isn't so much belief as the pursuit of something like a shared ideal.
Yeah,
It's just bizarre to me because he's talking about this. Sitch, you can't believe that Jordan Peterson has read Haidt's book. You can't. You just can't. He has no fucking clue of what moral foundations theory is. He's talking about all of this stuff in such an abstract way. And the one thing that's amazing about Haidt's book is it is concrete as fuck.
Mm-hmm. So, Yorick for $5 says, listen, Adam. Mm-hmm. Jordan Peterson wrote a Medium article about clear thinking for essay writing on May 6, 2017, and he quotes the righteous mind.
Does he really?
Flow.
Holy shit. Okay,
so
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
So I'm a little confused, Yorick. If you can, in the normal chat, quote what you're specifically referencing, because I found a Medium article from May 6, 2017. That's not written by Jordan Peterson, but is about Jordan Peterson's 10-step guide to clear thinking through essay writing. And
Adam wins again.
I don't see
Adam wins again.
Well, before you start, let's not start sucking each other's dicks just yet. Okay.
Why?
Because what I was going to say before I get too excited was I can't read the whole article while we're talking. Mm-hmm. All I did was I did like a control F and I couldn't see Haidt or righteous mind referenced at all.
Okay.
And then I clicked on the original thing the person was quoting that Jordan Peterson actually did write, which is like a Word document. And I couldn't find Haidt or the righteous mind referenced.
Yeah. So
if you could tell me what specifically is referenced so I can look at it. And then I can rub this in Adam's face if he's wrong, which I want to do very badly. So. Please let me know. Yes.
This is
where the thing is.
This is the problem because I feel like I just feel like I want Jordan Peterson to give moral foundations theory a fair shake, and I'm super curious about if he can't give it a fair shake, where the contention is. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
I put the Medium article linked in the chat if anyone wants to look at it. But
right.
Let me know if you see where the Haidt reference is. Yeah, I could have swore Peterson has quoted Haidt a lot. So I don't, in the righteous mind specifically, a lot. So I don't know where Adam's getting this. I don't know where Adam's getting this.
Dr. Thalen, what do you mean mostly because Adam doesn't read? What do you mean? I read all the time.
No, you listen. You don't read.
The book that I'm reading now.
Big air quotes.
I'm reading the bullshit jobs book that every single leftist talks about. And it's funny because this book came up in a philosophy tube video we covered, and the philosophy tube doesn't even get the book right. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. You don't have a bullshit job, you have a shit job. He makes a huge distinction between the two in the fucking book. It is a pretty interesting book though, but anyway, continuing Jordan Peterson, abstract thought, Haidt keeps reeling him in.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, let me just develop that a little bit, because you talked about what was sacred. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that there's an association between what's sacred and what inspires awe.
See, you haven't read the book if you don't know. Sacred. Listen, Jordan Peterson.
I don't remember this distinction out. Jesus. Maybe he just doesn't remember like I do.
First of all, Jordan Peterson, every time he talks to Haidt, talks about how fascinated he is by his research in Disgust. Right. And the whole Sanctity Degradation Foundation is based solely on Disgust. Mm-hmm. Yet he's here talking about sacred being linked to awe. He doesn't understand moral foundation theory. It's pretty obvious.
No, he just doesn't. Maybe he's not that he doesn't understand it. He's just saying, what do you think about this idea? I have this idea about your word. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean he hasn't read it. Maybe he just disagrees with some aspects of it.
Oh, okay. It could be. That could be.
Does that seem reasonable?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's reasonable to presume that the instinct for awe is the same as the instinct for imitation, for mimicry?
I don't think they're the same, no.
Totally shuts him down.
They're just, you have like, you're like putting it like this framework. He totally shuts him down. They're just having a conversation. These questions. Like, what do you think about this idea? It's not a competition, Ed.
I know. Come on, it's fun.
Okay.
I don't think they're the same at all.
Okay, let's go into that a little bit. So I'll tell you why I think they're the same, and you tell me why you think they're not, if that's okay. Well,
please, that we
when people, well, let me give you an example. People can be possessed by a spirit at a football game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and the teams are cooperating and competing in the way that you described. So there's a tribal element, but overall they're immersed in cooperation because they're all playing soccer, and then they're competing to hit a target fundamentally, which is the goal of most sports events, is to hit a target. Okay, so the teams organize themselves into hierarchies of talent, etc. Essentially, there's a star. Perhaps the star makes a phenomenal athletic gesture and hits the target. And the entire stadium stands up and spontaneously, right? And because they're observing something that inspires awe. And that awe-inspiring act is to hit the target. And they're all in that stadium celebrating the act of hitting the target. Now, I started to figure this out when I looked into the root of the word sin, because it's hamartia. It means to miss the target.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah, wow is right. Wow is right. And so the opposite of that is to hit the target.
Okay.
Okay, so you see in a stadium with that spontaneous manifestation of...
See, this is very interesting to me. Now, I don't know if you just dismissed this all.
This is fascinating, but it's completely off topic.
It's not off topic.
It is off topic.
Well, no, I guess you're right. But he brought up a new topic, which is that he said, do you think awe and mimicry are related?
Yeah.
So it's related to that topic.
Yeah, but sin and hitting the mark and missing the mark and celebration of hitting the target is completely off topic to whether or not mimicry and awe are related.
Well, no, because he's talking about like everyone simultaneously stands up and cheers in awe of this action. Okay. This action, which if we look at it from this etymological perspective that you'd say hitting the target is the opposite of sin. So yeah, so it's it's being a saintly person, I guess. Scoring a touchdown, kicking the soccer ball into the goal is like a divine act, okay? In some aspect, right?
Right.
And so everyone mimics each other in that revelation of awe. And I think that's where he's going with this. Like the crowd all simultaneously mimics each other and jumps to their feet and cheers.
Yeah. No, it's pretty, wow.
Of awe. The possession of the entire stadium.
This is where I got in trouble on the other one too, where everyone was getting mad at me because they were like, Adam. Well, come on, guys. We can't worship Jordan Peterson, okay?
I don't understand let's let him finish before we talk about it more.
No, I understand. I just don't. We have to be objective here.
Yes.
If Jordan Peterson's putting out bad ideas, we can't just like jump in with both feet.
Well, let's let him finish.
Often. And it's almost entirely unconscious because they get up on their feet before they think. And it's an act of worship, essentially, for that prowess shown, for that demonstration of how to hit the mark. And that's part of the imitative.
See, he's conceptualizing it like this. He's saying it's a worship of doing something amazing.
Right.
And that's just so far from Haidt's conceptualization of what's going on in the Coliseum, in the sporting league. Yeah.
Well, it might be, but that doesn't mean that he's wrong.
No, I think what he's saying is accurate. It's just not. I mean, even in the book The Righteous Mind, I mean, Haidt has a beautiful metaphor where he talks about how, you know, if you really, it's studying, if you really want to understand morality, you have to look at the entire game. And to try to figure it out by studying the movements of the ball is kind of like looking in the wrong direction. Like there's a lot more going on than just how the ball moves around the court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I feel like Peterson is a little slipping into that. You know, one person does something amazing and the crowd goes wild, which I think is a little bit off topic.
Well, let's see where he goes.
Spirit, I think it's part of imitating what's competent and heroic.
Okay, so I disagree with that analysis because I'm a Durkheimian. I just, what would Emil Durkheim say about that? Is it that people are so amazed at the skill with which that guy...
So before Haidt gives his retort, okay, so I think...
Now you're interrupting.
I know, because I think what Peterson's saying is not necessarily that everyone jumping to their feet in cheering is the imitation, is the mimicry. What he's saying is that we seek out to mimic and reward awe-inspiring behavior as a species.
Yeah. This is Joseph Henrich, which Haidt references. I don't think Peterson references him.
No, but so do you disagree with that? Because it seems like Haidt's disagreeing that awe and mimicry should be intertwined. Which
I agree that they should be intertwined, but for different reasons, not for moral reasons.
I mean, I don't think they're intertwined on some biological level, because there are lots of things people will mimic that are not awe-inspiring. Right?
Well,
you mimic lots of behaviors that have nothing to do with awe. Just because you mimic awe behaviors doesn't mean that they necessarily are that they're related to each other.
Here is the context that Henrich would put it in. We don't mimic because of the awe. We mimic because of the status. The high status individuals tend to get mimicked more because we think whatever they're doing can result in us having higher status. Now, in the example that they've set up here, where a bunch of people jump to their feet and cheer what somebody has done, I mean, that's that's great evidence of that individual being high status and wanting to mimic them, not because of the awe, but because of the jubilation of everyone around. That's the way that Henrich would describe it.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
That makes more sense to me. Yeah. People want to inspire that reaction in other people, and so they mimic the behavior.
They want to be high status. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And I would think like the action of jumping up and cheering, I could be wrong. That seems to be an evolutionary process. Like that's a biological reaction to things, like laughing. Because it just seems like that's just something all humans have done forever. They just jump up and cheer and like make a sound. I don't think that's like a learned behavior necessarily.
The evolutionary origin of laughter is still contested, but it is an interesting topic. It is a total interesting topic.
But laughter is obviously a biological response. It's
not
a learned behavior.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So, but I think cheering, now what you cheer for will be a learned behavior, but I think the act of cheering is in itself just ingrained in human beings.
Yeah.
Do you disagree?
No, totally. Okay. It's cultural. There was a time when people cheered like because people beat up the hobo.
Right, but no, I understand. I'm saying, the act of what they would cheer for is cultural, but I'm saying the action of cheering is not cultural.
Yes, I agree.
Kick the ball into a net? I don't think so. sports events of the kind you describe, that never happens with soccer in the United States. For us, it's more football and sometimes basketball. But of the kind you described, it's the pleasure. Anybody listening to this can probably think of times when they either sung in a choir or played in a band or played on a sports team, and you have that feeling of really becoming one. That is a I would say a quasi-mystical or mystical experience. It's a sort of a loss of self emerging into something larger.
Yes.
That's my argument about this higher and lower level, the level of the sacred and the level of the profane. And Durkheim describes those are Durkheimian terms. He uses those terms. We can briefly enter the realm of the sacred. And if you're going to go see a football game, would you rather have an excellent view of the game alone in a room with an excellent screen, or maybe even just an excellent window? Or would you rather be part of the whole crowd that does the wave? I mean, think about the wave.
No, I agree
people
with you.
Spontaneously figured out how they could become a superorganism.
Yeah,
So-
no, I'm not disagreeing at all.
Yeah.
And I do think look, there's a collective element.
Is this? I love that he said this, because as a child, I liked playing sports. I liked playing sports. I was a big athlete, but I never liked watching sports. I found watching sports to be incredibly boring.
Totally.
And however, my dad was like big into watching basketball and football and hockey at different points in my life. And he'd always drag the family to go watch these sporting events to my tread. This is before cell phones, so you were kind of stuck.
Oh my God. I know. Gotta pay attention.
Now
Gotta
who
focus
cares?
on
You're
that
like,
shit.
oh, I have my internet, Twitter, whatever. I have my world box here in my pocket. I can do whatever I want for however long it takes.
Yeah.
But no, so, and I'd always say, I don't understand why you want to go to the event in person. I mean, if you watch the sporting event on TV, you get a much better view of the action and what's actually happening. I don't understand why you want to go there in person. And it's funny because he could never articulate the reason. And the reason's exactly what Haidt said. It's because it's not about getting to watch the sport. It's about participating with the crowd and being a part of this energy and this movement.
Yeah.
And since I didn't care about that, because I was a fucking edgelord rebel who's like, I'm not going to be I'm not going to conform. You fucking conformists cheering for a guy kicking a ball in the net. What are you, losers? Since I was very anti this kind of behavior, I didn't understand why people enjoyed watching sporting events.
You wouldn't do the wave with your dad? Oh, you.
No, I would do the wave. I was a little kid. I wanted to do the wave. Sure.
Oh, okay. So you did want to do the wave.
Yeah, I wanted to do the wave, but I like cheering for people scoring. It just didn't make any sense to me.
But the wave was fun.
Well, doing the wave was fun when you're a little kid. That's the best part.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God, I get to be part of the crowd. Oh, it's my turn to stand up. Oh yeah.
Well, you actually get to do something. It's like, it's the interactive
you get to
element.
participate. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Right.
Being in the game is the
Well, see, but maybe it
participation.
wasn't me being an edgelord. Maybe it's that even at that young wee age, little Sitch, I didn't like. I would like doing the wave because it was interactive. But people like watching the sporting event because they the whole sporting event is interactive because they view themselves as being connected to the team on some emotional level.
Yeah, if you're invested in the team.
Right. And I just didn't have that. And I couldn't project that investment onto strangers or a sporting team that I didn't know. I had no narrative investment in this team whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because if I watch, back when reality TV show was like the huge thing. If you remember, it's like every show was a reality TV show. I could watch a reality TV show about like a sports team if there was some narrative about like the players. And I'm like, oh, I actually care about these players because I know who they are as people. So I'm invested in whether they win or not.
I think people who are into sports do dive into the players and all that stuff.
Maybe. I feel like I feel like it's not really about that. It's something else that I'm just not privy to understanding.
I used to really like the show Survivor because Survivor had a political element to it. And I always hated sports because, in sports, they'd say, at this point in the game, anything could happen. And I thought, that you fucking liar, okay? They're tossing a ball back and forth. Like, there are a set number of rules. Like, anything cannot happen here. Like, quite the opposite.
Adam is like, excuse me, sir. Literally, anything cannot happen, okay? According to the rule book.
But in Survivor, I always felt like, well, this is a game anything really can happen. Which seemed much more interesting to me. Like I'm just fucking I want the game where literally anything can happen.
That's fun.
Like someone could die in this game.
I always found Survivor boring because it felt very forced.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like because it was like a very forced situation, and you could tell people were acting in very like artificial ways. It didn't feel natural, and also generally people were assholes in it. So
yeah, there's a lot of assholery that goes along. Yeah.
Element of that worship that's exactly in keeping with what you're describing, and it does unite people in the imitation of a spirit in exactly the same way that they're united in a concert or when they're playing in a band. I think those are all manifestations of the same thing. And so I'm not saying that it's only individual by any stretch of the imagination.
Right. See, part of Jordan Peterson's like big idea is that there's this spirit of masculinity that is like the archetype that we're all emulating. So he's got a lot invested in this idea of like archetypal spirits. And I think that's why there's the difference of conceptualization going on.
No, you could be right. And I don't think imitation is the correct word should be looking for in a situation. I think the word would be, what is that? Like the word where you like melt into the group or like you become part of the whole.
Look, Jordan really Peterson is not in favor of conformity in any way.
Not really conformity, because like when he brings up the concert, to me that's a good example. Like people go to concerts and people really get into music because, like, if everyone's at a concert and everyone's singing together in the concert, it's not mimicry that's happening.
No,
it's like people are shredding their individuality to become part of like a super collective unit in that moment.
Yeah,
and there is a religious experience that people feel when you do this, when you shed your individuality.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Like it's kind of funny because you don't think about it. Like when people talk about like, oh, I reached enlightenment. It's like, oh, you shred your ego, and that's when you like find enlightenment. And in some strange way, you could say everyone singing at a concert is a form of ego death for a moment. It's a very different form of ego death, but it is in a temporary form of ego death where you're part of this super organism all singing this song.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why, like, if you've ever played music in a band, that is part of what you feel, what's kind of interesting in a band is you feel like this cooperation on a level that you don't like. I've been in both a band and played team sports, and they have very different feelings to them. To me, team sports do not have that same kind of feeling of like the loss of the individual in a kind of almost quasi-spiritual sense, where playing in a band does.
Right. Yeah.
It's a lot more like directly cooperative.
Right.
And to me, that's what's happening at the sporting event. That's what's happening at the concert is this melting away of the individual into the group. And I would not consider that as a form of imitation or mimicry.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there'd be nothing that would unite. See, in the stadium, they're united around that.
Right. Okay. So let's focus on imitation here. I guess the reason I disagreed with you is that imitation is such an important human ability for learning. The fact that we, and here I draw from Joe Henrich and others, their approach to cultural evolution, Joe's book, Why Humans Cooperate and The Weirdest People in the World. And for humans, the nature of the game is not who has the biggest, strongest, or the biggest teeth. It's who learns the most, who learns the best. And we have all this optimization for learning fast. And imitation is a big part of that. So we do imitation, but we do selective imitation, and we figure out who should I imitate. So that would be a sort of a lower level, ubiquitous, crucial human ability that we have, has nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with awe. But then I think we can bring our accounts together by saying, now then we also have this thing about we're able to come together in larger groups to pursue common interests, especially in competition. And as we do that, we use our imitation abilities. We draw on our imitation abilities. And so religious worship, it's always puzzling me. In Judaism, you daven, you bow, but it's not in sync. So that one is, I think, a little different. But often you sing, you sway in harmony, you do what everyone else does, and so
that's to atone.
The davening is to at one ment, atonement.
Oh,
at one mint.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So let's go back to imitation. Okay. So okay. So look,
this is what's
when children.
We're both pausing at the same time. Yeah. So this is what's so strange to me, because so much of Jordan Peterson's fighting the communists is separating
to be an individual.
Separating dominance hierarchies from competence hierarchies.
Right.
And he even uses this terminology. But I thought he was getting this terminology from Joseph Henrich, because Joseph Henrich has a bunch of studies into the imitating. We imitate, and I think I used a clip in the video we were just talking about where Henrich talks about how we imitate high status people, and we equate high status with competence and low status with dominance, and we would never imitate dominant individuals because we consider them to be low status. Like people who force people to do things. Right. Literally, the slaver is low status. Yeah.
Right. But he's trying to fit spirituality, or the sense of spirituality, into this somewhere.
You think so?
And well, yeah. I mean, it's his whole. That's why he's talking about like this. Where does this sense of awe come? Right. Awe is a spiritual sense that seems to be innate in humans.
Yeah.
To some extent. And it's interesting. He's right. I didn't know this. The atonement comes from the word atone, which does mean to be at one with something. Yeah. That's very interesting. So atonement literally is at one meant, which I never realized. But
doesn't get more groupish than that.
Right. You're right. The whole thing is group oriented. And, and he's talking about like in religious ceremonies in Judaism and Christianity, very often you have people singing together and moving in unison, becoming like this group, this group at one mint.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily know why he's putting this on imitation though. I'm not sure I would use that language to describe this concept.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's what you're saying. He's trying to kind of fit it into this spirit of masculinity or spirit of whateverness that people are imitating, which I'm not sure I agree with that.
And archetypes.
Right.
How people, I do buy into what he talks about the archetypal father and archetypal mother. I buy into all of that stuff, but it fits so nicely together with Joseph Henrich's talk about competence over dominance, because like the archetypal father is competent, not dominant. Like, oh my God. Right. Like this comes up in movies, right? There's always the dominant father that we look down on, the one that is like, son, you're going to play sports whether you want to or not. Or, the fucking, I'm going to beat you into shape. That dominant father, we don't. As a society now, we really look down on that behavior.
Right. Well, yeah. I think that's a part of the problem with our media, is that we haven't had
good
positive male representations for a very long time.
Hilarious.
We need to have, we need all might.
Positive male representation.
We need all might in America.
Listen, I need to update the Comicsgate Wikipedia page now about positive male representation. How come the comic book industry is against positive male representation? I wonder why.
It's because the problem is that the radical feminists, they don't believe there's such a thing as positive.
Yes.
Yeah, they believe that all male representation is to subjugate females.
Yes. They only believe in dominance. They only believe in dominance hierarchies. They don't believe in competence.
Yeah.
Because most of them are incompetent. Let's face it. They wouldn't, they wouldn't know a competence hierarchy if it smacked them in the ass.
Mr. Ubercross for $50. Thank you so much, Mr. Ubercross.
Wow, that's nice.
Yes, thank you. Says, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Thanks for what you guys do. Well, thank you for supporting us.
Thanks for being part of the team.
Yes. Share in the awe.
Mm-hmm.
When a son acts out a father when he's playing house, he doesn't imitate his father, by which I mean you could observe the father walking across the room and making certain motions, and the son by no means precisely duplicates those motions.
Right.
What the son does is observe the father across a wide variety of contexts, extract out the gist, and imitate the gist.
Yeah.
Okay, so you made the claim that what we're imitating is the capacity to learn. But I would modify that and say, no, we're imitating the capacity to explore. And there's a difference there. Well, the difference is that learning is, in some sense, it has the connotation of a kind of passivity. Whereas, did you ever see that medieval drawing of the sky all covered with stars and the man on the edge of the earth with his head poking through the firmament? Does that ring a bell?
No, an actual medieval drawing or a modern cartoon?
No, it's a medieval drawing. It doesn't matter, but it's to
How's he never seen that? That's like such a famous painting.
I know. It's in
boldly
every art
go where
history
no one
book ever.
I know. That's funny.
has gone before.
Yeah.
You know, in the modern parlance. Well, there's a narrative that drives that, and that's the thing that's imitated. And I think all of those collective manifestations of immersement in the sacred that you're describing are opportunities for people to collectively engage in attention to and elevation of something like that.
Wait,
I don't agree with this.
You
and I don't
disagree
really understand
with Jordan Peterson?
I know.
I
know.
my
Shocking.
God.
Well,
What's
I don't understand
going on
I don't understand what the purpose of it is.
It seems completely off topic to me too.
Well, not off topic. I just don't like. I think what you said, which was what you said, that was Hendrik, which is that people are imitating to try to emulate success and climb the hierarchy. I think that's more likely the explanation for a lot of imitation behavior. I think there is also just ingrained imitation behavior with like children looking at their parents. I don't know if when a child's copying their parents, like on one hand, you could say, okay, a child puts their parent above them in the hierarchy because the parent literally controls their life. But I don't know if that's like the motivating factor for a child on some unconscious level. It's like, oh, I'm going to motivate my parent because I want to, take over their place or pass them the hierarchy. I'm not sure that's happening there.
And it like you can have zero respect for the person that you're mimicking. Look at Vosh mimicking Destiny. I mean, you think Vosh respects Destiny? Like he's good. He's very good at copying him, but I don't think he respects him.
And I think especially when you're a kid, I think just being around people, you will mimic them. Because a lot of children, they don't even realize it. They'll grow up as adults and they'll be like, oh my God. Like they'll start arguing with their significant other and they'll be like, oh my God, I'm arguing the same way my parents would argue. And it's because they've sort of like children mimic a lot of relationship styles from their parents. Like they kind of learn, oh, this is how I'm supposed to treat someone from their parents and how they would interact with each other. Though this is all like not on a conscious level. And so this doesn't really have anything to do with climbing status hierarchies at all.
Henrik has done tons of experiments on this kind of stuff. I think they did one where they had two individuals that the kids could learn from, and they ended up asking the individuals some question before they began, and one of the people got it right and one of the people got it wrong. Obviously, it's part of the experiment, so they're Confederates. They're doing this on purpose. But
right.
The kids then mimic the person that got it right, and they don't mimic the person that got it wrong. So they just assume, they're like, okay, well, that guy's a moron. We're going to copy the person that got the question right. This is so ingrained in like...
No, but that's a great experiment. But the thing that's interesting about that is that the kids have a choice. The kids are presented with a choice that they say, okay, I know this is successful and I know this is not successful.
Right. Yes.
But and maybe people are wired in that way. That makes perfect sense. However, when you have like parents and kids mimicking their parents, they don't have a choice generally, unless they're like living in a two-family situation.
Yeah, I see the difference.
And so, but they still do mimic them. So I'm just wondering if
I think with children have a choice. I mean, if you see your mom gets a lot of things wrong and your dad gets a lot of things right, you're like, maybe I'll mimic dad a little more.
Maybe,
right?
Maybe.
I mean,
but I'm talking about more like, I mean, maybe that is it. Maybe the way the child, I don't know, maybe the way the child perceives if one parent is correct and one parent is incorrect, that's the personality type or the relation behavior they'll start to mimic. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe. It just seems to me like especially children are wired for mimicry in a way I think you grow out of once you start to go through puberty.
Do your parents watch the show?
No.
So who's smarter, your mom or your dad? I'm curious. My mom is like vastly smarter than my dad. Like very.
That's really wow.
Yeah.
It's super interesting.
Like it's a weird difference to the point where I'm like, it's bizarre.
It's funny. I think my mom and my dad are both very intelligent in very different ways.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like the super combination of their intelligence.
That's a good combination.
If I'm going to be very egotistical about it.
I'm sad I asked now, to be honest with you.
I know my dad is like super hyper like analytical. And it's funny because I didn't know it for years until I started to work with him. I read when he would like explain how he came to a solution, I'd say, "Oh my God, I think the exact same way as he does." And it's all biological. He never taught me this. I never knew this until I was an adult.
You
so
are
I'm like, oh, this is all
super
biological.
Analytical. Yeah, you're like way more analytical than me.
But it's funny because it's not learned. I just literally inherited it from my father. We think about things very similarly in an analytical way, and he never taught me to think that way, ever. It was not a learned behavior whatsoever. Because I didn't realize he thought that way.
Both my parents have amazing memory, but my mom is just way smarter than my dad. But I still feel like memory is a huge component of my intelligence.
I'm pretty sure I inherited my dog shit visual memory from my father because he doesn't realize it, but like I've probed him on it, and I think he has dog shit visual memory. Yeah. And I probably think it's funny too because I'm pretty sure both my parents are slightly autistic, so I think I also got a double dose of the autism.
Get ready for the David Pakman interview. He might confront you on that.
Though, but it's funny because I think I got my dad's analysis stuff, but my mom is the one who really viewed the world through the evolutionary lens and kind of like taught me to look in that way specifically.
Yeah.
And so she's very intelligent sort of about human, like the way people are acting and like the behaviors and stuff.
Fascinating.
So we certainly are an exploratory species, and just as when I was a kid, you get a mouse or a gerbil as a pet, you put it into a cage, it's going to explore. So mammals are many of them are very explorative. Human children are too. Is that what I'm sorry? You're saying this is what religion is somehow related to our exploratory instincts? What do you mean?
Yes, that it's a manifestation of our attempt to abstract out what the essential element of that is. So, for example, in Christianity, I think the faculty that's
back. I feel like that's important, so I need to hear it again.
If human children are too, is that what I'm sorry? You're saying this is what religion is somehow related to our exploratory instincts? What do you mean?
Yes, that it's a manifestation of our attempt to abstract out what the essential element of that is. So, for example, in Christianity, I think the
Did you get it?
Yeah, let it keep going.
What do you think?
Let me hear his example first.
The faculty that's elevated to the highest degree is logos. And of course, that's translated into logic by the Greeks, but that isn't exactly all it means. It means more like exploratory, communicative endeavor, but also with a tremendous emphasis on the truth. And I traced that development back, for example, into Egypt and into Mesopotamia. And the Egyptians worshipped the eye, Horus's eye, and that's the attentive eye. It's not rationality precisely. It's the ability to see what's in front of you. It's the opposite of willful blindness. And the Egyptians characterized it as such because the god of Egyptian attention, Horus, was the antidote to Osiris. And Osiris was the blindness of the state. He was.
So I think it's kind of actually funny, I think, what he's saying. I think he's, in a Jordan Peterson way, saying what atheists and anti-theists have been saying forever, which is that religion is an explanation for things that people don't understand.
Mhm.
Because he's kind of saying like,
yeah, that's so true.
because he's kind of saying, it sounds like he's saying the sense of religion and God comes from the human desire to explore and understand.
Yeah, areas
And
that
that's
we
why
can't explore and understand, like the afterlife.
Right. And that's why we have all these ancient gods where the most superior of the god was the one who had the most information, the one who had a thousand eyes, the one who embodied the ability to understand and see and know things.
Religion, I do think, is about, to some extent, exploring the unknown. I don't disagree with that. I feel like there's a way to look at religion from within the religion, and there's a way to look at religion from a scientific perspective, which is more, attuned to what kind of behaviors it motivates, that kind of thing.
Right. I'm still not understanding, because what he said before this was he said that learning is passive and exploring is active. And I don't know what he means by that, because I would never think of learning as a passive
No, I wouldn't either.
behavior either. I mean, I guess unless he means like, you're sitting there and someone's like trying to teach you something, you're just kind of like sitting there. But like, yeah, you're not physically active, but your brain is active. You're trying to work it out.
He was the state and the blindness of the state. The Egyptians had that all figured out. And in Mesopotamia, the highest god, Marduk, he had eyes all the way around his head. And he spoke magic words. And he was the victor of a battle between a whole sequence of gods, competition between gods, that was likely the abstracted result of competition between tribes and their own, local religions. Because monotheism seemed to emerge like that. Imagine all these tribes with their local gods. They come together. When they come together, the gods fight, so to speak. And then over some immense period of time, they arrange themselves into something approximating a hierarchy. And whatever is the ultimate principle that the cultures, assuming they didn't destroy each other, derived, starts to take place. So you see, each of these local gods is an element of an ideal. And as they struggle across time, the ideals arrange themselves according to whatever principle generates ideals, and something emerges at the top. The question is, what is it that always emerges at the top? There's a pattern, and it's the thing that we imitate. That's the crucial thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. What emerges out of the top? Give me.
This is so.
Well, see, but he's actually kind of tied it back to the Hendrik thing now, because he's saying you have all these tribes across time basically compete with each other.
Yeah, group level
and
selection.
And then that kind of abstracts out into the gods, their various gods competing with each other.
Right.
And then whichever tribe wins and becomes dominant in the region, their god becomes the top of the hierarchy. And then that behavior that god embodies is what people try to imitate to climb the hierarchy as well.
Well, I would argue, and I told the story of the woman whose life was falling apart. I mean, I would argue that forgiveness is a hugely beneficial aspect of culture that's hard to imitate. And perhaps Christianity popped out of the top of the religious hierarchies because the inspiration of forgiveness was so difficult for people to grab onto and so useful for society that's the reason it was successful, but not because of some, like, the imitation came after the fact. Like, I think people just imitated it because this is our culture and this is what we're taught to imitate. They weren't imitating it because, individually they were saying, I'm going to imitate the best thing. Everyone imitating that together, just even arbitrarily, that imitation behavior created the best society.
Right. Well, I don't know if he's saying necessarily that it is one leads to the other, because he didn't make that distinction when he just said right now.
Yeah, and I don't know how he's how he's categorizing the selection mechanism.
But also, I mean, I don't know, your example of Christianity kind of makes me think that's a counterexample to what Peterson's saying, because I would theorize that the part of the reason Christianity became so popular isn't because of imitating forgiveness or the power of forgiveness, but it's because it's more the power of the narrative story of the person dying for your sins, and the fact that there is an afterlife that is positive, that you can kind of seek out, even if your life sucks right now. Like, there's a lot of very strong, persuasive elements of Christianity that would help people get through their lives beyond simply like imitating forgiveness or something.
Sure, but it really depends upon where you place the selection mechanism. Because if you say, like, let's just say whatever society it is, people just imitate whatever the local religion is. They just, they're like, this is our religion, this is the way we do it, you imitate. Then those various societies have a competition for resources and reproduction. What makes the Christianity spread is that they're winning like over every other society in the resource game.
Right.
And they're spreading that way, not necessarily because people are individually selecting, I'm going to pick this religion. It's just the local religion that the operating
I understand.
system of society just causes
I understand
society
that,
to be
but
huge.
the religion still has to have like sticky, persuasive elements to it.
Yes, to get people to adhere. That's the enforcement mechanism, which is something completely different.
Well, not just the enforcement, like that's definitely part of it, but also I think more than I think conceptualizing religion as like explaining the unknown is kind of the wrong way to think of it, because the average person in their average life, especially back in the day, the unknown isn't really, they don't give a fuck about the unknown.
Yeah, totally.
It's not really something that they're thinking about. They're thinking about how to get through their daily life.
Yeah.
And I think the fundamental function of religion is to help people get through their daily life and get through the trials and tribulations that they're faced with.
Right.
And I think Christianity provides a lot of utility to do that, to get through your daily life.
Yeah, focusing on the unknown is like a luxury.
Right.
Yeah.
Though it's kind of fascinating to me, and maybe this is my own upbringing. I don't see a lot of that utility in Judaism at all, really. And I don't know if that's just the sect of Judaism that I was a part of. I'm curious if more historic forms of Judaism had this element to it. It doesn't seem like it does. So I'm kind of curious as to how Judaism has survived for so long without like this kind of this functionality, really. Because
maybe it just didn't work on you. Maybe it's more effective on other people.
Well, I don't, maybe because with Christianity, I can see it. It's very clear to me. It's like, okay, you have an afterlife. If you're a good person, you can get into this eternal bliss.
Oh, it's great.
God has a plan for everyone.
Oh, it's awesome.
Everyone can be forgiven. Like there's very clear things I say, oh, I understand how if you're in a bad spot, you can latch onto these things and they will help you move forward.
Yeah.
I don't see anything like that in Judaism, particularly because Judaism doesn't really focus on an afterlife. So without the focus on an afterlife and without an understanding of quote unquote what God's plan is, I don't see how it helps you. Like it helps you in terms of that you have a community and the community supports each other, but I don't see how the ideology itself necessarily helps you on a psychological level move forward.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Judaism in that Stephen Asma book either.
Right. Though maybe I'm thinking about this incorrect because Judaism is much older than Christianity. And they're very different because Judaism is more like you have a bunch of cave people and here's a bunch of rules so that they'll behave. And Christianity is kind of like, okay, now that people are civilized, like here's some philosophy to live.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe that's the difference. Like Christianity and Judaism, I think, serve very different functions in their creation.
You should just become a Jew for Jesus. I'm an atheist for Jesus.
There you
so,
go.
I mean,
There you
both be
go.
right at home.
Okay.
An example.
The ideal. Well, I can give you an idea. I'll give you an example, okay? You tell me what you think about this, because it's expressed in all sorts of ways, because it can't be articulated, not fully. Okay, so you see Byzantine cathedrals. The dome is the sky. Okay, the cathedral's a cross.
Right.
The center of the cross is the central point of being. Okay. You look up at the sky, and there's a picture of Christ as Pantocrator, as creator of the world. Okay, what's the idea? And he's in gold. There's a halo. The halo is like the sun, and gold is a noble metal, right? It's pure and incorruptible. So that ties into that disgust issue that you've made so much of. Right. The logos idea is the idea that truthful speech brings about the best kind of reality. It's something like that. And so that's elevated. So you think, well, look, we imitate. We imitate the gist. Well, what is the gist extracted out over thousands of years? See, when I look at religion from a purely psychological perspective, let's say, and think about...
Does this seem meaningful or...
Well, he actually said something that kind of distracted me, because I think it reveals the Sam Harris conversation, which is, he said, if the idea of Christianity, or this conceptualization he's talking about, is the importance of logos and the importance of speaking the truth, okay, that speaking the truth is going to manifest the correct world. If Jordan Peterson now comes up with this conundrum where he wants to believe this idea of speaking the truth, manifesting the right world, but
that truth is not true.
But that truth is not necessarily objective truth.
Yeah.
Suddenly, now I understand why he's getting into the kind of definitional argument with Sam about redefining the term truth.
Right.
Because there are because you have this problem where necessarily knowing what is objectively true is, I think, very important. We both think it's very important and a very high utility.
Yeah.
But that is not necessarily what's always going to bring about the best outcome for people in their lives.
Agreed.
Is knowing what is objectively
metaphorical truth. Yeah.
Right.
The truth is a harsh mistress.
Right, exactly. And it's kind of funny because in my book that you never read, the villain is literally someone who the main character and the villain both know the supreme truth of the universe, and it affects them profoundly in different ways. And the villain is driven insane by it, basically. And so
send me that book, you motherfucker. What the fuck?
So it's sort of like this idea that objective truth can lead you to bad outcomes. And it's funny because Jordan Peterson is trying to like fit in. Well, how can I fit in this concept that like objective truth isn't necessarily always good, but also fit it in with the idea that speaking truth is what manifests the great things in the world. And thus, maybe that's why he was trying to redefine truth in the Sam Harris conversation.
Interesting. Yeah.
Our continued discussion about what constitutes the human ideal, it's something personified. It has to be, because we can't imitate it otherwise. That's the problem with abstract ideals as motivating. They're not personified. Even when Stephen talked about the civil rights movement, he had to mention John F. K. And
see, he is talking about a universal morality, which kind of...
Well, no, actually, I understand what he's talking about. What he's saying is that just as so the example he gave was like when a child is imitating their father, they're not doing a direct imitation. They sort of like extrapolate the vague concept of what their brain thinks their father is doing or represents, and then they repeat the gist of it.
Yeah.
And he's saying that in religion, this is how religions work. Like people look at Jesus and they don't necessarily copy what Jesus is doing one for one, but they kind of extrapolate their what they think is important, and then they copy the gist of it. And then the civil rights example is a good example, because it's like when he's quoting the civil rights movement, in order to make that a reference point that people can understand, he has to give them the gist of it. And the gist of the civil rights movement is like Martin Luther King, I have a dream speech. There's a lot more to the civil rights movement than these things, but these are the gists of things that people grab onto to understand the way the world works. And this is also, I would argue, the problem with why when you have these very complicated ideas, it basically gets filtered down to be very low resolution to the public.
Yeah, and almost useless.
And almost useless, because what the public is doing is they're basically extrapolating from the complicated idea, and they just have like the gist of the idea.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes the gist of the idea is the exact opposite of the complex idea.
It's so sad. It totally is. I don't really like this gist framing, because I mean, I can think of like the synthesis of an idea, like the simplification of an idea, but the gist of it, I don't necessarily, even on,
I think the gist is a good word, because it's like when you have the gist of something, it's like, yeah, I understand it. Like you don't fully understand it, but you kind of like, you get enough of it, right? It's the true enough thing.
Do you know the experiments that they do with children and chimpanzees where they have like this complicated box set up and a treat inside, and they add all of these extra superficial steps in that are completely useless, and the child will follow all of the superficial steps even though they're completely useless, and the chimpanzee sees through it immediately and just skips all the steps that are useless and goes straight for the treat? So that
so
actually
when you
goes
when you
against.
when you say superficial, you mean like they construct like a maze or something?
Yeah, it's like a little box, but there's mechanical parts to it, but they also incorporate like knock on the box 3 times and like wave your hand over your head.
Oh, to get the treat, right.
And the children will follow every single aspect of what the instructor does, but the chimpanzees will be like, I'm not gonna none of this shit. Give me the fucking treat.
What is that supposed to show though? Because I don't think that shows what they think it shows.
Well, I'm just saying that when Jordan Peterson is talking about mimicking the parent, I'm thinking of that experiment, and I'm going, I don't know about this. Like the kid is trying to get to the essence or the gist of what the dad is doing. I feel like in that experiment, it shows quite the opposite. The chimpanzee is more interested in the gist of it, and the child is more interested in copying every aspect of it, because they don't necessarily know what is important and what is not important.
Right. But I don't think that experiment shows necessarily that, because the way you'd have to show that experiment is you'd have to train a chimpanzee to do all the motions to see if the chimpanzee would follow the other chimpanzee. Because there is a kind of species thing where like, it's just like with dogs and cats. If you point, a dog will look where you're pointing, because it's kind of like throughout the thousands of years of dogs. And with humans, they've kind of been bred to look at human. Like if your dog is confused about something, it will look to you, because it's looking to you for you to tell it like how it should respond.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Right. Your cat won't do that.
You're saying that the chimpanzee has a problem imitating the human being, and the human.
Yeah, I'm saying that maybe the chimpanzee just doesn't give a fuck about imitating the person at all.
Right.
Where the child is kind of socialized and maybe even biologically primed to look at the human for imitation.
Right. Yeah. I don't understand
Well,
how the gist stuff is relevant in the greater understanding of our world. Or
I'm not sure.
I love Jordan Peterson to death.
Right.
I don't want to throw any shade at Jordan Peterson.
Well, so far, I'm not. I don't know how this connects to the awe thing that he was getting at, the awe and imitation thing.
Yes.
Martin Luther King, right? He had to bring the personality into it.
Yeah.
So you think, as we've organized our religions across time, as we've aggregated into groups and attempted to construct a monotheism, we're trying to figure out what principle should be elevated to the highest state.
And I will say, okay, there's something interesting too here.
This is what bothers me too. Go ahead. You go first.
It's easier for humans to extrapolate. I like this gist thing. It's easier for humans to extrapolate the gist of something if you use a person to personify.
Oh, I totally
the gist
agree
of
with
it.
that part. Yeah.
And so that's why we have Martin Luther King as like the gist of the civil rights movement. And I think that's part of why Christianity is so much more successful than Judaism. Judaism does not have a person that represents the gist of it at all. Like we kind of associate Moses, but not really. Moses isn't really like the figure you're supposed to emulate.
You don't have the personality. I'm telling you, Jesus is the reason for the season. Man.
But that's with Christianity. It's like the perfect narrative construct. You have the personality that you're supposed to emulate.
Jesus is a superhero, man. Jesus can fly. Jesus can totally fly. He can walk on water. He can raise the dead. Jesus has laser
There
vision.
you go.
I don't know if you know this, but Jesus
I missed that part
Yeah.
where like Jesus laser vision the Pharisee in the New Testament.
Jesus does it. He does it in Revelations. He does it
Oh.
after he comes back.
That makes sense. He gets to see once Jesus has his death arc and he goes and he trains with King Kai in the
Yeah, it's
afterworld.
true.
He's resurrected and his power level is increased tenfold thanks to training in the afterlife. And now he has laser vision.
In Revelations, they say Jesus has a sword coming from his mouth. They just don't tell you it's a lightsaber. Like,
See, here you go. See, I don't know if you knew this. Like in Dragon Ball Z, the main character, Goku, dies. And in the afterlife, he trains, a god trains him. And when he comes back to life, he's more powerful. So Goku is Jesus. He dies
What?
and is trained by
Oh,
God and is
sacrilege.
resurrected more powerful than before.
so sacrilege. Everyone's just copy pasting Jesus.
There you go.
Now.
I never realized that Goku was copying Jesus until just now.
So Jordan said something that really offended my evolutionary principles. And it's funny because in the talk with Sam Harris, he said to Sam Harris, I don't know if you're sufficiently a believer in evolution to accept the kind of argument that I want to make here. And he said, and he could just be saying this because this is like kind of the way you word things, but not really mean it this way. But when he says we're trying to figure out, what is the archetypal religion to follow, I fundamentally disagree with that, because I think cultural evolution is as blind in many ways as biological evolution is. Like the genes aren't trying to figure out the best combination of genes. They're just putting out a lot of different variations, and the ones that stick are surviving the selection process. And I view religions very much the same way. We're not sitting around as human beings trying to think up the next great religion. A bunch of woke people are saying, let's try this for a while. Critical race theory, that's our new religion. And it either works, it either survives the selection process, the evolutionary process, or it doesn't.
So are you bothered because he's sort of adding an intention, like an intention?
Yes.
You're saying there is no
very
intention.
much,
It's just
very much.
like evolution
Yeah.
doesn't have intention. It's just what survives. or what
Correct.
doesn't.
Yeah. And
Okay.
Jordan Peterson in the past has been way more amicable to that way of thinking. The videos that I've done on him talking to Sam Harris basically embodied that idea. But now it seems like he's attesting to some intention of that. Even in the talk with Sam Harris, where he lays out his definitions of God, and Sam Harris gets totally pissed off at him. One of the definitions that he gives is that which selects, which is like the perfect
That's
evolutionary answer, right?
That God is that what selects.
Yes.
It's fascinating.
Yeah. And that's a Jordan Peterson I'm on board with right there. Yes.
Right.
God is the one that selects. It is the selection mechanism. Yeah.
Right.
So this is why I don't think he's using Haidt as an interlocutor as thoroughly as he could be, but I don't think he's read Righteous Mind. I really don't think he's read it and absorbed it. And I could care less. No, he could never read the book. I don't care, but I just think there's a very powerful way of looking at these things from a materialist perspective that might be the Jordan Peterson of 2017 might have been into that, but I don't know that this Jordan Peterson is into that. I think,
Well, we'll see where he goes because I don't remember exactly where this conversation ends up.
and if Jordan Peterson dropped that video tomorrow saying, Jesus is Lord, I'm reformed, I'm going down the same road as
Right.
as Dave Rubin.
Right.
Like I'm a Christian now.
I'm a Habiber now.
More power to him. Like
Right.
God bless, all the best to you and your family. Like I'm not here to judge people. I'm just saying there are a lot of people that can operate in both these realms, and I look up to those people. I do.
Well, I don't know. Because I don't think Jordan Peterson is atheist. I never thought he was
Mhm.
atheist. Now he might be trying to figure out what is the theist to
Mhm.
believe in. Maybe that's what's happening. So he's searching for what is the correct theism to subscribe to, if there is such a thing.
Yeah. Well, I could have easily have been wrong about that because I don't think he's a materialist. I do think Jordan Peterson believes in the supernatural.
No, he's
Although I have used it. I have heard him use quite a bit of like word kind of thinking to get to places where like narrative story structure, like the supernatural could be described as something like the Star Wars universe.
Well, to be clear, you can be a materialist and still believe in spirituality or the supernatural. But I don't think Jordan Peterson is a materialist because he puts so much, at least publicly when he discusses, he has such an emphasis on the intangible spiritual as opposed to the material. Well, I don't know, because he kind of vacillates because he talks a lot about evolution.
In this conversation, he does that.
Right. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's the enlightened centrist of materialism.
We'll see.
The Mossad brought up he brought up an interesting point, which I forgot, which is that, like part of the reason in Judaism, they don't have that singular person, the narrative person to map onto is because Judaism was so against idolatry.
Oh, yeah.
Which is and this is a very interesting concept for Judaism too, is that back in the day, Jews were literally not supposed to draw pictures of human beings. Okay. Which I don't know if most people realize this. Like, if you think back of like, you think back of like Christian art, there's all this famous art of Christianity that exists in the Renaissance era. But like, what is famous Jewish art?
Yeah.
You can't really think of it, right? And it's because there's not Jewish art of people, because Judaism believed that God made people in his own image. So Judaism argues or believes that God looks like humans, or humans look like God, I guess. And therefore, if you're not supposed to draw an image of God because that's blasphemy, you're not supposed to draw an image of people because people look like God, and that would be a form of blasphemy.
Very logical. I like it.
But it's funny because this is all like, if you're trying to sell this to someone, this is like this is every most unpersuasive element you can ever get into.
Yeah.
Because it's like how you try to convince people to believe in this like intangible, etherical thing that you can't draw a picture of. And then you compare it to Christianity. It's like, we got millions of pictures of Jesus and Mother Mary, and look all these beautiful pictures we got. And it's all this art. Like, there's so much you can do with it. And to me,
we got flying babies.
Yeah, flying babies and UFOs. And to me, it's fascinating because it's like, it's interesting to me that, because I do believe in a more like intangible, etherical version of God than like, like a Jesus, like there's a dude there just like doing things. But so to me, it's interesting that not only would like an ancient people like thousands of years ago think that, but that idea, which I think is so unpersuasive, would survive for thousands of years.
Yeah, totally. Andrew Clark for $2 says, would you judge JP if he was a monarchist? Now, of course, if he's a monarchist, I'm out. I'm outie. I'm sorry, JP. That's a bridge too far for me.
Could you imagine? I literally cannot fathom. I could not fathom.
Oh my God.
Jordan Peterson like, actually, God. I think the king should rule everything. Yeah. He will embody the spirit of logos and masculinity.
Oh my God. Serfs would be all over us. We told you Jordan Peterson was crazy. You wouldn't listen.
I told you. You said he was on the right. He's literally the most right you can be.
I know. Oh my God. We never hear the end of it.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're taking a very different approach to religion. I am a social functionalist.
Yeah. Notice.
That's to put it lightly.
I know. That's why Sitch is laughing so hard right now, because they're in different fucking universes.
They're in different universes, and Haidt is struggling he's like the picture that Peterson's talking about, like the guy looking through the filament of heaven. That's Haidt right now. He's trying to look into the filament.
Yeah.
Of Jordan Peterson's world.
He's trying to figure it out. He's like, you haven't given me much to grab onto here, but let me try.
Like Haidt did as well. He's like pulling back space and time, and he's like the Petersonian universe. He's like, what's happening over
here? Do you see now why at the end of this, Haidt is basically like, yeah, let's talk in like 4 or 5 years. Talk to my secretary.
No. I don't think that's what's happening.
Really?
No, I don't think that's what happened.
Okay.
I start by saying, what's the social function of this? I don't think humans are very motivated to find the truth. Now, this is my particular view. There's a saying,
which Peterson should agree with this so far.
Yeah, totally.
Attributed to Robert Zions, a great social.
And also, Peterson is very skeptical of coming to truth through rationality, which Haidt is as well. Haidt says you have to come to truth through institutions.
I think it's a problem. I think Haidt doesn't realize Peterson agrees with this, because when Peterson says truth, he's thinking objective truth, not metaphorical Petersonian truth.
Well, I think Haidt would say you have to come to both truths through institutions.
Right. No, but when he says, I think it seems to me Haidt thinks Peterson is saying humans are programmed to seek out truth, objective truth.
Yeah.
And Peterson doesn't think that.
Right. Yeah. That's just a miscommunication.
Right.
Social psychologist that cognitive psychology is social psychology with all the interesting variables set to 0. So a lot of people try to use psychology to explain, how people are trying to optimize their information processing. Sure, we do that if we're trying to bet on the stock market or if we're trying to get from here to there. But even then, we do all sorts of irrational things. Once you bring in the social factors, those tend, in my mind, to overwhelm any sort of truth seeking. And once you bring in religious thinking, where so much is done that is so evidently counter to truth, and many people point out, well, the point of believing something hard to believe is a demonstration of your commitment.
Yeah, I've read that. I don't.
So here. Wait, let me
you cut him off at the worst time.
To explain, how people are trying to optimize their information processing. Sure, we do that if we're trying to bet on the stock market or if we're trying to get from here to there. But even then, we do all sorts of irrational things. Once you bring in the social factors, those tend, in my mind, to overwhelm any sort of truth seeking. And once you bring in religious thinking, where so much is done that is so evidently counter to truth, and many people point out, well, the point of believing something hard to believe is a demonstration of your commitment.
Yeah, I've read that. I don't buy that argument.
Yeah,
I think it's weak.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that particular argument.
Well, let me ask you this.
So, see, because I think this is where the confusion is coming from. Because when Haidt says religion is counter to truth seeking, okay, what he means is religion creates a paradigm, and if you try to stray from that paradigm to find out if it's true or not, you are punished.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. That is an accurate representation of religion. So religion doesn't necessarily promote seeking out of objective truth. However, religion does seek out you following it, because what it's saying is, in order to live a better fulfilled life where you are happy, you must follow these principles. And I think that's where Peterson would say that is the metaphorical truth of religion.
Belief systems don't have to be based on factual truth. Right. That's the thing. And I think better belief systems stray far away from factual truth. I just think the evidence is overwhelming there.
Well, no, because the argument is Peterson is saying that he thinks truth seeking has something to do with exploration, and has something, and that this concept of truth seeking exploration has been built into religion.
Well, I don't know what
that's
he's
what Peterson's
to.
arguing.
I don't know what he's objecting to with Haidt here right now. He says,
because
I
Haidt
don't
is saying
buy
the
it.
opposite.
He says that's a weak argument. What is he saying is a weak argument?
Haidt is saying truth seeking is not built into religion, because religion is counter truth seeking, because religion tells you to close your eyes and follow the rules and not question anything.
It's dogma seeking. Yes.
Right. And so I think and Peterson's saying that he doesn't agree with that. He thinks that's a weak argument.
I think Haidt's right and Peterson's wrong.
I think they're both right, because I think Peterson is using his different definition of truth. than Haidt is.
Okay. If in that case, then Peterson, if he's talking about metaphorical truth, then they're totally in
Well,
agreement.
Haidt's talking about objective truth, and Peterson's talking about metaphorical truth.
Right.
I think that's what's happening in the conversation.
But the whole point of metaphorical truth is, metaphorical truth is the idea that if you believe something untrue, you will be better off in an evolutionary sense. It'll be better for your psychology. It's exactly the woman who lost her kids and believes she would see her son again after she died. A lot of people don't believe that's actually going to happen.
Okay, actually, I think I disagree with Peterson's argument here. Because Peterson's argument is saying, if you have these ancient religions, and the central or the big figure of the religion is the truth seeker, it's the guy with 1,000 eyes, the guy that has all the information. Okay, and then Peterson's saying, well, then if you follow that religion, you're supposed to emulate the highest figure. You're supposed to emulate the truth seeking. But I don't think that's actually what happens. I think what actually happens is that the highest figure, you're not supposed to emulate you're supposed to emulate what they tell you to do. You're not supposed to emulate, you're supposed to emulate their actions, not their process of discovering the actions.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like, if your highest figure in your religion is like a truth seeker, you're not supposed to necessarily, if you follow that religion, you're not supposed to necessarily go out and seek truth the way they did. You're supposed to agree with the truth that they have sought out, that they have discovered. You're supposed to follow the actions that they have deemed to be correct.
Jesus's main behavioral attribute is self-sacrifice. Self-sacrifice is essential in morality. It's like the key metric in morality. That's why a lot of this just seems like needless complication. Jesus wasn't a scientist, right? You're not saying... Right,
well, that's what, and I'm curious because Peterson talks about Christianity so much, but his concept here of like the truth seeking and the religion, it doesn't really seem to map onto Christianity necessarily.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it does, because you could say Jesus is a Jew who's trying to be critical. He's trying to critique Judaism, and he's saying that there's some elements of Judaism that are failing. And so in that essence, he is a kind of a truth seeker, right?
Jesus was the original Donald Trump. He was going around saying fake news.
Pharisees
are fake news.
It's much worse than that. Jesus was the original postmodern neo-Marxist. He was deconstructing and critiquing Judaism.
No, how dare you? How dare you?
That's what was happening. He was critiquing Judaism.
How dare you?
It was critical Jesus theory. I hate to break it to you.
Oh my God.
Critical Christian theory, CCT. Because that's what he's doing. He's embodying a normative, moral, ethical framework for people to follow by critiquing the current structures and power hierarchy.
Haidt just doesn't understand what Peterson wants out of him. It's pretty...
Well, I don't understand what Peterson wants.
I don't either.
Nobody does.
I don't either. That's why this conversation was just baffling to me.
Oh, it's interesting. I think it's interesting. That's why I wish they'd talk more, because Peterson very often, I think he doesn't necessarily know what he wants out of these conversations.
Right.
He just sort of has like gists and ideas and intuitions, and he's trying to follow them. And he's trying to see where, if he talks about these with smart people, see if they can kind of flesh out a direction.
He is literally using the evolutionary process. He's like, let me just vomit out these 10 variations on this idea and you select the one that works, right?
Right.
He's like, hi, you're my selector today.
No, but I feel like if they talked a lot, they would start to understand each other way more, and we start to get like very interesting things coming up.
This conversation is super interesting to me too, because if I wasn't a Haidt fan before Peterson came along, like what Peterson was saying wouldn't have made a lot of sense to me, because I was like viewing it through the Haidt's model of morality and moral frameworks and stuff. And so many of the studies and whatnot that Peterson was citing about rationality and Piaget and all that stuff perfectly fit in with Haidt's view of the world. So it's kind of weird to me that maybe I was wrong all along. And really, Peterson is putting out an idea that's very close to what Haidt is saying, but is not inspired by Haidt, and is actually diverging more from Haidt as he dives into the idea.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So if I said I believed in you, what would that mean?
Well, pragmatically, it means you support me, you're there for me, you think I'm on the right track.
I have faith in you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So what that would mean, I think, it would mean that I, of your own accord, I would expect you to do the right thing. And I would rely on that and defend you. And so the reason I'm bringing this up is because that's one of the ways that people use the idea of belief. Right? It isn't, we have this idea that to express a religious belief is to express accordance with a set of facts, like scientific facts, but that isn't how it's seen. Yeah. No. You talked about ancestor worship. Okay. We believe in something like the central animating spirit of mankind. That's the gist that we're all imitating. And that's what unites us. We're united around that ideal. And you see that expressed in the places that you described already. When you're playing with a band, that's a remark. I'd love to be able to do that. I can't do that, but I see people doing it. You can get a sense of that in the audience.
Yeah,
you're united around something transcendent. It seems, and you're all imitating, right? Because you've all got the beat. You're all imitating the music.
Well, I would just say you're in sync. It's not that you're imitating per se. It's that you are moving as one.
So you're imitating the music, though. As well as moving at one, you're imitating. Well,
Haidt totally gives up. He's like, okay.
I think Haidt said it, and then he backed off of it. I think the correct word I was looking for is in sync.
Yeah.
Is when people, when you're listening to music and the band, you become in sync. You become in sync with each other when you lose your individuality.
Yeah, the whole idea is to become a group.
Right.
Yeah.
You are from a Piagetian perspective because you're matching your body to the rhythms, right? So so the mimicry is embodied. And that's what unites you. So you could say you're united by the spirit of music. That's fine. But I think it does tap into that imitative capacity because everyone does move as one.
Yeah, I would agree. Whether, I don't know enough about mirror neurons to say whether those, I don't know what the current state of research is on mirror neurons, but we certainly have this ability to match each other's movements. And that is part of imitation, and that does get us in sync. And some people say this is why you should go for a walk if you're working out a conflict or a problem or you're negotiating, because physically moving in sync with the person tends to promote more agreement. I'd like to see that validated. I'm not positive that's a finding that holds up.
Now that would be pretty fucking interesting.
Yeah, totally.
I'm curious about that.
The walking debates.
Yeah, like if you're in an argument with your spouse, go for a walk and see if you match your strides, or you guys become more agreeable with each other.
Yeah.
But that makes a lot of sense to me. So I think we're both focusing on different aspects of the religious experience. And I'm coming in as a social psychologist looking at its social effects, and you're coming up as a clinical psychologist.
But you're also not writing it off as like a superstitious equivalent to rationality. Like you're trying to tie it to something that's
we evolved to be religious. This is
so
part of our nature.
So that's the first issue.
I think the question to ask would be why, because I still don't understand the imitation aspect.
Yeah.
Why is he trying to tie this to imitation?
Yeah.
Right. Why is this important? And I think maybe it's what you said. If he believes there's some kind of spirit of that people are, he did allude to that. There's like a human spirit that everyone's trying to imitate. Maybe that's why he's trying to tie it all together to that.
I fundamentally disagree, because I think what makes humans fucking just superhuman is the diversity of behavior, not imitating one archetype, but there being such diversity of behavior. I think that's an asset.
Right. But maybe his response would be not that the human's superpower isn't necessarily to imitate one behavior, but is to imitate a plethora of productive behaviors in different environments and different situations.
He doesn't seem to
right?
be describing that though, because he's
He
talking
doesn't,
about a
but-
hierarchy and one
Right.
thing coming up at the top, and
That
the,
is true.
the
That is
hierarchy of
true.
value, the one
Yeah.
value. This is why he's also talking about morality kind of in a universal sense that I don't necessarily think. I mean,
Right.
it throws all of Peterson's up to now evolutionary thinking kind of by the wayside in a way that's
I see. And that's why you think this is
confusing.
like the religion. You wouldn't be surprised if he comes out as Christian.
I wouldn't.
because-
Yeah, I
right.
wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
Interesting.
But that's
Yeah.
fine. I mean,
hmm
we still love Peterson. It's not like a misstep.
Well, no,
or
because he is
anything.
mapping it onto evolution because he's saying like this principle is human beings have evolved this, whether it's through culture, religion, to sort of imitate this guiding principle.
Right.
Which I'm not sure what the guiding principle that he's talking about is, and I don't like you. I don't agree with it. I never
Yeah.
liked, because to me this harkens way too much to like this kind of Platonic forms theory,
I know. Yeah. I
where
don't
there's like
that
this
either.
intangible universe of perfect things that we're kind of imitating and using as our basis of thought. And I don't think that's even remotely true.
I agree.
Okay, so you think that's a reasonable proposition.
Mhm.
All right, so then the question is, what exactly does that signify? So let me try running something else by you.
Okay.
You're interested in processes of natural selection. Now, so I made the proposition a little earlier that we are doing something like collective imitation of the ancestral spirit. That's what ancestor worship is. If it unites a culture, something like that. You reflect your father, he reflected his father, etc., all the way back.
Now that's true, right?
Mhm.
I agree with that,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So there is that aspect of imitation. You listen to your ancestors,
Sure. If you're
Okay.
conservative,
right?
if you're progressive, you go out and say, fuck ancestors. I'm going to do something completely different. Look, I'm a third gender. It's called non-binary. Right? I mean,
There you go. There you go.
So, and the only way that we can be in agreement about something is if we share a lot of our presuppositions. I mean, we can differ to some degree, but we have to have a shared personality to comprehend one another. E.O. Wilson said, if we could talk to ants, we wouldn't have anything interesting
Yeah.
to say to them.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Right. So, our similarities and our differences make communication possible. But the similarity is something like, well, it's our participation in our shared culture, even our shared language.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you are on a team with someone, if you're on a boat that almost capsizes and you and 7 other passengers, you don't speak any languages in common, but yet you struggle together, you'll be friendly forever, or especially if you do sort of speak each other's language, you can communicate a little. So again,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
approaching
okay.
this-
I'm not trying to localize it to a specific subculture.
Okay, well,
This
that's a
He
great
didn't bring
example
this-
he brings up.
right. But he made me think of something very interesting, which is we've talked about a lot with like, how the leftists and socialists kind of hate liberals more than they hate the right.
Mm-hmm.
And there seems to be what they call it like the narcissism of small differences, where a lot of times in these kind of movements and ideologies, there's more anger at people that have like slightly different beliefs than you do than people that
Totally.
have wildly different
Totally.
beliefs than you do.
Totally.
And
Yeah,
I always thought part of that was because of like it's perceived as a betrayal element.
totally.
But it's interesting because if you extrapolate that idea, the narcissism of small differences or whatever the phrase is, outward, that's basically the entirety of human conflict. Because from like a relative perspective, you say, well, wait a minute. Humans have so much more in common with other humans than any other animal that exists on the planet.
Yeah.
And yet most of our conflict is from humans with the other human.
I know. Yeah.
So from like a broader perspective, the history of human conflict is the history of the narcissism of small differences.
Man is a wolf to man.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's true. And also, the heretic, everyone always goes harder at the heretic than the outsider, the person
Right.
that was once.
Well, and
a
also,
member
I mean,
of the
'cause we're-
group and
in a more grounded level, it's because human beings are literally evolved for tribal conflict. We evolved for narrative tribal conflict far more than we are for like conflict with animals, I think.
yeah.
or with non-human animals, I should say.
Well,
okay. Well,
I just meant I'm not sure we need common beliefs in order to feel that we're part of one. I think we need to move together, face a common enemy together.
That's a great example that he gives because, like, if you're 7 people from 7 different cultures and you're all of a sudden in a lifeboat together, like, you're gonna fucking work together pretty quickly.
You know, I completely agree with that, and that maps onto my thinking that you know, morality is based on in-group, out-group, and so as long as there's a force that's opposing you, you all become the in-group together to fight this force.
Yeah.
But the problem is, like with the lifeboat example, that's only relevant in the short term. It's not really relevant in the long term. Because as societies become more complicated, then all the various different cultures, all like the different complexities and differences of how they think society should be run, all start to come out.
Yeah. They start to split people up.
Right. So I think you need both of these things. I don't think it's one or the other.
Yeah.
I just don't put as much stock in belief.
What do you think unites us if we face a common enemy together? Ben?
I think we evolved to have the ability to go into team mode very quickly. And this is why teams and the army and other places can do a really good job of suppressing racial animus, because race doesn't matter when you're on a team.
Right. Okay. So that's fine. That's fine. So let's take the example of a team. That's perfectly acceptable.
So the unifying spirit of the team, like if you're on the lifeboat, is survival. So there is a unifying goal. There is a unifying belief here that if we work together, we can survive.
Yeah.
We will live another day.
Yeah.
Acceptable to me, because teams can be of any size, essentially.
Yeah.
I would say that there's a central, what would I say? The team has a personality in a sense that's fragmented and represented by each of the players on the team. So there's a unity that the team consists of that's represented in each of the players. And that's what constitutes the team element of it.
Okay.
So when we talk about personality, it's hard to say exactly what we mean. We mean something like an animating spirit, a pattern of action, a pattern of perception, something like that. There's no reason to assume that can't be shared between people. And I think that's the kind of seizure that you're talking about when you see people collectively participate in something they regard as sacred.
Okay, that could be.
Okay, that seems reasonable. The question would...
See, Haidt completely covers this. Like, in his book, he has a very detailed understanding of what sacred is. That Jordan Peterson... Do you still disagree with me that Jordan Peterson has...
I mean, I don't even remember. I read Haidt's book and I don't even remember what you're talking about.
Well, he talks about circling around things is what creates the sacred. Yeah.
Okay.
Very specific about it.
Would be then...
Peterson agrees with that, but it seems like Peterson's going deeper than that.
Okay.
That's what it feels like.
What's the gist of...
Well, he's definitely trying to shoehorn the personality aspect into this whole thing, which I don't necessarily, I don't know that I agree with, because there's so many different personality types. It's like...
No, but it sounds like, so Haidt is saying like, what is sacred is what everyone circles around. And then the question Peterson's asking is like, well, how do people determine what to circle around? Right? Isn't that the conversation?
Yes, but Haidt, in the Haidt philosophy, it's the circling that creates the sacredness. It's the actual act of doing it, which is why he keeps coming back to that. He's
so
like,
you think
he's like, human beings, pick a fucking a golden calf, right? Let's circle around this. This will work.
Yeah, no, exactly right.
Now we're a team. All right, we did it.
So you think that Peterson is saying, he's saying that that's not the way, that there is some sort of inherent sacredness out there that people are discovering.
Yes, and that's what's fundamentally different about his worldview and Haidt's worldview, because Haidt is saying the thing that you're circling around is not the point of the sacred. The point of the sacred is to bind people into a cooperative group. Right. So he's saying throw any old thing out there for us to circle around. We're going to do it. And this is why politics becomes sacred. This is why climate change becomes sacred. This is why anti-theism becomes sacred, because as human beings, we'll circle around any old thing and form communities around it, and form belief systems around this stuff. And the thing that's happening is we're binding ourselves into cooperative groups that compete for resources and sexual partners with other teams. And sooner or later, out of that process, the progressives win, or the conservatives win, or the flat earthers win, or whoever ends up with the more kids and more resources is the winner. It's super. I mean, I know it comes off as sort of black-pilled, because all of this apparatus aimed at religion and religious discovery and religious belief is not really functioning to do any of that stuff. That's the black-pill part of it.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. I don't know if Peterson is making that claim, that there is this spirituality that exists separate from humans that they're kind of stumbling upon. I don't think that's what he's...
You have to admit, though, Peterson's focus is on what's at the center. Right. He thinks that what is at the center is valuable, that we found something valuable and we circle around it. And Haidt just has a fundamentally different understanding of the whole system.
Well, Haidt doesn't seem to care necessarily. Haidt's more focused on the function of something becoming sacred, not what is sacred.
Well, David Sloan Wilson, and there's a great clip by David Sloan Wilson where he talks about this, where he says, listen, a lot of times what is going to make the people circling the happiest, the most productive, is circling something that's further and further and further from factual reality. That's human nature. That's the way it works.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. And because what Peterson is basically saying, and I'm glad you brought up the circling thing, because that's perfect. It would be, I think the conversation would be easier if Peterson or Haidt had brought up the circling thing. Because what Peterson is saying is that he thinks that basically there's a culturally evolved process of people circling around what is sacred until whatever tribe ends up circling around the correct thing. And that's the tribe that persists in the world. And that's the religion or the ideology that becomes pervasive to everything else.
Yeah, Haidt would disagree with that, because Haidt would say that it is the behaviors of the circling that end up in the success, and the circling is just the thing at the center of the circle is just the motivating thing.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah. He goes into this in the book. I mean, he talks about like maypoles. There's that big black cube that they circle in the Middle East. Is that
right?
Is that Judaism or is that Islam?
No, that's Islam.
The
meteor that they all surround. Yeah.
Is it a meteor? I don't even know what it is.
I thought it was.
I've seen that thing.
It's supposed to be where Allah ascended to heaven or something.
Right. But Jordan Peterson's very much what is at the center is valuable. I don't want to misconstrue this. It's just it's valuable from a community like unifying perspective more than it's valuable in an objective materialist sense.
Right.
Like it's not some kind of alien technology, okay? This is the beautiful thing about it. It could literally be anything.
Well, okay, so I guess the difference difference here is that Peterson thinks whatever is at the center of the sacred circle is important in that it tells us something important about the universe. And Haidt is saying, well, not really. All it will tell you is that something important about maybe humans, but not about the universe itself.
Yes, precisely. Yeah.
Okay.
This is when he uses the analogy of the sports analogy, he says, you can't really focus on the ball because the ball is completely immaterial. The ball is kind of the thing in the center.
Right.
And Peterson is saying the ball is so look, every single action in the football game involves the ball. The ball is the thing that we need to focus on. And Haidt is saying, not really. The thing that we're focusing on is the cooperation. And
Well, I don't know if it's that or if it's like Peterson saying, if we took all sports that have ever existed in human history, how come some have become popular and maintain their popularity and significance and others have gone away and died?
No, I agree.
Which of these balls is the most important ball, you know?
But it's not the ball, though, because
Right.
then you're talking about the perspective of the audience, because sports maintain their popularity because they enthrall our attention.
Well, maybe he would say, you're right, the ball doesn't matter. It's the culture that surrounds the sport. But then the question is, okay, if you have, because whatever is the most successful culture is whichever sport will become most dominant in the world and will continue onward.
Yeah.
But then you'd say, well, doesn't that mean, or is it not likely that if you have a successful culture, that they have either intentionally or unintentionally imparted in the sport the beliefs of the culture?
Sure.
So maybe there is something you could derive of importance from it.
Sure. You codify all kinds of things in there. You can,
Of that
you can codify
uniting
stuff that's
principle.
unimportant too. It's just whether or not it maintains that behavior.
Principle. The reason I'm asking this in part, you'll appreciate this, I think. There's a claim, quite common at the moment, that the central animating principle of Western culture is power.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, it's a popular claim.
Yep.
Okay,
I encounter it every day.
Right. What's the appropriate counterclaim? That there is no central animating spirit, or that that's not it?
So there you go. See, now this is, I wish this was the beginning of the conversation, because now you understand the context of what Pearson's trying to construct.
Yeah, but Haidt just completely backs me up with what I was saying the whole time, because he comes out and says, listen, there's not one, Jordan. There's many. And to say that there is one is part of the problem.
Right. Well, even if that's true, that's not persuasive.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
The same reason Christianity is always more persuasive than Judaism.
Yeah.
You need the easy, just central narrative, the low resolution narrative that people will follow.
I
or
will
understand.
admit, when they come out in the Matrix and they say, Neo, you're the one. It's way more motivating than saying, Neo, there's a bunch of guys and you're one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly it.
I understand.
It's exactly the perfect
completely understand.
comparison.
Yeah, you want to believe. Listen, there's one morality. There's one way that you can live your life that is going to provide the widest happiness, the most meaning out of everything. Not like, there's a bunch of different ways you can do it, but
Well, see, there is a way to accomplish this, to do both the things. Okay. That's if the central core, the singular narrative isn't power, but is choice.
Ooh.
Then there you go.
Ooh.
Because choice implicitly says that there's a million different hierarchies to choose from, to engage in.
Pro-choice, I like it.
But that is what, yeah, I know, right? But that's the basis of liberalism from both the left and the right.
I agree.
Is the central concept of your choice.
Listen.
You as an individual have choice here.
We've won the right wingers over to personal liberty. Like fucking, they're all about
personal choice.
liberty. Yeah.
Personal choice.
In a big bad
Completely.
way. Yeah.
Right. Which is funny because when you brought up pro-choice, that should be the perfect messaging.
But it's already been soiled by the whole
I know, but it's
debate.
just funny. I never put that together in my mind until just now.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
The right has been won over to the choice argument. They're fucking yeah. Don't take my guns. I want the choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you have the choice to succeed or fail in our society.
Yes.
That's the big one, right?
Hugely. Watch Haidt slap him down here.
That face this a lot, and I think the response is to say sometimes power matters, and there are those who believe that everything is sexuality, and sometimes sexuality matters, and there are those who believe that everything is money, and sometimes money matters, and sometimes self-esteem. People are complicated.
Sometimes pain, sometimes
That's
joy,
right.
and
That's
like
right. We're
sometimes
complicated.
jealousy.
Look, he's not. Jordan is not following his own rule.
Well, let's wait. I want to hear
Well,
part of it.
I think it's important because he's talking about something very different than Jordan Peterson's talking about. Jordan Peterson is going to emotions, and Haidt is talking about things.
Right.
Yeah. It's very different. Haidt is talking about external forces, and Peterson flips it to internal forces. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so
right.
that's
people whose first response to everything is power structures, power structures, power structures. You know, you kind of know what they think because it's and
you might know how they act too.
Yeah, yeah. So you know, if you think that anything, whether it be the Western tradition or college, is all about power, I mean, that's just sad.
Well, it's also completely.
But see, this is a problem. I agree with Haidt's concept, but that's not what Peterson's asking him. He's asking him, how do we combat this rhetoric? We need to have a counter central narrative of sacredness. And you deconstructing the question, I don't think is persuasive necessarily.
Well, being monomaniacally fixated on one answer for everything is just, I mean, it's antithetical to so much of life. I mean,
no, I agree with that, but I'm saying I think you need a low resolution, simplistic one-word counter to the everything is about power. And that's why I said, well, maybe it should be everything's about choice.
That's a good, no. I mean, you're making the whole idea behind there are a lot of different solutions sexy. You're like, you're basically putting a spin on there are a lot of different solutions to make it like, oh, there's really only one solution. A lot of different solutions.
Right, exactly.
Which I do think is brilliant.
It's a trick. It's a persuasive trick. I will fully admit to that.
I'm fully in favor of it. Okay. I do support.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll tell Peterson. The answer is choice.
Well, I mean, liberty is kind of freedom is choice. It is.
Freedom is choice. Yes.
Yeah.
And that actually, that has been the guiding principle. We don't even need to do this because it already exists.
Up until now, yeah.
Freedom was the guiding principle for not necessarily for progressive, but just for America in general.
They lost
That's what
their
freedom
way.
meant. Freedom meant choice. Well, and so you have the neo-Marxists come along and they say, freedom is a lie. There is no freedom.
Well, they're saying they don't have freedom because of power.
Right. But it goes deeper. They're saying that freedom can't exist until everyone is completely equal. Is basically their argument.
Yeah.
They're sort of like a parasite. They're latching onto the liberal or liberalism argument about trying to strive for freedom and saying, oh, you really want freedom? Well, if you think about it, true freedom cannot be accomplished until every single person is exactly the same, which I kind of understand like logically, but that's not the way the world works.
Yeah.
And that's not the way the world will work and not the way we should strive to make the world work ever.
I've thought through, and then I thought about all the people that I've admired in my life who were successful. And so those would be people that I'd like to imitate, or at least I respect. And that seems to be a reflection of something like, a low level of awe. They weren't
admiration.
They weren't driven by power.
That's right.
They were driven by competence and generosity.
That's right. That's right. And there you go. And so this is actually one of the hallmarks of a religion is people are committed to something that's obviously not true on its face. And the people who are really committed to this religion, that everything is power, this sort of Michel Foucault religion, they even interpret family life as being about power. That my relationships with my kids is primarily about my power. I mean, that's just bizarre.
And marriage.
That's right. Because I'm a man and my wife's a woman. Therefore, I must be motivated to have power over my wife, and I must feel something in common with other men because we're all men. We're all.
No powerful man paints his wall that color. I'm just telling you.
How dare listen, Adam. Purple is the color of royalty. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking.
You know exactly who picked that color out.
Purple is the color of royalty, Adam.
You know exactly who picked that color, Sitch, and it was Mrs. Haidt.
Pertruce is the color of the prince. Okay.
Trying to maintain the power structure. I mean, this is far wackier than saying there was this guy and he was killed and he came back to life 3 days later. I mean,
look at this. Haidt's just completely throwing shade at the critical race theorist.
He said CRT is wackier than Jesus coming back.
He did. He just did. Yeah.
This is just a matter of faith. And so the fact that it is intruded so deeply into the academy now, again, not in most departments, but in some of the departments that you and I both know, this is the religion. Everything's about power.
Yeah, well, we don't seem to have been able to put forward a very good counterclaim.
But I think it's as we were talking about with Steve, the good counterclaim is something which you have to sort of reason through, and it's about process more than
Haidt.
I know.
This is your wheelhouse, Haidt. Something you have to reason. That's not going to appeal to the elephant. Come on.
I know.
Power appeals to the elephant.
Yeah.
The counter narrative can't be an appeal to the writer. It has to also be an appeal to the elephant. And that's where freedom, motherfucking America, bald eagle swooping in with a gun in one hand and a stack of $100 bills in the other hand saying, fuck you, freedom. That appeals to the elephant.
Yeah. True.
Than any particular person, and we need equal treatment in front of the law, and we need all these things, and it's not as inspiring.
Oh, yeah, but there's another problem with it too. It's not like I don't have sympathy.
We just need to get my friend Frank Luntz on the line. We'll get this figured out. Sitch. We'll get this taken care of.
There we go. We'll get Frank on
right
board.
Quick.
Right.
He's a master of words.
He is. That's true.
That viewpoint, and there's nothing wrong with a reasoned argument. But look, whatever's at the bottom of the woke movement is critical of the processes of reason themselves. Mm-hmm. Right?
Because everything is white supremacy.
Well, everything is up for grabs, at least.
Right.
So it's a radical critique of Enlightenment thinking. It's also an attempt to identify Enlightenment thinking specifically with Western European thinking, mm-hmm. which I think is a great mistake, but it doesn't matter. I don't think that it isn't obvious to me that those merely rational responses are going to do the trick.
No, in general, not. But something that I've begun to think a lot about is the importance of specifying the institution or the domain before you say anything else. Mm-hmm. And so we can talk about, will a rational argument persuade people? And if we're talking about like on planet Earth, or just, out on the public square, your odds are not very good. And so the trick to having a good society is one in which there are domains within which people have a set of, be it professional norms or norms about how we do things. And so the norms in a college seminar class should be very different and much more generous and much more about building on each other's arguments and critiques than it is on Twitter. And part of what's changed, part of why I keep saying the world is so different after 2012 than it was before 2009, is that social media knocked down all the walls between different domains, and now the norms of the norms in the norm.
This is a great fucking point that he's making, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's totally great. It's where our contention over James Lindsay lies. It really is.
Norms within which a reasoned discussion among people who have basic respect for each other and are tied together, at least as fellow students or fellow jury members or whatever, when that goes away and everything is just the public square, well, then, yeah, we're not really able to have reasoned conversations anymore.
So what do you think?
So what he's saying, if I understand it, is he's saying, back before social media, you had a bunch of kids in a college class, and there was this environment where people would kind of build on each other's ideas and then not necessarily, not with the goal of tearing other people down, right? It was kind of like a communal effort.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying that on social media, the atmosphere is completely different. It is all about tearing other people down because it's all about virtue signaling to your team.
Yeah.
And it sounds like he's saying that attitude is now permeated into all colleges.
Yeah. Yes.
Which, I don't know, that has happened. I don't know if it's happened because of like the attitude on social media is permeated into the classroom, or maybe that's some of it. I think another big chunk of it is that it's just the institutional, the academic, our academic institutions, or the teachers in charge of these things have switched from the liberal notion of the individual and the individual having a right to speak and be heard to this neo-Marxian, the individual doesn't matter. We have competing power groups. And so if you're part of a powerful group, you shut the fuck up and you let the person of the oppressed group talk.
Yeah. I think people are just copying what other people are doing. I don't necessarily know that there's a lot of thought going into this. I just think people are saying, you know, if I say certain things, I'm going to get dinged. So I won't say those things.
No, I agree with you. Like on an individual level, I completely agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying the problem is what the people were copying in order to not get dinged used to be liberalism. Okay. Mm-hmm. That individuals are the important unit, that individuals have rights. Mm-hmm. This used to be the thing that we would talk about. And now that's just kind of shifted into the neo-Marxian framework of groups are now what's important, not the individual. And whatever group is overpowering the other group is where you put our focus on.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously the individual people don't have this process. They're just copying what works.
The power game that the wokesters are playing wasn't possible before the power of social media, though, because there were spaces that were like quasi-public private where you could have discussions. But now any place that's has any degree of publicness to it is open to the world and through social media, which really changes the dynamic in those places like classrooms where a lot of this discussion goes on. Yeah. Where'd you go?
So you attribute what's happened since 2012 fundamentally to technological.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. I was talking, and then you said,
you
"Where'd
were?
you go?" I'm like, "Yeah, no." What I was gonna say
Why'd
is,
you mute yourself?
Well, because I didn't want to cough while you were in the middle of talking.
Oh, you were coughing. Gotcha.
Yeah, but no, I think I don't necessarily agree that wokeness could not exist without social media, because wokeness is essentially just Marxism 2.0, is socialism 2.0, communism 2.0. And communism was the same idea. Communism was able to spread in many countries without social media. So I don't see why social media would have to be reliant for this to spread.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, did communism shame through or spread through public shaming? Is that the
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Because, I mean, I agree with
Probably.
you that it's like race communism or race Marxism, like Lindsay says. But the only reason they attach race to it is to enforce conformity through public shaming. And I think the social media is the apparatus for that public shaming, which is a type of power that didn't exist before social media.
Well, so, I wouldn't say
how
no,
do
it
you
exists.
Public shame someone for not being for being a racist before?
That's not
social
media. I don't necessarily agree with that. There's lots of public shaming in American history before social media. I mean, it's just that public shaming was before this was in the purview of the social conservative generally. Not really the left. So I think the argument you could say is not that social media allows it, but social media just makes it way easier for public shaming to come into being. Like 100 times easier for public shaming.
It lowers the barrier
it definitely lowers
for entry.
It lowers the barrier for public shaming to the floor.
Yeah.
And maybe that's part of maybe the problem is what we talked about earlier. Is because now you're lowering the bar for public shaming to that every child can now be involved in starting the public shaming.
And they do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But that wasn't a power that existed
Yeah, that's
20
true.
years ago.
That's true.
Yeah. So when they do, this is a thing too, because the whole idea behind, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That might have been true 20 years ago, but that's a lot less true today in the age of social media.
Well, that statement was never objectively true. The statement was always metaphorically true.
Right. Yeah.
Because what the statement is trying to do, because words often
it's trying to elicit a behavior.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because words often will hurt people forever, far more than getting punched will. It's just you're trying to elicit a behavior where you say it's never justified to physically attack someone for something they said.
Yeah. Yes. God, my cat is fucking driving me insane. Can you hear him?
I can't.
You can?
No, I cannot.
Okay, good. All right, continue.
Is that the case?
Yes, there were a variety of trends that were building already, but those included technological changes like the emergence of cable TV in the 1980s. But between 2009 and 2012, that was when we passed a kind of a tipping point or a phase change, I would say, in which everything got weird right after 2012.
Do you think it has anything to do with lack of a shared vision for the future?
Well, a liberal democracy doesn't need a shared vision, and we never really had a shared well, I shouldn't say that. There was an idea of what it was to be an American.
Yes,
there was, and it wasn't held by everybody.
I know, thank goodness, right?
I was about to jump like, wait a minute, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And obviously, for a long time, it excluded African Americans and
and a fair bit of that was materialist progress, right? The instantiation of the
exactly. Right, that's right. Once you don't need somebody doing full-time laundry and carrying water, whatever. Material progress allows people to live as individuals. But let's see. Yes, I think the phase change was when we were connected to each other in ways that bring out that play on aspects of our psychology that are generally antisocial and that inhibited both our ability to connect to people authentically and our ability to find truth collectively. I think we're worse at both of those. And that helps explain why the more connected a generation is, the more depressed it is. Gen Z is the most connected.
I kind of disagree with this.
I know. I don't like
because
that
I understand what he's saying. He thinks social media is the reason for what's happening, as opposed to, I think social media is the mechanism that's allowed what's happening to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. He puts way too much blame on social media.
Well, I think maybe I'll take back what I said earlier. Maybe I will agree with what you were saying, where maybe wokeness couldn't spread necessarily if it wasn't for social media.
Yeah. It's a power mechanism.
Well, in that, like, imagine, like, if we could imagine a hypothetical world where everything's the same, but social media doesn't exist. Okay. And it's 2014 or let's say it's 2016, 2017. Okay. Like, the more fringe elements of politics, it wouldn't have a place to grow.
No, it wouldn't.
Without social media.
Yeah.
So, like, the far left and the far right wouldn't have that. Like, no one would know necessarily. Like, you'd have to really go out and search for it. Like, there'd be message boards that you could go find, right? You have to go look for them.
Right.
But it wouldn't be presented in your face via social media to say, oh, look at all these woke people believing this dumb woke shit, or far right people believing this far right shit, or whatever, insert whatever it is into the equation. And so maybe social media, like, maybe if we had social media back in 2008, we would have had all that. We would have had this happen sooner. We would have had the Occupy Wall Street people and the Tea Party people basically consume everything the way that the woke and the Trump is consuming everything now.
Mm-hmm. Well, 2008,
so maybe
we did have some social media.
Not to the extent, really, right? Like,
all
you
had
had was
Young Turks
Facebook.
I was watching Young Turks. Jank went to Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, but that YouTube wasn't social media.
Oh, okay. That didn't count.
No, because social media, and as even he says, he's relating specifically in 2012 or 2009 is when Facebook and Twitter added the like and retweet functionality to them specifically.
Yeah, I remember.
the virtue signaling element to them.
You do a response video and it would stick right under their video.
Yeah, that was very interesting too, that you could directly respond to people.
Yeah.
It's kind of disappointing that they took that out.
Mm-hmm.
That was such a good feature.
It's
And I think that's part of, and I'm not a big TikToker, I'm a boomer, but I thought, doesn't TikTok have that functionality? Isn't that part of what makes
I
TikTok
don't know. I have no idea.
Successful?
TikTok.
Was that like basing something off of something else?
I don't TikTok.
We're a bunch of old people. Okay, we don't know this TikTok stuff.
No TikTok for me, please.
Connected generation, they're the most depressed generation. They're also the most lonely. The more connected you are, the lonelier you are.
See,
That's very interesting.
I don't know if I agree with this.
Well,
I don't know.
it's weird because it seems to be true from you like poll people, like that's what they say. But then again, it's like one of these, well, are people only saying that because now that they're so connected, everyone has, the FOMO, the fear of missing out. And maybe that's tricking people into thinking they're lonely when they're not.
I got you. Yeah, that makes sense.
It was funny because like there was a time
I have the fear of having to contribute. It's the opposite.
No, but like there was a time, I think there's two things happening here. I think one is that maybe internet communications are satiating some desire of people to communicate and be in groups and interact socially.
Hell yeah.
But it's not fully satisfying that experience. Like it satisfies it enough so that people don't feel like they have to go out in the physical world and socialize.
Yeah.
And
but
maybe that's what's leading people.
So.
Yeah, but maybe that's what's leading people to be lonely, is that it satisfies that desire just enough that you don't necessarily need to work up the energy to go out there in the real world.
Yeah, that's sad.
Maybe that
is sad. You got to go the extra step and have a real life relationships as well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is different. It is different.
It's a pain in the ass. It's a lot more work. You got to leave the house. You got to.
Right. But I don't know. I mean, I'm so weird because I'm so antisocial. Like it doesn't. I don't have FOMO.
We've literally talked for like thousands of hours. If you want to cry on my shoulder about how antisocial you are, it's really not the place. I'm telling you.
No. I mean, like,
it seems
like,
a little disingenuous to me.
Okay, well, explain. Let me explain what I mean by that.
I'm so antisocial.
I'm so antisocial in that, like I don't know, like a lot of times if I had to
socialize with you for 10 hours.
No, but wait a minute. But this is like, but this is ingrained in a behavior that has like become our job. Okay, if we were
I would not do this if it wasn't like fun as hell. Come on, let's be.
I agree. I wouldn't either. Yeah. But I hate to tell you this, Adam, but maybe this is a dark revelation for you. Okay, if we didn't have an audience, I would not talk to you for 12 hours every Sunday. Okay. I don't know if you know that.
Definitely, I completely agree with you. Okay,
right.
But we would still talk occasionally, I think.
I don't know. I don't think you understand the depths of my It's very difficult for me to communicate. I sent you the
link 30 minutes early today.
Right.
And you jumped in 30 minutes
because I want to talk about the Matrix.
What the fuck are you talking about? So if we didn't have an audience, we'd still talk about the fucking Matrix.
I don't know if I would though.
I don't know if I would. I have like a half a dozen, maybe a dozen friends that I talk to on the phone that I talk to just like you without an audience that is still just as entertaining for me. So, I mean,
yeah, but I'm just saying we're very different. We're very different.
I don't talk for like 10
hours. I don't think you appreciate this. I think there's a context to our conversations that doesn't exist in a normal social situation.
I think one of the reasons why we have an audience is because we are very different, but we still have, we're able to communicate with one another.
No. Okay. Yeah. This is why I say I'm antisocial. Like if my friends say, hey, Sitch, come over to our house and hang out with us. And I have to think like, okay, do I do that or do I sit alone in my room? And it's like, on one hand, I'm like logically, like I'm like, I know I will have more enjoyment going over to my friend's house, and I know that for like a logical fact. But there's a weird emotional element that's like doesn't want to do that. It just wants to stay at home.
How far away are the friends? Because like,
they could be very close.
Yeah,
they could be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes away.
If it's like, this is why I love living in a small town. This is the disadvantage of living in Los Angeles, because
I know everyone's so far away.
Yeah, I can't go visit a friend without spending at least 20, 30 minutes in the car.
Right. But I'm saying throw that away. Right. Assume you can get to wherever you need to go in 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
I still have like this weird emotional element that's like, I have to do extra work to motivate myself to leave because I logically know it will be better. And it always is better once I'm there.
You just need a better living situation. You need more roommates. That's what you need.
It's not a I'm just saying to me, that's why I say I'm antisocial, is that I don't have
with a bunch of friends. Have you considered joining a fraternity?
But see, that would actually be counterproductive. Because if I had a bunch of roommates, then I would get all I needed just from being in the house.
That's the beauty of it. What are you talking about? That's the beauty of it.
But the goal is to try to promote. Okay, whatever. We'll move on.
Listen, you're talking to a guy who literally started an artist colony.
I know. Yeah, exactly. That's something that's so like abhorrent to me. I'd be like, oh, geez.
My God. I do love socializing. So
I know you do. You're a big gabber.
You talk more than me on this show. What are you talking about?
I know. I
won't shut up.
I'm just trying to needle you.
A big gabber. What are you talking about? We'll get you out of your shell. You listen. Sitch came to Los Angeles. I didn't go. I didn't go to Florida. What are you talking about? You came to me, buddy.
Well, I didn't come to you. I came to VidCon. So
still, I mean,
okay.
We have literally hung out in real life though. So
yes, right.
Which I could have been. I'd be just fine, like never knowing what you look like.
Right, I would be fine never knowing what you look like too.
Never hanging out.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Somebody told me that we could finish this.
We have 3.5 hours to finish. To get through 20 minutes. Okay.
Do we?
We do.
Oh, okay. No, we don't.
We have 12 hours.
They cut you off at 12 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have 3.5 hours. Let's do some basic math here, Adam. Okay. If we've been streaming for 8 hours and 30 minutes.
3 hours and 20 minutes, but.
Okay, whatever. Excuse me.
Haidt was making an important point before you wanted to go on about how antisocial you are.
I was just gonna let it slide, and you were like, "No, Sitch, I'm gonna fight you on this one."
All right, come on.
Not real connection.
Is it also idiosyncratic?
In what way?
My connection network and yours aren't the same, and my connection network and no one else's are the same. You know what I mean? It's so atomizing.
Yeah. So I think so. I believe that we are ultra-social creatures. We evolved in groups. In a sense, we broke out of the hive in the 19th century, 20th century with prosperity. We could live alone. We have individualism. And so while that's very good for certain things, and it makes it easier to give everybody rights, but many of us yearn for groups. I think we are at our best. We are at our happiest when we have well-constituted groups. And if you think about the times, I ask my MBA students, think about a time in your work life that was just the best. Like, what was the best job, the best time in your work life?
So that's kind of why I asked about shared vision. It's like, I guess one question is, what is it that unites a group? You can unite with someone else around a shared activity, which is usually directed to some sort of goal, right? So there's an ideal there that might be pulling you on. You certainly do that if you're participating in a sports team or something like that. Like, do we unite around a purpose rather than beliefs?
So here I draw on Mike Tomasello, who's just a brilliant psychologist who studied child development and chimpanzee development, and he shows the great human innovation. I cover this in chapter 9 of The Righteous Mind. Is shared intentionality. So if you have two chimpanzees and there's like a log, and they could carry the log over to the wall and tilt it and climb out, they're smart. As individuals, they could do that. But if it takes two to carry it, they will never, ever in a million years do it, because they don't have the ability to say, we are doing this thing together.
Right. Well,
but by two or three, kids do that.
Yeah, we signal that with our eyes.
Exactly.
He said chimps can't do that?
Yeah, chimps don't cooperate.
I thought that's interesting. I thought they did.
They'll do favors for one another, but they won't work together.
But they won't directly. Two chimps can't conceptualize that we need to carry this log as a group to a win. That's so interesting.
Yeah. They're selfish little bitches. That's like they can't conceive of that.
Huh.
All chimps are like me first.
Well, it's not selfishness necessarily. It's just like, can you conceptualize this idea of joint cooperation?
Yeah.
Interesting. That is very, I never heard that. It's a very fascinating experiment.
A large degree,
Exactly.
and they're even evolved
right.
for that. You can we have very legible, visible whites, so we can tell where people are pointing their eyes.
Exactly.
And that's part of that ability to inhabit the same spirit simultaneously that enables the kind of cooperation that you're describing.
See, he brings it back to this spirit thing, but that's so unnecessary.
Well, yeah, because that's his framework.
Yeah.
But that's a good point about, because like if you look at a chimpanzee's eyes, the whites of their eyes, you can barely see them.
They don't signal. Yeah.
Yeah, a chimpanzee's eyes do not really signal much to the rest of the group.
Yeah, it's a signal to other people. Yeah.
Interesting.
That's right. Yeah, and Thomas Sowell points that out.
You already know, you've heard that before, right? The whites of the eyes evolved for signaling.
I'd heard that at some point, but I forgot.
It's
funny too, because
how you know
like
if a girl's checking you out. Otherwise, you don't know if you're a chimpanzee.
It's funny because like I think also, because dogs are so have like jointly evolved with humans. That's why a lot of dogs, not all dogs, but a lot of dogs have such expressive eyes. Probably because we kind of selected for that.
Yeah,
incidentally.
Totally. Yeah.
That chimpanzees, you can't see where they're looking because everything is brown. And so it's not why do we look at other people's eyes, it's why do we broadcast? Why do we give away this valuable information? It's because it makes us a better partner for cooperation.
Yes, it enables other people to see what we're up to too.
That's right. And we're useful to them, or they're useful to us. So I think that, and there's also this thing from Tubi and Cosmides about I forget, they had a catchy name for it, but it's like crises that you face together. If you're attacked by a neighboring group, or if you fend off a lion, that act of like your life is in danger, but you and three others did it together. Now you're really bonded. That's how you get really close friendships. And that, I think, is part of the reason why Gen Z is so lonely. The rest of us, until the 1980s or 90s, kids went out unsupervised.
See, I completely disagree with him here, because it's just like Gen Z is cooperating online in all kinds of ways that he's just not perceiving.
Well, so it's interesting. Like what he said is interesting, because that explains why, and I've literally witnessed this phenomenon. Like the best way to make friends with strangers is to go to an amusement park and ride a roller coaster. Because like the adrenaline, everyone's so hyped, and you instantly. It's really funny because I remember I was in this experience where like a bunch of people would be like kind of knew each other but didn't really, and then like right after you get the roller coaster, it's like that's the icebreaker. Everyone's totally like together, and it's because it's building off of that excitement fear mechanism. Like we did this, we survived the roller coaster together. We fought the lion together, and I'm not sure that experience, like, because the only thing I could think of is like, okay, does that compare to like an online video game where you're like working together as a team? And it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. It's not quite the same experience. I don't think I've ever felt like the roller coaster experience on the internet. I've never felt that exact experience.
Yeah, it's tough because they're just disembodied voices. But I mean, I used to play on a server like every
Well, no,
single
it's not.
weekend, and
It's not the voices. It's that I don't think you can do anything that's going to heighten your adrenaline the way doing something physical does necessarily. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I've joked around with a lot of different guys on a lot of different servers and stuff like that. So I don't, I'm trying to think, like, none of them I walked away being like lifelong friends with, just, but I don't know that I wouldn't have if we had the ability. I mean, some games that I play, I feel like if the person lived in the same town, we'd go out and have a drink because we'd played games together so much.
Sure. I'm not saying like, I still have made lots of friends with people over video games. But in terms of what he's specifically saying, that like, you know, when you go out in the world and you experience some like crisis or some problem together,
video
or
games
even a
are
dangerous
solving that
situation
problem. We play capture
together.
the flag. Yeah, I understand the situation.
Right. I think that always creates a stronger bond. At least from my experience, that's always created a stronger bond than playing video games together.
Okay, yeah, I completely agree. The act of actually being in physical danger, and in video games you're kind of taking that physical danger out of the equation. Right. Like, but I do think a lot of people have a lot more relationships with people from the internet than, I mean, geez, it was just a dearth of relation, or like a not a lot of relationships before the internet were even possible. So I just what I think Haidt is saying seems ridiculous to me. Like, people are more depressed. I guess maybe because of FOMO, because there are so many relationship opportunities that they're missing out on. Right. Maybe somebody today, like somebody, you know, back before the internet might have been depressed because they had 0 friends. And now today, you know, these fucking kids are so depressed because I only have 8 friends. Oh my God. Timmy has like 1,000 friends. Right, it's like, fuck you. Like, there was a time when people had 0 friends. You piece of shit. That's a great point. Right. That's a great point. Yeah. So, I mean, everything's relative. It's all perspective. Yeah. It's all perspective. I think that's definitely part of it. But I think that you're both kind of correct in that people have more friends now because of the internet, but weaker friends, like, but not really friends, like, not someone that they can turn to and really say, you know, let's go do LSD together. Yeah, but maybe there's not as deep an emotional bond so necessarily as in the physical world. That's so tough because, like, you know, online just breeds this kind of like, I would be too afraid to meet you in person and do LSD. But like, I feel like, you know, Isaac and I barely knew each other when we were doing LSD together, like, immediately. You'd be too afraid to do LSD with me? No, not you, obviously. Oh, but, okay. But like, yeah. I'm talking, well, also, I mean, I was a little apprehensive about meeting you in person as it was. So. That's hilarious. Don't you? I mean, I'm sure you were too, right? I mean, I didn't have only the normal apprehension I have about being in any social situation. Not like extra, like, oh, what if Adam's secretly a bizarre weirdo when I meet him in person? I didn't have that thought process. Had you seen me before we met in person? And I was seeing because you weren't you. So it was easier on you. You knew what you were getting into. Yeah. I was like, okay. I guess I knew what you looked like. Sitch is going to be like in a wheelchair. He's going to have like a little lizard on his lap. He's going to look like the guy that founded 8chan. I would say that be if I like wheeled up I was like the guy founded 8chan. I was like a dwarf in a wheelchair. Like, hey, Adam. He's going to have recently gone through a face transplant. Like, Adam, you're gonna have to push me around for a whole VidCon, okay? I'm prepared. I still remember, like, the first time I saw you, I was like, oh, thank God he's normal. Oh, thank God. Thank God. That's so funny. And it's the kind of thing that you can't really ask. I couldn't really say, hey, Sitch, by the way, are you normal? I'm a little apprehensive. Are you deformed? Are you like the Hunchback of Notre Dame? I'm really a little. I don't want to be associated with any weirdos. Especially with our relationship being kind of like, you know, kind of competitive. I know if I would have asked something like that, you immediately would have told me that, like, you would have made it worse.
I would have been like, I'm like a horrible deformed.
Exactly. I'm the guy with the hunchback. You'll recognize me.
Phantom, you'll see me. Okay. When I enter the room, everyone sees me.
I'm
Horror.
I'm
terror.
3'2" and I have a horn coming out of the middle of my back.
Listen, that's a negative Jewish stereotype. Okay, we've been trying to deal with them.
Oh, please. Oh, make it stop.
Though I do think, in terms of positive optimism, I think this problem will solve itself. Because I wouldn't be surprised that once VR becomes the norm, that the feeling that you're there physically will completely come out on the internet.
Yeah, but you won't be interacting with the real person. Like, obviously, you'll be interacting with how the person wants to present themselves, which brings into all the problems that he lays out in Prophilicity.
But that's true of you're never interacting with the real person. You're always interacting with a version of the person that they put on in a social situation.
No,
right?
I've hung out with you privately, though. I mean, you're pretty much exactly the same. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm a weirdo, okay?
We're not presenting ridiculous versions of ourselves.
I understand that, but what I mean is like, yeah, like if you like, okay, we'll go with the whole what was the movie Ready Player One example. Okay, like the guy will, maybe when you see my avatar, I'll be, I don't know, I'll be Saitama and you'll be Wolverine or something. So we have like this visual presentation that's not ourselves.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
But our personalities.
I'm gonna be the guy who's 200 feet tall, just so you know.
Okay,
look up, you'll see me.
There you go. He'll be a 200-foot tall Wolverine, right? But no, like, yeah, we'll look different, but I think our personalities will still be the same that they would be in an in-person social situation.
Sure.
Now we might be. Now I'll pull it back a little bit. We'll be less inhibited. I think people will be way less inhibited. But I think that would make you a more truer version of yourself, not a less truer version.
True. Yeah.
So
I agree.
So there you go. We'll see.
These guys talking about?
We'll see if here's the Sitch prediction. Okay, whenever VR becomes popular, I will be curious to see if like the feelings of loneliness and negative emotions we get from the internet go away, because people will kind of completely satiate the social experience, even if they're not there in person.
I have 0 levels of loneliness from the internet. Like,
well, I do too, but he's also talking about like young people specifically.
Yeah. Yes. I just so much I wonder if this is just bad survey data that's driving Haidt insane.
It could be, because it could be the FOMO, as we talked about.
If I'm Gen Z and you hand me a survey, I'm gonna lie like crazy on that survey just to fuck with you.
I don't think it's lying. It's just as we said, it's everything's relative. So maybe that's part of the issue too.
I'm gonna, whatever you hand to me, I'm gonna say depression level 10.
Well, okay, so it's no, but that makes sense, because it's kind of like, with it's not necessarily poverty creates crime. It's like perception of poverty next to wealth.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, of
so
course.
It's like maybe loneliness. It's not necessarily being isolated that causes loneliness. It's like the perception of isolation is what causes loneliness.
Yeah. Which I can relate to. I can totally understand that. He talks about that in the Prophilicity book.
And we all got into scrapes. And my best friends, we all got, a couple times we had to run away from the police. A couple times we, somebody got hurt. How are we going to get them back to their mom?
Oh my God.
You go.
What? Why are you making
Johnathan
fun
Haidt is out here like when he was a kid, he was like a fucking hood rat, not hood rat, like a little he was like a little scamp. Like him and his friends were like getting in trouble with the law. Like people getting their arms, legs broken. They had to like dig people out of lakes and dredges. It's like Haidt's like, back when I was a kid, we were on the streets and it was serious business. The brotherhood was formed.
It was serious business. Why are you making fun of it? What are you talking about? We would get these kind of scrapes as well. We get all kinds of scrapes.
Okay.
How many times have you lit a car on fire? I'm curious.
0.
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't grow up. I grew up in the you're not allowed to go outside without adult supervision generation. Okay, so I missed this all.
Until you've lit a car on fire, you've not lived, Sitch.
Oh my God.
go through scrapes together. That's what bonds you. I don't think you need a shared belief. I don't think you need a shared vision. I think you need shared activities where you are.
I'm still friends with the guy that I lit a car on fire with. Totally buy into what Haidt's saying here.
Are interdependent.
We gotta, when are you coming out? We need to go light a car on fire together. That's what we need to do. We need to bond.
Rely on each other.
We'll
and that's why the Army works so well, or at least it didn't.
What kind of car does your dad drive?
Okay, we're not going to light mine or my father's car on fire. Okay, but see, wait a minute. Haidt is making, this is the perfect argument for the system that I want, that you're against, which is that every person after they graduate from high school has to go either into the military or some form of public service.
Get the fuck out of here. We're not going down that road again.
No, but this is exactly what he's talking about. You're putting people in this kind of group situation where they have a goal they need to accomplish together.
I don't need 2 years to do it. I could light your dad's car on fire today and we could be friends. Okay? I don't need 2 years.
I don't know about you, Adam, but if you light my dad or any family member's car on fire, it's not going to make me friends with you. It's going to do the exact opposite.
You don't understand.
I think it's going to end friendship.
You don't understand how friendship works.
I guess I don't. Adam friended 2021. Friendship is lighting a family member's car on fire.
And through the Vietnam War, but they really got serious about race issues in the 80s, I think it was. At any rate, so I guess you and we disagree. I mean, I'm sure you are thinking of cases that I'm not thinking of where it's the shared vision that matters. But as a social psychologist, I think the shared vision is not necessary. It's really doing things together.
Yeah. Well, I don't. It's not like I disagree with the idea of the necessity of doing things together. I'm always fascinated by this idea of gist, because we're so good at abstract.
Well, I don't think this is a distinction that needs to be made, because I think when it comes to small scale groups, which is what we are basically evolved for mostly, doing a group activity is what binds us.
Yes.
But when you have a large group, okay, like a
virtue
country,
signaling is what binds us.
Well, no, when you have an entire country, it's very difficult for an entire country to be engaged in a joint activity unless that's like a war or something. Okay. Yeah. Bearing aside war, you're not going to all be involved in a joint activity. And so then maybe that's where you do need to have a shared belief or a shared identity of some sort.
Yeah.
A unifying American or unifying national identity. Because you can't all do a joint activity.
Well, like managing the pandemic should have been a joint activity, but
it's not.
Our belief systems got in the way.
It's not the same.
Okay.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not sexy. There's nothing sexy about managing COVID.
I don't know.
Fighting a war is sexy. You go out there.
I thought there was
go
some
murder
sexy shit that happens.
COVID doesn't have a face.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to search sexy COVID nurse and find a face for you.
There you go. Find that face for me.
Acting out the essence from things, and so you said, for example, that maybe you catalyze a friendship in a crisis.
Yes.
And a crisis indicates what's important when push comes to shove, so to speak.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And so then you manifest self-sacrificing behavior in the face of danger, something like that.
Well, I would say it's not what's important, it's who's important. It shows you who's important, who's on your team,
right?
But
who's important would be willing to do that.
Yeah.
They put themselves at risk for you.
Yeah.
Something like that. So that's self-sacrificing behavior. Yeah,
and it even happen in an office. Yeah, it does. It does. And even in an office, my kids love the office, and it's about the dysfunctions of office life. And I did work in an office for 2 years in between undergrad and grad school. I was a computer programmer for the government, and we had a really bad boss. And though I'm still bonded to my coworkers. We suffered together. We intrigued and plotted together. We did things together. And we were very diverse ethnically and somewhat politically, but we all went through this thing together and worked together.
So back to the righteous mind. How did your work on Disgust lead you in that direction?
Yes, it.
Sitch, it's unassailable now. He's never read the book.
What?
It's unassailable now. He literally answers this question in the book.
Or maybe he just wants to talk about it.
It was the through, because when I was a first-year grad student beginning to study moral psychology, it was all about Lawrence Kohlberg and Jean Piaget, and it was very rational, and it was about how kids' beliefs about justice and fairness change as they develop. And it was a little bit dry and dull. And it wasn't until I took a cultural psychology class with Alan Fisk, who's a brilliant cultural anthropologist and psychologist, and he had us read ethnographies, full-length treatments of cultures from around the world. And it was there that I saw these patterns, these repeated patterns around menstruation, food, taboos,
Borders.
Yeah, that's right. There are
those damn menstruating women. Gotta keep them separated, okay?
Menstruating
dirty
women,
blood all over us. Ugh.
Menstruating women are the worst. I mean,
God,
that's like dangerous. They could cause the downfall of mankind.
I know. They get all emotional, angry. Oh God.
So that's what really showed me this, as I said, it's like a Jungian view, like there's something in our minds that is coming out all over the world. Culture can't be just, we're not a blank slate. I wish Steve was still here. We're not blank slates. Cultures can't just teach you, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Like you can't teach that to people. That's the way we are in a family, but you can't make a whole society believe that because there are constraints. And it was studying Disgust.
I don't know if you caught that. He just shat all over communism. He said you can't teach people each according to his need.
Yeah, no. Haidt hates the commies.
Yeah,
he's virulent.
Purity, pollution, and then Disgust with Paul Rosen, who happened to be at the University of Pennsylvania, where I was a graduate student. It was really studying disgust and sanctity and purity and religious practice around that. Why is the body so important in religious practice, except in modern Protestantism? And so that's what got me to look at this much more irrational stuff, to think about evolution in a certain way. And that led me to multi-level selection. So yeah, if not for Disgust, I probably would have just been somebody studying relatively dry aspects of moral psychology about reasoning and fairness.
Right. That takes you down into the emotional and the instinctual level.
Exactly. That's right. Disgust is and there's a big debate in moral psychology. It's a very active, exciting field, but there are people who say, well, no, it's all about harm. Everything's ultimately about harm, and everything else is indirectly harm. There are other
a bunch of liberals, a bunch of lefties in the social sciences saying it's all about harm. Listen, it's all about harm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
That's funny.
He devoted an entire rule of moral psychology. There's only 3 rules, and he devoted 1 to the lefty fuck off. It's basically rule 2. Morality is about more than harm and fairness. Like he might as well have said, rule 2, lefty fuck off.
Yes. That's funny.
They say, no, it's all about fairness. Everything is fairness. And I am an anti-parsimonist. That is, I do not believe in the pursuit of parsimony. I believe that...
Well, the problem is the terms that everything gets reduced to start to expand.
What do you mean?
Well, if you say everything is about harm, then you have to redefine harm so that it's universally... You have multiple kinds of harm, Exactly. Yeah. So it does seem to be a mug's game in some sense, and it enables you to have one answer for everything, which is rarely helpful.
But isn't Peterson guilty of parsimony right here? I mean, it seems like he's trying to do the parsimony game.
I guess it seems like because he keeps trying to draw everything back to the central imitation spirit.
Imitation. He's focused on personality. He's focused on an archetype, which in itself is like parsimonious.
Yeah, well, maybe because again, it's not clear to me why he's keeps coming back to imitation.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to understand that to see if he's actually, because it does seem like he is sort of engaged in this behavior in this conversation.
Yeah, he's trying to simplify everything. Keep it complex. That's the way I like it. Complexification.
Terrible.
I'm a real Rube Goldberg recently,
and he's
fan. Yeah.
Studied Disgust quite I didn't realize that disgust did manifest itself in other animals so clearly.
It's controversial. There are some hints of it in some primates that I've heard of, but I don't think any other animal shows contagion the way we do. But tell me if he has an example.
Well, he thinks dogs show disgust to citrus fruits, which are poisonous to them because they wrinkle.
No, it's distaste.
Well, they'll do it to the smell too.
Yeah, but it's just distaste. No, this is so Paul. One of the things I got from Paul Rozin, who's one of the world's experts on food and eating, the psychology of food and eating, is of course animals evolved to seek out certain sensory experiences that guide them to their food. So if you're a koala bear, if it smells like eucalyptus, you're done. But if you're a dog, you evolved to eat meat. And when you're a kid, like you think, well, grapes are so delicious. I love grapes. Fido, why don't you like this grape? You won't eat a grape. And so that's just distaste. And so what I learned from working with Paul Rozin is distaste is very common. You're reacting to the sensory properties of the food. So that's not so interesting. What's interesting is that something that elicits a negative reaction touches something else. Will you then avoid that something else?
So he's tracked that in chimps.
Oh, contagion. Tell me, how has he shown contagion?
Well, he tracked one chimp who...
So wait, is Haidt only conceptualizing disgust as having the contagion element? Does it have to have that to be disgust?
I don't know.
Because I would imagine... Because my theory, that's my uninformed theory, my uneducated theory, is that all animals have all human emotions. They just manifest in ways that we don't understand. And that all they have, it's kind of interesting because we like to think like, oh, humans are, we're a higher evolved species. That's why we have these emotions. But for me, it's the opposite. It's like, no. The emotions are the animal part and our cognition is the higher part.
Yeah.
Because I look at emotions as basically just the chemical motivation for behaviors, which disgust is a motivation for a specific behavior, right? Like if you're an intelligent animal, you don't need, like if humans didn't evolve from lower animals, they wouldn't need disgust because they'd just be able to be like, oh, I shouldn't touch this thing because I logically know that it's gross and like it will make me sick. You only need the emotion of disgust because at one point we didn't have the logic circuits to make that determination. Right?
Yeah.
So to me, I would imagine all animals would share that disgust mechanism to some capacity.
Well, the whole idea behind moral foundations theory is that there are moral emotions which bind people into cooperative groups that animals don't necessarily bind into. So I don't know. It's tough because, I mean, like I could see the Liberty Foundation all animals having. Like no animal wants to be caught in a trap or
right. Or in a pen.
Yeah. So I could see that emotion. You see them stressed out in pens and stuff like that. Obviously, they're feeling the same emotion you're feeling when someone stifles your liberty.
Right. So like, because the way I conceptualize it's just that, no animal uses like a disgust moral foundation the way humans do, where they collectively group around it. But in order for humans to do that,
I don't know that animals feel sadness.
Oh, I think they certainly.
Some animals do, but not all.
Do.
Like you're not going to get sadness out of a turtle.
Well, okay. So you have a mom bear that's protecting its cubs.
Yeah, well, that's a mom. That's a bear. Yeah.
Right, but I'm assuming.
What about a fish?
Sure.
Fish don't.
But
feel
again,
sad.
this comes back to my theory that all of morality stems from kinship and parenthood. And so maybe if you have animals that don't raise their young, maybe they don't have any of these. Well, I'm sure they have some. They still need to have emotional functions to survive, but they wouldn't necessarily have sadness, maybe, because maybe sadness, if you're a completely selfish entity, would sadness have any evolved?
No, it'd be totally useless.
Well, no, it would. Because you'd still say, like,
you
okay.
might like lost a piece of lettuce or something and you'd be sad as a turtle.
Well, I was thinking more like your inability to get a mate would make you feel sad, and that's what motivates you to mate.
Get a mate, yeah.
Right, to some degree.
That makes sense. Yeah, I wonder.
Because I mean, Jordan Peterson always talks about the lobsters, and the lobsters,
the sad lobster.
Right, but that's exactly why he used the lobster. There's something that's so alien from people.
We
do not look at a lobster and we cannot discern any emotions from this lobster, and yet it shares a lot of neurotransmitters, and those neurotransmitters map onto happiness or sadness depending on where they are in a status hierarchy.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm saying, to me, I feel like animals are nothing but bundles of emotion.
Yeah, if I was a lobster and I really wanted to have sex and I couldn't, I'd be sad. Of course you would. You're the saddest lobster alive. Heck, I'm a human, and when I want to have sex and I can't, I feel sad. I'm not even a lobster.
Right. So, but I think when Haidt says disgust, he means something very specific.
Oh yeah, he does.
That's a little bit beyond that has to have I think he might be right in terms of this contagious element. I don't think animals have that necessarily. Most animals, maybe chimps do, have that kind of processing power to be like, oh, if something is disgusting and something else touches that, then they have become tainted with it. I'm not sure animals have that thought. Yeah.
Found a dead rat and used it to torture other chimps with.
Okay.
And so she would place the dead rat, which was in rough shape, on another chimp, possibly sleeping. The chimp would wake up, be horrified, and then rush off to clean.
That's horrible.
That's really funny. Wow, a chimp practical joke. That is funny because my college roommate and I did something kind of like that in college. He had a snake and he had dead rats in the room to feed the snake, and we actually did something very much like that. This is a riot.
So funny.
Now, does that show contagion that they needed to wash off? Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he does. He has other.
It must, because it shows that the chimp says this thing is gross and I don't want to touch it, and therefore this other chimp wouldn't want to touch it either. So definitely, it definitely has that element of contagion.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's a hilarious experiment. There are chimps that are putting dead rats on each other to fuck with each other.
Accounts book as well. Mama's Last Hug, it's called.
Is that a book of his? I don't know.
Yes, Mama's Last Hug.
Okay,
it's a relatively recent one. Yeah.
And so,
I was quite interested.
Very influential in my thinking. Yeah, I love DeWalt. So
yeah, me too. Well, and I'm so interested in your work on Disgust, and so it was interesting to me because I thought it was a relatively human emotion, but he makes a pretty strong case that it's more.
But as with so much about chimps, you can say, do they have culture? Well, there's this behavior here that was observed once or 10 times. That what you're telling me now is the first case I've ever heard that looks like maybe it was. So with so much about chimps, do they have it? Well, almost a little bit. And sometimes, there's not bright lines, but there are some sort of somewhat bright lines.
Yeah, well, I guess with Disgust, you'd think that it was sufficiently embodied, visceral, so that it might have fairly pronounced equivalents in species that are closely related to us. I do wonder about its relationship with conscientiousness.
I mean, isn't disgust just disgust is mapped onto distaste.
Yes.
Completely.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Disgust is a biological fear mapped onto a sociological fear.
Right. And so if that's how, from that, so maybe this is like a definitional problem, because if that's how you're defining disgust, then obviously most animals don't have the capacity to socialize in such an extent to fit that definition.
Totally. Yeah, that's the question I have is, what are they talking about specifically in disgust? Are they talking about the biological gag reflex that you get from rotting meat?
No, because he's saying that's not that. He's saying that's like distaste. The dog gagging from the citrus is not disgust. Right. But I don't know, because I understand the point he's making, but I'd say that they're different, but it comes from the same thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does. Comes from the same moral intuition or the same intuition. But I would say that it's like I forget what they call it, where it's like some feeling that you have that is always had at the same time as you have some other feeling. So those things kind of get tangled up in the brain, even though they're disassociative.
Right. Yeah, your brain's connecting the two things together.
Yeah.
Right.
The moral disgust and the biological disgust are completely different, but you can see where, like inviting strangers into a community, there is some overlap where, you know, obviously the diseases that the Native Americans didn't have any immunities to just completely destroyed their community, and those the Europeans brought those obviously parasites into their communities without them knowing it. So
right, and it would make sense. Kind of interestingly, they'd say, well, maybe Europeans were more xenophobic evolutionarily because they had all this disease. Although I don't know if actually that doesn't make sense, because like all the diseases and shit basically evolved in like the last 100 or 200, 300 years for Europeans because of industrialization and living in cities. So I don't know if that'd be long enough to produce that effect.
I forget which book I read, but there was a book where like the Aztec and Incans had written out physical descriptions of the Spanish conquistadors, and the descriptions were totally, these people are disgusting, they fucking smell like rotting meat, they like all the descriptions were just like dripping with this disgust that they had for these people.
Interesting. Yeah, of course.
Which makes sense. I mean, but you'd think that those cues would lead them to think maybe we shouldn't be around these people.
Well, I don't know if I'm curious, like what kind of disease, what kind of communicable diseases existed in North and South America before the Europeans came.
Man, I wish I could remember what book that was because it was so fascinating. They went in, they compared and contrasted the accounts that the natives had of the Spanish conquistadors and the accounts that the Spanish conquistadors had of the natives. And the Spanish conquistadors believed that the natives just saw them as like a god and worshiped them and looked up to them. And then you go to the what they thought of them in actuality. It's like completely different.
That's hilarious.
These people suck. Oh, it's so good. It might.
That's fine.
Yeah. I'll see if I can. I think I know what book it is.
Well, and also there's an issue because when like the conquistadors are writing about the natives, like there's a lot of like their letters and the way they describe things was like they were hyping themselves up. It was like that was the form of virtue signaling in the day, is to be like, oh, you know, I found a lost tribe. And I was so amazing that they all thought I was a god, you know, like it's not clear whether they actually felt that the natives thought that. That's just kind of, they're trying to hype themselves up.
It's like a news thing.
Yeah, right.
They're writing in their journal and they're like,
well, it's their profilicity. It's their profilicity.
Yeah.
Because in those days, a lot of like journals were meant to be read by other people. They were not meant to be like, I'm going to write in my journal and put it in my desk and no one's going to see it.
I think that the book is Blueprint by Nicholas Christakis, The Evolutionary Origin of a Good Society. I think that book is really good, but I don't remember much of it. I think he goes into like shipwrecks and the formation of societies from various shipwrecks, which is kind of fascinating. Nicholas Christakis is also the guy that the SJW yelled at. Was it Harvard or Princeton where the SJW got in his face? Yo,
was he the costume guy?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that's fascinating.
His wife wrote the email. And he was the guy that got yelled at on camera.
Isn't that so sad? You have this guy who's like this very intelligent academic. He wrote this very interesting book about like evolution in societies, and some pissant piece of shit, smug bratty kid is like yelling at him like, you're oppressing me with your costume.
I don't know. I think it might have helped his
my
book
God.
sales though.
Maybe it's true. That's true. I'm just saying it's sad, and like this is the children teaching children.
Listen, if you were interested in reading his book, which I fully recommend, I think you should read his book. If you were on the edge, now that you know he's the guy that got yelled at by this crazy SJW.
Now I want to read his book better. That's true.
And there's this completely viral moment that we all know about because it was just the insanity that kind of kicked all of this off. You're far more likely to read his book because you're like, I know this guy. He's like a friend.
Wonder as well too. So like in the 60s, there was the movement for the kids not to trust the adults because of the Vietnam War.
Right.
They say don't trust anyone over 30. But now, when I was growing up, we kind of had something similar. Though it wasn't an issue of trust. It was an issue of adults are incompetent. And the reason and the way this kind of manifested was that it was like, whenever it came to technology and navigating the technological world, like kids were always way more on it than their parents ever were. Okay. Like the kid would know how to use the computer way before the parent ever would. They know how to, and the parents would have to keep asking the kid, can you help me like with the technology? I don't think that situation ever existed before modern technology.
No, it's true.
Where adults had to go to children to seek knowledge or experience on how to do something.
Yep.
And I
totally
wonder,
true.
and not only did that happen, and that's probably every person here has experienced that, except for Adam because he's an old man, but every other person has probably experienced this. Not only have they experienced that, but our media really like culturally permeated that idea because every sitcom there'd be like the kid that knows all the technical shit and the parents would have to come to it. It'd be like, can you check my email? Blah, blah, blah. And I wonder if that psychology has led to a lot of the attitudes we have now where the kids think they know better than the parents.
I mean, I would say that in an environment where you're seeing rapid technological change, it's pretty easy to assume that whatever worked before is not necessarily going to work now. And you're going to discount the wisdom of older generations based on how much technological change you're living through.
Well, that's true on like an idea level, right? But on like the physical level, what people experience, I think it's more that their parents come to them and ask them for they ask them to be competent in realms that the parents are not. And before modern technology, I don't think that ever existed. I think kids would always go to their parents,
right,
to seek out competency in some area of their life, right?
Yeah. But so you're saying that that's what's responsible for people not respecting their elders?
I'm saying I wonder if that has something to do with like children thinking they know better than always adults.
Oh, because they experience their parents coming to them and asking them
right,
questions.
because they experience like, I'm more competent than the adults in this area. Where before modern technology, children never experienced that sensation.
Right. Yeah. Could be, definitely.
That is interesting.
A more specifically human trait, perhaps. Maybe you see it in sled dogs. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I do think, so, maybe you can tell me about Freud's anal triad, whether there's any truth to that. But at least if you think that human personalities, like the master dimension is sort of, are you more set towards like approach, explore mode, or are you more set to finding threats and defend mode? And that's a trait that varies. And people who are more set to defend mode are going to be more anxious, but also more disgust sensitive. There's a small correlation with politics. They tend to.
Adam, as a Gen Xer, did you have some technological experience that like your parents had to come to? Like, I don't know how to play this record, Adam.
Not really. I mean, my parents were very technically savvy. Yeah. My mom like got into video games before I ever got into video
Okay,
games.
so you're not really a good example
Yeah.
to ask this question to, because your parents seem to be kind of outside the norm.
Yeah. My mom got addicted to a lot of video games, and I was like, this is kind of weird. My mom is just obsessed with this game.
What game?
I can't remember the game. I think it might have been called Pipe Dream, something like that. I wonder if my mom.
So someone in the chat brings up a good point. They said kids were always more physically competent than older people. And that's true. But I think there's a psychological difference between like you thinking you're young and healthy. And so old people come to you for physical labor versus you thinking that you're smarter than the old person. Right. And we saw this flip in media too, because like an older thought was like, oh, you'd go to the elderly people for wisdom. And now it's like the elderly person is out of touch.
Yeah,
and I think that's part of what you were saying too, where if society and technology is evolving so quickly, that makes the older people out of touch. And thus, why would you ever seek wisdom from them?
Yeah. How do you go to your parents? This actually, I listened to the Facebook woman speak to Congress. What was that called? The congressional hearing on social media. And this actually came up in that hearing about how like parents don't really know how to deal. We're for the first time in a situation where kids are in a situation that the parents have never experienced. So they don't necessarily know how to counsel them on how to behave because they themselves don't know how to behave.
Which then reinforces the fact that your parents are out of touch and they can't provide you with wisdom.
Yes. Yeah, I completely agree.
Interesting.
I completely agree. I found the game. It is Pipe Dream. And my wife, not my wife, my mom.
Uh-oh, the Freudian slip
I
there.
know.
What is Pipe Dream game? What is this?
My mom was
Windows
totally
95?
obsessed with this game. Yeah.
That this is the game. Let me look at the. It's funny because there's like so many women, like older women, middle-aged women, like housewives, that were becoming like really addicted to these like fucking shitty phone games.
Oh, really?
Yes. It's hilarious. This Pipe Dream game looks like terrible. I'm
It's from a million years ago.
Okay. I know. But it reminds me of like, that's so funny. Remember when cell phones first came out?
Yeah,
and like
Snake.
cell phones first had Snake, and all the people were like, Snake is so amazing. And I'm like fuck. Like after playing Game Boy, I'm like, really? This Snake game is what's like impressive to you? I guess it goes back to everything being relative, because I had played all the Game Boy games. I was like, that were so much more complicated than Snake ever was. I was like, this is what's entertaining to you, you plebes.
I mean, I played this game a few times, but I didn't like my mom was completely just like, she played this game for hours and hours and hours, and I would just not get it at all.
The game that I liked on Windows 95 was Rodent's Revenge, which was like you were a little mouse and you had to like trap cats and eat the cheese. And you had, like when you trapped the cat, it would die and suffocate.
Pretty sure I was playing Half-Life on Windows 95.
Half-Life was on Windows 95?
Yeah.
Half-Life 1? Oh,
yeah, me and my buddy hooked up our computers together. We were roommates, and we hooked up our computers together, and we would play for like 10, 12 hours.
Half-Life 1 came out on November 8th, 1998. So you were playing on Windows 98, not 95.
Oh, okay. Maybe you're right.
Windows 98 was a thing, right? Yeah, Windows 98.
Yeah, I had Windows 98, definitely.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're probably right. It was 98.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because I never played Half-Life 1 until I was like an adult. Like I played Half-Life 2 when I was younger.
It was so much fun. Well, I mean, technically I was an adult, but I mean, just being like talking on the phone and playing the game together was just like so amazing. It was so weird being like Because, you know, the first experience you have in a virtual reality type space where you're like looking at each other, you're like, hold still, I want to check you out.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That's interesting. That was like, from a lot of people, that was GoldenEye on N64. You know, that was a GoldenEye experience.
Yeah. Games are great.
It's funny. I just checked Twitter and I got a notification that's like, Nuance Bro is currently speaking in Incels Rise Up.
What's that all about?
You know, like the Twitter spaces where people are talking. There's a Twitter space called Incel Rise Up, apparently. Nuance Bro is speaking. So that was funny.
I've seen those pop up, but I don't like what does it mean? I guess
You click on it and you click start listening, and like you can't, like your little avatar pop up in the listening thing, and there's just people talking about whatever the subject is on Twitter.
Okay.
So
it's like voice activated.
Yeah, it's voice stuff.
Can you
remember
talk
like
in there
when
to Nuance Bro?
I guess I probably could. I don't know. I'm assuming whoever's in control of the room can make whether people can talk or not. That was the thing that, like, remember Brett Weinstein was getting yelled at by like those.
Oh, that
group of people.
Was the thing. Oh
yeah,
I do remember. A bunch of meanies.
To be a little more conservative, and conservatives certainly are more conscientious,
especially orderly. They're especially more orderly, and that seems to be more tightly associated with disgust sensitivity.
Yep, that's right.
As opposed to straight neuroticism.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think of Randy Thornhill's work on parasite prevalence and conservatism, which seems to be logically associated, at least to some degree, with your work on disgust?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I know the hypothesis. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm not so basically the idea that cultures that evolved with high parasite loads, other people are much more dangerous. You're much more, careful about outsiders coming in. They bring disease, and so conservatives tend to be more, and actually a nice metaphor in the Brexit context. Are we drawbridge up people, or are we drawbridge down? And the Brexiters were more drawbridge up. Here's our island, and the more universalist, Remainers were more drawbridge down. And over again, you see the progressive mindset is much more John Lennon. Imagine no borders, just everybody living in peace. And the conservative mindset
might be the fundamental political difference. I thought this because the two traits that predict political belief seem to be openness, predicting liberalism and the kind of things that you're talking about, and orderliness. And so if you think, why do those co-vary to predict political belief? And it seems to me to be something very much like what you just described with relationship to borders is, are you on the side of free flow because you see the advantages, or are you afraid of that perhaps because of pathogen contagion?
Yeah, that's right. And so here's a very useful word. Once you hear it, it just explains, it improves things here. There's been a debate for a while about whether conservatives are authoritarian, whether authoritarianism is exclusively the province of the right. A long search for left-wing authoritarianism. I think there is such a thing. You think so too. Actually, right. You've produced some research on that. But I heard an interview with John Hibbing, who's a political scientist who's done a lot of research on the sort of the physiology or brain basis, or the psychology of politics. And he says the word we use shouldn't be authoritarian. It's not primarily authoritarian. It's primarily securitarian. People who are really focused on security, they want us to be safe. They see threats over the borders. If that's the way your mind is more, then you will end up more attracted to parties right of center. Whereas if you're less concerned about security, then you go more left of center. And boy, is this playing out in New York City right now, because we had a horrible.
You like that conceptualization?
Well, I'm confused because what kind of security do they actually mean? Because I would conceptualize the left going bonkers over the pandemic. I mean, that's a type of security, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So, but I was thinking when he was talking about mixing authoritarianism and securitarianism, or whatever he's calling it, I was thinking, well, that's perfect, because that does show, like, the pandemic really shows how there are a bunch of authoritarians on the left too. But then he switches it up and he's like, but all those people are on the right.
Well, no, he's
not on the left. So,
well, I don't know, because I wonder, and this is where I have kind of some of the problems with Johnathan Haidt's moral foundation, is that since the tribal instinct is so strong, I think the tribal instinct can override classical moral foundational groupings.
sure.
Because we would argue that under a classical moral foundation framework, should it not be the right that is more wanting to lock down on COVID than the left, right? Because the right is more into order, the right is more into group sacrifice, the right is more into disgust and cleanliness, and the left is more into openness. Right? So shouldn't technically the right be more on the COVID lockdown than the left?
The right
under the moral foundation
the
framework?
right should definitely be more on the COVID lockdown. But it is true that the tribalism is what took over.
Right. But then the question is, okay, well, so why aren't they? And is it because of the strange tribal, or is it because of the strange tribalism? Is it because on the right, the sense of liberty overrides all these other things? The sense of don't tell me what to do? Or is it more likely, I think, just because the institutions have been captured by the left, and so whatever the institutions are advocating for is seen as wrong if you're on the right, basically.
I think we're really just in a do whatever you can to own the other team. I really do think, yeah,
right.
Like all reason has been thrown out the window. It's like we're very much in Bender from a Breakfast Club situation where, the guy's like, "You want another week?" And Bender's like, "Yeah, of course I do." It's like it's nothing we're doing is going to be good for us, but it just feels so good.
Right.
It feels so good to own the fucking principle, to own the libs, to own the conservatives, whatever. I just feel like that's driving so much of this.
It's funny because in the Hopi book, the first chapter is all about time preferences. And he kind of maps on this idea that like successful societies are societies where people can maximize time preference to say, I will make sacrifices in the short term and in order to gain long-term benefits in the future, right? Which Jordan Peterson talks about a lot, and I agree with that's definitely a trait for success. And it's interesting because right now our tribal environment is exactly the opposite of that. Totally. It's all sacrificing long-term success for the short-term gain. And your example of Bender from the Breakfast Club saying, like when he's arguing with the principal, and the principal keeps giving him more and more detentions, like this is hurting him in the long run, but it's providing him a short-term a good feeling in the short term of getting to rebel and say fuck you.
Totally.
And that's like the perfect example of our politics right now. That's the best metaphor ever.
It is
politics right now.
It is. It is. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad.
Now I'm depressed.
Don't be depressed. It's not that bad. Don't go full black pill. We got to reel John back in.
Crime wave went on for decades in this city. It ended in the 90s, and it seems to be picking back up as of 2 or 3 months ago. I mean, it increased during the pandemic, but the last couple of months, my neighborhood's gotten really much more dangerous. More crimes.
I'm sorry to hear that because New York was so good for so long.
Yeah, my wife and kids could walk around at at 11 o'clock at midnight. They could walk around. Millennials were taking the subway out to Brooklyn at 4 a.m. And I hope that'll come back. But in the last couple of months, it looks like it's back to the 70s. Anyway,
you should try to ask Haidt if you can contact him about is COVID an example of kind of is this being flipped on its head, and how does that fit in the moral foundations?
If you have any questions for Haidt, I'll give you his email. He totally will respond. Just tell him you're a buddy of mine, and then you have a question.
You don't want to. You don't want to tell. You don't want to ask him this question.
Well, or send it to me. I'll send it to him. Fucking
Okay.
yeah. I'll get an answer out of him. Definitely.
I'll just tweet it at him. I'm curious.
He might.
curious what his
he's
answer would be.
not super fond of Twitter.
He's not.
So he's
I can tell
he's
from this
more-
conversation.
he's more of an email guy. But
Right.
so what is you're saying COVID switches the security issue on its head?
Well, both security and disgust shouldn't the right be the one that's all in favor under moral foundations? Shouldn't the right be the one that's in favor of lockdowns and the left be the one that's not?
I am curious. I am definitely curious about it because that would seem to be the case. Yeah. But we are just playing a game of, and this was the thing that sucked about Trump too, because the left was just so fucking insane about Trump. They're like, anything he says, do the opposite. Like
Yeah,
that
right,
was the
exactly.
algorithm.
Yes.
And we slipped into that algorithm with Biden. Anything Biden says, do the opposite.
Right.
Guys, he wants us to get vaccinated. Don't get vaccinated. It's like,
Well, it started before Trump. It started with Obama.
yeah.
I don't remember that
Yeah,
being.
it did.
I mean, I remember people really not liking Bush, but I don't remember a
Do the opposite thing.
visceral do the opposite of Bush sentiment at the time that I really started to see with Obama. I was like, oh, this is very apparent.
I don't give a fuck what any of these guys say. I'm going to do what I want to do. Okay. I'm not going to, I'm just like, they're literally, if you're in the opposite world, they're literally controlling you. You might as well be doing, it's just so weird to me.
Well, it's interesting because that's the brilliant Jeff Winger logic from the first episode of Community, where Troy's wearing his high school Letterman jacket. And he's like, some people at the college are making fun of me. Should I take off my jacket? But if I take off my jacket and don't wear it at school, I'm giving in.
Yeah, they'll have won.
So shouldn't I keep wearing it to tell them to fuck off? And Jeff is like, Troy, you don't understand. It doesn't matter what you do because either thing, you're doing it for them, not for yourself.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because you're sort of saying it's the same thing with people that are so engaged in this tribal politics. Is like, we know regardless of what the issue is, there's no difference between really on some level, there's a difference, but on some level, it's the same if you don't do something because a wokey told you to do it, or whether you do something because a wokey told you to do it. Because but on both of those things, if that's your sole motivating factor, the wokey is controlling your behavior, basically.
Yeah. You got to break that shit.
Yep.
I do understand the perils of the vaccination debate for people who are unvaccinated, because there is a lot of external pressure being put on them, and that's not fair or good. It's difficult for me to be absorbed in the debate because I'm vaccinated. Like, I don't give I'm not, that pressure, that social pressure, that outside pressure just is not on me. And I didn't get vaccinated because of the social pressure. I got vaccinated because I thought it was the right thing to do. And obviously I wasn't first in line to get vaccinated. That would be insane. I'm like, let's see how many people die before I get vaccinated. But after a certain amount of time, but I think there are people that just, they really don't want to get vaccinated.
Well,
yeah.
I'm curious with the vaccination stuff in that before COVID, weren't the anti-vaxxers more on the left than the right? Or am I misremembering?
Big time.
Because I seem to recall that like most of the anti-vaxxers pre-COVID were like left-wing celebrities in California who thought that you got autism from vaccines.
Yeah.
It seemed like it wasn't explicitly political, but it seemed to be more of something people on the left were kind of engaged in.
Totally.
Where the only people on the right pre-COVID that were anti-vax were like the very, very crazy religious cult people who are like, this is the sign of the beast. They're putting chemicals in you to track you. Like, there was always like crazy right-wing people that believe that, but it seemed very small compared to more of the left-wing anti-vax stuff.
Yeah. I'm terrified of losing my sense of smell and taste. I am just fucking mortified that people have lost their sense of smell and taste and haven't got it back and haven't really got it back to a certain level. Yeah, that scares me a lot. That scares me more than getting sick and dying. Like, how torturous would that be? Not to be able to taste things.
I think losing your sense of, I don't know, it's mid for you. For me, losing my sense of taste is not as extreme as dying, but that's just, that's me.
My bubblegum ice cream.
Your bubblegum ice cream.
I'll never taste you again.
There you go.
Yeah.
The reason I bring it up is just to say that we're having a mayoral election. The primary is going on right now, and election day is tomorrow. And back when it seemed like everything was great, we're going to come out of this. One set of candidates was attractive, but now it's oh really? You said defund the police? No way! Like no, we need the police. We actually really, really need the police. So there's as soon as there's a real threat, many people, not just conservatives, but many people suddenly say, wait a sec, security is really important.
And do you think that this is a particularly germane question to you? We tried to look for heightened levels of anxiety in conservatives in my lab for a long time. We never found them, not really.
Right.
But,
that's right.
But it's the disgust issue that's so germane to me. It's like when you say security, do you mean control of what's contemptible and disgusting, or do you mean what's threatening? Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, I think following Hibbing, I think it's what's threatening. No, because you're right. The neuroticism, if anything, is more common on the left.
Ha ha.
Oh, maybe there's your answer.
Ha ha.
Maybe there's your answer.
There's the neuroticism on the left.
No, but maybe
the
would say
pandemic
that
is playing off the neuroticism.
Right.
Like,
pandemic
oh
is playing off neuroticism, which makes sense.
Yeah. That could be the answer.
But the conservatives are happier by some measures, not by all. There are a variety of psychological traits that do seem to indicate greater psychological adjustment among conservatives, and including happiness. And so I would not, it'd be weird to say that conservatives are more anxious, but yet they do seem to be more threat sensitive. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. Like I wrote a whole book sort of theorizing that the purpose of belief was to bring anxiety under control and uncertainty. And there's something to that. But disgust has occupied more and more in my imagination with regards.
I would say that conservatives or people on the right are generally more sensitive to threats from the outside, and people on the left are generally more sensitive to threats on the inside. Does that make sense?
I don't think people on the left are more sensitive to threats, period. I think they're sort of idealists. They're sort of I don't
know. I mean, I don't agree with this at all. I mean, wokeness is based on the threat, this internal threat of racism, right?
White supremacy.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah,
because it seems more like the right is saying, "Listen, we need to build the wall to keep out the threats," and the left is saying, "Well, if you build the wall, you're just keeping the threats in. The threats are already in the house." Right?
I try to split things up into like single factor scales. And that one is like it's like build the wall on one end and open borders on the other. Like it doesn't have to do with internal threats. It has to do with right. Cultural homogeneity.
But the reason that the right wants cultural homogeneity for some extent is for a security reason.
Yeah, because of internal threats, though, and you're saying it's the left
No, they're
that's
worried.
more interested in internal threats when it really.
They're worried.
I mean, Joseph McCarthy was worried about internal threats, and I don't know if you
right, but the
put
source.
him on the left.
But what I mean is like, so with McCarthy and then like with immigration stuff, the fear is that an external thing will infiltrate you, and then the threat will become internal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the source is always external. It's always an external force coming into your community.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Right. And I'm saying that the left is more like, no, the threat is already within the framework of our community. That's the real threat. The threat's in the systems that we already have. People aren't bringing the threat. The threat's already built in here.
Yeah.
Because that is sort of like the woke argument, is that like all of our problems are built into our systems already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're just deconstructionists. They just they hate the world as it exists. But I don't think they're worried about
that perfectly aligns with what I'm saying.
I think it's the right that's worried about conformity, and the left is like couldn't give two turtle shits about conformity.
Well, I don't necessarily. I know what you mean, but I don't necessarily agree. But saying that the left is obsessed with deconstruction perfectly aligns with what I'm saying, because the only reason you would seek to deconstruct is because you believe the threat or the failing is already within. That's why you deconstruct. If you believe the threat or the failing is from without you, is from an external source, you don't deconstruct. You build a barrier.
Okay.
We're on to something.
There's a lot of concepts overlapping here.
We're on to something.
Not a clean break.
Okay.
To political belief, partly because of your work, partly because of Randy Thornhill's, partly because there is an association between orderliness and conservatism, and orderliness and disgust sensitivity, and it's not associated with neuroticism, which is so strange, right? Because the negative emotions clump together.
You're right.
So you'd expect,
really,
it's a killer piece of evidence. If conservatives are more threat sensitive, they should show higher levels of neuroticism on some measures, and they just don't.
That is interesting.
So you can see in lab situations there are some stimuli they seem to overreact to, but it isn't obvious that it's associated with the canonical negative emotions. But disgust is a whole, and after.
But maybe that's the difference. Their threat sensitivity of the external manifests not necessarily as neuroticism, but as disgust.
The thing that the left feels threatened by is getting a job. That's the thing that they feel.
Okay.
Internal threat over.
Okay, Grandpa. You damn kids get a haircut and a job.
I found my political spectrum. It's so funny I have all this stuff in here. I have my left-right spectrum for the origin of left-right spectrum, social change. I have the left-right spectrum for personal freedom versus social cohesion. It's very good to lay these out in one dynamic. That's why when you're talking about on the right, you have what? What's on the right of yours and what's on the left of yours? What argument are you making?
I was saying that the right is more concerned with threats from the outside, and the left is more concerned with threats from the inside.
So your spectrum would be threat direction. I mean,
it would be where does each side see the threats to society coming from?
The reason why I have a problem with that is because I have a political spectrum here, political spectrum, personal freedom versus social cohesion. And social cohesion relates to both of the things you're talking about, because like personal freedom can get to a point where social cohesion gets impossible because everyone has their own gender and they're like, it's impossible for people to even cooperate. They all have their own language. They all have their own comedy, their own memes, their own ways of thinking. So you're getting far away from social cohesion on that personal freedom. But also Social cohesion can go to the point where, you know, you get McCarthyism and you get people so worried about people having other thoughts that you're literally convening congressional hearings to weed those people out and like shun them from society. So,
Right. But again, it's viewed that those people are infiltrators.
right. But the threats to social cohesion are both external
Yes.
and internal. Right. And the
Okay,
right
so let
seems
me
more obsessed
Right.
with social cohesion than the left does.
so let me say what I mean is, or maybe it should be phrased as like the left and the right have different views of where the threat originates from. Not where it is, but where it comes from originally.
Mhm.
The right thinks the threat originates from the outside.
Did you just come
And-
up with this? Is this something
Yes.
that you're okay? So
I've
this
just-
is
I
a
just
completely
come up from it.
unique idea to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I'm sure it's
I
not
don't
unique. I'm sure
know-
someone
I
has
don't
come
know
up
that you
with a
can
similar concept.
separate left and right. The left definitely fears like social inequality. I mean, the left definitely fears.
That's all internal. That all comes from within.
The left fears corporate power.
This all comes from within.
Mm-hmm.
What is the left afraid of that was something the left thinks is bad that comes from outside of our society, that's infiltrated our society?
The left thinks something that is bad that comes from outside society.
That has infiltrated our society.
White supremacy.
No, because they think that was baked in from the beginning.
Are you saying that the left, hold on, the whole idea of colonizers is about worried about people coming from outside?
Right.
They're rabidly against the colonizers. That's an external threat right there.
Yes, but white people who are saying that white people are colonizers are saying this is an internal problem. I'm telling you, this makes sense.
I know, I believe it.
You can see it.
Did you do edibles or something? I'm curious.
No, listen, this makes perfect sense. Think about it this way. What are all the problems that the right thinks our society is facing? They're all things that come from the outside. They're all when the right talks about problems, it's never like we need to change because our society has led us astray. It's always our society was good, and then we had people infiltrate our society and poison it, right? So it's always it's always like, and this makes perfect sense with everything we're talking about.
Infiltrating society just as much as the left focuses on racism infiltrating society.
But the left never conceptualizes racism as infiltrating society. That's what I'm saying.
I have a quote from Bertrand Russell.
No, but like this makes perfect sense because we've talked about this before. The right conceptualizes a perfect past that never existed, and the left conceptualizes a perfect future that has never existed either. And they're both kind of going in these directions, right? And if that's the directions they're going, then of course the right is always going to have to view the fault coming from the outside because they're operating from a framework that a perfect society existed once or existed at some point. And so something must be degrading it. Some outside force must be degrading the perfect society. Where if the left thinks that there's a perfect future that has yet to exist, then you think of, well, why hasn't it existed yet? Well, because people have been fucking it up.
But
right?
I just don't think that you can say that the right is not worried about internal threats in the same way that
I'm not,
the left is not
no,
worried
stop.
about
I'm
internal
not
threats.
saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the right views threats originating externally. And then they become afraid that those external threats will then infiltrate and become internal threats.
So they
But
view
the left-
communism as an external threat.
Right. Like communism came from, the dirty Marxists
about
in Germany and
degeneracy?
Russia. Right.
What about
And then-
degeneracy? Is degeneracy an external threat or is that an
Yes.
internal threat?
It's well, the people wanting to be degenerate, the ideas of degeneracy come from outside of our society, right? And they infiltrate our society. And then the kids want to go be degenerate. Think of it this way. Communism and racism is a perfect example. So with communism, it's like, okay, Americans didn't come up with the idea of communism. It was like the Germans and the Russians and all those people, all those dirty Europeans came up, and Asians came up with communism. And now it's infiltrating into American society. It's poisoning our great American spirit, right? But then the left says, okay, our problem isn't communism. The problem is racism. But then they say, well, racism didn't infiltrate America. America
Racism's always been here.
Yeah, America was built on racism from day one because we had slaves.
Right. Maybe.
I'm telling you.
Here, I have a Bertrand Russell quote. Tell me who is on the right and who is on the left in this quote. Social cohesion is a necessity, and mankind has never yet succeeded in enforcing cohesion by merely rational arguments. Every community is exposed to two opposite dangers.
That's the right-wing perspective.
Ossification through too much discipline and reverence for tradition on the one hand, and on the other hand, disillusionment or subjugation to foreign conquest through a growth of individualism and personal experience that makes cooperation impossible. So two opposite dangers. Which danger is the right most concerned with, and which danger is the left most concerned with?
What are the choices?
The first is ossification through too much discipline and reverence for tradition.
The left is worried
on the
about
one
that.
hand.
Yes.
What?
Right. The left is worried about ossification.
Right. And on the other hand, disillusionment or subjugation to foreign conquest. Disillusion or subjugation from
this perfectly maps onto what I'm saying.
Through a growth of individualism and personal experience that makes cooperation impossible.
Right. This perfectly maps onto what I'm suggesting.
Right.
Because ossification, if you're on the left and your fear is ossification, then the ossification is something that comes from within. It's something that you're afraid of getting stuck in place. That's why you want to seek out something new. And if the right is afraid more of like degradation and corruption, then you're afraid of like you have the good thing and then it gets ruined by something else.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. When can I expect your thesis? I would like to read it.
I'm surprised you don't get a lot of pushback on your chart where you have like the middle one where you have anarchy, liberty on the left and order and oppression on the right.
Why?
Well, because you have, there's left and right wing anarchists and there's left and right wing authoritarians. I don't think it maps on like on a perfect. I know kind of what you mean, but I don't think it maps on like a political left right spectrum.
Well, the anarchists on the right believe social cohesion will magically appear through the market forces. They believe the invisible hand will actually create social cohesion, which I disagree with. I think it's
preposterous. But,
yeah. So that's the only way that they can put themselves on the right. They think social cohesion is just a given, where I don't think that. I don't believe that. Yeah.
I suppose you have the smiling Sitch face on this whole time.
Yeah. That's your new face. You don't like it?
There you go.
I can take it off if you don't want it. It's a little late now, though.
It's a little late, but might as well. Better late than never.
Take it down. Done. I don't know.
Sitch, the left considers Israel a problem that comes from without.
Oh, that's true. Dang. Yeah.
Is that true, though? Because, as you said, that maps onto the colonizer example, right? And who are the colonizers? The white peoples. So I think they're still conceptualizing it as like not a physical problem, like that's physically coming within Israel, but as a problem like, oh, this colonizing white person attitude that is our attitude that comes from within us is put on display in Israel. I think that's how they view it under this framework.
Maybe. What am I worried about from within?
Well, we're worried about the wokies and the commies basically tearing everything down that we think works.
Yeah, I am worried about them creating a lot of
All right, but
racial
that would be from
animus.
without. That wouldn't be from within.
I'm worried about them creating
Well,
a lot
within
of
is
racial animus.
what
Yeah.
within is tribalism.
Yeah.
That's our left wing fear. Tribalism
I
is
guess
a within
we
inherent
fit.
property.
We even fit within the paradigm
Yeah,
because we're worried about tribalism, which is a totally within characteristic,
right.
the
Right.
ultimate within characteristic.
Exactly. Literally the ultimate within characteristic. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel. Have you ever seen the microscopic video of a cell dividing? How it like separates up everything and then like splits apart.
I don't think so.
You see like the chromosomes line up on kind of in the middle of it, and then they're kind of torn into two pieces.
You think that's what we're experiencing on a macro scale?
Sometimes I feel like that in America. Like
That's
I feel
funny.
like, okay, here we are. We're all lined up. Like
Mhm.
we're ready to just, the cell is separating now. Fuck that. I'm not separating. You guys fuck off. We're keeping, this cell is staying together. This cell is amazing.
To me, that's always been a fascinating question is like, do cells and organisms on that level have any sort of like anything that we would map onto like as a conscious experience at all?
Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. Do you remember any of cellular biology? Because
I thought you were gonna say, do you remember when you were cells splitting in the
no.
womb? No, I don't remember that.
Because it's all mechanical. It's like a certain
It is all
number of
right.
a certain number of organelles start building.
I guess
up,
that's
and then
true. A
it's
lot
all
of
just
it
mechanistic.
seems to be rote mechanisms.
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, because when you think about like same thing with like viruses and how the vaccine works and how your immune system works, it doesn't seem to be a thoughtful cognitive process. It seems to be just like a rote mechanism that's acting not consciously.
Yeah, I agree.
Interesting.
Nothing. None of this is conscious. We're so close. Look at this. We've almost made it to the end here. Are you sure we want to continue? Let's
Well,
just
then we
quit.
get into you've opened the door to a philosophical conversation of like, if you have a bunch of little things that are not conscious, can they build together to create consciousness or not?
Yes, they can.
You say yes, and I don't know. Is that maybe not?
Yeah. I Am a Strange Loop. I tried to read that book and it didn't make a lot of sense to me. But
Is that what that's about?
Yeah, it's how consciousness evolves. Who wrote that book? I Am a Strange Loop.
Because I mean, I assume animals experience a conscious existence, right? I think most people would agree with that to some extent.
Consciousness, Strange Loop, Intelligence. I Am a Strange Loop is a 2007 book by Douglas Hofstadter examining in depth the concept of a strange loop to explain the sense of I. The concept of a strange loop was originally developed in a 1979 book. Okay, I don't remember this book very well. I do remember trying to read it and thinking, this is boring as fuck. Yeah. Consciousness is not something I dwell on a lot.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Well, I used to, but it gets to the point where it's like you get into such like head up assery that it doesn't
totally.
matter.
I know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're like, this isn't practical or useful, so it doesn't. Why am I wasting my time thinking about this?
Can't we do something more entertaining than?
Right.
It's so funny. Consciousness is focused on entertaining itself. I know that much.
Of course.
I think
That's
therefore
everyone
I
knows
am.
that who's tried to meditate.
Oh my God. I know. Meditation is so boring.
Well, it's difficult because you're like, it's so difficult to simply focus on nothing or one thing without your brain wandering to seek entertainment somewhere, engagement somewhere.
Yeah. I meditate by playing video games.
But see, I think that's probably why, on a purely biochemical level, why meditation is helpful is that it's basically like giving your brain a dopamine break. Seriously.
I know.
And no one ever really conceptualized it that way that I've heard. But I think that's what you're basically doing.
I'm
You're
trying
kind
to
of
figure out
resetting your brain's dopamine receptors if you can do it effectively.
I'm trying to figure out if you're delirious or I'm delirious.
I think you are. What I'm saying makes complete sense.
That's the question. That's the question.
I think you're delirious.
That's the question I keep asking myself. Every time I think, okay, maybe it's me, I think, nah.
What did I say just now that didn't make sense?
Oh, I'm still talking about the external threats.
Oh, okay. I'm telling you, you're gonna mull that over, and on Tuesday you're like, Sitch, that's perfect. It's the origin point of the threat, not the right is worried about internal threats, but they view them as originating from an external source.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get that part.
Right. That's the key point.
Here we go. Ready?
Familiarized myself with your work. I read Hitler's Table Talk, which is a collection.
What is that?
It's a collection of his spontaneous utterances over dinner time, collected by his secretaries across about 4 years.
Oh, fascinating.
Yes, it's fascinating.
He doesn't have time to read Righteous Mind, but he's going to read Hitler's Table Talk utterances.
It does sound kind of interesting. I would be curious to read that myself.
Oh my God.
Like, what random shit does like Hitler say?
Right.
Is it like a monster say?
And what's really fascinating is how much of it's about disgust.
Did you know Hitler was a meth head?
I didn't know that. No.
Hitler was addicted to crystal meth.
Really?
Yeah, he was a total.
Why have I never heard this before?
He's a total meth head. It's common knowledge.
Okay, now you sound like you're out of it.
Look it up. I'm dead serious.
Was Hitler a meth head? Let me see.
Yeah.
Did Hitler do? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah, it makes complete sense. As soon as you know that truth,
you go, oh.
All of it makes complete sense. The paranoia, the rage.
Author says Hitler was blitzed on cocaine and opiates during the war. Okay, well, somebody said it somewhere.
Yeah.
Who knows?
He's a drug addict.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
God, it's just unbelievable because his propaganda process.
Oh, yeah. Cockroaches, rats.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, and
so much disgust.
You may know this and you may not, that Zyklon was originally used as an insecticide in factories. They cleaned up the factories. The Nazis cleaned up the factories first, then the mental hospitals. Then they broadened out, and it was Zyklon B, I believe, to begin with, and then Zyklon A. And so there is a disgust story there that's unbelievably strong. And the thing about things that are disgusting, if you're afraid of them, you want to get away from them.
Yeah.
If they're disgusting, you want to destroy them.
Well, you want to withdraw from them.
Yes.
You want to withdraw, and you want, especially burning. Yeah.
Yes, especially burning
is the most satisfying way to dispose of things, because it kills.
Right.
It certainly
and
kills
it's
the
not
germs.
like the Nazis weren't enamored of the symbolism of fire.
Burning. That's right. That's right. Yeah. So I think maybe what we can say here is that let's bring in openness to experience, because if we say that openness to experience is consistent.
I never put that connection before in my mind. That makes perfect sense.
What's that?
Burning, we've evolved to view burning as like the most, like cleansing fire. Burning is always the way to clean something, right? And then if you relate that to the Holocaust, I mean, literally that's what the Holocaust means. That's what the word means. That's great burning.
Really?
And so and so that's, that's why they were, burning all the Jews. Because since it was all based on this disgust mechanism.
Yeah, that's horrific.
Yeah, that's very. I never put that in my mind together until just now.
Yeah, horrifying.
Yeah, the term comes from Greek that means burnt offering. So there you go.
Yeah, terrible.
distantly
forgot
the
about this
largest
part.
rate associated with politics, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And so people are high on openness to experience tend to be drawn to progressive or left-wing politics. And that has a very clear negative relationship with disgust. That, I think, is the strongest relationship Paul Ross and I ever found. Now, you would think that would also have some relation to anxiety, because as you said, the negative emotions all clump together. But in this case, they don't. So maybe the neuroticism link is a red herring. Maybe what we should be focusing on is the openness to experience. So I'm assuming that Hitler was not very open to new experience, that he did not seek out a great variety of foods and curious about...
It's very complicated because he was extraordinarily interested in aesthetic issues. He had the floor plans of most major buildings memorized, and he was planning to transform the centers of most of the cities that he conquered.
This is such a weird conversation because it's like Haidt makes this argument that Hitler was probably not open to new experience, and then Jordan Peterson basically rolls in here and goes, well, let me tell you.
But we're saying not quite. So I never knew this. That's insanely bizarre. Hitler's over here memorizing the floor plan architecture for like famous buildings. That's such a weird thing.
Yeah.
So that is. But see, and this is where we get to so much difficulty with human behavior. Human behavior is so horrifyingly complicated that it's like there isn't. You can't just say, oh, maybe it was, there's closeness to open experience, open to new things or closeness to new things. It's like, well,
don't you think a lot of this was driven by paranoia, though? I feel like paranoia played a huge part in the whole Hitler thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Paranoia and disgust. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that's why you saying him being on drugs makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Citadels, but remember this.
What kind of art?
He divided. That's right. Yeah. He divided art into acceptable and pathological.
That's right. So he was an artist with very conservative tastes in what was beautiful.
Yeah. So I think he was open and hyper orderly. Hyper orderly, because there's other examples of his orderliness and disgust sensitivity.
But are there other examples of his openness? 4 times a day. Wait a second. So you've convinced me that he's interested in aesthetics, but do you think he was open in a general way?
Well, he wanted to go to art school. He tried to get in 3 times. Tried to make a living as a watercolorist.
Yeah.
So look, I'm not trying to make a case that Hitler was an artistic genius. I'm not saying that at all. He was a very complicated person. But I think the real tilt for him was maybe even the contradiction between openness and extreme orderliness. Like he was also a worshiper of will.
Why do you think Jordan Peterson's interested in this stuff?
Because Jordan Peterson has been from the beginning.
Because he wants to avoid it in the future. He wants to deconstruct
what
made it.
He's been intensely fascinated with what makes people monstrous.
Yeah.
And so Hitler is like the perfect avatar for like the monstrous human.
Yeah.
The human that is no longer human, as a monster. And it's like, so like learning all these like weird facts about him are I think, very interesting.
How orderly is Hassan? Because I'm a little getting nervous about Hassan.
I think there's like zero orderliness in Hassan. Have you seen the way he dresses?
Okay, good.
Okay, I think we're okay on that.
We don't have to worry about Hassan.
Yeah, right.
Genociding us. Good. As long as we're safe. What about Vosh? I've seen Vosh's room is pretty orderly.
He doesn't seem very orderly.
Okay, good.
Well, see, I'm questioning. I'm like, I mean, I don't know enough about like the communist revolution in Russia. Like, how orderly were was Stalin very orderly? I assume he was, right?
Hey, Doomer's in the
seems
chat.
like it.
What's up, Doomer?
Hey, Doomer.
You finally arrived.
Power, which is associated with orderliness, right? So he could stand like
this,
would stand like.
Can't forget that.
I already did. What are you talking about?
Oh, you did? Oh, you didn't tell me.
I score super high in orderliness.
There you go. Yeah. I don't.
If I didn't do it immediately, I'd forget. That's why I just did it like immediately. Yeah.
Good. That's a good way of thinking about it.
I was like, I'm gonna forget this, and then I'm gonna feel bad. It's gonna be like 2024, and I'm gonna be like,
right,
shit, I forgot.
Oh, Doomer, $100. Yeah,
I forgot to send you that $100. Come on.
This for hours time, and he prided himself on that. And he bathed 4 times a day. He's also concerned. He's also very much concerned with what.
With a different girl, of course. He bathed 4 times a day.
He ate.
Yeah.
in an
I don't-
orderly sort
all
of way.
signs, right.
Mhm.
And contamination sensitivity.
Exactly.
And the way he saw Jews in German society is contaminating rats, cockroaches. Yeah, that
Yes,
is very
and-
common in genocides. It's the
Yes,
same
and he
language in
talks about
Rwanda.
pure blood all the time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and so there's that purity element that you've made so much of as well. It's an obsessive theme, and if you look at his table talk, you can see that because it's spontaneous utterances, And so I was looking for fear words, anxiety words. It's like they're rare, but disgust words, man,
Fascinating.
It's just there all the time. And disgust, it's you think about our society, we go out of our way to keep fearful things at bay. But we really go out of our way to keep disgusting things away.
Yeah, that's the hallmark of civilization and the civilizing process, right? And when people travel in, what used to be called third world countries, that was one of the striking things, is just the degree to which dead bodies or death and excrement and other things are visible parts of life. And boy, have we done a good job of hiding them in.
Yes, that's just not there at all.
At all.
So
That's
yeah, right. So we don't even know how sensitive we are to disgust anymore.
That's kind of a good thing, I think. I mean, I'm
Also
gonna go
fantastic.
out. I'm gonna go out on a limb, but I don't want to see my neighbor
Right.
shitting out in front of my house.
Right.
So
I am glad that my neighbor doesn't throw their feces out on the
Yeah.
street next door, when
Yeah.
I'm walking by.
very convenient.
Sure.
I like it.
But
Go America.
But again, this plays into where I said the weirdness about the pandemic is that because you think the pandemic would trigger disgust, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it triggers, or maybe there's enough wiggle room here. Okay, the pandemic could trigger disgust or neuroticism. Like it can go in either direction, and then the tribalism kind of kicks it off in whichever direction like people want to go in with it. Or
disgust or neuroticism.
well, here's a question: if COVID like made you have like blemishes, like you get big boils on your face or something,
Would more people get vaccinated?
well, would the right be more receptive to that? Because that would be more of a triggering of your disgust mechanism.
Well, he said the right isn't higher on disgust, or maybe he did say the right.
I
is
know.
higher
I
on
thought he did. I thought he did. Yeah.
disgust. Yeah, maybe so. If COVID was Ebola, we'd have a completely different situation.
Sure.
Because almost all visitors have been removed.
That's right. That's right. So, okay, well, it's 5:30 over here. I have to head home for dinner, but it's always a pleasure to talk with you, Jordan. I was going to say I never know what we're going to talk about, but I always assume it'll have something to do with politics, psychology, and disgust. I appreciate the fact that you found my disgust work and useful, and I found your writings about Jung and religion, and certainly what you've written and said about the current state of our universities to be incredibly useful too. So, thanks for having me on.
Thanks very much for agreeing to talk to me again, and good luck with your forthcoming book. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk again. I'd like to talk to you more about imitation and awe, because those are crucial.
Okay.
Crucially important.
So let's do this. Imitation, awe, and psychedelics. That's something that we talked about earlier. So next time we get together, let's talk about imitation, awe, psychedelic experiences, and how they change people, and how they, for me at least, opened me up to unmoralizing things, to stepping outside of moral matrices and just trying to understand complex systems.
There you go. Johnathan Haidt took shrooms and it opened his world right there.
I know. It's awesome.
I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
Shrooms
is
kind
awesome.
of, yeah. I mean, shrooms and LSD kind of blew my mind too. I'm
Mhm.
with you.
Yeah, maybe it'd be a good idea to pull in one of the psychedelic researchers for that talk.
Perfect. Yes, that would be much better than just you and me talking about it. Yeah, let's bring in.
That'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be
All
fun.
right.
Okay, maybe next
I will
fall
do
or
that.
next winter.
Yeah, okay. Really good talking to you, and glad
Always
to see
good to
you're
talk
looking
with
so
you,
good
Jordan.
and all that.
Thank
all right.
you. You too.
Bye-bye.
See,
Next fall or next winter.
he's sincere. I think he's excited to talk about something like that.
Yeah, he's waiting to see what the fallout's going to be. Why, Jordan, did you have to talk to me about Hitler for 2 hours?
I mean, I think part of the conversation, I think the stuff about imitation, I don't really follow exactly what Jordan's getting at. Haidt doesn't really follow what he's getting at. It's funny because if you watch the body language, you can tell like Haidt's kind of getting. Well, this is my interpretation. I don't like to do the body language expert shit because I kind of don't believe it. But it seems like during the imitation conversation, Haidt's getting kind of like annoyed that this conversation because he's kind of finding it not interesting and confusing. And then as soon as they talk about Disgust, Haidt like lights up and he's like has like a new like burst of energy and he's like very excited to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I totally agree. I just searched.
I thought that's kind of funny.
I searched Haidt, Hitler, and Peterson just to kind of see what came up. But none of these articles are. Well, I guess this one's October 1st, 2021. The Ford fiasco. Oh, wait, that is on Jordan Peterson's website. So,
oh, Doomer, I'm supposed to take your wrench away, Doomer. I saw what you named yourself in the Discord, Doomer. Okay.
Oh,
I was very offended.
Uh-oh.
I saw this and I was like, let me bring up the Discord.
Doomer, do you know that Sitch is a lord now? So you have to show respect to our lord.
That's right. I don't know if you knew this, Doomer. I am officially a lord, so I expect to be treated as such.
Yeah. You have to show the deference that the Lord desires. Otherwise, the Lord will take your wrench away. Yes.
Yes. Where's Doomer in the Discord? He's changed his name. I can't find him now. He's hiding. He's hiding. He knew I was going to take his wrench away. Now he's hiding. Where are you, Doomer? I saw your dirty name in the Discord. Somewhere. I've lost it now. Here it is. Doomer Media. His pronouns are Sitch sucks.
What?
Oh, I don't know. I'm so Doomer just triggered Sitch's disgust mechanism. That's right. That's right. That's right. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. Oh.
Ooh, the Lord. Oh.
That's right. The Lord. Lord Sitch.
Just think, Doomer, how much fun it'll be to get the wrench back again. Just focus on the good. Focus on the good. A-Team is about forgiveness, Doomer. Remember, forgive him, for he know not what he doeth.
Okay, here we go. Someone said no fair trial for Doomer. Okay, let me do a very unlord-like thing.
You're going to do a trial?
We're going to do a poll.
This is a show trial right here.
Doomer says, I demand a trial by combat. Well, here's your combat. Okay.
Holy shit.
Okay, first of all, thank you, J-Mac. But okay, here's the poll, guys. Get ready. Okay, should Doomer have a wrench?
That's really going to be a poll?
Yes. Should Doomer have a wrench? Okay.
I'm voting yes.
Boom.
Doomer
there you go.
Definitely.
There you go, Doomer. It's like the Roman Coliseum.
Yes.
I'm Phoenix.
Oh my
Phoenix
God.
walking
I'm
with my
sorry,
thumb.
Doomer won't let me vote. I forgot.
Or walking Phoenix with my thumb. And I'm like, okay, crowd, you will decide the fate of this Doomer. Shall he keep his wrench or shall he be destroyed?
A-Team, assemble. We need you. A-Team, we need you to save Doomer.
Wow, look, he's got a lot of yeses. The yeses are really
everybody loves Doomer. Come on.
Okay. I was shocked. I thought there was going to be a public execution.
Look at you. A public execution.
If not enough of you vote no, I might have to just overwrite the will of the crowd.
What Lord Sitch didn't tell you is that...
I mean, I am a lord.
What Lord Sitch failed to mention was that this vote has to be 2/3.
That's right, fools.
66.6%. Doomer loses his wrench.
Yes.
Oh my God, he's teetering on the edge here.
I know.
66%.
He's at 66. Ooh, come on, guys. So close.
65.
So close.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's losing it. He's losing it.
I don't think it's fair to do the 2/3 vote.
Oh, I didn't think of that until you said it. Now I do. Now I do.
I'm in favor.
Yes.
I'm in favor of straight democracy. Okay.
Yeah.
I cannot
Defy
condone.
the polls, Sitch.
I cannot condone this.
Listen, after I take Doomer's wrench away, I'm gonna post like poll results, and it's gonna show at the last minute a bunch of no's came in.
What are you gonna cheat? How are you gonna do
Have a
that?
look at oh wow, Doomer just lost. He's at 61. He's lost a bunch. The no's are starting to pull ahead.
Oh no.
Interesting. Snowy for 50 Aussie bucks. Thank you, Snowy. Says, sorry, I know this isn't relevant to what you guys are doing, but Mama Max has multiple YouTube videos about exposing pedophiles taken down by YouTube. And it'd mean a lot if you could look into this into your own time and speak out. Much love.
What?
I don't know anything about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll check it out. Yeah. I YouTubed his channel. He's got a bunch of subscribers.
Who is?
Mama Max.
Mama
One
Max
word.
is like rooting out pedophiles.
Yeah, he uploaded a video 6 hours ago that says pick a side, YouTube. And I guess it's about he put up some pedo video that got taken down or something.
That sucks.
I'm wondering if he got into the same predicament as
Mouthy Buddha.
Mouthy Buddha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, where is Mouthy Buddha? I haven't heard from him forever. I liked him. We should talk to him again. He's an interesting guy.
He's still making videos. Actually, I think he's got. Last time I looked, he still had a Patreon, and he's uploading to like other platforms.
Yeah, because he's like banned from YouTube completely.
How do you get banned from YouTube completely?
Sword Scale says, "Can I vote by mail?" Well, you're right. I mean, I assume he could create a new channel if he wanted to. I imagine, right?
Yeah.
But
well, I heard that as long as you have a channel that you made before you lose your channel, that you can migrate to the other channel. That's why so many people have ancillary channels.
Now, I mean, I like Mouthy Buddha. When we had our conversation, I think he's a super interesting guy. I like talking to him. But I do think he was being irresponsible with some of his
video,
his pedo videos.
Really?
I mean, he was like really deep into like the conspiracy weeds with some of those videos.
I didn't see any of them. So
I watched them all. I'm like,
really?
I love you, Mouthy, but come on. Some of these things, like you think like Tom Cruise. I think it was Tom Cruise on Ellen was signaling to like, I don't know, something like.
Really?
He was making a lot
Oh
of.
my
He's like
God,
making a lot of tenuous connections that I'm not comfortable with these tenuous connections.
Okay, yeah, that becomes liability for YouTube.
Well, that's why they kicked him off. Yeah. So the poll is, he's dropped to 60%. Only 60% want Doomer to keep his wrench. My thumb is wavering. It was fully yes, but 59%. My thumb is going down,
Look
guys. The thumb is going down.
You guys, I can't.
You got to put up that picture. Wait, we need that picture.
Why would you do this?
Wait, let me find the picture.
Look, where's the picture of Doomer? We need the sad Doomer picture.
The picture of Commodus from Gladiator.
No, we need the picture of sad Doomer worried about losing his wrench.
Gladiator, thumb.
I'm not going to put that picture up, okay?
Put the picture. You had to put the picture.
I know exactly what picture you're talking about, okay? And that's cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, no, because if he gets to keep it, it'll be the thumbs up, right?
Where is that thing? I had it.
Here you go.
I had it, but I can't see it.
I sent you the picture. You had to put this. This is the picture. You have to put this up.
It's all of the. It's you guys sending me thousands of pictures. I can never find the picture that I need.
Well, I just sent it to you in the DMs. This should be the last DM you've received on Twitter.
You sent it to me again. But what if I want to find mine?
No, you got to put this.
I already have it. I don't want to
put it up.
I don't want to take up extra room on my hard drive if I already have it.
Fucking whiner. I gotta take up like an extra like 700 kilobytes on my hard drive. Oh shit!
I can't do that.
My God. Yeah, oh my God. I need to find. I already have this picture somewhere. Okay.
I do. I feel like it's pretty close. I feel like I'm getting warmer.
Just put it up. Put it up, Adam.
I was hoping that I wasn't going to have to go to Twitter, but evidently I do.
You do.
Oh, that's the picture you're looking for?
Yeah, what the hell? See, you don't even know what I'm talking about.
I know. This wasn't
What
even
pictures
one
you
of
think I was talking about?
There was a picture of you dangling a wrench over Doomer.
Oh,
and
no,
Doomer,
no.
And Doomer was trying to grab the wrench. That's the one I was looking for.
Oh, that picture. That's funny. You can put that picture up if you take a picture.
If I can find it. Okay, here's the insane picture that Sitch wanted me to put up.
It's the file. If you saved it the same name I have it, it's under 1 Abaddon Doomer. The number 1 Abaddon. So that's probably what you did.
All my files are in chronological order though from when I saved them.
This is me with Doomer right now. He's in the Coliseum. Am I going to let the lions out or not? Chat will decide. Dun dun. Maybe I should leave this poll open and I should let the comments decide.
That will be interesting.
Not Gay Ben says, if Doomer wins, we storm the Capitol on January 6th.
Stick to the plan, guys. Stick to the plan.
To the plan. That's right. They're gonna storm the YouTube channel next year. Next January 6th. If Doomer keeps his wrench, they're gonna storm the channel.
I can't believe I can't find that awesome Doomer meme. What a fuck.
Do you want me to send it to you again?
Do you have it?
Yeah.
The one of
the wrench.
Shouldn't I technically have it?
You should. I have a folder where I put in all the art to be shown on the last live stream, and then I migrate it into the fan art section, and I haven't migrated it yet.
That's why I can't find it right there, because you sent it to me in a fucking folder. God damn you.
Oh, did you save the entire folder? No, I sent you on a Google Drive thing. That's not true.
It right there. You and your folders. Folders are evil, okay? Just so you know.
Mr. I'm so orderly. Me. I challenge Sitch to an arm wrestling match for my wrench. I'm in Florida right now.
Here we go, right here.
There you go. I'll accept that challenge.
Here is the level of evil.
There it is.
The show is stooped to right now.
Look at him. He wants a little wrenchy. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him. He wants a little wrench.
Desperate. He's so desperate for the wrench.
He's so desperate. Look, he's got no tears in his eyes. He's so sad. He wants the wrench. Oh, man.
Oh, he does have tears in his eyes, doesn't he?
He does. Oh. I'm just so happy tormenting him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, 1 Abaddon, for immortalizing this.
Oh, look, he's climbing back up again, 62%.
I know, he's moving up. I don't like this.
He sent out the bat signal.
I don't like this. JMac for $200. Thank you so much, Daddy J.
Says still streaming.
Still streaming? Hot damn. That's right. We're still streaming. Listen, it was a 2-hour video, so you know it takes us at least like 10 hours to get through. Okay.
Of course.
The power has corrupted you, Sitch. You don't understand, Tyler. I've always been corrupted. I just hide it very well.
Evil.
I'm disappointed. I thought Doomer was going to get destroyed on this poll. I'll be honest. I thought it was going to be like overwhelming no's.
Really?
Yes. I thought people were going to share on the evilness.
How you miss
the evilness of it all. I guess not.
How you misunderstand our audience. I mean, I would be really, it would be really weird if it was like.
Why? It would be like it's a funny meme.
No, you're thinking
a great meme.
I mean, there's a level of cruelty to it that I don't think our audience is super engaged in.
Well, be careful, because 37% of our audience is on board.
Yeah, I know.
The cruelty.
I just tell myself they're on board for the memeness of it, not for the cruelty.
The memeness, not the meanness.
Yeah, the memeness.
Yes.
Exactly.
There you go. I like this. A team, S class, and the D list. That's right.
The D list. That's pretty
Doomer
good.
is on the D list. Oh, if you've played the SCP game, he's a D boy.
Mm.
Where my G boys at?
Look at
Doomer's
that.
a D boy.
Doomer says chat loves me.
Yeah.
Look at
Apparently
that.
they do. Apparently they do.
Of course.
Sitch was counting on the Dave Chappelle vote. I should have prefaced that. I should have said, should the Dave Chappelle hating Doomer lose his wrench? I bet you then
Mm-hmm.
I bet you then they would have took the wrench away. Yes. That would have been the issue. But see, I gave an honest poll.
Honest.
Anyways.
Honest day.
Okay. Okay, Doomer. Okay. Where is it? Where's the picture?
Doing a little light graphic design here.
Here it is. Let's see. Here's the new picture you have to put up.
The new picture?
Yes.
What do you mean? I got the. I'm still designing with the stuff.
You're zooming into the. You're gonna put that next to.
I'm still working
the
on
Commodus.
Yeah, exactly.
That is pretty
close.
That is
Here we
pretty
go.
beautiful.
Here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Are you not entertained?
That's hilarious.
What's gonna happen here? Here it is. This is far more fitting for the situation.
I imagine the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme is playing.
Will Doomer survive the great
Will.
wrenching of 2021?
Will Doomer leave the year with a wrench or without a wrench?
Oh,
Remember, Sitch, the Ashian Art Academy rejected Hitler, so you better not take Doomer's wrench.
Yeah,
that's right. If I keep
dangerous.
rejecting Doomer's wrench, he'll become the next Hitler.
This happened on Incredibles too. You're setting up.
That's right.
This is the Incredibles right here.
Creating a buddy situation.
Yeah.
Yes. Go home, Doomer. I work alone. God, the first Incredibles is so good. It's kind of depressing that the second Incredibles is like so meh.
Yeah.
The first one's so good.
It is kind of meh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one, it's like my favorite Pixar movie.
It's a very girl power.
It's not, the girl power isn't the problem. The problem is that there's no hero's journey for Helen.
Mm-hmm.
She's as competent in the beginning of the movie as she is at the end of the movie.
Oh yeah, that's true
Where
too.
in the first Incredibles, it's all about Mr. Incredible, whose name I'm blanking
Isn't that
on.
kind of the problem with every girl power movie though?
Yes. Yes. 100% yes. That's
Yeah.
the problem. Unfortunately, we can't have, because it's so funny, because we live in a sexist society that's pretending to be feminist, even though it's actually sexist, we can't have women go through the hero's journey like a male character can.
Yeah.
Where they start being shitty. They start at level shit and then they work their way up. We
Well,
can't have that.
Is it that it's a feminism thing, or is it just it's unrealistic? Like because
It's a feminism thing. You couldn't. They don't want to have the woman portrayed as the loser in the beginning, as incompetent.
Sure?
Yes, or weak.
You sure like the realism wouldn't be in question because there's no scene where the woman goes, "This is too hard. I can't do this."
Oh my God! Listen to this sexist.
You know?
Like this is a sexist piece of shit.
Everyone would be like,
This guy.
it wasn't really believable for me.
The woman the Helen in Incredibles, she doesn't complain. She actually becomes stronger. And this is just not
I know
realistic.
that's why it wasn't believable.
Yeah. There you go.
I was
God,
like, what?
terrible. Terrible.
She didn't complain as much as a real character.
Oh my God. It's so bad.
I have to go back and rewatch it.
Oh,
Maybe
terrible.
she did complain. Did she complain? I can't.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Wasn't enough complaining.
There you go. She wasn't complaining enough for it to be realistic.
God. Doomer's kicking ass in this. Are you just staring at the poll?
No, I told you. I made the decision. I told you to put up the new picture.
Mm-hmm. The new picture?
Yeah, I sent you.
The new Kamina one? Is that the one?
The new Commodus picture, not Kamina.
Kaminon?
Commodus.
Oh my God.
Commodus from Gladiator.
This looks a little like you, Sitch. This actually looks like you.
There you go. I don't know if looking like Walking Phoenix is a compliment or an insult.
You don't
Kind of
know?
confusing. That's a good thing or a bad thing.
He's got the stare.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of like yeah, but no. His hands say yes, but his eyes say no.
Let's go. Can I crop this down or should I not?
Yeah, crop it down. You can replace the communist picture size with this picture.
This one looks. I mean, a lot of anger going on in this picture.
This is how I feel. It's a reluctant thumbs up. Okay. This is exactly how I feel. I'm communist, and the crowd is. I want to give a thumbs down. I want to execute Doomer, but the crowd is saving him because the crowd's saying, Doomer, Maximus. And I'm like, fine.
Look how pissed off he is.
Fine. You get the thumbs up, Doomer. Okay. Jeez.
Look how angry, pissed off he is.
Yeah. There you go.
He says, I came here to take wrenches, god damn it. I'm not here for your love fest of Doomer. I'm here because I need more wrenches.
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
What happens, Doomer, when you go on the Discord and you insult Sitch? You get what you fucking deserve.
Oh my God.
I just take his wrench away.
Oh my God.
I become the other Christopher Walken, the other Phoenix Walken character, whatever his fucking name is. Just shoot him in the face and take his wrench away.
Ouch. That is a cute Doomer.
There you go. There you go.
Are we done with super chats?
We're done. Well, we'll do on Tuesday, right? We're doing Tuesday.
On Tuesday, I want to.
I mean, we have a bunch of.
Are you gonna finish the Matrix?
I'll finish the Matrix if you want to talk about it on Tuesday.
Okay.
So on Tuesday we can finish the super chats and we'll talk about the Matrix.
And Jack Murphy.
And Jack Murphy.
And
yes.
Rugged Man.
And Rugged Man, yes.
And Tuesday will be the last show of the entire year.
That's right.
Crazy.
Adam, how do I send you memes and artwork on Twitter? Send me or Adam. DM me or Adam. Or just tweet us on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yes.
DM me. DM me some artwork.
Did you know Doomer is a big fan of rom-coms?
So he says.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
I try to block it out of my memory.
That's pretty lame.
He did tell
I bet
me
Doomer likes the new Matrix movie.
Oh yeah. That moment when the old geezer and the other old geezer like
hold hands and kiss.
Hold hands.
Yeah. I bet.
There's nothing more satisfying than seeing two ancient over the hill actors have a romantic moment.
Keanu
together.
Reeves looks way better than what's her name? Carrie Ann Moss or whatever.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Keanu Reeves has aged much better than her.
Oh, okay.
Do you disagree with it?
Maybe. I mean, I don't really.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not gay, so I don't usually assess the situation.
Well, considering you think Ryan Reynolds is attractive, as I caught you earlier in a gay trap, You are gay, so
You caught me, you
There
caught
you
me in a
go.
gay trap.
I caught you in a gay trap.
Is that what? Oh, I was trapped. I was entrapped.
You were trapped
Oh,
in the gay trap.
damn it. I've been discovered.
J-Mac, for another $100. Thank you so much, Jay. That's so generous. One more for the road, gents. I hope you all have a great week. Looking forward to 2022 and another year of great Adam and Sitch content. God bless us, everyone. Thank you so much, Jay.
Can Wormy be my sidekick?
Wormy can be your sidekick, yes. Wormy's like the mascot. Okay. The stream mascot.
Wormy is so annoying. I'm actually going to put a cat door in my office door so I don't have to deal with Wormy anymore.
There you go. That's a good idea.
Half the stream in and out.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for making it through the journey with us of what I thought was a very interesting conversation between Jordan Peterson, Steven Pinker, and Johnathan Haidt. And I hope that you enjoyed all the insane and interesting things we talked about through this conversation. And I hope you enjoyed the entire year of Sitch and Adam content. Maybe the whole year sucked, but at least Sitch and Adam were a little oasis that would wait for you every Sunday to help you get through the week. And hope you all have a fantastic new year if you don't join us on Tuesday. See you next year.
Bye-bye! You maniacs.